The following content is for entertainment purposes only. All of the voices in this video and this disclaimer were generated using artificial intelligence and are not actual quotes of the persons depicted. This content is purely satirical and is in no way a political advertisement or contains any political bias. Viewer discretion is advised.
My fellow Americans.
It's season 2, motherfuckers.
It's a whole new world we live in.
Do.
It's a whole new way to see.
Do.
It's a whole new place.
With a brand new attitude.
But you still gotta catch them all.
And be the best that you can be.
Pokemon Johto.
Holy shit, boys, I could not be more ready after that. In fact, how about we just sing old Pokemon songs for views from now on and forget the Pokemon Crystal?
Maybe let's not get ahead of ourselves, Donald. To be fair, our pitch wasn't perfect, and I'm sure the people actually want to see us play this Randomizer Nuzlocke.
As much as I want to put that rendition of the Gen 2 theme song on repeat in my 2021 Chevy Silverado, we definitely have a game to play here, Donald. And this is going to be a lot harder than Pokemon Yellow for damn sure.
Anyone else notice that Suicune was looking dummy thick in that intro at the end?
New season, same sussy Biden, it looks like. I'll give you credit though, Joe. You made it farther into this playthrough without saying some of that dumb shit that made you famous during Pokemon Yellow than I thought you would.
Looks like we're off to a flying start. But before we get this action kicked off, everybody, we want to remind you this will not be a vanilla playthrough of Pokemon Crystal. This will be a randomized Nuzlocke, and we will show you all of the settings we've applied to this save file. For starters, all Pokemon-based statistics will be randomized, and all evolutions will be random as well. The only rule is that the evolution line must follow the same typing. For example, a Wooper would only be able to evolve into a water or ground type, and any Pokemon at the end of an evolution line will not be able to evolve further. In addition, level 40 will be the limit for the final evolution in each line, and all Pokemon will also evolve with the same level or stone conditions as usual. But we did turn off time of day evolution restrictions. The starters, wild encounters, and trade requests will all be random as well. We could end up having Suicune as our starter or as our first encounter. Movesets are also completely random, so you could have a Charmander using Hydro Pump. But we did disable game-breaking moves. So, for example, a level 2 Pokemon can't have Dragon Rage and destroy anything early game in its path. Our rival will always have his starter at every encounter, and wild Pokemon will be 20% stronger to reduce the grinding we have to do in this game because it is well known for its horrible level scaling. Finally, all items in the wild are also random with the exception of key items, and that should be just about it. Somebody else speak now because I'm sitting the next couple plays out.
I couldn't be more thankful you're the resident nerd of this group, Obama. You did a fantastic job of explaining everything there. You did just forget to mention that trainers will be type themed so that every gym will have its own randomized type.
I swear, if the first gym we have to go up against is Dragon, we literally just had to go through being kidnapped and having to escape from an underground lab in Moscow, so I really hope this is easier on us.
16 badges, the strongest trainer to ever exist, and all of it being random? Yeah, something tells me this isn't going to be a cakewalk, Donald. We have to be at the top of our game and ready to play better than ever before. If a Pokemon faints, we can't just heal it anymore. It's gone forever. I'm not ready for those moments.
In terms of our name, I say we just make it a channel tradition to be POTUS in each save file. And just as like a mark of making it look like New Game Plus, how about we do 2 exclamation points this time? We've earned it.
I mean, I'm not going to say no because the exclamation point thing was my idea in Yellow, but how about you wait for confirmation before you lock something in that big, you jackass?
Real talk, Joe, but we can talk about that later because it is officially go time. We are live, everyone.
I'm just going to start off by grabbing the potion out of the PC, so we have at least that to start with. Hey, wait a minute, where's my free potion? I thought Game Freak gives us a stimulus package to begin.
Unfortunately, we don't get a free item in this game, Joe. They took that out in Pokemon Crystal. At least we can get more healing items than last time by virtue of getting berries from trees that didn't exist last generation.
Oh, you liberals always looking for the easy way out and wanting free stuff. How about you go out there in the fields and win some trainer battles so you can afford some medicine?
All we're asking for is medicine at the same cost you paid during tax season, Donnie. Is that so much to ask for?
I swear on Ivanka that I will absolutely eviscerate you on the debate stage for that comment, old man.
Oh, shit. He swore on the one he actually cares about. You better take that threat seriously, Joe.
Oh, man, I'm absolutely shaking. Really fast, though. Hey, guys, one of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. Can you tell me which thing is not like the others? Before I finish my song...
It's Donald, because he actually lost a presidential election.
Ratio plus L plus, you're getting smacked in November if you win the primary big boy.
What the fuck, Bush? Why don't you have my back like Obama with Biden? Us Republicans need to stick together.
Well, excuse me for not using a teleprompter like they do and not being ready for that ambush. Also, these guys are closer than ever right now, seeing Biden has begun to take part in the family business over in Yemen.
I could not be prouder with you right now, Joe. You clearly were doing your homework. When I was the VP, and the democracy you are sending them is nothing short of beautiful.
Did this bitch just talk shit about my mom getting my poke gear for me? Well, excuse me if I'm only a 10-year-old and can't buy the newest tech on my own. Maybe this red-haired gentleman will be nicer to me. Hey, wait, what the fuck? Is this Justin Tucker? Bro just kicked me halfway across town.
The pills must be wearing off Sleepy Joe. You know that's our rival in this game. But do you guys have a name in mind for him? We know Putin is off the table for obvious reasons.
Maybe it's just because Biden said Justin Tucker, it's in my head. But how about Tucker, since he was such a fan favorite last series, and definitely doesn't like us? I can't think of a better rival for us to have. Not to mention, I don't think we have to worry about him kidnapping and trapping us in a simulation. He's harmless in that regard.
Yeah, I'm cool with that name, but we can confirm that later. We're about to get our starter, everyone, so let's lock in here. This is going to set the tone for the entire early game. Do we get a legendary or do we get screwed? We're at the mercy of the randomizer.
I promise to go on a diet if we can get a Lugia right here. Come on, Godseed, bless us.
Well, it looks like first off, we have the high school sex ed diagram, also known as cloister.
525 base stats is a great first option considering all of those stats are randomized and not on defense. Following Cloister, we have Farfetch'd, who to be honest is nowhere near the same threat and would be a great Pokemon to stick with our rival the entire game.
And last but not least, we have Mantine, who isn't a bad option, but at the same time, I really don't want our rival to have a Cloister the entire game. So I think the option is clear here, boys. We go with the gateway to manhood for young men everywhere.
Way ahead of you, Donnie. We have our first Pokemon, and hopefully we can keep him from start to finish in this run.
Joe, let's pay homage to our boy Dilkson and his band name from the Pokemon Showdown ladder. There couldn't be a better name than Potosi for Cloister.
Hopefully that salty bitch who got that name banned on Showdown isn't here on YouTube. But if he is, he can cope and mauled because the name is awesome and we refuse to say otherwise.
Well, it looks like we're off to a great start then with our starter boys. As long as we play smart and get a balanced stat distribution, we should have no issue being able to carry it into the late game.
Well, I guess there's no better time than the present to check out the stats and moves on this thing. And ooh, it has an item on it. Maybe it's the rainbow wing. Oh, no, wait, it's just a berry. False alarm.
Yeah, I doubt our starter would be holding that Biden, but hold on. And look at this goated moveset. We have Thunderbolt, a psychic type move, and while it may only be a 55% chance, a move that can inflict poison. We won't know too much about the stat distribution until it starts leveling up, but we could not have asked for anything more right here. Potosi is going to be an absolute force for us.
Remember everyone, the run does not start until we actually get our first Pokeballs, so even if Biden absolutely misplays or runs into an Entei with Thunder, we wouldn't be done just yet.
Oh, give me a break, Barack. I was our best player in Pokemon Yellow. You act like I would do something that would make me look stupid, and God damn it, Tucker is 2 for 2 on field goals now. The Packers really could have used him over that bum Anders Carlson.
Yeah, Joe. Way to prove me wrong there. Just get to the lab so we can get our first encounters of this run. We will get one on both Route 29 and 30, so as long as we don't mess things up, we could have 3 Pokemon at the end of Episode 1, like in our last series.
Will you shut up, Obama? Look at the screen. The holy grail of compatibility is right in front of us. Show some respect.
And I thought Biden was the sus one of our group. Get a hold of yourself, Donald.
Farewell, sweet prince. I apologize for our Potosi shocking you into submission.
Yeah, those are words I never thought I would hear you say, Donald. But I'm just going to change the subject really fast and go back to that discussion we were having about the name of our rival. Are we all in agreement that Tucker would be a good name for him?
Seeing that cave dweller would be too long of a name. I think that would be a fine name for us to choose. Do you have any objections, Donald?
Nope, none at all. Tucker deserves this for bringing me cold food on the SS, and I am looking forward to the opportunity to kick his ass across 2 regions.
Then it's settled. Glad we could agree on that pretty quickly. One other thing I was wondering about, what's our turn order going to be for this series?
I think we had a pretty good system last series, so I would say we roll with it again. Biden leads us off, Donald goes second, I get episode 3, and then it's up to you in episode 4, George.
Works for me. I can't wait to play, seeing I joined really late. And my only dedicated episode in yellow was going up against Giovanni. Biden may have been the MVP last time around, but this time Old W is going to take that title.
Yeah, keep dreaming, George. Just be happy you got a spot on Team Biden over here. I noticed you all got some new AI-generated icons, like I have always had, but don't think that's the source of my power.
I agree with a solid negative 5% of your policies. But I really did like how you had the AI-generated logo while we just had photoshopped images of us with headsets on. So the boys and I took some time to make some new photos that will not only be unique to our channel, but feature a bit of our personalities as well.
Yeah, I am glad we did this. Personally, I think mine just shows off my elite determination and shows anybody that I will be a tough opponent.
Holy shit, it's the Silver Leaf. Quick, fuck this mission. We need to get to the Whirl Islands and summon Lugia.
Unfortunately, Biden, it's the Silver Wing that summons him and not the Silver Leaf. I will say I definitely did glance over when I saw Silver, but that's not the item we need.
Also, I think you're forgetting that we need Surf, Whirlpool, and a Pokemon with a slightly higher level. Seeing that encounter is at level 60 Sleepy Joe. Get your head on straight and think before you act.
Okay, Donald, give him a break. It was an honest mistake.
An honest mistake, Obama. There are no honest mistakes in a Nuzlocke. In just a few minutes, one mistake could mean the absolute end of our run. There is no room for mistakes. I don't know about you, but I will do anything to protect my potency from all who try to attack it.
Please tell me we got that recorded, Obama.
Yes, we absolutely did. I am making that my new ringtone for when Donald calls me as we speak.
Oh my God, you knew what I meant. Don't even start with this.
You can't talk about not making mistakes and then get caught slacking on the mic like that, bro. Mind your phrasing.
Yeah, whatever. Isn't there something else we can talk about instead of your dirty minds?
Well, actually, yes, there is. You see, boys, because of the magnitude of the episodes at the end of our series, we didn't actually get a chance to go over donations we got from the last few episodes. So let's thank the members from our amazing fan base that contributed to our channel.
Sounds like a plan to me. Our first shout out goes to the Queen of Slime 1, who sent this donation back in episode 17. The donation was made after we finished editing episode 18 already, so we didn't get a chance to shout her out then. She said that a certain green-haired trainer has a crush on me for my battle skills. What do you have to say about that, Obama?
I mean, good for you, Joe. I'm happily married, so why would I care in the slightest about if a certain green hair trainer that may or may not have been the subject of a mistaken drone strike likes you?
No reason, Barry. No reason at all. It totally has nothing to do with this image at all right here.
Oh my God. Professor Elm is calling us. We need to stop whatever conversation we were having and worry about this. There's trouble at the lab. We have to get back to New Barktown immediately.
Saved by the phone call, I guess there, Barack? All right, we'll let you off the hook and go to our donations from episode 18. And let's start off with the Queen Vest Slime 1 again, who is a huge fan of all of our development and thinks you are the GOAT, Joe. What do you have to add in about your relationship with Dark Brandon?
The way it works is that Dark Brandon is always aware of my surroundings. He has a mind of his own, and when he deems necessary, he takes control to help me out. There definitely is a mutual respect where he respects our boundaries and would never do anything to put me in harm, and I will never fight him for control if he thinks it's warranted.
Nice lore dump there, Sleepy Joe. But it's about time for you to wrap up your story because it's time for our first battle with Tucker. It really shouldn't be an issue, since we have Thunderbolt against Far-Fetched, but of course we want to destroy him and set the tone for our battles in the future.
I wish this battle would last longer because it's easily the best rival battle theme in the game. It's just so perfect and there are no other words needed to describe it. I could listen to it all day.
This is an absolute banger, and let's also try to remember this bird has Ice Beam for future battles. but I would have to say Hugh from Black and White. 2 has the best theme. Feels like I'm in a club and I'm just jamming out in the battle.
Rest in piss, bozo. Round 1 goes to POTUS. But I would have to say my favorite battle theme is Wally from Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby, because it's like I'm literally in an anime opening theme. That vibe is just unmatched.
All good picks, but the best is one we just heard a few months ago. The champion battle theme against Blue was all about the culmination of an epic journey and truly set the stage for what was an epic battle. By the way, if you say it doesn't count because it's a champion battle theme, then I'll sue you.
Not sure how we went from thanking our community for donations to suing them. But hey, if you've been here before, I'm sure you understand it. That's going to be our comment question for this video. Let us know below what rival battle theme you think is the best in all of the Pokemon games.
Speaking of donations, we have some more to talk about, and we'll go right back to episode 18, where we will now thank our biggest overall donator, King Onyx, who is complimenting us for our expert battling in the Elite Four, and especially Dark Brandon for his incredible strategy against Lance. Thank you as always, King, and we couldn't be more grateful for you.
I'll be happy to talk about the next donation, but boys, while Bush was reading that he just picked up a Moonball, so does that mean the run is officially on?
I'm going to make an executive order right now and say no. Because the letter of the law says when you get Pokeballs, not Moonballs. Let's just start this when we leave from New Barktown like it should be.
Works for me. Back to the donations we have. Mario King Plays 2,951, who we hope enjoyed the finale he was hyped for.
Spoiler alert, he did. And he said so in his donation in the finale. We're so glad you found us, and we can't wait to share our journey playing Pokemon Crystal with you. Thank you so much for the donations. Next up, we would like to thank Hayakuja no Wookie and some random crap 0718 who had matching donation amounts and pretty much matching comments. Thank you so much for your kind words and donations.
I'm actually floored on how well you pronounced his name there, Joe. You really are one hell of a weeb. We had one more donation in the finale. You guys are spoiling the hell out of us. And I'll be shouting out King Onyx again for his $20 donation. Your donation is what brings us to tears, and we're so glad you enjoyed it. We hope you had a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year as well.
And last but not least, we will be thanking our good friend, the Queen Slime. One again for her donation during the movie. She says here that, well, it looks like she has some photos for you, Joe. But I wouldn't be a good friend if I didn't screen them before they got to the Oval Office desk. I'll take care of that for you.
The Nuzlocke is officially on now, by the way, boys. But Obama, it clearly says there they aren't for you.
How about you shut the fuck up and read some of your court paperwork, Donald? Mind your own business.
I think I'll just take them, Obama. I'm going to respect Queen's wishes.
She's 21, bro.
Yep, not interested. All yours, Obama.
Wait, no, Barack. Give me those back right now. They aren't for you.
Fuck you, Towers. Go read to some second graders.
God fucking damn it, he locked himself in the bunker. Biden, you better have someone sanitize that before I move back in here next year.
I definitely will have it sanitized and give the cleaning staff a week off for mental health recovery. But don't worry, fam, you won't be moving back in here until 2029 at the earliest, if you still even wanted to be president again.
Joe, why did you agree to watch the catching tutorial? We don't need to waste any time with that.
Well, since it's randomized, I wanted to see who dude over here would encounter. It would be absolutely hilarious if he just caught a level 5 Mewtwo right in front of us and was like, see, that was easy. Okay, bye now.
That actually would be baller as fuck. And imagine he's the new champion at the end of the game. Like, hey guys, I know I was just being a nice guy and showing people how to catch Pokemon. But since I got this Mewtwo, I decided to take the entire Pokemon world down.
You sound like you're interviewing for a job at Game Freak to design the next Pokemon games. But here it is, guys, our first encounter. It
Oh my
sucks
God,
Obama's
yes,
not
yes.
here.
Compatibility, it's so close to our grasp. All of the compatibility. I stand by my statement. Biden, if you fuck this up, you're going out the window.
We're good, Trump, don't worry, it's in red. So we just gotta chuck Pokeballs at it until we catch it.
Should we maybe knock this thing out accidentally so Donald isn't going insane over it the entire game?
Yeah, I think I'm going to catch this one bush. I can't do that.
Yeah, fair enough. How about you just put old Betsy down? Donald and we'll catch the Vaporeon. Biden, catch the damn thing. I want to go home tonight.
Do you not think I'm trying here? What do you want me to do, George?
Just catch the damn thing, you demented fool.
crazy fact here. But did you know the human body has 206 bones? I wonder if each one makes the exact same noise when it breaks. I guess I could always test it out.
Biden, for the love of God, I'm begging you.
I have a good feeling about this one.
Oh my God, thank you, sweet baby Jesus.
Yay, we caught it! I never doubted you for a second there, Biden. Now name it compatible.
Sure, why not? It's not like you have been a complete psychopath, and I fear for my life right now.
I'm not sure why you guys are acting so weird. It's a Pokemon with 525 base stats and could be an absolute powerhouse on our team if we keep it alive. It also knows Sludge Bomb, which is a nice early game move. Sleepy Joe, compatible is spelled with an I and not an A, you demented fossil. Change it right fucking now before I break out old Betsy again.
I got it. Chill out. Why the fuck is Secret Service not doing anything about this?
What the hell is going on up here? Can a man screen photos that may pose a danger to the president of the free world?
Trump's turning the bunker. Out of my way, drone striker!
You guys caught a Vaporeon, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
And you named it compatible?
We really didn't have a choice in the matter.
Listen, I get it. I'm just happy he didn't make us catch one in Pokemon Yellow. It does have the potential to be really good. So let's just be happy with that, and we still have one more encounter to get before we sign off today.
We have been blessed with some good electric, psychic, and poison type moves early. So if we could get something with a really good ground or water type move, we would be in a fantastic spot for Faulkner at the first gym.
We also can't complain about having two Pokemon with 525 base stats this early in the game. If we can nurse them in, let them get their best moves, then they'll be good to us. We just have to make sure not to put them in a bad spot and lose them. I've actually never done a Nuzlocke before, so I'm as excited as I am nervous.
Seriously, Biden? You've never even tried one before? Seems like someone like you would have done plenty by your age.
He normally just plays the game vanilla, but there was that one time he tried to invent the Youngster Joey Challenge.
The Youngster Joey Challenge. And you were aware of this?
It's not as bad as it sounds. One time in Pokemon Soul Silver, he tried to play the game only using a Rattata like Youngster Joey. He gave up on it, though, after Joey called him for a rematch, and he had evolved his Rattata. He was devastated.
Now's not the time to open up those wounds. It's time for our next encounter.
Not the best encounter right here. Doesn't evolve until level 35, so I doubt we keep him around for long.
Can't use Psybeam because that probably knocks out. So we just have to hope Thunderbolt doesn't as well.
Wish we could have got a second hit off, but hold on just a minute right here. This environmental hazard has Earthquake. That just made this coughing a lot more inviting. 100 power on that move and we'll be a perfect counter Pokemon.
Not going to mess around and just throw the Pokeball right here. Hopefully we can get that quick catch with no issues.
Very well done there, Joe. Like we said, coughing isn't the best Pokemon and won't evolve for a long time, but any mon with Earthquake is welcome on the team. What are we thinking for the name?
Well, we already paid homage to one of our homies with Potosi, so I'm going to keep spreading the love and pay homage to Goat Producer 6 by naming Coughing after his Torkoal, which was also an Episode 1 Pokemon.
No complaints with that one, and the name actually does fit. Let's take a look and see if our new buddy Snoop has any other moves.
Low accuracy, but Supersonic is a great secondary move to pair with Earthquake that can completely turn the tide of battle in a tight spot.
I don't think we could have done much better this first episode, boys. And you picked up right where you left off, Joe. So great job as always, buddy.
Yeah, appreciate it, Barack. I guess it's time to sign off, but Donald is still doing his thing, so what do we do?
Let's just let Donald finish what he's doing down there, and we'll meet up with him for the episode next week. I don't think any of us are going to volunteer to go get him. But that is going to do it for episode 1, everybody. If you've made it this far, thank you so much for being here, and we can't wait to embark on this new journey with you.
Don't forget to let us know what your favorite rival theme was in the comments below. See you next week, everyone.
And as always, if you haven't joined the Discord, the link is in the description. We hope to see you in there and right back here next week for episode 2. Bye, everyone.
Where the fuck did everyone go? What's up, all you beautiful people of YouTube, and welcome to episode 2 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. It's your boy Donnie's first crack at the Game Boy in this series, and I'll be attempting to get us through the Sprout Tower in Violet City while also adding some new members to our team. Despite all you jerks stopping recording and leaving without telling me last week. How are you all doing today?
To be completely fair, I don't think you wanted to be disturbed down there and we just let you do your thing. But I see you raised the team up a little, so they are useful this episode, so I do have to give you props for that.
Let's be real, Barack. He only did it to spend some alone time with Compatible. Can you name another time he ever level grinded our team, even for a task as small as getting everyone up to level 6?
Listen, I'm just trying to battle Rich Girl Dudley here. I have enough accusations to deal with at my numerous trials that I lost count of. This victory bowl ain't no joke.
It's the first trainer, Donald. You can't tell me there's any chance you lose a Pokemon to Rich Girl Dudley, can you?
As long as it doesn't randomly break out Psychic, we should be fine. Since it has Poison dual typing, we can just take it out with Earthquake. Seriously though, we got some blessed RNG in that first episode, getting 3 Pokemon that if they can survive, the late game will become some real heavy hitters.
Facts, Donnie. We should get 3 encounters this episode so we could potentially have a full team heading into the first gym battle next episode. Are there any other Pokemon that we need to worry about that make you run to the bunker and do unspeakable things about this episode?
Coming from the simp that went down there first to look at photos of Sabrina that weren't even meant for you, if we make it to Saffron City in this run, I think we're going to have to make you stand outside the gym while we attempt to get that badge. I don't think Sabrina would be very happy to see you again.
I agree with Donald here. Your Riz was down so bad back there that Joe literally had to erase all traces of it. Good thing that they were able to rebuild that city so fast.
On the advice of my advisors, I plead the fifth on all activities that took place during episode 14 of Presidents Play Pokemon Yellow. I was taking a vacation on Cinnabar Island that day.
Whatever you say, Sleepy Joe, but are you guys watching this gameplay? Compatible is kicking some serious ass in its first trainer battle. Broken Up, he stopped. Put him in the Hall of Fame right now.
It's beating a level 2 Chincho Donald. Take a step back. If it were losing this battle, I would have to ask you to turn in your trainer card.
Don't you ever belittle the accomplishments of Compatible. I'll smack you harder than Drone got smacked when you battled Erica last series.
You watch your fucking mouth when you speak about Drone. That beautiful fox would have burned Compatible to a crisp while you would have been sitting in the corner crying about it.
Guys, take it easy. We can't have half of our team fighting when any mistake we make could mean the end of one of our teammates forever. It's episode 2 for Pete's sake, and I would like a chance to play this series.
You're right. I just lost it when he mentioned Drone. I'm sorry, Donald. You're doing a good job. Just don't get cocky.
I'm sorry too, my comment was uncalled for. But don't worry, I will make sure no harm befalls any of our teammates, and you will have 6 Pokemon when you battle Faulkner. I'll make sure you're in a great spot to succeed.
Another issue settled in the Biden White House. Miracles happen in this office every day.
The only miracle that happens in this office every day is that your ancient ass is still breathing in here. But another battle down, and we continue onwards, gentlemen.
It is strange that even the second battle in this series could have been the last. Any corner we turn, there could be a bug catcher waiting with a Mewtwo. I have to admit there's something to that makes every second interesting, and I couldn't be happier we decided to kick up the difficulty for this series.
Looks like our audience thinks the same. I just want to take a quick second to shout out all of our amazing community for coming out to see episode 1 of this series. It has absolutely demolished the view count of any other video early on and has more views than the yellow finale already. Thank you all so much for your support. We couldn't do this without you.
Bro is pandering like he's on the debate stage already. But real talk, you all have been amazing. And we're going to take some time right now to shout out all of the donations from last episode. Bush said you were spoiling us at the end of last season, and that was no different in episode 1.
We're going to start off with our first donation of season 2, and it's no other than our boy King Onyx. He definitely thought we were off to a hilarious start and that he thinks Donald has excellent taste in Vaporeon. Also, he agrees with me that Hugh had the best battle theme. Thank you so much for the donation, Onyx. And if any of you noticed, we pinned Onyx's comment, and for season 2, the pinned comment will always be the highest donator of the episode. If it's a tie, then whoever comments first gets the tiebreaker. Enjoy the pin, buddy, and thanks as always for the donation.
Good thing that thunder attack missed while you were reading that comment. Who knows what that could have led to. Our next two donations come from Xylarum Say 7748, who is absolutely right. We are indeed so Barack. And from J Hypno 6872, who loves the dynamic and the new images. It did take some time to get the right prompts to generate them, and we appreciate you like them. Thank you so much, you two, for your donations.
Hold up 1 second, Obama, because we have our first encounter of this episode. And as we told you all in Mount Moon Glory to the Dome, our belief has blessed us with a descendant of Biden over here.
Oh man, I remember when Kabutops roamed the land. They were the real apex predators, while those dome bitches hid whenever they saw one. I actually ran with a crew of Kabutops called the Slasher Sigmas, and we ruled the land with iron swords for hands.
While there's no way that story is remotely true, I'll indulge you for a second, Biden. How did you run with them if you didn't have swords for hands, and how were the words slasher and sigma even invented back then?
There was one Kabutops a cave over who I wasn't quite fond of. So when he was asleep, I used Brick Break to take those swords for my own. As for your other question, don't worry about it, and don't ask questions you don't want answers to.
I'm entitled to answers. I want the truth, Sleepy Joe.
You can't handle the truth, son. We live in a world that has gyms, and those gyms have to be guarded by men with Pokemon. Who's gonna do it? You, Lieutenant Bush? I have a greater responsibility than you can possibly fathom.
I think you got your life confused with another Jack Nicholson role again there, Sleepy Joe. Did you forget to take your pills again?
Has there ever been a time where he has actually remembered to take his pills, Barack? I didn't know how big of a Jack fan he was, though. However, I did like his story, so I'm going to name this one Slasher. If anything, it would give Joe more motivation to keep it alive throughout this run. Welcome to the Team Slasher.
It was a pretty good story, not going to lie. But since it's clearly a Joe off his pills episode, I'll ask you to keep going, Biden. Whatever became of the Slasher Sigmas?
I find your lack of faith disturbing, George. But to answer your question, they all got wiped out when a Metagross used Meteor Mash. I thought that was in all the history books.
That wasn't even a Nicholson movie this time. Somebody get him his damn pills before he thinks Will Ferrell was the one who said, "Say hello to my little friend."
I'll get them in 1 second, but Slasher has some potential but looks very situational. He has no speed but a really high attack stat. So if he can tank a hit or go in against a paralyzed Pokemon, then he can kick some ass.
What the heck is this gorgeous box right here? It says open it and see what's inside, so I'm intrigued. I hope it's a small loan of $1 million, but hey, look, it's a trophy. Game Freak has awarded me for my excellence in gameplay. I would like to thank all of my fans, and really it's the Pokemon on our team that make it all possible.
Wow, that's actually an item that you can only get from a Pokemon, transferred from Pokemon Stadium and incredibly hard to get. I didn't think the randomizer would even have that in there.
Apparently it's harder to find a Pokemon in this damn cave. Of course we can never get this RNG when we actually want it. Come on already, wild Pokemon.
Apparently all you had to do was yell at the game, and our reward is a baby bird. Where's this luck that you got last episode, Joe? You get 2 Pokemon with base stats over 500, and I get a fossil slower than an old person in front of you when you're trying to get to work in this bird that we should consider lucky if it even makes it out of Sprout Tower.
Oh, come on, Donald. It's not the end of the world. What if it knows Psychic and it has some crazy speed and special attack numbers? This Natu could be a real gem for us.
Doubt intensifies. I'm just going to whip a Pokeball at it and hope for the best, seeing it already hurt itself in its confusion. And great, now this bird is going to cost us money as well. There's 200 Poké-dollars down the drain.
It knows Dig? Now that's an interesting move for it to have right there. It can counter electric types that would tear at a new one without that move.
Also, we can save on escape ropes by using it to get out of caves. This little guy ain't so bad, Donald.
Wow, a whole 4 damage using a move with 80 base power. This guy is going to be the backbone of our team. My rage is about to boil over right here. Get in the fucking ball, you goddamn bird.
At least it's not confused anymore, so you can try to weaken it some more. Maybe 1 or 2 more hits and we can definitely catch it.
I'm just going to try and give it a status ailment to make it easier to catch. And oh, of course, why would that work? Ha ha ha, give me a fucking break.
And I'll just take a breath. I know you want to catch a legendary. We all do. But any Pokemon that you catch in a Nuzlocke is a gift and an opportunity to stay alive if something goes wrong. We can't waste any of our encounters. Catch this, Nachu. And I bet it plays a role on this team.
All right, I'll focus up here and come the fuck on. Give me a fucking break. Can this hit already?
Just quit with trying to poison it. It's a level 5 Donald. Just get it into yellow and catch it. You're overthinking it. It's not like you're trying to catch a level 40 in Victory Road right now.
Fuck that noise. It's not even worthy of another turn. Get caught right now.
Well, not the optimal gameplay for damn sure, but well played regardless, Donald. What are you going to name it?
To be honest, I don't really have a great name, and I'm super tilted right now, so I'm going to name it Psycho, seeing we were talking about movies. And it is a psychic type, so that's my reasoning. You may not be a king in my eyes yet, Psycho, but prove yourself to me and to everyone that you belong on this team.
You have been watching way too many motivational speeches on YouTube. Donnie, the NFL isn't calling. You aren't going to be a head coach anytime soon.
I mean, to be fair, he could easily become the next Dan Campbell by just yelling the crazy things he does in his speeches. He straight up couldn't do any worse than the guy who doesn't call any plays and just makes horrible fourth down decisions.
Facts, George. And after looking at Natu, it's slow and can't hit anything hard, so I doubt he stays on the team when we get our 7th Pokemon, but the bench always needs some spots.
Very true. We always need to have 6 Pokemon on our team, so if we lose one, it's vital to make sure we have someone we can throw in. There's some type coverage and potential for more if we ever got it to evolve.
How about we get back to the rest of our donations from last episode, since we took a little bit of a break from that with those 2 encounters. I haven't read any yet, so I'll take the next one, which comes from Darter Jesus KM7, GF, who says we make outstanding content and that I am the GOAT. My good doctor, I 1,000,000% agree with both of your points, and thank you so much for your donation.
And last but not least, we would like to thank Inuyasha Windscar, 2007, who can't wait for another great series, and was a fan of Donnie breaking out old Betsy last episode. While I thank you for your donation, and also love Inuyasha, I don't think I can agree on saying I was a fan of when Donnie did that.
Yeah, I definitely can't say I was a fan of that. I don't think we would have survived the episode if you didn't catch Vaporeon there, Joe.
Oh, you guys are just being dramatic. Well, shit, that move didn't do much seeing. I'm hoping to just get some... Holy fucking shit, no!
Donald, are you with us? It's okay. Compatible is alive. You're safe?
Donald, say something, buddy.
I think he's just paralyzed by the fear of what almost just happened. I've seen this before when people play a Nuzlocke. Just give him some space. He'll be all right in a minute.
Holy shit, that was too fucking close, guys! I don't know what I would have done if I had let Compatible faint right there. Fucking critical hits. I will protect you, my king.
I do remember the Sprout Tower quite well, Donnie. So just take a breath here. Now the top floor is scary, don't get me wrong. The first 2 floors have trainers with only level 3 Pokemon. They're super easy and we can get some nice experience depending on what Pokemon we face. Once we get to the top floor, we will have some level 7s and a level 10 to deal with, so as long as you are dialed in there, we're golden.
We're going to be under-leveled in episode 2? Is this a joke? Because I'm not laughing, Obama. It took until the second half of Pokemon Yellow for us to be under-leveled, but now it's happening in episode 2. I knew the level scaling was bullshit, but not this bad.
In the real game, it wasn't the biggest deal because it was just a hoot-hoot, but seeing it's a randomizer, yeah, it could be a major problem. Maybe it's a good thing you got that scare with Vaporeon a little earlier because I know for damn sure you're dialed in right now. As long as you play smart, you'll be just fine, and who knows, maybe we get a real stud as our 3rd encounter in here.
I mean, one can only pray. You were right about these battles, though. Obama. Since we're facing level 3s, these battles have been super easy, and we are getting better experience than we would have been getting against the Bellsprouts. I just hope it's all enough for us to get through this tower, and then we have the gym next episode. This game isn't giving us a chance to rest at all.
But it did just give us a Rapidash as our encounter in here. Holy shit, my luck has finally turned. Come to Papa, you majestic beast.
Another 500 base stat Pokemon and a fire type as well, which we didn't have. For the love of God, don't fuck this up, Donnie.
I could not be more laser focused right now, boys. Rapidash will be on this team.
Please don't kill it. Slasher's attack is busted. Phew, it's in yellow, but it is poisoned. Donald, you have to hurry this up right now and get this capture.
Yeah, I don't have time to waste now that it's poisoned. I want it to love me, so love ball, go. Shit! Get in the fucking ball before you die, you stupid, beautiful horse. I only want to help you.
Not sure how poisoning it and taking it from its home is helping, but you do, you Donald.
Bush, not the fucking time to analyze my words. I'm trying to focus here. Pokeball, go!
Bro has ice in his fucking veins. Huge capture, Donald.
Couldn't have done that better myself. Way to capture all 3 of your encounters, and you saved the best for last. We now have 3 fully evolved Pokemon with at least 500 base stats, and it's only episode 2. What are you thinking for a name, Donald?
Well, since I'm a massive SpongeBob fan, I'm going to name our new horse mystery after SpongeBob's pet seahorse way back in the earlier seasons. I can't wait to see what our girl has for stats and moves.
Just make sure you heal that poison, since if it faints from that outside of battle, it still counts as a death.
What do you take me for? Some amateur? I obviously knew that, bro. Give me a break on some shit. Last few times you opened your mouth, you've been talking shit when I'm the one under fire right now.
All right, man, I'm sorry. You might be the one playing, but it's all of our playthrough, so I'm just as nervous as you. If I backseat game, just know it's out of love for the homies and not to call you out.
You're good, Bush. Don't worry about it. We all know it comes from a good place. But can we talk about mystery for a minute? Bro has speed and special attack as his leading stats and also knows psychic. Based on everything, this might be our best Pokemon yet. We have to make sure to get it as much experience as possible during the rest of the Sprout Tower.
I know Bro didn't just slander Captain Potosi like that. Mystery looks solid, but if it comes in contact with a water attack, we're going to have a funeral on our hands. That special defense was lower than Trump's approval ratings.
First off, fuck you, Sleepy Joe. The only thing that was low during the greatest presidential first half ever from 2016 to 2020 was the gas prices. You'll never see the price for regular starting with a 1 ever again, but I do have to admit you are right about the special defense stat. At least we have that sky-high special attack and speed, however. As long as we're in a spot to 1 hit, we're golden.
I think we're in one of those situations right now, and we should get some great experience points seeing we're facing a fully evolved Pokemon with a higher level. Psychic should 2-shot right now.
Apparently Weezing is a pretty fast Pokemon in this seed if it's going to outspeed Mystery. This might not be the perfect situation we thought it would be. Damn, only that much damage? Well, at least it lowered the special defense, and 2 more hits to kill should be a guarantee. We just have to pray no water-type attack coming our way.
Unfortunately, it looks like even a not very effective fire attack would take out our new friend. She might not be as good as we thought, unfortunately. Seeing it's going to use Fire Punch, I'm going to switch back into Potosi to tank and finish it off with Psybeam. Mystery will still get some good experience, and at the end of the day, that's still a dub for us.
I'm hoping that Weezing also has a busted special attack stat, because seeing Fire Punch do 8 damage right there was pretty disappointing. But way to not throw caution to the wind and protect Mystery right there. I'm sure there will be a time where she's a beast for us, but right now it is not that time.
We only have 1 potion left, seeing we are financially disabled thanks to Biden's economic policies, so I'm just going to use it on Mystery. I don't feel like running all the way back to the Pokemon Center, so we're going to just charge straight at the opponent right here.
I mean, you're clearly out of your mind if you're going to hate on the economy when it's in its best place it's ever been and ever will be after my time as president comes to an end in 2028. But bro, you can't seriously tell me you're going to risk the well-being of our team to avoid a trip back to the Pokemon Center. Get your fat ass down those stairs and pretend Nurse Joy is waiting for you with a Big Mac in each hand.
Glossing over the straight pants on fire PolitiFact that just came out of your mouth about the economy, Joe. He is absolutely right, Donald. How can you risk one of
Holy
our...
fucking shit! Magnitude 7, break out the coffin. Mystery is done for everyone.
Jesus fucking Christ, that was way too scary. If that number was any higher than 7, Mystery would have had to be put in the PC at the farm up north. I was not ready for that.
Breathe out, everyone. Mystery might be a horse, but she has that fucking dog in her. Ain't no way Cobra spelled backwards was gonna take out our girl. But situations like these are why I'm not going back to the Pokemon Center. As we get to the first gym, we need to know which of our team members are for real and have that dog in them. Anyone who can't handle the heat can get the fuck out of the kitchen. And they shouldn't even bother making the trip to the gym next episode, Survival of the Fittest.
I think Biden has that paralysis that you had earlier in this episode, Donnie. Are you with us, Joe?
Guys, there's a reason I've never done a Nuzlocke before. I've never told it to anyone else, but I can't fathom losing one of our partners forever. I wouldn't be able to handle the guilt if I was playing, and I don't know if I could trust any of you again if you let someone faint. I don't think I can do this.
Mr. President, don't you ever show fear in the face of adversity. Where's the Biden that was our fearless MVP during Pokemon Yellow? Losing Pokemon is a part of a Nuzlocke. It's just going to happen and you have to deal with it. Yes, I understand the stakes are at an all-time high and anything could happen, but there's no reward without the risk.
As much as I want to make fun of you and say, get the hell off this team, if that's how you're going to think, even I respect your gameplay, Joe, and know you can be an incredibly valuable member of this team. Buck the fuck up and get in gear. You did just fine in your first episode, and you'll do the same when you take the Game Boy back in episode 5. Are you with us, Biden? Do you have that dog in you?
Damn, that was surprisingly wholesome from you, Donald. But he's right, Joe. Never fear losing a Pokemon. Sometimes it's just going to happen. You rarely know what move a Pokemon will have. And you can never predict a critical hit. Just stick to your guns and believe in yourself, and we will not, or should I say, cannot fail.
Oh man, you guys are right. I'm sorry, and I promise I'll never have a moment of weakness like that again. One of the mottos of our channel is all gas, no brakes, and I'll stand true to that. Let's wrap this episode up on a high note, Donnie, and let's make it out of this tower.
That's the fucking attitude I want to hear. Sleepy Joe, now don't think that's going to be how I treat you on the debate stage, because I'll be more ruthless than ever. This series is going to be our last time together before the election, so let's make it a great one.
You better believe it, Donald. And was I imagining that, or did Mystery just learn Mega Drain as well? That means we now have a Recovery Grass type move and a Psychic type move to go along with a Fighting move. All we need now is a Fire move, and that moveset is absolutely perfect.
Speaking of a fire move, that would be the one to have. Of course, a freaking Weedle has it. But one more attack will finish off this trainer and also get Snoop to level 9. So great job up to this point, Donald. I really do still think you should head back to the Pokemon Center before this last battle, but if your mind is fixed on it and you're making these perfect plays, I think we're in a great spot for the Elder. We just have to hope that level 10 Pokemon isn't something to be afraid of, or we will definitely be in trouble.
Damn, it sounded like the tower was going to fall apart. Did Tucker just beat the shit out of the Elder like he did to Biden outside the lab? That red-haired menace is absolutely brutal.
It's Tucker, so don't even worry about it, George. You also heard what the Elder says. He doesn't care for his Pokemon enough, and that will hold him back in the end. He can have that win, but it means nothing in the end. Just like Paul, he will fail because of his training style. Oh, my bad, Obama. I'm sorry about mentioning he who shall not be spoken of.
Ugh. It's fine. Even though it was just a simulation, it still feels so damn real, and even knowing he's like Paul in the slightest bit makes me want to rip that red hair off his head, like it was a clown wig. Fuck that guy and fuck Paul.
Take a breath, buddy. As you said, it was just a simulation. And Paul isn't even a real person. Clear your mind and be ready to help Donald if he needs help in this battle.
Yeah, that's my bad. I thought the therapy I had been going to was helping, but apparently not enough. Slasher has to get out of here, and yesterday, Donald, you're not going to be able to touch him even with that attack stat.
Even though it's not very effective, this has to do something right. Maybe not. I guess, shit, having to switch right here is not an ideal situation. But we do have Podacy at near full health, so this is definitely the switch for us.
I have an idea. Let's get some good karma in here. We actually just got another donation today, so let's read it off, and hopefully Arceus blesses us with some good RNG. This shout out goes out to Osman Alpaslan 152 for throwing us some food money and letting us know that he thought yellow was awesome. Thank you so much, buddy. We really appreciate it.
Good fucking call, Bush. We guarantee a knockout this turn with another Thunderbolt, and then we can switch out of our Perish count after this turn. Karma, you never let us down.
Apparently it wasn't the best karma, because we got a stupid low roll right there. This sucks taking some extra damage, but we just have to take the win of getting the knockout. and moving on to his next Pokemon. Only 2 to go. Keep it up, Donald.
A few more experience points to level up would have been pretty clutch right there, but it is what it is. We got Ariados next, which should provide us some decent experience. I'm going back to Slasher for the relatively high health number, and Metal Claw should 3-hit kill at the absolute worst. That would set us up being able to get Potosi in for the final battle if the matchup is right, but of course it's something I'm just going to play by ear. It's time for my dogs to bark louder than ever and lead us to victory.
Arf, 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 awoo.
Not exactly the barking or the dog I guess I had in mind, but I'll take it, Biden. The heart is there. That's what I like to see.
Can I get some ice cream as a treat?
Yeah, sure, Joe. If it tastes like there's a pill in there, there isn't.
That makes sense. Ice cream me, master.
How long has this... You know what, I take full responsibility for this one, guys. This episode went over the limit for Biden being able to hold in his sussy inner thoughts, and I should have been watching the timer. I won't let it happen again.
It's just as much on us since you had to focus on the game, but here we go, guys. The final Pokemon is Bulbasaur, a first stage Pokemon we should be able to take down even being underleveled. Thank you, RNGesus.
We may only have 19 health here, but Psybeam is super effective. I'm rolling the dice and going for broke. Let's go, my glorious Potosi.
2 episodes in a row slipping on the mic like that, Donald. Is Biden's dementia contagious? Because I might need to start wearing a mask in here.
Oh, shut the hell up and just let me do my thing. This isn't the best spot, seeing I would need 2 more hits to knock out this Bulbasaur, but hopefully it just uses Sharpen again.
Thanks for that pill. I really needed it, Barack. Oh shit, confused Ray. That's not ideal. Don't risk it, Donald. Don't pull a Dan Campbell. Switch now.
As much as I want to go for it on 4th down, I'm going to do the smart move and not risk Potosi being sent to the PC. I'm going to the team member I believe in more than anybody. Bring this one home for us compatible.
2 sports references in 1 episode? Damn, now we're really pushing it. But hey, look, it used bind. That's the perfect move for us to switch into. With it in the red, you would think even a frustration can take it down.
That's exactly the play. Compatible obviously loves me as much as I love him. So this won't have a high base power, but it should be just enough. Here we go. Finish this up, you beautiful bastard.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well played, Donald. Your strategy worked out perfectly. We're through the Sprout Tower, and we pick up Flash for after the first gym. Ice in your veins for real, bro.
I mean, was there ever any doubt? Of course not. Like I said this season, it's my turn to be the MVP you all deserve. But on that amazing victory, I think it's time we sign off, everyone. That will do it for episode 2. Thank you, everyone who stuck around this long, and the stage is set for us to get our first badge next episode. Thank you so much for stopping by, and we will see you next Thursday.
Hell yeah, Donnie, you know it. You've put me in a great spot for the Violet City Gym. I won't let us down. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Get ready for a masterclass next week, courtesy of yours truly. See you then.
If you haven't already, join the Pokeforce 1 Discord using the link in the description to be connected with all the best communities in Pokemon AI content. We're just about to hit 300 members, and we hope to see you there.
Have a great week, everyone. See you next time.
Rise and shine, YouTube. And welcome to episode 3 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. We've got a big episode today, as I will attempt to obtain our first gym badge against Faulkner in Violet City. How are you all doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, Barack. Thank you for asking. Did you see my incredibly dominating primary win in South Carolina the other day? I have 96.2% of the vote down there. I must literally be viewed as a god to them.
Biden, you do realize that the incumbent literally always wins those in overwhelming fashion, right? In fact, I'm surprised you didn't win by more, but anyway. I see you wasted no time here, Barack. Let's get this challenge started and see what type we will be up against here.
It's the first gym bush. What's the worst that could...
No, please, continue that sentence, Donald.
What I was saying was, look, guys, it's just a water gym. It just so happens to be a Kingdra in our way. Do you think there's any chance that the game would give us the dragon type to go up against right at the start?
Well, guys, it was a fun run. I would like to thank everyone who checked out episodes 1 and 2, as well as this eventual disaster when a Dragonite rips our team to shreds. No refunds will be given, and have a great day. Roll the outro.
No, don't roll the outro, you jackass. We're going to take down this gym and make Faulkner our bitch.
You lived a good life, Mystery.
Have
Bye,
some
girl.
goddamn faith in me, Joe. I literally took down half the gyms in our last series, and I'm going to take down this one.
Biden, shut the hell up with your negativity. You see, Mystery tanked that because she's a beast. It's been established already that she's got that dog in her. And a puny little hyper beam isn't going to take her out. I will ask, why are you switching through, Barack? One more psychic will take it out.
I mean, you're most likely right, but since Kingdra has the speed advantage, I don't want to take the risk of not taking it out on the recharge turn and then switching into a big hit of a potentially unknown type. I'm going to go with Slasher because it would absolutely tank a Hyper Beam and can take it out with the Sludge. Unlike you, I'm going to head to the Pokemon Center between battles, so as long as our team isn't fainting, it's a win.
Cool, calm, and collected like always, Barry. That's what I like to see. And because of it, we are rewarded with Slasher Learning, a grass-type move which is really good for his coverage. I will admit it is strange to see a Pokemon using the type of a move it's 4 times weak against, though. Gotta love the Randomizer.
It does stink that it's a special type move and Slasher is a physical attacking Pokemon, but it's still good to have. Now we can hopefully see what gym we're going up against with this trainer.
Well, it looks like we're clearly going up against the Kingdra-type gym. Obama, you didn't tell us in your little randomizer information piece that gyms would only have trainers using a single Pokemon. That's some important information.
Joe, it isn't the Kingdra type gym. The randomizer just happened to have the first 2 Pokemon we encounter here be Kingdras. So we actually still don't know what type we are dealing with overall. But this battle should be easier, seeing we're going up against what I assume is 2 level 7s and not a level 9 like last time.
At least this trainer does have 2 Pokemon, so hopefully we finally know what type we're dealing with. It really would be nice to know, seeing the gym leader is our next opponent.
Holy shit! Mystery is getting a ton of experience from that battle even when it was over-leveled.
You see, I was right. It is the Kingdra-type gym. I told you. Barack, why do you keep insisting on lying to us?
Joe, for the last time, it is not the fucking Kingdra type gym. I admit is incredibly highly unlikely that the first 3 Pokemon have been exactly the same, but that doesn't change the fact that this is the water or dragon type gym still.
I don't know, Barack. I think Joey might be onto something here. I mean, what are the odds that every Pokemon we have seen so far has been exactly the same? I think you may have hit the wrong button when you were generating this seed and set up all gyms to have the exact same Pokemon. It's not a bad thing if you did it. It's just another twist. That's all.
I swear to God I will pull a repeat of the Cinnabar gym if you idiots keep pissing me off when I'm trying to deal with this potentially dragon-type first gym without losing any of our teammates. It's not the fucking Kingdra-type gym.
So I advise you guys shut up because the memory of that gym battle is still fresh inside my brain and I still have nightmares from it. If you say you don't, Joe, you'd be the biggest liar I've ever known.
I sleep about 75% of the day. So to be honest, there isn't much I haven't dreamed about at this point. But yeah, I could do without Obama going ultra instinct on us. That's fair.
Hey, wait a minute. You transformed only after we went into the simulation. How do we know if you can even do that outside the simulation? I'm calling your bluff right here, Obama. Hey, good luck in the gym battle, buddy. We're all rooting for you.
That's what I thought you said, my good chum. Now, if you will please all cut out the bullshit, I need to focus. I have no idea if we're going up against dragons, and if we are, I need to be dialed in or it could be a massacre.
Give him hell, Barack. You got this. We're getting 16 badges on this run, and it starts with you right here and right now.
Well, Barack, I'm officially man enough to admit when I am wrong. It looks like it is, in fact, the Dragon-type gym and not the Kingdra-type gym. Mystery and Psychic should be our best friend right now.
To be honest with you, I was starting to get worried I did accidentally hit something wrong and we were in fact battling a gym with all of the same type. Although it doesn't give me relief, we're battling dragons right off the start. It's something not on my mind anymore.
Looks like this first battle is safely in hand. While Dragonair did have a water-type move, it wasn't strong, and Mystery can take it out easily with 2 more Psychics. I just hope we don't have to deal with a Dragonite at some time during this battle that is stacked with a variety of moves.
If I remember correctly, I think Faulkner only has 2 Pokemon, so it's either now or never, so place your bets now because you have a 1 in 4 chance of guessing it correctly.
We were literally one Pokemon away from having all 5 opponents in this gym be a Kingdra. That is absolutely wild. At least we don't have to face a Dragonite, and we have the inside scoop on its moves, seeing we've battled so many of them so far.
I'm surprised that the gym leader has a Pokemon lower leveled than the Elder of the Sprout Tower, but I'm not going to punch a gift horse in the mouth. One more Kingdra to take down, and the first badge is ours.
I'm liking that supersonic play right there, Barack. Kind of reminds me of the sleep strategy we used the last time we battled dragons.
Well, if there's anything we have learned, it's that Dark Brandon is an amazing battler, and his strategies are absolutely peak. Since we have a free switch right here, I think I'm going to bring in Captain Podacy to wrap this battle up.
Come to think of it, who do you think would win in a battle between our Dark Brandon and Sukuna from the game producer 6 Universe?
Don't make me laugh, George. Dark Brandon would take Fraud Kuna to the cleaners. One of them battles with tactical mastery, and the other thinks they know the script.
Agreed. But maybe this battle isn't as Jover as we thought it was. Thunderbolt literally did nothing right there. If Kingdra doesn't start hurting itself, we're definitely going to have to change.
I definitely didn't expect it to be 2 for 2 right now, but I just have to keep chipping away, and this battle still will be over. Podacy is doing its job, and if someone else has to finish the deal, then so be it. Slasher knocked out the first level 9 Kingdra we faced in this gym, and now he'll have the honor of knocking out the second one as well.
I know it's pretty random here, but since we're in the gym battle right now, I think I have a good comment question of the episode for you all. Sorry again, we forgot about that last episode, by the way. If you were playing a randomizer, would you rather have the first gym be more difficult against dragons like these, or would you rather have them towards the end when your team is better equipped to face them? Let us know in the comments below.
That's not a bad question, Bush. Comes down to if you're high risk, high reward, or like to play it safe. But in this case, we rolled the dice and came out winners. Faulkner is defeated, the first badge is ours, and we won't have to see dragons for a long time. Way to go, Obama. Sorry I overreacted and played the outro a little early. Can we chalk it down to it's a banger and I just like hearing it?
Only because you were my VP, I'll let you get away with your lack of faith. Just make sure it doesn't happen again, and we're cool, Joe. I will admit I was definitely nervous when I knew it could be dragons to start as well. I'm just glad everything went fine and we can move on to some encounters before we make it to Azalea Town.
By my calculations, I think we will have the opportunity to get 3 encounters before we sign off today. 1 to the west on Route 36, and then 2 to the south at the ruins of Alf and Route 32. It may not have been me, but I do hope you get lucky and encounter a legendary to add to our team, Barack. We really could use one.
I mean, you're not wrong there, Donnie. But to be honest, our team is pretty solid right now, for the most part, so I'm just hoping we can get some coverages we didn't have, and if, hypothetically, something goes wrong, we can always have strong members on reserve. I did forget we get the egg after beating the first gym, so we will only have 5 party members for a little bit while we wait for that to hatch into what we hope will be something really good.
Let's play a game here, everyone. Since we can't guess the Pokemon we want to catch this season, let's try and guess what Pokemon hatches from this egg. If you guess correctly, we will feature your comment on stream. All you have to do is name the Pokemon.
Oh, that sounds like fun, George. I'll give it a go. I guess it could be anything since it just has to be at the beginning of an evolution line. So I'm going to say it's a Magby.
Biden picking a baby Pokemon? That couldn't have been more predictable. Do you ever plan on beating those allegations of you with the kids? Or is that going to be a meme for the last 2 weeks of your life?
Watch your mouth, Agent Orange, or I'll make sure you never use it again.
Oh yeah? What are you gonna do, old man? Not like you have anything that can back up that trash talk. I'll say whatever I want and you'll like it.
Joe, is that what I think it is? Is that the Cabotops arm that you said you cut off your neighbor and made your own?
No, of course not, George. Like you said, there's no way my stories could even be remotely true.
Okay, Joe, you were right. You were a Sigma slasher, but hey, wasn't weapon safety a thing back then? Why don't we just put the arm away and forget any of this ever happened?
You know, I could do that. Then again, it looked so fun last season when you lunged across the desk and did this. Get the fuck over here, Donnie.
Save your future president! Somebody help! Oh!
Hey everyone, it's our first encounter of this episode. Good luck, Barack. I know you'll get it. Why are you guys so quiet? We should be pumped up and hyping up our boy for a massive encounter. It's a fully evolved Pokemon too, so this is a perfect addition.
Joe, you literally just used Fury Swipes and hit Donnie 5 times while getting what looked like a critical hit each time. I don't think either Barack or I is focused on the game right now and just hoping that Donnie is all right. That was so irresponsible of you.
Yeah, I would be lying if I said I'm absolutely focused on this. All I can picture is how you were smiling and laughing as you did it. Trump might not have said the nicest thing to you, but that doesn't mean you can go all Wolverine on him.
Well, excuse me for not standing up for myself, Barack. I've been hearing those insults for long enough and I finally reached my breaking point. I think if anything, I should be celebrated as a beacon of peace for taking all those age digs for years. Why are you guys just staring at me? What did I say? I'm the victim here.
Joe, did you just say you did your Gordon Ramsay knife practice on Donald because he called you old?
Well, duh, George. What else did he say that warranted that? I swear, it's like you don't listen sometimes. Would you like me to use my Kabutops arm to clean out those ears? That's not like you, buddy.
Don't even fucking think about it, Joe. In fact, I'm confiscating this just so you're not tempted to use it again. But getting back to why we were stunned, we thought you did it because of the dig he made about you being overly fond of kids.
Yeah, I heard that. What's the issue with it? Do I need to clean out my ears?
Joe, I just can't with you. Of course you're fucking ancient. You have a goddamn Kabutops arm under the Oval Office desk, for Christ's sake. How can you be offended by that? You're making me want to lunge over this desk again for old time's sake, but no. I'm a changed man. Dr. Phil has helped me. Breathe, Barry. Breathe.
Well, I guess when you put it that way, you have a point. No harm, no foul, buddy.
No harm, no foul? You literally sent Donald to the infirmary. We literally have no idea if he's going to be okay. How can you possibly say that, Joe?
Bro has thick fat as his ability, and he's definitely in a permanent Gigantamax form, so he'll be just fine. Don't you worry. Also, way to catch that Arbok Barack. What are you thinking for a name?
To be honest, I never liked how Arbok was named by just spelling Cobra backwards and putting a K at the end. So I'll pay my respects to all the Cobras out there and put the name back to the way it should be. I will keep the K though, because Game Freak was right about switching the C and the K. I do remember there's a Pokemon Center to the south of here, so I will try to catch our next 2 encounters before getting to the Pokemon Center. We can wrap things up by seeing our new teammates.
All right, guys, make some room. I'm back. What did I miss here?
Donald, thank goodness you're okay. What did the doctors say?
Well, I did need 69 stitches after Joe used Rage Attack on me, but thanks to my peak physical fitness, I was able to fight off the attack and come back stronger than ever. You're not getting rid of me that easily, Biden. I'm still taking the White House back from you this year, but maybe you're right. I do say the kids thing too many times, so at the risk of losing even more blood, I will tone back on it a little bit. I'm sorry.
Now, Joe, don't you have something to say to Donald? Maybe something along the lines of, I'm sorry for nearly unaliving you over a dig.
Fine. Donald, I'm sorry my Choice Banded Fury Swipes nearly sent you to the RIP box in the PC for reminding me that my age is starting to get up there.
It's all right, Biden. Wait a fucking second. Did you say you attacked me because of the joke about your age and not the kids thing? Joe, you fossil-looking, kid-sniffing looking, gas prices raising looking, demented narcoleptic jackass. You're lucky you can play Pokemon decently, or I swear I'd install an ejection seat function on your desk chair.
To be honest, I think Joe got off a lot easier than he could have right there. I mean, to be fair, it's probably because Donald is high off the finest perks that the White House has to offer him, most likely. But let's move on from that and focus on our next encounter this episode. We have another fully evolved Pokemon here, and while it may just be a Parasect, it's still another quality addition. You got this, Obama!
I'm just going to try and keep weakening it with Thunderbolt so I have the slight chance of paralysis. And also, its special defense must be pretty decent to tank it from a Pokemon 4 levels higher than its own. But hey, just kidding. Why would it ever be easy? I'm just going to take out Podacy since he's confused and not mess around here. Let's try some physical
it knows
attack.
thunder, Slasher. Stay strong, buddy. You can't go out like this.
Maybe just take a fucking breath before interrupting me, Joe? Just an idea. You should know better than anyone that Slasher is a Sigma bastard and he's not going anywhere with that thunder attack. I will say, though, to only see that much damage from that huge hitter electric move makes me really confident in Slasher's special defensive stat.
Well, shit. Parasect ain't ready to be caught just yet, apparently. I thought you were knocking him out for sure, but if he can stand up to Slasher and then just laugh in our face when we throw a Pokeball at him with 1 HP, he might be pretty decent. Dare I say, dog alert?
Jesus Christ, we're getting both ends of the spectrum here. Just join our team, little Parasect. We promise we'll only make you stronger. But seriously, guys, can we talk about this moveset? Thunder and Sleep Powder? That's really good for us.
Don't forget Sweet Kiss as well, a goated electric attack, Dark Brandon's goated sleep strategy and busted confusion. Someone on the team would have to step aside for him to join, but Parasect about to win the 7th Man of the Year award.
Fucking finally, not going to lie, I'm glad I didn't place that bet for Donnie having his Big Mac-induced heart attack before we got that capture. Way to stay with it, Obama, and another solid addition to the team. What are you thinking for a name?
Not going to waste any time with this one. Shrooms the Parasect is confirmed as our family grows a little more. Welcome to the team, Shrooms. I'm not sure if you'll play a major part in the long run, but knowing we have you in reserve really makes me feel confident about our chances. All right, boys, we got one more encounter and some trainer battles before we sign off today. So let's get out of this creepy place and back under the sun.
Even to this day, this music creeps me out. I never really cared for the whole unknown storyline and never once even tried to catch all of them. I will admit the puzzles were a nice little challenge, though, and fun side quests to solve.
Not going to lie, I absolutely envy you, Donald. This game came out at almost the halfway point of my first term, and I spent a good part of the second half trying to catch all those damn unknowns. Cheney and Laura both tried to steal my Game Boy so I would actually get back to work, and I wasn't about to let them stop my progress.
Put a pin in that story, George, because we got our Route 32 encounter. Come on, Legendary.
Yeah, not exactly legendary. I mean, I want to be upset, but we did get 2 other pretty good encounters, so it is what it is. He will evolve with a water stone as well, so I guess that's a positive, right?
I mean, we're grasping at straws here since who knows when we'll get a water stone, but I guess so. Just catch it, Barack, and just give us another option for our team.
Yeah, that's the plan. This Psybeam should put it into red, and I should easily be able to...
Honestly, Barack, we ain't even mad at that one. Who knows how long it would have been until we could evolve it. And it was literally Derp Duck, which the anime made look useless unless it had a headache.
Overall, you did a great job with your encounter. Captures this episode bringing in Cobra and Shrooms. So no hate your way in any way, Obama. Even if you were the first one to fumble the bag on an encounter, I'm just glad it wasn't me.
Yeah, not exactly glad to have that title, even if it was a stupid role. Anyway, George, getting back to your story, how long did it take for you to end up catching all the unknowns? Did you 100% the game as well?
Yeah, not exactly a happy ending to my story. I straight up had about 300 hours of playtime on my crystal save file trying to not only fill the Pokedex, catch every unknown, and get my team all to level 100. I was so close to completing my goal. I was missing 3 unknown, and then I was done. But unfortunately, on the night of Game 3 of the 2001 World Series, I threw out the first pitch at Yankee Stadium, and per a clubhouse attendant, Derek Jeter stole my Game Boy Color and went on to say he performed all the feats I accomplished. That stupid, likable bastard. Why did he have to be good at baseball? I'm just glad his ownership of the Marlins was an absolute dumpster fire. He deserves it.
Holy shit. It's our Kelly. George, I'm sorry to interrupt your super tragic story, but it's our fucking Kelly. We missed you, buddy, but what are you doing with that scrub of a trainer? Get over here on our side, my main man.
Oh, Sleepy Joe. That's not the real R. Kelly. That's just an imposter that is nowhere near the goated Chad that was a part of our legendary Pokemon Yellow team. I will admit I do miss him, though. That was my pick for the team, and his hypnosis attack was absolutely vital to our Indigo Plateau run. Damn it, now I'm upset and miss him. Thanks a lot, Biden.
I'm not sure we would have been able to not lose a Pokemon against Lorelei or Putin if it wasn't for R. Kelly. A true Titan, and he will be remembered.
One last bit of closure to your story. George, I actually met up with Jeter once, And he did show me that Pokemon Crystal save file. I wish I knew the truth back then because I would have knocked his ass out to return you your game. Not even Biden deserves that horrible a fate.
Oh, thanks, buddy. You're really warming up to me. I knew you would like me if you just gave me a chance.
If these perks weren't starting to lose their effect, I'd show you how much I love you, Biden. I'd show you with my brass knuckles, you bastard.
All right, how about we pivot from this soon-to-be senior UFC event? And shout out our amazing and generous donators from episode 2. How about you lead us off, George?
I can definitely do that, Obama. It will also take my mind off Derek Jeter for a minute as well. Our first donation comes from none other than GOAT Producer 6. He donates us €5.99 Euro people money and remembers his clan, the GP, Gulpin Gatherers, challenging the Sigma Slashers in a gang war. He does admit that you were too strong for his almighty triple, Glizzy Guzzle, and you won the war, but he wants that salty run back.
Wait a minute. That sussy furry who leads the GP Gulpin Gatherers was actually the content creator GP? How the fuck is he still alive? Is he a witch? Raise the torches, men. To Europe we ride. I'm taking out that glizzy gulping cake baking threat to society immediately. Democracy is ready to be delivered faster than an Amazon Prime package.
Hold up, Joe. Those are just allegations of him being a furry. We won't know for sure until those forever deleted Cinderace cosplay photos come back into the light of day. And also, you were alive back then too. Are you a witch, Joe? Maybe we have 2 missings to take care of tonight. We'll be heroes in Salem, boys.
Dark Brandon's life force fuels Biden. Donald, you know that? He's not a witch. And we can't take out GOAT Producer 6 until we get those photos. Until then, the mission is on hold. Also, you didn't hear any of that GP. Thank you so much for your donation, even if you are a Lou Min Eon hater.
He hates what Pokemon now. Screw the photos. This is for our super underrated fish. You know what? No. Breathe, Joey. You're better than this. Oh man, I'm just going to go with the next donation to clear my head. Our next donation comes from our good friend Osman Alpaslan, 152, who throws us another donation but had to include that Donald is truly a Pokemon master. Seriously, bro, thanks for the donation, but we all know I'm the true Pokemon master.
Wait, now you're suddenly better than this? Not when you slashed me up 7 ways to Sunday? Fuck you, Sleepy, but thank you very much, Osman Alpaslan 152. You are truly a king in my eyes, and thank you so much, not only for the donation, but for the kind words as well.
Our next donation comes from the legendary King Onyx. He's back at it again with the $10 donation and also thinks the team is shaping up very nicely. To answer your other question, buddy, the answer is no. If the team we have out-faints, it's GG, no re. We would fail the Nuzlocke if that were to happen. Thank you so much as always for the donation. Buddy and I hope the shenanigans, especially what Joe did today, were to your liking.
Bro literally keeps the lights on for us. Thank you so much, Onyx. You come out here every episode and throw us some bones, and a special shout out to you. You're always there for us and we love. Is that what I think it is?
Ain't no way we got fucked by the RNG when there was a legendary on this route. Fuck you, Game Freak. I don't care about all the blessings you have given us on this run. Now we have to kill this Raikou. God fucking damn it!
My entire day is ruined. I just want to crawl up into a ball and cry. Just do what you have to do, Barack, and tell me when it's over.
Maybe not the time, but to make things even worse, it has a stab move in Thundershock. It's weak granted, but still it's stab. Oh well. At least we get some nice experience, I suppose.
It's done. The deed, it's done. We encountered a freaking Psyduck. When there was a chance of running into that, I have no words.
All right, listen. Up to that point, we have had a really good episode gameplay-wise. So let's not throw it all away. Let's pick our spirits back up, fight this last trainer, and then check our 2 new Pokemon before ending this episode off. I'll even read off the next donation. It comes from Swagner, 5021, who threw us $15 and said if we were gym leaders, what type would we be and what Pokemon would we have? Personally, I would have fire types so my passion can blaze across the land. My team would be Arcanine, Blaziken, Infernup, Houndoom, Volcarona, and Chandelure.
You know me, I would be the steel type because there ain't no way my ironclad defenses would be breached. And let's be real, they just look badass. I would have an Empoleon, Lucario, Golden Go, Metagross, Scissor, and Edgeslash.
Yeah, just don't go Byron on us with the whole defense thing. But if you want to talk about looking badass, look no further than my go to the electric type. Luxray, Electivire, Jolteon, Zebstrika, Raichu, and Toxtricity.
Well, for me, I'll go with the ground type because let's be real, they're the best, no questions asked. None of your teams would beat my Tyranitar, Garchomp, Rhyperior, Excadrill, Gliscor, and Nidoking. Thanks again for the fun question and donation, Swagner 5021, and giving me a chance to win that.
Not going to lie, I kind of forgot how busted the ground type was. Our next donation comes from Empty Crevice Jack 7XEW. He gives us $5 Canadian, and yeah, Buddy Rapidash was a huge capture. If Mystery gets a fire move, we got this on lock. Also, yeah, I think you saw those arms. See this episode already, buddy. We won't show those again. Thank you for the donation.
We do have one more donation, but we did just get to the Pokemon Center, boys. So let's take a look at both Shrooms and Cobra to see how good they actually are. I can't lie, I've been waiting for this all episode.
Let's start off with Shrooms first. Our capture from the ruins of Alph. He's a level 6. And it looks like he has the 3 moves that we saw in our battle only. Still an amazing moveset for a fully evolved level 6 Pokemon. Next up we have Cobra. Ember, Magnitude, and Blizzard is also a goated early level moveset for a fully evolved Pokemon, and holy shiitake mushrooms, boys. Look at that speed stat. It's a shame that attack and special attack aren't switched, but that is a viable option.
It really sucks we couldn't get that Raikou, but it is what it is. We can always find one for damn sure. Now I think there's the matter of that huge donation we got, Barack, a big $25. How about you read that one off?
And finally, we have our last and biggest donation from last episode. It was pinned as all top donations every episode will be, and it came from Lowrider 6217. He first asked if we have an official group name. We don't, but that could be something fun to think of. We should try and do that over the next few episodes. And what are all of our thoughts on... Oh no, this can't end well.
You say, oh, don't mind if I
Joseph,
do.
relax.
My Dami mommy can visit the White House whenever she wants. The two of us could go to the bunker and do absolutely
not my
unholy
fucking
things.
bunker. You don't,
I would
Sleepy
throw
Joe.
it all away
Joseph
for 2
Robinette
minutes with my
Biden, you
psychic
control
beauty.
yourself
I
right
love
now.
you,
Oh, fuck
God
it.
of
This
War,
is hopeless.
now and
I'm cutting the
forever.
feed when I
Marry
can.
me,
See
my
you
queen.
next week,
You're
everyone.
everything I would.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome to episode 4 of President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke Edition. It's finally my turn to play and get us through the Union Cave and into Azalea Town. We'll have some good trainer battles and an encounter as well to add to our growing goated team. How are my presidential brothers doing today?
Not too bad, Bush. I spent the last few days running simulations with the team we have built up so far, and I have to say, I think we are in a really good spot right now. Our team looks great, and as long as we can keep them alive, we should be able to breeze through the next few parts of the game.
I absolutely agree with you. You guys have given me all I could ask for the first time I pick up the sticks, and this episode starts by us getting a pretty damn good hold item for the rest of the game. I'm going to give this to Compatible for now, seeing he has Sludge Bomb as his only good attack.
Attaboy, George. Damn straight we give a good item to our king. I'm telling you, once he starts really leveling up, then Compatible is going to be absolutely unstoppable. It's probably the first thing you ever did worth a damn in this Oval Office, Biden.
I think bringing Ivanka back here for dessert after our dinner date would have met that criteria already. But whatever you say, Donald.
The fuck you just say, Biden. Keep talking, and I'll turn you into Sleepy Joe with the back of my hand. Don't think I forgot about what you did last episode. Trust me, I will have my revenge for that. I'm not going to tell you when it's coming, but just know it's going to be the greatest revenge in the history of revenge acts. Trust me, nobody knows better revenge than me.
Damn it, you two, I thought we agreed off camera that we were putting the events of the last episode behind us. We all agreed it was a senior moment, and we took away Biden's Kabutops arm to ensure it would never happen again. This episode, I have to deal with the strongest trainers we've faced to this point, and I'm not trying to lose any team members today.
As long as you don't lose Compatible, we won't have a problem, George. Look at the way he's just chipping away and taking down this higher-leveled Pokemon. That's my boy. Keep it up.
I have to admit that was not what I wanted to see right there. We literally gave Compatible an item that raises the power of Sludge Bomb, and without getting the poison on the first attack, he would have lost to a first evolution Pokemon. He needs to learn a special attack and fast, or else he's going to be sitting in the relegation zone.
If you ever threaten compatible again, I swear I will turn your house into a wedding in Yemen during your presidency. I'm talking scorched earth, motherfucker. I will fuck you up.
Enough. I've had it with all three of you. Donald, Joe, Barack. I understand the stress of a Nuzlocke is real, but every episode of this, our toxicity has gone up a considerable amount. What happened to the teamwork during Pokemon Yellow? What happened to being good and wholesome friends? I want all of you to think about your actions and let me focus on these goddamn trainers. Have I made myself clear?
You're right, Bush. With election season and pressures, I don't know what I've become. Donald, those comments were uncalled for, and I'm sorry for using fury swipes on you. In fact,
Joseph, where did you get that? I took this away from you. Give it back to me right now.
it's okay, Barack. I have no intentions of harming Donald. In fact, I will make us blood brothers and do unto myself what I have done to him. I'm sorry, Trump. Oh, geez, this stings.
Joe, you fucking idiot, what have you done?
Of all the brain-dead decisions you have made, that shoots right to the top of the list. You demented zombie. Why would you do this to yourself?
Guys, I've been slashed by a kabutops in my chest a few times. It ain't my first rodeo. I've been in a few turf wars against those helix cucks and old amber assholes. It stings at first, but then adrenaline takes over. Besides, I slashed the shape of a bee on my chest so I look like I have my own logo. Like that guy from The Legend of Zorro. What was that guy's name in the movie again? I think it started with a Z or
What
something.
the fuck am I looking at right now? Is this a fucking glitch or a bad joke? I'm not laughing.
Yeah, Biden takes second priority to POTUSy. Right now, guys, this is a fucking problem. Why is there a level 15 Poliwrath in front of us? Run away, Bush.
POTUSy's dead, our starter is gone. Guys, please tell me this is a bad dream. What the fuck is happening?
Oh my god. This could literally be the end of the run right here, boys. Oh fucking shit, it knows bone meringue too, no.
Please fucking kill it, Mystery. Weeznaw.
Oh, thank fucking god it's dead. The bad man is gone. Guys, we literally could have wide it out against that thing. How the fuck is there a level 15 Pokemon right here? Our beautiful POTUSy just got kicked harder than if Ronaldo wanted to go upper 90. This is a fucking disaster. I'm such a failure.
I'm gonna look it up right now. But Bush, I know this is bad. In fact, it's really fucking bad, seeing we just lost a Pokemon with Thunderbolt and Psybeam. But you cannot beat yourself up about this. Nobody knew what was going to happen, and the fact you only let one of our teammates go down against that behemoth has to be considered a win. Just get us through this battle, and we can regroup afterwards.
Losing POTUSy is a win? In what fucking world do you live in, Barack? This wasn't Psycho or Cobra. This was fucking POTUSy, the Pokemon we set out on our journey with, the Pokemon we wanted to take all the way to Mount Silver and smack the shit out of Red with. This is a fucking disaster. What happened to all those clearly bullshit simulations you said you ran, you goddamn analytics nerd? Just restart the fucking run. My heart is broken, Barack. Broken!
I have to agree with Donald on this one. I don't see how we can come back from this. I mean, we have Mystery, yeah, and she's clearly the new captain of this team, but it just feels like my heart has been ripped out of me, and an entire extended magazine was just emptied out into it. I just don't know what else to say.
Don't you think I feel bad enough, guys? Thank you, Barack, for the kind words, but tell me what exactly would you have done differently there, guys? How was I supposed to know POTUSy would get one shot right there? Would you rather I switched and sent another lamb to the slaughter? And now I have to carry the burden of knowing I let a team member faint before anyone else and make the RIP box in the PC. Just give me a break here so I can recover and get through the rest of my session, please?
He's absolutely right, you two. Even though it was a fighting type with a fighting type move, this is all randomized. It could have just known Tail Whip for all we know. This is a shit timeline, but what's important is we live to fight another day. None of us are perfect here. And odds are all of us have at least one of our team members faint during our sessions. Show some compassion, damn it. I believe in you, George. You have incredible poise and you got fucked by the seed right there. I just looked it up, by the way. That trainer has 4 Magikarps in the normal game, and one of them is just randomly level 15, but it doesn't matter because it can only use Splash.
All right, I guess being mad isn't going to do anything except make the situation worse, so I'll take a breath and sit back in my chair. Just rebound from it, Bush, and keep the rest of the team upright so Joey can take on Team Rocket in a good spot next episode. To change the subject, Joe, I do respect you Sigma-slashering yourself for me. That was very honorable, and I accept your gesture of forgiveness. Consider the revenge tour canceled.
I'm just going to give everyone one final look at our first Pokemon in Johto. I'm sorry it had to come to this, Potosi. I promise I will avenge your death, and it will not be in vain. When we defeat Red, you will be there in spirit, and just know that we loved you. Farewell, Potosi. I'm just going to bring Psycho back onto the team, seeing it's the highest level in our reserves right now. I know that Shrooms and Cobra wouldn't be bad options, but with a longer cave coming up, this really isn't the time to level up. In my opinion, we need to get through as easy as possible.
Who the hell could be calling me at a time like this? Don't they know I'm busy playing Pokemon Crystal right now? There's literally nothing more important in my life right now.
Joe, you dumbass, that's the red phone, and you're the President of the United States. If you've forgotten for the 3rd time this week, pick up the damn phone. You're not even playing today.
Oh my God, fine, all right. You nag me more than Kamala sometimes. Hello, who is this? What do you want?
First off, watch your mouth when you speak to me, old man. And second, just hand the phone to Towers or put him on speaker real quick. I got a bone to pick with him.
I think you have the wrong number, buddy. This is the red phone inside the Oval Office. You know, the one from the White House.
Joe, who are you talking to? Give me the phone. Hello there, this is former and soon-to-be president again, Donald John Trump. How may I assist you today?
I said I wanted to speak to Bush. Hand him the phone before I start to get mad.
Apparently it's for you, George. I swear I've heard his voice before, but I can't put a finger on it.
Oh my God, just give me the phone. Hi, this is George W. I'm currently fighting a Zapdos right now, so can you give me the Spark Notes version? Who are you and what do you want?
You can call me the greatest showdown battler of all time, a legend of making presidents AI videos. And you know the guy who inspired you to name your starter that you just let take a dirt nap?
Dilkson, holy shit, dude, I'm such a fan. How are you doing, man? I'm sorry about Potosi. We ran into a Pokemon at a much higher level, and I didn't even have a chance.
Save your excuses, George. There's a reason you aren't playing alongside Barack, Donald, and Joe in my videos. It's because you're a liability, bro. Your reads are shit, and you straight up let Potosi faint. You guys were supposed to avenge the name after my Showdown username got taken down and you couldn't even make it 4 episodes? That's weak, bro. I felt a disturbance from my parallel universe, and I just knew it had to be you. I'm not letting you come through the speakers of my Lambo anymore. I've got a mountain to shred, so give the controller to someone who knows what they're doing. Later, loser.
George, if I'm interrupting that legendary man, I apologize, but can you please figure out how I can get his autograph? I know it's going to be a challenge seeing he's in a parallel universe, but there literally has to be a way.
I can't believe I spoke to him on the phone. This is literally the greatest day of my life. You know I drop everything I'm doing when a new episode of Presidents Play Pokemon Emerald is on. Anyone who isn't subbed to him is absolutely missing out.
I will admit I was planning an invasion on his universe when he released Melodic, but I realized if I did that we wouldn't get the finale to Emerald. I could watch that man's videos all day long, and that outro music is just chill as fuck. What did he say, George? Stop holding out on us.
He called me a liability and blamed me for the death of Potosi. I can't believe I failed Dilkson. I have to make this up to him and prove that I am a Pokemon master.
I mean, originally. I was going to blame the game, but if he says it was your fault, then I must agree with him. Do better, George. This blood is on your hands.
Gee, thanks, Barack. I mean, I just beat the legendary standing in our path, so I guess I'm on the right track, right?
I mean, nobody fainted, so I guess you're right, George. How about we cheer ourselves up, however, and dive into the donations from last episode? How about you lead it off today, Donald?
I'll do it just so you don't absolutely mess up a donation question again, Biden. Don't think I wasn't going to forget how you absolutely fumbled the bag when asked about your team if you were a gym leader. You said Tyranitar was a ground type, you low IQ Neanderthal. I was high off the perk, so I have a valid excuse for why I didn't catch it. For you two, Barack and George, you have no excuses.
I blame the devastation over not catching the goated Sabertooth legendary. That's the most valid reason possible.
Not gonna lie. I was trying to push this fat bastard into the water for what he did to Podacy. But yeah, I'm using that excuse as well. So it looks like you were actually in the best headspace to call that out, Donald. Shame on you.
Oh, blow me, George, you can't steal Obama's excuse. Anyway, let's get to the donations from last episode. We lead off with Datboy Narge, who throws us a huge 20 bones and wanted to let us know the dead Reiku made him more sad than Joe without chocolate chip ice cream. I mean, it's pretty close, and we can let Biden weigh in on that later, but I'd have to say the ice cream would make him feel worse. Also, you had a question for us saying if they had to remake a game where they combined two different regions like this game did, what two regions would it be and why? That's a tough one. But I would say my two favorite generations of Kanto and Sinnoh would be perfect to pair together. I mean, this game was pretty perfect with Kanto and Johto, but I won't just use something that already exists. Don't screw this one up now, Biden.
Jesus Christ, will you just shut up, man? Also, we have our encounter battle for the episode, so I'm gonna hold off on my response for the minute. Looks like we got a Pupitar, which in all honesty may be a middle evolution Pokemon, but sucks, since it won't evolve until endgame, meaning this is just PC fodder. I'm going to make an unpopular statement and just say knock it out, take the experience, and move on.
Looks like it might knock itself out, but that's not how we do things on this channel, Joe. We catch whoever we can and provide ourselves with as many options as possible. I will catch this Pupitar for us.
Well, maybe not on that attempt, but I do agree with George here. This thing could know Ice Beam and Flamethrower for all we know. If it does, who cares when it evolves, because it is something we would always have on our team. Don't listen to the hater George, go out and catch it.
I think I'm going to side with Biden on this one. We already know 3 of its moves, and they're all cheeks. Even Psycho is better than this thing. We have limited resources since we're financially disabled this early in the game. Don't waste anything more on it, George.
Donald actually brings up a decent point here. We don't have many resources, and money is decently hard to come by at this stage. Maybe we should just let this one go, George. Let's just hold the L on this encounter and save our Pokeballs for something better.
Nope, fuck that. I've made my mind up, and even if this asshole isn't going to be on our team, I will catch it. Come on, Moonball, I believe in you.
George, you've used all of our Pokeballs on PC fodder and taken our starter away from us. You are sincerely throwing this run down the drain. For the love of God, hand the sticks off.
See, I told you guys I would catch this thing, and I did. Another promise kept from the greatest president of all time. I'm sure this Pupitar will be a shining beacon on our team for episode. Hey, give me that back, Donald.
Yeah, Joe had a good idea of you handing off the sticks, so I'm going to make that executive decision for you. I'm naming this thing Asshole because it used up all of our Pokeballs, and it reminds me of how you're playing right now, Bush, like an asshole. Wake the fuck up and play better.
While I agree with the sentiment, Donald, maybe we shouldn't name this thing Asshole just because we want to have a respectable channel here. How about we just split the difference and name it Jackass, so we all remember how it makes us feel about this moment.
That's a fair compromise, Barack. I'll do that and then hand the sticks back to George. Next time we decide not to waste our time on a Pokemon there, Bush, you better listen up. You wasted literally every single one of our Pokeballs here on a useless Pokemon. You gotta get your head in the game.
Fine, whatever, name it what you want. Just give me back the Game Boy. I got a trainer in front of me right now, and I'll earn your trust back. How about you continue with the donation? Question, Biden.
So much happened since we started that. So can our slave editor. Put it back on the screen for me. There we go. Hey, don't you speak to me like that, you goddamn civilian. I'll declare there's oil on your property if you don't take that down right now. That's what I thought. Don't let it happen again. So the question was about which two regions should be combined. Oh, that's easy. I'd go with Kalos and Galar since they're based on European countries, and you could have a train take you between the regions just like in real life.
Jesus Christ. Biden showed the editor some slack. He spends his entire weekends and some nights after work putting these together for our channel's entertainment. Anyway, I would go with Unova and Alola, since they're both based on the greatest country in the world. You could take a plane to my hometown of Hawaii, aka Alola, and then back to the big city.
Not bad, not bad, just like that battle. But I will say Hoenn and Paldea, since they're both supposedly located on the coasts of where they are based on, so you could take a ferry between them. This was a fun question to answer, so thank you for that, Narge. Our next donation comes from none other than King Onyx, who first off congratulated us on 2,000 subscribers. Thanks, buddy, it really means a lot to all of us. He couldn't decide where in the game he thinks is best for the Dragon-type gym, but he does agree with Joe that Dark Brandon would absolutely wipe the floor with Sukuna. Onyx's guess for the egg is a Pichu. And he finally wonders what Pokemon will turn Barack and I into simps like Vaporeon and Gardevoir do for Donald and Biden. Me? I would never lose it like those two when they see a certain Pokemon. I'll never get caught lacking like that. Thank you again so much for yet another generous donation, King Onyx, and we hope you are enjoying this episode as well.
Oh, bullshit, George. I'm sure there's a Pokemon that makes you excuse yourself from Laura. I bet we'll see it at some time during this series. Anyway, our next donation comes from another regular donator in Osman Alpaslan, 152, who says that our content is what they call in Germany. Fable F, hold on, I'm going to need to consult Google Translate on this one. Hey, thanks a lot for the kind words, buddy. That means a lot, and thank you for the donation as well.
Our next donation comes from Carlton SpongeBob, aka Swagner, 5021, who throws us $5 and is sending positive energy for, oh, our encounter this episode. Yeah, send more energy next time, but thank you so much for the donation.
And last but not least, we have the largest donation in not just this episode, not just this series, but the history of the channel altogether. It comes from our boy Vegetoblu 223, who throws us an insane $50. Vegeto says he has been enjoying the series and can't wait to see what happens next. I absolutely agree with you, Vegeto. I'm sure what happens next is going to be absolutely amazing, and we're so glad you're here with us. Thank you again for your record-breaking donation.
Holy shit, that donation was almost as huge as the damage that Primeape did to Slasher. Thank you so much, Vegeto. It really does mean an awful lot. And we hope that, George, what the fuck are you doing?
George, why the fuck would you leave Slasher in there? You clearly just saw it did 23 damage with that previous double kick, and it only had 21 health points left. That was actual throwing. No other word to describe it. Are you in a secret alliance with Tucker or Bill or Putin? Your play today has been nothing short of sabotage. Show me the wire you're wearing.
Guys, I swear, I would never sabotage this team. I would never align myself with those three. I just did the math wrong in my head. I'm so sorry, Slasher. I swear I didn't mean for this to happen to you.
George, this has been bad. I mean, really bad. Tell us the truth. And I'm even going to ask you to swear on a cowboy hat for this one. Are you trying to sabotage us? And oh, of course, we could have had a Charmeleon in here. It just gets better and better.
After all we've been through, how can you ask me to do that? Yeah, give me that hat. I swear on all of Texas that I would never betray you guys. I'm just having a bad day. I know I've lost our starter and our hardest hitting physical Pokemon, but I'm just having nerves from the first time I've played a session with actual adventuring and not just a gym battle. It won't happen again, I swear.
All right, if you swear on Texas, I'll take your word for it. Joe, you've been awfully quiet over there. How are you doing, buddy?
Joe, I know Slasher was very important to you, seeing how you ran with them in prehistoric times, but it's going to be okay, man. We will get through this together. You and me, how does that sound?
Slasher, my brother, he's gone. George, you will pay for this.
Boy, you really fucked up this time, George.
Holy shit, Dark Brandon, please don't hurt me. I swear I didn't do it on purpose.
Quit your groveling, mortal. I'm not here to take what's left of your life force. I'm actually here on a mission of peace. As you know, the only reason Biden has existed since time itself is because my power has kept him upright, and I take over when he needs me, seeing he was about to do something he would deeply regret. I took over to save you, Bush. You can thank me later.
Wait, what do you mean, do something he would regret? Can you read Biden's mind?
I suppose you knowing my powers are no threat to me, so I will fill you in on that. All of Joseph's thoughts are immediately revealed to me, so when I saw that he was about to grab old Betsy, I decided it was time to intervene. Side note, you really should keep that hidden Donald.
Yeah, not a bad idea. I appreciate that advice.
As for you, Mr. Obama, I have to say, I am quite impressed with your play in the last episode. You made that Kingdra Jim your bitch, and didn't throw it all away when you ran into a legendary you couldn't catch. Not a bad job at all from you. Maybe what you said last series about you not overthinking everything and returning to your previous self is actually going to happen.
Wow. Thank you, King of Darkness and Champion of all Pokemon. Those words mean a lot, and I was definitely not lying. The old Obaminator is back, and I'm going to make both of these regions know why I am truly a trainer to be feared.
That's the right attitude to have. And I brought your play from Pokemon Yellow up to remind you all that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Barack over here was dogwater last series, and now looks like an MVP contender. George had a rough start, but don't forget he took down Giovanni and Agatha with ease. He'll be all right, just let him get going.
Why are you being so nice to me, Dark Brandon? I mean, we only met during the Indigo Plateau, and now you're out here saving my life? Is there something I'm not seeing here? What value do I have to you?
You forget that I need an alive and willing host to inhabit. I cannot partner with one that does not welcome my powers. So if Joe were to do something idiotic and get himself unalived, then I would be left to wander this land. Seeing I can take over the most powerful person in the free world, and I'm not messing that up. This run succeeding will keep Joseph in check and ensure there are no difficulties for yours truly.
What difficulties are you talking about? You're literally the King of Darkness.
Well, for starters, by having the influence of the leader of the free world, I can ensure certain things happen. You know, like making it so those fucking 49ers don't win the Super Bowl? I refuse to live in a timeline where that system bitch Brock Purdy is a Super Bowl champion. Yeah, the Chiefs can win again. I couldn't care less about them becoming the new Patriots.
Wait, so the Super Bowl literally was rigged? How could you do that to all of those people in San Francisco?
Meh, it's California. I support your decision, Brandon. Good call.
Did Joe mind that you literally took over his Instagram account just to flaunt that you could influence the Super Bowl and not care who thinks otherwise?
He did, and he wouldn't stop crying about, oh my God, the election this, and Roger Goodell won't stop calling me that. But a staffer brought him his hourly ice cream cone, and he forgot all about it, so no big deal.
Before you go, Dark Brandon, I do just have one other question for you. If you don't mind, since you told us you saw the last episode, what are your thoughts on people talking about if you battled Sukuna? Would you wipe the floor with him?
Sukuna, yeah, I've heard of him. He actually is quite powerful, if I'm being honest with you, even if his host is a spineless know-it-all nerd who couldn't exist without him.
Not to be rude, but it literally is just me from a parallel universe. I don't think I'm just a know-it-all nerd. So are you saying he would defeat you?
Nah, he'd lose.
Jesus Christ, George, I know that Dark Brandon just ended Sukuna's life, but you gotta still focus on the game. That was compatible. That nearly fainted you, jackass. I am so fucking close to forgetting everything Dark Brandon just said and getting old Betsy myself.
Yeah, I was somewhere in the background losing my mind over that play of words. If only this Crobat was our encounter in here, because it was already a level 10 and that drill, Peck hits hard. It must have a pretty high attack stat, so let's keep that in our memory banks for later.
Cotton Spore is actually a pretty good find right there. We could probably keep that until endgame to throw on someone to ensure a victory against the Elite Four or Red or something.
I don't even want to hear about late game right now. If we keep playing like we did today, then endgame is going to be against Whitney in a few episodes at most. We had a great start, but we really have to dial in. If we're going to have any chance at winning this thing, Dark Brandon better be right about you, Bush. I'm not having my channel tarnished by losing a Nuzlocke.
Don't you worry, Donald. By the time this is over, I'll have the fewest amount of fainted Pokemon on this run. Of course, it was heartbreaking to lose who we lost, but now that I have a chip on my shoulder, there's no stopping me.
Just make sure you don't waste our encounter here, seeing we have nothing to catch it with George. Make it into Azalea Town, and then we can sign off for today, and Joe can deal with the Rockets. Who knows? Maybe we'll even have time for the gym next episode, too.
Oh. Oh man, that was a good nap. Did somebody say my name? And what about a gym next episode?
That wasn't a nap, dumbass. Dark Brandon took over when you were about to Betsy George over here.
He got in my way again. Damn that King of Darkness always interfering with my plans.
Hey, Biden, I'm really sorry about Slasher again, man. I never meant for it to happen. And while you may be pissed at me right now, I promise to earn back your trust during my next turn. I swear I'll make it up to you.
I know you will, George. It just hurts a lot in the moment to see a former brother go down like that. Farewell, Slasher. Your memory, no matter how short on this series, will not be forgotten. The baton will be passed from you and Potosi and carry on your legacy.
That was really beautiful, Sleepy Joe. Didn't think you had it in you? With that, everyone, I think that brings us to the conclusion of episode 4. Next week, Biden falls down a well and maybe fights a gym if we have some time. Thank you to all of you who stayed to the end.
Our community Discord Pokeforce 1 that we share with Dilksan, 327, Game Producer 6, Pokemon Presidents Discommel, and now featuring Uvox just went over 300 members. And if you haven't joined yet, please do so in the description below to be connected to the GOATs of this genre of videos. We will see you next week.
Sorry to all the Potosi and Slasher fans out there, and thank you again to everyone who donated to us last episode who were featured today. We can't wait to see you next week.
Dark Brandon won't get in my way if you do that again, George.
I'm sorry, what now?
Oh man, what an amazing party that was, Donnie. You weren't kidding about your nightclub and everything that happens inside of it.
I would never lie about the gold standard, Joey. My series of underground nightclubs are truly the pinnacle of high society. Thanks again for driving. If I were to get pulled over, it would definitely just add yet another trial to my calendar.
Least I could do for you, buddy. It was a great idea to get away from it all after Bush's play today. I can't believe we made it to episode 5 after he lost Potosi and Slasher. Hopefully he figures it out because I'm getting too old to ride this team for another playthrough.
Forget another playthrough. You sound like you can't even stay awake for the rest of this car ride. Do we need to stop at a gas station or the nearest Secret Service phone booth to get you some pills? But don't worry about Bush. He'll be just fine. It was just one bad episode, and I'm sure he'll be a pillar of our team. And I'll take over being the group MVP. Don't you worry about it. Is there anything I can't do? I think not.
Maybe I should share some of those pills with you too, Donald, because you don't sound so great either. Welcome to the Getting Up There in Age Club, buddy. Your AREP membership card, month's supply of oatmeal and daily pill case membership package is in the mail.
It's not my age, you Nimrod. It's the 12 straight shots of Jack I did off that hot lady's chest. I'm still a spry young.
Holy shit, Joe, we're under attack. Drive.
Oh my God, what's going on?
До свидания.
Hello? Yes, this is Barack. Oh my God, Donald and Joe, it just can't be.
Who is it, Barack? Tell me, man.
Just give me a fucking second, George. I'm sorry about that. Please continue. I see. Thank you. Please make sure they get through this. I'm counting on you, Doctor.
So what's the word? Are Donald and Joe going to be all right?
I really do hope so, George. Apparently they were the victim of an attack by some unknown entity. The doctor said they were trying to mouth out who did it, but they were in no condition to do so. Based on the doctor's prognosis, it could be nearly a year until they're out of the hospital. He said best case scenario at the end of the election cycle, but I'm just not sure. All I do know is that we won't be able to see those guys for a while.
This is just, it's heartbreaking. Poor Donald and Joey. Who could ever do this to two of the best friends we have? It was even going to be Biden's turn at Crystal today.
I guess Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal's going to have to be postponed for a while. I don't see any other way around this.
Well, I do have one idea.
Save your breath, George. Those bastards over at 11 Labs won't even let us use Biden and Trump's voices. We can't even use AI versions of them. And all the other sites have garbage quality. Where else are we going to find other presidents who play Pokemon I know there's Bill, but we're not exactly on good terms with him right now.
Hear me out, Barack. And if I tell you this, you have to swear to secrecy. This cannot leave the Oval Office.
Whatever, George. Just tell me.
Okay, then. When I told you before you started playing Pokemon Yellow that I got a job, that was true. The simulation played off your memory of that. That job was down at Area 51, where we have begun the process to clone the most important figures of American history. From presidents to athletes to everywhere in between. My job was to speak with the clones to bring them up to speed of everything that has happened in the world since their passing. The ones that couldn't handle everything and went crazy. I had to put down, but a few of them actually were able to adapt and function in this day and age.
So what you're telling me is that you think you have two presidents that can take the place of Joe and Donald.
Nobody will ever be able to take their place, Barack. Those two are irreplaceable, but we have a responsibility to continue this mission, not just for us, not just for our YouTube community, but for them. Those two would keep the torch lit for us, and we need to do the same. We have to conquer this challenge for them, and we can't let anyone or any site get in our way. Are you with me, Barack?
You're right. When we defeat Red at the top of Mount Silver, we'll do it with a chocolate chip ice cream cone in one hand and a Trump steak in the other. We finish this for them.
Well then, let's get to work.
All right then, George, I've made all the preparations you asked for here to ensure nobody can see who will be with us today. Who is going to be helping us complete this game?
Looks like everything is in order. Sound blockers, film on the glass so nobody can see inside. Excellent. All right then, Barack. So the two best candidates from the project are who I have brought here today. Please welcome the man who oversaw the end of World War II. Mr. Harry Truman, and the man who put us on the moon, Mr. John F. Kennedy.
Holy shit, this must be a dream. Mr. Presidents, it is an absolute honor to meet you.
The honor is all mine, Mr. Obama. Our friend George here educated me on how you handle your business abroad, and it's always nice to see my teachings didn't go unheard.
If you don't mind me asking, why are there so many ice cream cones lying around in here?
Don't worry about that, John. But anyway, how much has George told you about Pokemon? It's going to be so much fun doing this run with you.
Poke your mom? What did you just say? What the fuck are you creeps doing in 2024?
Did you say we're going for a run? Oh man, I didn't bring my running shoes. I'm afraid I'm going to have to sit this one out, friends.
George, have you told them anything about Pokemon?
Oh my God, that's right. I knew I was forgetting something. No big deal, Barry. They'll adapt.
Where are my goddamn pens? All right then. Since George didn't even introduce you to the game, he's apparently hoping you master in 12 seconds. I guess I'll play today's episode, then throw it off to George before you two start your playthrough. Basically, guys, the point of this game is to defeat all of the trainers in your way with captured creatures, each with their own abilities. If at any time they lose all of their health points, we can't use them anymore. That's usually not how the game works, but we wanted to challenge ourselves. I assume there will be plenty of questions, so feel free to ask away when the time comes.
Barack, as a fellow Democrat, I'm disappointed in you. Slavery was abolished. I'm not capturing anyone against their will. Or did the times change? Is slavery back?
No, John. Slavery isn't back, and it never will be. This is just a game. These creatures aren't real. Think of them as pets you're adopting. And the adoption process has a lot less paperwork since you just hurl highly advanced spheres at them that will hold them inside until you send them into battle.
I assume this is one of those battles you're speaking of? I see you have some unicorn burning to death fighting a broom without the stick on the other end.
Honestly, all of that was pretty on point, except for the fact that our Rapidash over here isn't burning to death. It actually just always has flames coming off it. And that other Pokemon is called a Swinub. It's a cute little ice type. We used a fire type move on it because fire is strong against ice. You guys should probably be writing all of this down.
Barack, they might honestly just learn better by... Holy shit! Look, it's Arnold. Our boy has come back to us. I miss him so much.
That behemoth's name is Arnold? That's a strange name for some purple mini Godzilla. But if that's what you kids like today, I won't question it.
I'm starting to think even they don't know what they're talking about, John, because it looks like its name is Nido King, I think. That seems like a better name, but why are you guys freaking out about it? Your purple baseball is making mincemeat of it.
So before we started playing this game, we played a different Pokemon game and had this guy on our team. We named it Arnold after an actor in a movie, and he delivered the final blow for us to become champions of Kanto.
Kanto, you mean like in Japan? Are you in line with those? I thought Oppenheimer finished them off years ago. There are traitors in the office, John. Let's get them.
Whoa, whoa, hold up there, Harry. First off, you can't say that anymore. It's just Japanese people now. But yes, in all these games, they model the regions off places in real life. The war is over, just take a breath and put down the chair.
Mr. Truman, things have changed in the past 80 years. In fact, Japan is now one of our closest allies. Now I need you to please calm down and not let the front page of the newspaper tomorrow say zombie president assaults 2 current presidents. Also, it's time for us to hopefully catch a Pokemon. You see, every time we enter a new area, we can catch the first Pokemon we see, and this time it's a Hitmontop. Not a bad Pokemon, but not someone that should make an immediate impact on our team.
How you say it now? Japanese people are our allies? Put me back. I don't want to live in this crazy and confusing world anymore.
Now, just hold on one second, Harry. I know there's a lot of changes, and things aren't like they were back in our time, but let's just give this a chance. Personally, I'm having fun watching things like this baby bird fighting a gymnast. I think we might actually like this millennium. Have you tried these new things called smartphones? They're like the regular phone, you can put it in your pocket and play games like Among Us and Genshin Impact. George let me use his on the way over here.
Is playing video games all you kids do today?
I mean, we also watch videos of people playing the games as well.
People have videos of them playing these games. Why would anybody ever watch that? Why wouldn't they just play the games themselves? Are you just going to ignore me now because you see the logic behind my points?
Sorry, Harry, we weren't ignoring you. We were just focused on the game and seeing if we would capture the Hitmontop. But people upload these videos because the people who watch donate the money sometimes, and they build awesome communities.
Wait, we can get money for uploading videos of us playing this silly game? Well, hold on a minute there. Now you're speaking my language. What am I supposed to speak into this large black oval? Ahem. Hello, my fellow Americans. This is President Harry Truman. Today I am along with 3 fellow United States presidents, and we are playing this game with odd creatures. Okay. Now where's the money I have made?
It doesn't work like that. Truman, you see, people actually have to watch the videos and give us donations if they like our content. And we don't get the money given to us instantly. But if we work hard enough, then we can get a steady stream of income eventually. And look at that, guys, we caught the Hitmontop. Since he's upside down, I'll name him Aussie. And I think we have an open spot in the party so we can check out his stats immediately.
I think I only remember seeing Skull Bash and Dream Eater. So he would actually be pretty useless right now unless he had other moves. And yeah, unfortunately it looks like those are his only 2 moves. But the stats don't look too bad if we ever decide to level it up fast and with solid special attack and defense. Nice job, Barack.
Hey, wait a minute, where did Kennedy go? I looked over at his chair since he hasn't been talking for a while and he's gone.
I think I remember him grabbing that rectangle with the screen and walking off to the bathroom when you guys were telling me I don't get paid instantly for my appearance.
Oh my God, you don't think he could be?
Now that is what I'm talking about, guys. You're never going to believe it. I used my negotiation skills to convince this person that I was not the imposter and I won a game of Among Us. This game is great.
Oh, that's a relief. I thought you were doing something else. But John, we're playing Pokemon right now. I'll tell you what, if you wait until we're done playing, we can all play Among Us together. Sound good?
You're darn tootin', that sounds like a great idea. I want to be the blue guy and wear that dapper-looking suit.
Sorry to interrupt your talk of even more childish games, but can we get back to the money? Have we made any of it yet?
Well, no, Harry. We haven't even uploaded our gameplay or edited the video yet. But I'll tell you what. We can go over the donations we received from the last video we uploaded. I'm going to give you the first one here. What you have to do is read the name of the person who donated, read their comment, answer any questions they had if they had any, and then thank them. Try this first one.
While we start reading our donations, I'm going to go for our encounter in the Ilex Forest before we take on Team Rocket in the well. You got this, Truman.
Oh, well, all right then. This donation comes from King Onyx. Oh, my king is watching us. I wonder from what country. I must do all I can to uphold foreign relations right now.
Onyx might be a king, but unfortunately not the ruler of any country. On these websites, you can pick a name that you're identified by so you don't give out too much of your own personal information.
Also, sorry again to interrupt you, Truman, but this is a sick encounter right here. It evolves in just a few levels, so we gotta grind it up to 10 and see what we get.
How do you gentlemen expect to get any more of these donations if you keep interrupting me? It's almost as if you have no money sense whatsoever.
Good job capturing a cocoon in a ball, I think. Is this a good thing?
Yes, it is, John. In fact, I think I'm going to cut to when it evolves right after I name it. I'll go with Viridian because that's the forest where you usually catch a kakuna. I hope this evolves into a pinseer.
Cut to when it evolves. Are you suggesting you're going to cut open this cocoon and there will be a butterfly inside of it? I'm sorry, Mr. Obama, but I don't believe you have a strong grasp on the life cycle of a bug. You have to wait until it reaches a certain age and then it will emerge from its cocoon when it's fully ready.
No, Harry, that's not what I meant. Here, just watch this.
Hold your fucking horses just a minute. How did we warp from a forest in the dead of night to battling another Aussie? You're a witch, Barack. Quick, John and George, get your torches and pitchforks. We must eliminate the witch.
Truman, he's just being meta. He's not a witch. It's just an editing strategy to save time in the video.
No, wait. I think he has a point, George. That's just impossible, I tell you. Also, I just noticed. Do you see these strange faces pop up of us when we talk? It's blatant witchcraft. Good thing Jackie told me to keep a switchblade on me at all times.
Barack, I can't hold them back. We gotta go. Also a coughing? Really? That's lame. We already have one.
More important matters right now, George. Activate Oval Office Defense Protocol Delta Romeo Oscar November Echo.
Let's just never talk about that chapter in our lives ever again.
Yeah, that was not ideal having to eliminate 2 former United States presidents, even if they were clones. I guess this new world was just too much for them at the end of the day.
So we're right back to where we started. Just the 2 of us. Now who are we going to call to take the place of Joe and Donald?
Listen, while we were disposing of the clones, I might have made a phone call.
Really? To who?
Now, I know what you're going to say, but before we started filming Crystal, I had some talks with him and truly tried to understand his villain arc. I honestly now believe he was absolutely crushed when he didn't get to play with us, and he felt like he was removed instantly as a mistake when we brought in Black Hawk.
You want to bring in Clinton to play with us after everything he did to you guys?
According to NSA surveillance, he was cleared of absolutely any wrongdoing in terms of kidnapping us. That was solely on Putin and Tucker. Vlad just brought in Bill and used his anger to try and beat us in a Pokemon battle. I mean, think about it, George. Bill used to always come to our Netflix sleepovers back when I became president. It was the 4 of us with you, Bill, Biden and I. And when Donald came around, we pretty much just dumped him. It's not right, and I'm making the executive decision here. Bill, you can come in now.
Barack, George, how are you gents doing today?
How am I doing today? Oh, I don't know, Bill. Maybe the slightest bit depressed that 2 of my best friends are in a hospital, and I can't do anything for them except hope they come back through that door. How are you doing?
George, don't do this. Please just believe what I'm telling you. I know it doesn't look great on paper, but we were great friends once, and we can be again.
Obama, do you have Stockholm Syndrome or some shit? You were kidnapped under the streets of Moscow, and Bill was willing to battle you to keep you there forever.
Listen, George, I'm man enough to admit when I've made mistakes. You don't know what it's like to be cast away from your group because your wife made you choose between her and your friends when she ran against Donald in 2016. I lost the 3 best friends I ever had, and then, just when Sleepy Joe had one of his good memories creep back to the front of his mind, and to name Pidgey after me, I had that one moment of joy taken away from me half an episode later. A man can only take so much, George. I watched every episode of Presidents play Pokemon Yellow, trying to hold back the tears that we still don't hang out together anymore. Please just give me a chance to show that I not only can help you complete this challenge, but also that I am still the same Bill you hung out with for almost 20 years.
You listen to me, and you listen good, partner. If I ever see you communicating with Putin, Tucker, or anybody with motives to bring harm to my friends, you'll get some Texas justice. Is that clear?
More clear than a beldam's body, George.
Seeing I don't know any other presidents that could actually help us with this. Pull up a chair, Bill, and let's get to work.
Thank you, George. Trust me, I wouldn't put any of us in harm's way either. But we can trust Bill.
There's something I have to tell you, though. I haven't come empty-handed today, and I need to know what you guys think about this.
What the hell are you talking about? Spit it out.
I think I have Dark Brandon with me.
Bill, I know we're trying to be friends again, but you can't joke about something like that. Dark Brandon isn't just a friend, but he's literally the king of darkness, and I'm not prepared to fuck around with that.
I knew this was a fucking mistake. Where's old Betsy?
He's not joking, George. Hold your fire.
Dark Brandon, how is this possible?
Long story short, despite Joseph's weakened condition, I was able to speak out to Bill in his dreams last night. I convinced him to allow me to possess his body as a willing host until I find one of my own. It works for me because I can roam while Joseph is incapacitated, and I can confirm to you that Bill has no evil intentions towards you. Now I think it would also be wrong if I didn't offer my services to you in this run since you're down half the team. If you can find me a host that I can control constantly, then I will help you beat this Nuzlocke.
Dark Brandon, do you see those bodies over there? Those are clones of former United States presidents as part of a secret area. 51 program to bring back the dead. The bodies were made in a lab, and believe it or not, Biden has one here of himself that he didn't even know about. Would you be able to inhabit it?
I suppose I can try. Let me see it.
Activate Oval Office safe code Tango Oscar Whiskey Echo Romeo Sierra.
Damn, that's an unfortunate code they gave you.
Punishment for coming in last in fantasy football 1 year. But anyway, here it is, Dark Brandon. Impossible to tell the difference between the real Biden. Give it a shot.
May the darkness flow from one vessel to another.
Did it work, Mighty King of Darkness?
I believe it has, but my powers are weakened. As this is not a human body, I'm only able to inhabit it and do not have my full arsenal of darkness. As frustrating as it is, this will have to do for now.
Holy shit, that's a feeling and a half. Just how powerful are you, Dark Brandon?
My power knows no bounds, Bill. When my life force left you, your body had to adjust to having to only being supported by your mortal essence, which normally is fine, but now feels minuscule without me. Don't worry, that will fade soon.
Geez, I sure hope so. You described it perfectly. I feel like I'm about to keel over.
Let me get you some water, buddy. If Dark Brandon truly saw your inner thoughts and saw no harm, that's all I need for validation. I trust you, Bill, and welcome to the team.
Thanks, George. It does mean a lot.
Well then, now that we're all friends and Dark Brandon has a host, how about we get back to the action as we try to finish up Team Rocket at the bottom of this well. We have a few more trainers, and then we have the encounter down here as well.
I trust you can finish this off with no issue, Barack. Despite George losing Potosi and Slasher last episode, I've been hearing some good things about Cobra, who has had a chance to join this team. He even learned Sacred Fire, which could prove very useful.
I'm still mortified about my performance last episode, but it really is good to know we have some quality reserves this early on. Oh, wait a minute. I almost forgot we were doing donations earlier before shit hit the fan. We got to get back to that.
Allow me to lead it off, George. I see your list over here, and it looks like you guys were leading off with King Onyx. He thinks you deserve the benefit of the doubt, George seeing you're just getting started. And he's happy that Dark Brandon spared your life, Bush. I think we got a really strong group over here, so I don't see this run falling apart anytime soon either. Thanks again for the $10, buddy.
Yeah, I couldn't let Joseph take out George right there. Our next donation comes from Raymond, 670. He's pouring one out for the boys. He also hopes they find peace among light. Now I think darkness is the way to go, but I might be a bit biased. Thank you again for the donation.
Cobra is the perfect matchup for these Jengars right now, and he's getting some decent experience too. Next up, we have another regular donator in Osman Alpaslan 152, who wants us to never stop uploading Pokemon content. You know the drill, buddy. All gas, no brakes. We ain't going anywhere. Thank you again for your support.
And one trainer to go until we get these rockets out of Azalea Town. We shift our attention to our next donator, who is Logan Levesque, 7,988, who is looking forward to Donald's transformation. Right now, he needs his time to rest, but I'm sure we'll see his true strength when he returns. Also, he's giving you the Will Smith treatment, Barack. Sabrina is apparently with Logan. And finally, he thinks Dark Brandon should be renamed Darth Brandon. Thank you so much for the donation, buddy.
Dark Brandon is the name I have been bestowed by the Shadows, so that will remain. Sorry about that, Logan. Well, shit, that's a decent level, Kingdra. Barack, be careful. Remember, it has a dangerous hyper beam.
Cobra has been kicking ass and taking names, so I think we can tank one of those hyper beams, no problem. God fucking damn it. Are you kidding me? How the fuck did it just one shot? This is absolute bullshit. How could I lose a party member this early? Fuck.
Your hubris was your downfall there, Barack. You have to respect your opponent more, or that's going to happen on the regular. That's a bad loss. Especially seeing it had an incredibly strong fire and ice type move, along with a really good ground type move as well. Shake it off and refocus before this becomes a disaster situation.
You got a break there with the psych up. It's almost down now, Barack. Finish this off.
2 more psychics should do the trick. I just don't know if I should switch now with the damage from this acid. I can't fuck this up. Just breathe, Barack, you got this.
I believe you would live through a hyper beam, so just stay the course and let Mystery wrap this up. Not a good battle for sure, but at the same time you would have switched another party member into that hyper beam, so we can't get that upset. Just take the win. Let's move on and refocus going forward. You still will have an encounter in this well, which could end up being a really good replacement as well.
I suppose he's right, but I saw your play from episode 3, Barack. You looked like your old self, and you were before that battle as well. Don't change a thing and stay strong. We need you at your best if we're going to win this thing. We believe in you.
Well, if it isn't Kurt the Deadbeat. Bro pulled a Grandpa and Willy Wonka and came to the rescue immediately after the battle is done. We really could have used him to be a shield for that hyper beam.
It is what it is. I just want to try and go 3 for 3 in my encounters this episode, just so I can be a positive 2 in terms of party members at the end of the day. But in the meantime, we do have our top donator of last episode, and it's none other than Dat Boy Narge. He throws us 20 bones and some sick bars about his beatdown of Fraud Kuna. His question is, what evil team would we take charge of, and what would we do different? Well, I'm a Gen 1er at heart, so I'd have to say Team Rocket, and I would have caved in the trainer after the encounter in Mount Moon. That would have eliminated that threat.
Before I get to mine, F's in chat to Cobra, everyone. We're going to put him in the rip box before we head back to the well. You did all you could, buddy, and we thank you for your efforts. This is a strange question because we are kind of saying we have to do whatever it takes to take out a kid, seeing that's the biggest reason the teams fail. But anyway, I'll go with Team Galactic, and I would have used the Galactic Bomb more strategically to, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, probably a good idea to leave it at that, George. I'm going to go with Team Plasma. Maybe if they weren't so concerned with the whole liberation of Pokemon nonsense, I would have set all efforts to taking over the region. That might have made a difference.
It couldn't have hurt, and that's for damn sure. Thanks for leaving me the easy one, guys, because I'm going with Team Aqua and Magma. Maybe I would have, I don't know, got the right fucking orbs and not focused on destroying the region with floods or drought, and used the legendary to defeat anyone in their path. Archie and Maxie were 2 actual dumbasses.
Yeah, that might have been a good idea, Brandon. Anyway, it's finally time for our last encounter. It really would be a good time to get our first catchable legendary since we've seen a bunch of them so far.
Watch us actually find a Slowpoke in here. Wouldn't that be hilarious?
The randomizer better not do us dirty like that. And I guess it would be better than the nothing we're getting right now. Come on out, new party member.
I'm just going to try using our new fishing rod since walking isn't really doing anything for us. I have a feeling there's a Ho-Oh in here.
I'm not sensing any legendaries down here, but best of luck, Barack.
Legendary coming right up, Dark Brandon. Witness my skills.
If you gents will excuse me, I have some lottery tickets to purchase.
Well, I'm definitely witnessing that skill, Obama. But it turns out it's just an issue. That's one hell of a legendary you fished up.
I don't want to talk about it. I'm just going to catch it and leave it at that.
At least you made a good call bringing out Psycho, so it shouldn't overpower this slowpoke. Its defense leaves a lot to be desired, however. I mean, it could evolve into a heavy hitter, so only time will tell.
Karate Chop and Ember aren't bad moves. It has some decent coverage, and its level means it can hop right into the party with no issues either. Maybe it's not the worst Pokemon, despite, you know, it being a shitty Pokemon.
2 fire-type moves is a little redundant, but at least we know we can get rid of one when we get a new move. That's more than low enough, so time to catch this thing.
Nice job, Barack. What are you thinking for a name?
I mean, it's the perfect meme. And I think after the events of everything that happened, we need something to smile. I'm going to name this one after Biden and name it Sleepy Joe. Hopefully, it can grow up and be a true titan of our team. We love you, buddy!
As we take a look at its stats, that's going to be it for today's episode, everyone. I know we've had some changes, but we promise you we're going to do all we can to continue to bring you quality entertainment. And holy shit, this thing is the opposite of Sleepy. Look at that speed stat. Just better hope it doesn't get hit by a physical attack. Have a great week, everyone. We will see you next Thursday.
Brandon and I might not be Trump and Joey, but we promise to carry on for them and win this one for them. Be sure to lend us your energy and help us get over the finish line. We'll see you next week, everyone.
Know that when we find whoever did this to Joseph and Donald, they will spend the rest of their time wandering through the eternal darkness. They will pay for their sins. Be good, everyone.
We love you, Joe and Donald. This series is dedicated to you. We will not fail.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer, Nuzlocke Episode 6. It's going to be my turn today before we kick it off to the 2 new kids on the team. The goal today is to get our second gym badge and then take down our rival before heading off to Goldenrod City. How are you guys doing today?
Call me the new kid one more time, and you'll never see the light of day ever again. That is when I have my full powers back again, of course. Anyway, looks like there's no question about what this gym is unlike in Violet City. We've got the water-type gym up next.
So what you're saying is, there's a chance we run into yet another Kingdra, or potentially even the Poliwrath, which took out Podacy and Slasher. My PTSD is not ready for that. The randomizer can't keep getting away with this.
Take a breath, Jesse. We haven't run into either of those Pokemon. Let's just take every battle as it goes. And hopefully we don't run into either of those home-wrecking bastards.
Bill's got the right idea here. I mean, if Psycho can take out a Seeking without taking any damage, then maybe this is going to be a great episode. We just have to believe and keep the vibes in a good place. Also, let's not forget that our best Pokemon mystery knows Mega Drain. We have the perfect counter for this gym right now.
That actually is a good point. And the gym leader's name is Bugsy. There's a 0% chance this run dies to a trainer named Bugsy, right? Why are you guys silent? Say right.
I mean, I'm not playing right now, so I'll make no guarantees. You've lost 3 Pokemon in the last 2 episodes, and if this gym does have a Poliwrath or Kingdra, there's no guarantee we walk out of here alive. You need to dial in like when we battled the Elite Four in Yellow, because water types have been the cause of every fainted Pokemon.
Brandon's not wrong, but I have faith in you, George. I think you've already been punched in the mouth, so you're ready for everything. You got through this first battle with no problem, and only a few more to go before the gym leader. Stay strong, and keep leveling up the weaker members of our team.
Yeah, I absolutely will keep doing that. It just sucks that Sludge Bomb is a physical attack in this game, because if it was the special attack it is today, our boy Compatible would be an absolute killing machine with that goated special attack stat. Every time he levels up, we get a little closer to getting that type of move potentially.
Hopefully the move we get from Bugsy after we kick his ass is a water-type move. But what I would like to do is pivot to some channel news and then get into our donations from episode 5, and even one from our channel update video. First off, speaking of our channel update video, our editor has announced there will be a contest to design the new profile picture for this channel. To enter, you simply have to join the Poke Force, one Discord which, to be honest, if you haven't already, you're missing out on the best AI Presidents Pokemon content.
It's about time he realized that Fall Guys is a dead game and he's ready to have a real picture. Anyway, once you join and design your image, you can post it in the new PFP contest channel under our editors category and in the days following episode 7. And before episode 8, he will release a video showcasing all of the entries, the top 3, and then the ultimate winner. All entries must be in an 800 by 800 pixel format. May the best artist win.
The link to join the Discord is in the description below, and we can't wait to see all of the amazing entries. I've heard the editor would like something with the name of the channel, and have something to do with either Presidents, Pokemon, or both.
Good luck to everybody who enters. And second, after it being suggested by a few members of the community, we have launched a Ko-Fi page for all channel donations going forward. Since YouTube takes about 30% of the revenue of donations and Ko-Fi does not. For anybody that donates, we would prefer you donate through there, but if you want to do so on YouTube, we totally understand. All donations will be displayed on the episodes regardless where you donate. In addition, Ko-Fi also allows for monthly memberships. For anybody that signs up for those, you will get a special shout out at the end of every video. Link is in the description below.
And last but not least, Ko-Fi also allows for us to have a shop, so we're putting up a poll after this episode on our community tab to see if you all would be interested in merchandise like t-shirts. If there is interest, our editor will buy a heat press and make some shirt designs, so be sure to vote in it after watching this video.
Now that all your shameless plugs are done, let's give thanks to everyone who donated to us in episode 5, and the donation in that channel. Update video as well. We started off with the legendary King Onyx, who throws us another $10 and is pleased to see we aren't quitting despite Stalin's best efforts. Onyx clearly is a cultured mortal, as he is pleased I am joining this run. The one thing is that Donald and Joseph are not in the rip box. They're recovering and will be back as soon as they can. Thank you again for yet another donation.
I mean, Onyx was also happy that I get to have a redemption arc, but I guess it's all right you glossed over that since everyone saw it on screen. Anyway, our next shout-out goes to Xylaramsay, 7,748, who threw us a $2 donation on both the most recent episode and in the channel update video, thanking us and throwing plenty of love our way. Thank you again, Xyler.
And finally, our biggest donator of episode 5 was Osman Al-Paslan 152, who threw us 30 British people money and expressed how much he misses Joe and Donald. But yes, buddy, we are back and uploads will be regular again. Thank you so much, Osman. Enjoy the pin, and we're so happy to have you here.
Back to the episode now. It looks like you're doing a good job in these battles so far. George, first 2 trainers down, no problem, and looking good to start the 3rd one. I knew it was just a blip on the radar with you, that one episode. And I don't expect to see you lose any more Pokemon for a long time.
While one was a definite skill issue while I was coping over the loss of our starter, I definitely have to chalk the other one down to bad luck, and I'm just grateful we survived with no other damage. But yeah, everything is going really good in here so far. While we have seen a lot of final evolution Pokemon, they haven't had the best moves, and my strategy has been taking me the rest of the way. If it keeps up like this, we'll have no issues and be ready for your next episode. Oh, wait a minute. That's right.
What are you talking about, George? Did you pull a Biden and get hit with a touch of the dementia? I'm sure his pills are around here somewhere. Help me look, guys.
No, it's not that, you jackass. It actually has to do with you and Dark Brandon. I know Obama and I decided we would get the next 2 episodes after the incident, but who's going to go next between you guys in episode 7?
Well, it obviously should be me, since I'm the greatest Pokemon player in history. You should want me to get as many attempts as possible and get me in the game right away. If anything, I'm a little offended I wasn't offered to play today, but if you want to make mistakes, then so be it.
Hold on a second there, Dark Brandon. I'm no slouch either. Pokemon flows through my veins like marinara sauce flows through an Italian's body. My knowledge and ability is up there with anybody else, and I think I should get to play next.
William, you made it to the final of your local regional playing the trading card game. Your experience and knowledge in the video games leave a lot to be desired. Yesterday when you were playing Showdown, you used your Terra on the first turn thinking it was great strategy, then got destroyed by some kid with the username Professor Sycamore's baby daddy. So please just sit back and let me take episode 7 so you can actually see how the game is supposed to be played.
Dude, did you actually use your Terra on the first turn? What the hell were you thinking?
Are you really going to just gloss over the fact that he lost to someone with the username Professor Sycamore's baby daddy? Bill, that's just... it's worse than your username on Showdown somehow.
Oh, give me a break. I changed my username after you criticized it in Moscow to Big Baddie Bill, so it's much better now. Also, you heard Brandon yourself last episode. His power isn't as strong as usual because he's in the body of a clone and not an actual human body. If he's not at full strength, then I should be the one to play.
First off, that name is very close to being worse. And second, even me with a fraction of my power can still 6-0 you any day of the week. I'm playing next episode.
Well, we are a democracy, so let's be fair about it. In the comments below, everyone comment who you think should play next episode and after me in the rotation going forward. Whoever gets more votes will play next episode, and the loser will get episode 8.
For anyone that doesn't vote for me, rest assured you will have nightmares for the next month straight. That is not a threat, it is a promise.
Hey, no fair. He can't use the powers of darkness to influence the vote. This one actually would be rigged.
I'm going to allow it since his powers give him an advantage in the game. Potentially so sorry about that one, Bill, but hey, you might still win.
If the viewers want a 2-term president who would definitely be the best man for the job, they know who to vote for. Also, great job getting through all these trainers with absolutely no issue at all, George. Way to go. What's your strategy for the gym leader?
You know what? I think I'm going to go with compatible to lead off. He's been an absolute warrior in this gym so far, and I'll give him his flowers by getting the chance to lead everything off. Worst case scenario, we have Mystery ready to take care of business. But with Compatible's defensive stats and speed, I'm really not worried. We just need a special move on him so badly.
I can't stop laughing how these gym leaders hype up their specific type so much before these battles, then come out with a completely different type. I know they can't do anything about it, but that doesn't make it any less funny. Take it home. George, let's do this.
Barring it has Thunderbolt, an easy obstacle to overcome right off the start. A few sludge bombs should dispose of Tracy's loser companion. No problem.
Extreme speed is definitely annoying because it did decent damage and it completely negates our probable speed advantage, but it is what it is. Sludge Bomb is doing some solid damage right here, so 2 more should take it out and then we can rest Compatible for the rest of this fight.
Cool, calm, and collected. That's what I like to see, George. Keep it up and don't let your decision-making get distracted. You're doing great.
And how about a high damage roll to take it down in only 2 shots? That's how it's done Compatible. I know a certain someone is giving you extra strength right now.
George, what the fuck are you doing sending out Psycho against a freaking Blastoise? I don't know if you're just getting cocky after that easy victory, but that behemoth can swing the tide of battle in a heartbeat.
Not getting cocky, Brandon. I just wanted to try Spike Cannon out on it to see if I can get some cheap chip away damage. Not exactly working though, so I'll switch and... Did it just use Splash?
Yeah, but it's probably just some good luck. Hopefully when you switch out here, it doesn't use too powerful of a move.
There's no way the only thing this Blastoise knows is Splash, right? Did the randomizer actually smile down upon us and bless us with this RNG?
Holy shit, I think it only knows Splash. I'll actually say right this time back to you, Barry. Of course, there was no way a trainer named Bugsy was going to end our run. I wasn't sweating at all. Thank you, Seed, for making her, I assume, Ace absolutely useless.
With how strong its defensive stats are, all I can say is wow. If this thing actually knew a water-type move or a strong physical-type move, it was GG, game over, and pack it in. Breathe out, everyone. Only 1 more to go, barring Bugsy completely sandbagging this entire time before using Surf.
Not going to lie, though it is pretty sad to see such a cool and strong Pokemon know only one pathetic move. I think even though it's a randomizer, They need to strip Bugsy of the title of gym leader. Almost as bad as Whitney and Claire not giving you the badge at first. To be honest, actually, when you compare the gym leaders here in Kanto, it's not even close. The worst gym leader over there is just as good as the best gym leader here.
You're not wrong there. I mean, Faulkner is there because Daddy gave him the gym. Chuck is just a knockoff Bruno, and Jasmine doesn't have that dog in her. Aside from Morty and Price, it has to be a contender for the worst gym leaders in a game.
Tell you what, everybody, while I finish off this pathetic excuse of a gym battle, we'll make this the comment question of the day. In addition to your pick for who should play next episode, also include what region has the worst gym leaders in your opinion. I think this generation should be a strong contender for the winner, but we'll see what you have to say. And we'll also talk about the results next episode.
Go with Psycho here, George. Since it learned Earthquake, it might be its only other move along with Acid Armor, and it would have no effect on Psycho. You can chip away with Spike Cannon, and maybe the confusion can do some work for us as well.
Yep, good call, Brandon. I had a feeling that Supersonic would come in handy, and it's already smacking itself around. Even though it powered up its defense, a few more hits should take it down, no problem. Hive Badge, here we come.
Spike Cannon is being a little disappointing right now, but that's to be expected. We could always switch out to get this over with a little faster, but you do, you man. And dear God, this thing is an idiot. 3 for 3 and hitting itself. Oh man, we needed a gym like this after everything that was going on. It's good to breathe and look forward to better things.
I was hoping Dig would do a little more damage, but it is what it is. It knows Psychic too, huh? You know, if we encounter one of these in the wild, we know it wouldn't be a bad catch, since it has a decent move pool and another evolution as well.
If you get hit with another Psychic, definitely need to change. George seeing a third would mean Psycho would head to the Rip Box. I know you struggle with your quick math, so just helping you out.
Gee, thanks, buddy. I messed up one time. It's not going to happen again. I'll probably just go to Sleepy Joe, seeing it has a resistance to Psychic, and it can grab some experience in the process.
It just had to use Acid Armor and delay the inevitable. Finish it up already, George. I'm getting bored over here.
Should be all good to go, Brandon. Psychic should do like 5 damage or something, and a Karate Chop will wrap it up. Or it will get a critical hit, your special defense will drop, and we need to change again to prevent it from fainting next turn. Sorry if I jinxed you right there.
Yeah, so I know who I'm voting for to play next episode after that. No more messing around, just bringing in mystery to wrap this one up. You fought until the end, Bugsy. But it was all in vain. POTUS will be claiming their second badge, and the water type, which has plagued us so far in this run, is out of the way. We're moving on, boys.
That Earthquake definitely scared me a little bit, but after realizing the level difference and Mystery's defense stat, I realized it wasn't going to be so bad. Way to exercise your demons and get us one step closer to becoming Pokemon Masters of Johto George. Now you just need to get past our rival, and we can call it an episode.
Appreciate the kind words, Barack. Definitely feeling good right now and ready to head into the battle with Tucker. It's also nice that we have a few bucks now with these trainer battles and can buy some more supplies. We're financially disabled no longer. I'll head to the Mart Pokemon Center, put Sleepy Joe at the top of the party, and then we're ready to go.
I'm sorry, but did you just say you're going to lead off a rival battle with arguably our worst Pokemon? George, you're definitely starting to get cocky right now. Lead off with Mystery, Snoop, or Compatible, so we can get off on the right foot. Don't screw up all your hard work.
I don't think that's what's happening here, Bill. After a disappointing showing in the gym, I think George is sending a message to Sleepy Joe saying earn your spot or you don't belong here anyway. I like that approach. If it faints, then it was never meant to be a member of this team. But if it wins and picks up some nice experience, then we all have some faith, and maybe we can hang on to this slowpoke until it evolves. A true trial by fire.
That's exactly my plan, Bill. Let's be honest, as this run continues, we're going to pick up some much stronger Pokemon. And they need to show they have a place on this team, or if they get immediately replaced after catching a wild Pokemon. Right now, our only 3 locked-in team members are Mystery, Compatible, and Snoop. I'm not sure what hatches from that egg, but Sleepy Joe and Psycho are liabilities at the moment. I know it's harsh, but I have to be able to make these evaluations.
It's just like Donald always said. They gotta have that dog in them. No better time to see if they do than right fucking now. We don't know what Tucker is going to throw at us, but we have our plan. Give him hell, George.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton, but I love it. You're right, in George we trust. Take down this red-haired punk.
With pleasure, Bill. Play that epic music.
A smooch'em, huh? Well, Sleepy Joe should be in prime position to take it down. We got the super effective attack, and most likely the speed advantage.
Speed advantage confirmed. Let's see if it's a one-hit wonder.
Holy shit, that was pathetic. Brace for impact here with a super effective attack on us now.
There's your answer, boys. If it can't even handle a smooch'em when it has speed advantage and a super effective move, then it wasn't deserving anyway. My only regret here is that we made the joke to name Biden after that slowpoke. I know the meme was too good to pass up right there, Obama, but I kind of feel like shit right now.
I'll repay Joe by being the first one at his bedside with some chocolate chip ice cream when he wakes up. But let's not let that distract you, George. You still have a battle to win, and I'm sure Tucker has some tricks up his sleeve.
In all honesty, this smooch'em turned out to be quite the worthy adversary. It tanked 3 super effective attacks, 1 special and 2 physical, and ended up doing some decent damage. I'm actually impressed, but now it's out of the way and on to the next one.
Real talk. Hopefully that's the last time we see that smooch'em on his team. Looks like his starter is up next. What's the plan, George?
It sucks because our starter was the perfect counter for his, and I was hoping we would have him for every battle along the way. Unfortunately, that's not the case, so I'll just bring out Mystery, knowing it has Ice Beam, which won't be very effective.
Oh shit, that's right, it does. Nice memory, George. I actually forgot what moves it had. A few psychics should do the trick. And I would assume his starter is his highest level Pokemon.
Let's also not forget going forward that it knows Sleep Powder as well. Those are actually 2 really good moves for this Pokemon to have. It may be a non-evolving bird, but in the right spots, it can be a real thorn in any trainer's side. At least those 2 Sleep Powder attempts missed, and we are on. So he has an Articuno as well. My then Tucker is no pushover, not sure where he caught one, but beating him will be even more satisfying now and provide some fantastic experience.
At least it's only level 14, but it has a psychic type move which rules out a switch to Snoop, and it's fast. This ain't ideal. At least I got the Fire Spin to hit, which will give it some damage each turn going forward. It's all about getting it to 0 any way we can at this point and using all the tricks in the bag. I'm going to use Psychic next in hopes of lowering its special defense to make this go as fast as possible while tanking these confusion attacks. Hang in there, Mystery. It's going to be a bumpy ride to the finish.
Looks like you spoke a little too soon, George, because its special defense ain't nothing to worry about. We finish it off next turn with 1 more Psychic. Way to dodge that bullet. Bush, I swear I'm not intentionally trying to jinx you right now. I didn't think that would happen.
Do me a favor and just shut the fuck up for another few minutes. God damn it, Bill, you know what? Fuck this. Mystery's got that dog in her. Finish it up.
George, don't you even fucking think about risking this. Stop it right now and switch.
Mama didn't raise no bitch. Goodbye. Good night. Game over.
George Walker Bush. That was the stupidest, riskiest display of big dick energy I've ever seen. And I fucking loved it. Holy shit, that was some fucking content. Clip that. Hang it on the wall and inject it into my veins. Let's fucking go, boys.
I'm absolutely speechless. George, you do realize the run was probably cooked if that confusion was a critical hit, or if we hit ourselves in confusion, right? What were you thinking? That was incredibly stupid and not like you at all.
You know what, Barack? After everything that's happened over the past few weeks and after watching 2 of our party members go down last time I played, I just looked at Mystery and knew, you ain't going down, partner. Mystery is the GOAT. We ride Mystery to Mount Silver. How's that for a mic drop? I'll see you next week, everyone.
Well, shit. Even I didn't see that side of George in him. I guess we follow him out and say, have a great week, everyone.
Looks like that's the plan. Don't forget to enter the profile picture contest and comment below your vote for who plays next week and respond to our comment question. See you next week, everyone.
Am I in another fucking simulation? I still don't know what the fuck just happened.
Good afternoon, YouTube, and welcome to episode 7 of Presidents. Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Oh man, I've waited a long time to say that, and it feels amazing. Thank you to everyone who voted for me in the comments of last week's episode and choosing me to be next in the lineup. Today, our goal is to get through the Ilex Forest, beat a bunch of trainers, and maybe even add a new party member along the way. What's up with you gents today?
Just remember, William, they chose you for this episode so I could take down Whitney next week. I'm the better trainer and everyone knows it. Just play your role and don't screw everything up, all right?
Now, Brandon, let's not be salty here. It was a very close vote. You had a crazy surge in the last few days, our editor was counting, and you only ended up losing 20 to 18. I'm sure you'll do a fantastic job next episode, but let's not downplay what Bill has to do today. He has a lot of trainers to face, and with us losing team members faster than Lance Armstrong, riding a bike around France. He has a very important encounter for us this episode. We need as many Pokemon on the team as possible. You got this, Bill? Show us what you're made of.
George is right, Brandon. We're all going to get our chance to shine, but today is Bill's. Also, I'm going to be the salty one because do you see these wild Pokemon so far in this episode? When I played, I got a freaking Kakuna, and today we see an Azumarill and Meganium. Those would have been 2 sick final evolution Pokemon to add to our team, and we literally got stuck with a freaking Cocoon. I'm just going to blame Truman and Kennedy for that bad luck.
Whatever, I'll be supportive of Captain Unfaithful over here. But I guarantee we lose a party member inside this forest. It seems like there's going to be a million wild encounters, and I think there's a trainer. So say your goodbyes to party member number 5 in advance, gentlemen.
Dark Brandon? More like Salty Brandon. Am I right? Oh man, I'm funny. Excuse me, guys. Holy shit. It's becoming so hard to breathe.
Apologize now or you don't go home tonight.
I'm sorry, please.
Brandon, we told you no invoking the powers of darkness unless it's to help us in this run. Let him go.
You're no fun, Barack. Just remember, I may not be at my full power, but I could still overthrow this country with a flick of my wrist. Don't let it happen again, cowboy.
Oh my God, sweet oxygen. You may be slowly poisoning my body over the years, but how I missed you over the past 20 seconds. Oh man, all right, point taken, Brandon. My bad.
So, yeah, I'm still here and playing. I suppose I did just get the hidden machine for Cut, so we are able to progress to the end of this forest. Maybe we can focus on that a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good idea, Bill. Nice job not letting that far-fetched chase become a complete shit show like it does for some people sometimes. Just stay focused, and at the risk of getting force choked again. Don't worry about what Dark Brandon said. You aren't losing a Pokemon today. You're going to break the streak of 3 episodes where we've had a Pokemon faint.
I'll allow that comment for now, but you're wrong, George. The shadows have spoken to me, and the future is guaranteed.
Destiny is only what you make of it, Bill. As long as you battle the right way, we'll be just fine. Brandon will be thanking you at the end of this episode for getting him a great new teammate and having the best lineup possible for Whitney. By the way, what's your plan for leveling the team up today?
Well, seeing Psycho evolves at level 25. I think he really does have a good future on this team if we can get that evolution. We could get a crazy strong psychic Pokemon, or we could get a legendary bird even. Who knows? Because of that, I'm going to focus on getting Psycho's level to be even with the rest of the team first. And then we'll take it from there. The potential is definitely there.
Man, that sucks. That the randomizer didn't let us get headbutt right there. It's actually a crazy useful move inside and outside a battle to get wild Pokemon to drop from trees. Oh well, it's free money when we sell conversion 2 at least.
Hey, before I forget, I actually have a question for you, Brandon. Even though you're not merged with Biden right now, are you still connected with him at all? I mean, are you able to sense his life force? I've just been so worried about him and I miss him so much is all.
You humans and your emotions. But to answer your question, since I have been a part of his being for so long, I do have a connection with him. Even though I'm in this clone body, he is stabilized and he is recovering. I know things aren't the same without him here, but he absolutely will be back here when possible. I would assume the same for Donald as well. He's got a lot of fat, so he had to be well protected from that blast.
To everyone that's still here with us, we would like to thank you again for being here. We know this isn't the group you originally fell in love with, but we will do everything in our power to provide the most peak content we can offer. When Donald and Joe are out of the hospital, they will be back here. Now let's return to the game. Bill, it's your first trainer battle, so let's set the tone and knock this fool out.
No problem at all right here, George. Bro has a cocoon and a pine cone for a team. He might as well just return home and go back to school. I'm talking to you, bug catcher Mark. You ain't shit.
Looks like you went to the school of George last episode because that confidence is off the charts. That's what we love to see, Bill.
How you know it, Barack? Wrap this one up, Psycho. Take down this pathetic pine cone and...
I'm sorry, what was that about me being wrong? Don't ever doubt the shadows, you pathetic mortals. The streak lives. 5 Pokemon down in 4 episodes between the 3 of you. I'm going to have my work cut out for me with the decimation to this team you're allowing to happen.
Why the fuck did it wait for turn 3 to use Crunch? He was sandbagging, that wasn't fair. Shit, I'm sorry, Psycho. It wasn't supposed to end like this for you.
That's just the evil of the randomizer right there. It's a shame we continue to just deposit Pokemon in the rip bin every episode. But as long as you didn't lose Mystery, it's fine, I suppose. Psycho was the weakest member of the team, and you can redeem yourself right after we leave this forest. Stay strong and stay confident, Bill. We still believe in you.
I'm absolutely going to remain confident here, guys, don't worry. In fact, I guarantee an amazing encounter right here. By the power of the saxophone, I summon a future staple of this team.
How in the... This is impossible. How did a novice just will an Arcanine into existence? First the Slowpoke and now this. Who are you really, Bill? I demand answers.
I'm just the best goddamn 2-term president that ever stepped into this office. That's how. There's a reason that 20 people voted for me. And it's not that they just wanted you to face Whitney. Wild Willie in the house, motherfuckers. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an Arcanine to catch.
George mentioned the evil of the randomizer. But that's the beauty of the randomizer. And can we talk about how it knows extreme speed? That's an amazing move that can clutch us out of a bad situation. And its defense is crazy good. Just make sure you don't poison it, Bill, because we don't want its clock ticking down. You got this.
With the strength of those extreme speeds, I would assume its attack stat is pretty strong. I'm just going to bring in Mystery so we don't have to worry about the poison. I'll chip away and get it into a catchable situation. I'm leaning forward so much right now, I'm about to fall out of the damn chair. I could not be more dialed in than I am right now.
We now know all of its moves, being Extreme Speed, Substitute, Endure, and Bubble Beam. Unfortunately, it looks like its special attack is going to be way weaker than its regular attack, seeing that super effective Bubble Beam basically did nothing. Just catch it before some critical hit nonsense happens, Bill. You'll have my respect if you get that done.
Might as well get that respect all wrapped up and hand it over. I'll just stick with Mega Drain so I can continue to get its health down without knocking it out.
Please just be careful, Bill. Because Mystery's health is starting to get low. A critical hit might be the end of Mystery. Even if we catch this Arcanine, it would be a loss to swap them out.
Noted, Bush. I have been watching that, but just like you, I have faith in our captain. Mystery ain't going down. And since it used Substitute right there, we didn't lose any health and I can try to catch it. Pokeball, go!
Holy shit! First try, Bill's got ice in his veins and just clutched up big time. Way to go, man. You just earned your stripes for sure right there on this team. Isn't there something you would like to say to him, Dark Brandon?
I can't believe these words are about to come out of my mouth, but... Amazing job, William. You caught a true powerhouse Pokemon. And if we protect it, then Mystery's got competition for captain of this team. Maybe those 20 people who actually voted for you to play today actually knew what they were talking about. You even chose an absolutely based name with Kirara, as I absolutely loved Inuyasha.
That means a lot, Brandon, and I accept your apology. I found my groove, and if anyone knows what the best animes are, it's me. Now that we all believe in each other, there's nothing that can stop us. I also didn't forget there's an egg ahead of us, so we'll be able to have 2 eggs on the team now. One of them should be about to hatch, though. We've been waiting for that forever now, it feels like.
Damn, Bill, if I knew that letting Psycho faint would unlock your true potential. I would have had Mystery take out that baby bird a lot earlier than that Pinecone did. Just make sure you stay safe because we have 2 team members at low health right now.
I'm just so anxious to see our new boy's stats right now. Quit with the delay and let's take a look, Bill. Well, how about this? Carrara is a defensive tank. Both its regular and special defenses are sky high, and that speed stat is also nothing to scoff at. I mean, I wish the special attack would be higher if we get a fire-type move, but I wouldn't risk a reroll on that. You did real good today, Bill.
Just need to make sure I dodge these trainers because I want nothing to do with them right now. I'll take care of them later.
Holy fuck, it's the Destroyer, it's the Homewrecker, it's Polyrath. Bill, get the fuck out of here right now. This is not a goddamn drill. Run.
I've already run away, Bush. Don't worry about it. The bad man is gone. I was hoping we wouldn't see another one of those either. But we got out of there unscathed. Let's just take a breath and get the egg from the daycare couple.
Damn, Bush, that Polyrath had you shitting your pants worse than a newborn baby. Do you need a tissue as well?
Well, excuse me for coming face to face with death and losing our starter in the process. I just need a moment. Give me a second.
It's all right, George. I bet either of those 2 would be the same if they were playing that episode as well. Hey, tell you what I think I know what will cheer you up. It's your favorite thing we used to do back in Pokemon Yellow.
Curb stomping Giovanni and Agatha into the ground like it was nothing?
I meant your second favorite thing, my bad.
What could anybody enjoy more than the satisfaction of doing that? Spit it out, Obama.
It's only one of the trademarks of this channel and something we haven't done yet in this playthrough. It's a montage, boys. Let's kick it back to the good old days. We got a ton of trainer battles in a short time to get there. Start that music, editor. It's montage time.
Oh, hell yeah, Barack, this is my jam.
Rich girl Leo can go cry to her attendants.
There's only one boss, and it's me, Zoe.
What was I even upset about again?
These trainers ain't shit compared to Big Baddie Bill.
A nerd being randomized to a strongman is peak randomizer.
I thought I already had this conversation with Zoe. Step off, Rachel.
Looks like they didn't get the message, Brandon.
I am Bill. I am the chosen one. Oh man, you were right about that montage hitting the spot, Obama. I've never had so much fun playing this game before. Oh shit, the first egg is finally hatching.
Please be a Mewtwo. Please be a Mewtwo.
Well, that's not a fucking Mewtwo. It actually looks like a worthless bat that we spent how many episodes carrying around again? Just release it.
I got the perfect nickname for this one too. I believe it completely sums up the shared emotion between all of us right now. Oh well, I guess we'll check its stats to see if it actually has a good move.
Well, it does have Flamethrower, which is a really good move. Don't release it. Just put it in the PC, and if we ever decide to try to use it, we give it a shot. But for now, that is definitely a letdown to say the least.
While it may not be good news, we do have a big positive here, guys. We finally made it to Goldenrod City. We can spend the rest of this episode checking out the department store and seeing all the randomized items in there, playing in the game corner and touring the radio tower.
Did you say game corner? Oh my God, how could I forget the game corner was in this city? Let's fucking go, boys. Time to win big and take home all the prizes. Let's fucking go. Hurry up or I'm calling in the drones.
George, you idiot. We literally met the other day to go over the game plan for Goldenrod City. We had to avoid letting this addict remember what was here and distract him with all of the other sights in this city.
Yeah, that's on me, guys. I completely messed that one up and I apologize. But the good news is we have all 3 of us and we can monitor Obama while setting strict limits for him.
Obama want gambling. Obama want gambling. Game corner now. Bet, 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 bet.
Jesus Christ, Barack, shut the hell up. We'll go to the stupid game corner, but first we're going to the department store. We can't let your addicted ass blow all of our money. We're going to buy everything we need with the money we made during the montage, and then we'll give you like 50 or 100 coins to play with.
50 or 100? Bill, I'm a playa baby. I need that cash so I can hit it big at the VIP tables and drop some bands on some premium champagne for all the shawties.
Barack, what the hell are you talking about? It's literally a one-room building and they don't even serve drinks. This isn't Vegas. Now I will admit, though it is important we go there, because the prize Pokemon are randomized and we could get anything there. We definitely have to go at some point, but you aren't blowing all the funds we've needed for so long.
Barack, I thought you were going to classes to work on your addiction. I thought you were on the path to recovery. I am actually quite surprised and disappointed in you. Your willpower is slacking.
Listen, you can't just quit something cold turkey. I just need a little taste, boys, just a little taste. Hook me up, Wild Willie.
Don't you go calling me Wild Willie right now. And if you would look at the screen, you could see that I spent most of our money already on great balls, since they've been made available to us right now. How about instead of begging like a sad Growlithe, you start reading off our donations from last episode, and soon enough, we'll be at the game corner all right.
Fine, whatever. I need some enabler friends. Now, in terms of donations, this episode, they all came from Ko-Fi over the past week, so I want to tell all of you how these donations will be displayed. Since they aren't on YouTube and we want everyone to see the generosity of our community, we will be, of course, showing the donations in video still, but our editor will also put your exact comment and donation in the YouTube videos for all to see. Let's start it off with the first ever donation we got on Ko-Fi, and it comes from Matthew H. 6,781. It was the, at the time, biggest donation in channel history, and he is glad that we listened to him to set up this account, and hopes this goes a long way in supporting the channel. You don't even know how important this is for us, Matt. Thank you so much for your kind words and donation.
The editor just thought of the idea to copy-paste the message from a Ko-Fi donation into a YouTube comment as he was editing this video. So they will be up on the most recent video as soon as he gets them going forward. Our next donation comes from the one and only King Onyx. He throws us another $10, and we appreciate you taking our request to heart, as we don't like seeing about half of your donations going to YouTube. Thank you so much for yet another donation, buddy.
Before I get to the last donation, I just wanted to say we got absolutely shafted with the attacks we can purchase in this department store. But at least I'm still able to load up on lemonades, seeing they are the best pound-for-pound healing item in the game, in terms of cost and healing amount. Our final donation that will be pinned to episode 6, and sets the new record for largest donation in channel history, goes to Neo Venom Strike, who throws us a Benjamin, and we couldn't be happier to see we make your day when a new video comes out. You and all the donators today absolutely made our days to see this amazing support, and we couldn't thank you more.
That's fine. I didn't want to thank anybody for their generosity anyway. It's so wholesome and not dark. Anyway, there are two other announcements that the editor is telling me I have to say. First off, do not forget submissions for the new profile picture contest in the channel will be closed this Saturday, March 23rd at noon Eastern Time. To enter, join the PokeForce 1 Discord in the description below, and then submit your entry in an 800 by 800 format in the new PFP contest channel in our editors category. All entries will be featured in a special video where the winner is unveiled. And finally, we asked all of you if you wanted us to start selling some merch for this channel. It was an overwhelming result for yes, so we are in the process of finding a quality heat press so we can get shirts and hoodies out to you on our soon-to-be shop on Ko-Fi. Oh God, I hate being nice. Thank you for all your support. I'm going to go puke now.
Well done with that, Reed Brandon. And as you can see, Obama, we're finally at the game corner, and I'll keep my promise to let you play a little. Let's just check out the prizes first to see if anything is worthwhile.
If you can will an Arcanine into existence, I'm going to use my gambling skills to will a God tier prize into existence. Witness my power.
Holy fucking shit, he actually did it. The power of gambling is real. We can bring Me Too back to the team with only 100 freaking coins. I'm with Obama. We need to gamble, gamble, gamble. Let's fucking go, boys.
Are you mortals actually stronger than I can detect? How do you keep performing these miracles? I'll be absolutely damned. It looks like we can't purchase Starmie outright, but if we can double our initial investment, we can add it to the team before the gym battle. It will definitely be a welcomed new member to this team, seeing how me too absolutely made the Elite Four its bitch in Pokemon Yellow.
Seeing you got enough coins to add Drone to the team in Pokemon Yellow, I'll let you take control of the game right here, Barack. Play whatever your heart desires and get us up to 100 coins. Are you going to go to your slots? Or are you thinking of the new flip card game introduced in Generation 2?
Oh my God. Holy shit, these machines are so shiny and beautiful. I wish I could just take them all home with me. Hey, this is my true heaven. I know my old love in the slot machines will always be there for me. But there are some times you have to take the brand new cold drink instead of the warm one you've had for a while. Let's play some card flip.
Have I made a mistake?
What the fuck, Bill? That card was easily going to be the Pikachu 1 card and win us enough coins for Starmie in one shot. You've soiled the good Broadway CJ97 name. Soiled it, soiled it, soiled it, soiled it.
Yeah, I think you've definitely made a mistake, Bill. You should have been the one who played and not let Barack indulge in his demons. We all know that when he loses bets, he always blames everyone around him.
George, shut the
and
fuck
not
up.
himself.
It's your fault I just lost that one. If you could have just shut your dirty Texan mouth, I wouldn't have slipped and not hit down one more time for the obvious oddish. 5 card? Come the fuck on, man. Do you even want Starmie? I guess not. For fuck's sake, man. Oh, hell yeah, baby. That's a big dub. A big fucking dub. Barry O is in the house, bitches. It's winning time now.
Obama, the next card is going to be Pikachu 4. Your play is straight up embarrassing and you just lost your mind over 9 freaking coins. Just choose it so we can be done.
Why didn't you listen to Dark Brandon Barack? He literally just told you what it was going to be.
Oh, it was a lucky fucking guess. Do it again if you're truly so great, Brandon.
Pikachu 1.
It won't be, but I'll choose what section the answer will be in to cover my bases.
He was right again, Barack. Please just listen to Dark Brandon.
Excuse me, you mean I was right again? I'm only 41 coins away now. I'm on a hot streak and I can't be stopped.
You listen to me, you non-believing heathen. I'll tell you the answer one more time. This next card after the one you just chose is Jigglypuff 1. I'm not helping you again after this. All right, that's it. You're a fool and you can lose all of our money now. I don't need Starmie to beat Whitney because I'm that good. You just do your thing and I'll be ready when it's time to leave.
Yeah, okay, Brandon, get lucky a few times and you think you have the powers of darkness or some shit. Just sit back and watch me go on this hot streak now. Damn it. Bullshit. This is so fucking rigged.
It's like Donnie never left us.
Oh, go fuck yourself. Fuck you, flip card. Nobody ever even liked you. 13 is an unlucky number anyway. I knew that one would lose.
I guess 44 is as well.
I heard that towers. This is fine, this is fine. Lucky number 7, the streak starts now.
I'll give you the answer if you want.
I don't need your fucking powers. I'll do this myself.
Poliwag 4.
Son of a gulpin' guzzling, T-fant squirting, slacking sucking, Firo fucking little bitch of a barboach. This was the most rigged fucking bullshit I've ever seen, and I refuse to take this as the result. I demand to speak with the manager of this horseshit establishment immediately. Fuck the Goldenrod Game Corner. Eat my ass.
I'm just going to take the controller back and I'll just go through the parts of the radio tower we can actually go through at this part of the game.
My innocence has been stolen from me. I cannot believe the words I just heard. Wow.
I've been around since the dawn of time, and even I never foresaw those words put together in that exact sequence before. Did you say a T-fant squirting? Bro literally got so mad he mixed a pal from Pal World into his rage. I definitely thought that sussy boy from Ireland would have said something along the lines of squirted like a T-fant before this channel did, but I guess that happened.
The game was rigged. It is what it is, and I'll just leave it at that. I would never lose that many times in a row otherwise. I'm sorry the Game Corner blew your opportunity of being able to use Starmie next episode, Brandon. But we can always just spend 2,000 Poké Dollars to get one after we get our profits from the gym.
I literally told you the answer 4 times, you dense fuck. Don't even think of blaming the you-know-what. It's not worth it. I'm not going to let some insignificant human allow me to unleash my anger over just pure ignorance. Breathe, Brandon.
Well, how about I change the subject and ask a comment question of the day before we sign off today? Since we were in the game corner, how about we ask what your favorite game was in the Pokemon games? For me, it was the roulette in Generation 3. That was just so much fun to play and admittedly lose all my money in haha.
Obviously the flip card, because my powers tell me the answer every time.
They all suck.
Oh, don't be a Debbie Downer, Barry. I'm old school, so I'm a slots man. But let us know your favorite in the comments below. This is going to do it for episode 7, however. So thank you everyone for joining us today. We can't wait to see you next week.
We smoke on that Whitney pack in episode 8. Don't miss it, folks, because Dark Brandon is finally unleashed.
Aside from losing Psycho, you did a great job today, Bill. You caught an amazing new member for the team, and you took down a bunch of trainers in that montage. I can't wait to see you play again in episode 11. Be sure to join the profile picture contest before entries close out this Saturday at noon Eastern. Bye, everyone.
Wait, hold up with the goodbyes. Are we getting another Pokemon right here? Hold on a second, boys, let's check it out.
Oh yeah, baby. Net positive in my first episode. It's going to be a beast.
Oh, never mind, it's pretty trash. Have a great week, everyone. Brandon, aren't you going to do the intro for episode 8?
Didn't plan on it. I'm not here to do some childish YouTube video. I'm here to carry on this mission for Joseph and get you one step closer to winning this challenge. But if you insist my goal today is to catch a few encounters, defeat some trainers, and expose Whitney for being a bigger fraud than Sukuna, in front of all 12 viewers your channel has. I've had enough of the 3 of you off camera being worried about, oh, she's a run killer. Oh, she's so strong. Oh, she's this and that. For real, she's nothing special. And I'm going to turn her into just another stepping stone on our path to Mount Silver.
I mean, I wasn't that worried about this episode. Don't put us on blast with that fake news, Brandon.
Is that right, Bill? Oh, shoot, my finger is slipping on the recordings I have on my phone.
I feel bad for Brandon, guys. Whitney is an absolute horror. She smacked me around with her Miltank so many times when I first played this game, and I really hope we get through here. I might have to borrow some of Biden's diapers. Do you think he has any lying around in the Oval Office?
Next time you try to call me out, make sure you don't forget who holds the receipts, William. If anything, I'm glad you won the vote now, because based on that terror, you showed this run would definitely be coming to an end if you were playing today. But hey, at least you have to be comfy in those Pampers. If there are 3 things Joseph didn't skimp on, it was his aviators, ice cream, and diapers. I'll just tell him a staffer stole a few while he was recovering and won't rat you out.
They are quite comfortable. Biden has good taste.
All right, let's just change the subject here. So you're going for the encounters first. I see Brandon and getting a few trainers out of the way for the experience. Not a bad strategy. Hopefully we can get some top-tier compliments to what we already have now. Don't forget we also add Me Too to the party as well if everything goes according to plan this episode. When we wrap things up today, they might call us the Miami Heat, seeing we would have the next big 3 of Mystery, Carrara, and Me Too.
Our team really would be filling out nicely if Brandon keeps his word and doesn't let any of our party members faint in this episode. It would be a nice change to not visit the rip box for once. We need to keep building up the team and not just constantly replacing them. Any chance you think the egg hatches this episode as well?
I didn't make a promise last episode, Barack. It was a guarantee. I fully intend to not let anybody faint, so seeing you play next episode, I would just hope you take the lessons I teach you and help start a new streak of keeping the team alive. I will absolutely put you in the best spot possible. But to answer your other question, yeah. I don't think this egg hatches today or anytime soon based on how long it took the last egg to hatch. Can't be any worse than that Zubat we got in episode 7.
Hey, I tried my best there. Maybe there's a chance our fire-breathing bat actually makes an impact sometime in this series. You just gotta believe.
There's a better chance that fire breather. I just kicked to the curb, knocked out one of our Pokemon, then for fuck's sake ever making an impact on this team, William. It's not your fault, though. You didn't randomize the seed. I assume that was Barack who did that.
Hey, take a step back there. This seed I randomized has us with a beast of a Rapidash and Arcanine. It also gave us the opportunity of catching a legendary a few episodes ago, if we had encountered it first. And finally, we get to bring our strongest Pokemon from last season onto the team as well. This seed is absolutely goated, and a stupid egg isn't going to make it look bad in any way.
I mean, that seed did introduce us to the Grim Reaper who took our starter away from us far too soon. So it's not the best randomization if I'm being honest.
But you know what it's been over a month since that happened, so the wound is closed? Bush, you should have just switched to one of our more forgettable Pokemon and sacrificed them so the swap to mystery was still on afterwards. Don't blame my seed for your shitty play. Imagine how strong we would be if we still had Potosi. If anything, you're the Grim Reaper since your play has led to almost half of the deaths we have experienced this run.
Jesus Christ, Barack. Give the man a break. We didn't know that you defend this seed more than your policies in the Middle East. We won't ever mention it again.
You better. I'm the one who set all this up, so everything that happens can be traced back to me. And I'm not going to let anything be a bad reflection on me.
Yeah, it's not like we have your gambling addiction on film that could reflect poorly on you. Let's just all forget about that.
You just got lucky, fuck off. Don't worry about me and just worry about this encounter you're going to have to face. What's your plan, Brandon?
Well, despite you saying that Kenya was trash, I will try to use it to catch whatever we run into. Wild Pokemon are just over level 10 and I don't want to knock it out in one shot. William might have actually clutched up by randomly talking to that guard.
Might have clutched up? I beat 10 trainers, had a net positive episode in terms of catching Pokemon. And if anything, I went 3-1 by getting the egg as well. Despite Psycho meeting his demise in the Ilex Forest, I had a solid first episode. Put some respect on my name.
All things considered, Bill, you really didn't do bad. Nothing special, but not a catastrophic failure either. All right, let's see what we got here.
Something tells me you're going to cook up a 5-star meal right here, Brandon. Show us the legendary. Brandon, that's not a legendary. What is this?
You do realize it's physically impossible to influence a wild Pokemon to be a legendary, right, Bush? When Bill acted like he willed Arcanine into existence, he just got lucky. While this Pokemon isn't anything I expect we'll ever use, I'll still catch it.
Oh, come on, guys. I think Lil Shrooms is a cool addition to our team. All right, yeah, I couldn't say that with a straight face. How about instead of watching this absolute snooze fest of an encounter battle, we remind everyone of the results from our recent profile picture contest?
Good idea, Barack. Once Kenya wakes up, it should be an easy capture. If you haven't noticed already, our editor posted a video earlier this week where he announced the winner of our profile picture contest. And we even have it as our profile picture right now. A big congrats again to Alpha Wicked 2613, who provided not only our third place entry, but also our overall winning entry. We just thought this encapsulated everything this channel is about. Thank you again to everybody who entered, and congrats again, Alpha. Your work will be what everyone sees when they click on our page from now on.
That is actually some top-tier designing right there. I normally am not one to give credit, but Alpha definitely deserves some praise right there. All right, enough screwing around with this. I'll catch what Obama has deemed to be named Little Shrooms already, and get us ready for hopefully a better encounter in the park.
Nice job, Brandon. It's not the greatest capture in the world, but everyone's got to start somewhere. I think you have the perfect name for it, Obama. So even though it will live in the PC, it has to know we care about it. And maybe we're even reuniting it with its parent. I'll say this was our good deed of the day.
I hope the PC is a fun digital world for the Pokemon. That way, Shrooms and Lil Shrooms can spend all the time in the world where they are. It's totally not a digital prison where they're just called on when you need them, right? Why is it that every time I ask for help and validation, you guys turn into the ghost type and ignore me? Tell me, that the PC is a fun digital world for the Pokemon.
I mean, to be honest, I have no idea, Barack. It could be anything in there. I know most of us have seen that banned episode of Pokemon back in Season 1 with Porygon, and it didn't seem like there was much in there, but maybe there have been updates over time. Who knows?
Makes me believe this could actually be a good comment question of the video, gents. Today, we would like all of you to tell us below in the comments what you imagine happens in the PC for all of the Pokemon inside. Let us know, because to be honest, there's probably a lot of theories.
Holy mommy milkers, it's Miltank! What are the odds we encounter Whitney's Pokemon literally right before we battle her? First the Slowpoke and the Slowpoke well, and now this. Barack, you have to be hiding something. What the fuck, Dark Brandon? How could you let such a majestic Pokemon faint and not catch it? My heart is literally broken, you bastard.
The second I heard your response, I knew for the good of everybody in this room, and everybody in this series, we couldn't catch that thing. The staff here at the White House needed to dedicate an entire week to cleaning the bunker after episode 1 of this series. And we all know they would have needed a month after you went down there thinking about a Miltank. While it would have been nice to add it to our team, I weighed all the options, and this made the most sense.
That actually does check out. While you were in the bunker, Obama Donald literally threatened us with old Betsy when it came to catching compatible. Can you only imagine what would have happened with Bill? Bro would have lost all self-control. A tough decision, but I respect it.
That is so not true. Are we always just going to pretend Dark Brandon is this immaculate figure who can do no wrong? He invested time and space into catching a freaking Paras we knew wasn't going to end up on the team. It's time to face the facts. Dark Brandon messed up catching a new member of our team, and I want him to own up to it.
Did you just accuse me of making an error, William? I think you need a quick lesson on the powers of darkness, since it seems you lack education.
Where did the sun just go?
Light is gone, and only I am here to greet you. The King of Darkness doesn't play games, William. And because of this, I think you need to be sent to the Shadow Realm.
Wait, no, please, I'm sorry. Oh my God, what is this feeling? I'm fading into nothingness. Help me, guys.
Brandon, what have you done? You've gone too far this time. Bring him back right now.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. You see, gentlemen, I have done everything in my power to hold myself back. But when I get accused of making an error, that's my absolute limit. Know my name. I am Dark Brandon, King of all darkness, Lord of the underworld. All shall know my name and tremble before me. Just because you know and are friends with Joseph doesn't mean you have some special privileges with me. If I am not shown the respect I deserve, he will have friends there. That is not a threat, it is a promise.
Barack, do you think Biden had enough Pampers lying around for both Bill and I?
Let him go right now, Brandon.
Oh, really? What are you going to do if I don't, Barack?
I'll kick your ass up and down Pennsylvania Avenue and stuff you right back in Biden until he wakes up.
Well, if it isn't the overhyped and underleveled Ultra Instinct. Obama, don't you know that children's playtime is next door? Do you need me to hold your hand and show you the way?
Playtime is over, Dark Brandon. We both know, while you are in that clone body, that your power levels are severely limited. While you still have no issue dealing with a mere mortal like Bill and reading the future, you could never handle me in a one-on-one battle. Now I won't ask you again. Release Bill or I will do something that would destroy you to your very core.
Destroy me to my very core? Ooh, now you've got me intrigued, Ultra Instinct, bitch boy. What could you possibly do?
I brought this randomized seed into the world, and I can take it out as well. Now that my power level has spiked, I now know why you want to complete this run. You are honest about doing it for Joe, but you haven't made it clear that his life force is directly tied to this run. If we complete it, then he will wake up from his coma guaranteed. But if we fail, it's basically a 50-50. Now I'll say it one last time. Bring back Bill or I, Obama Hamaha. This laptop to Kingdom Come, make a move on me and you'll just wish it was only Sukuna.
You wouldn't fucking dare.
Try me, bitch.
The shadows return what was once consumed.
Oh my God, I can breathe. I'm home. Holy fucking shit, Obama. Why are you in your Ultra Instinct form?
I'll explain later. Bill and you can thank me later as well. As for you, Brandon, I have 2 more demands of you, and then I will spare your weakened form. First off, you're going to stop this whole I don't care about your channel bullshit. Either you're on this team or not. We upload these videos to YouTube, and I'm not giving you 20 episodes to have an arc about caring for this. From now on, you're going to be not only grateful to play this game with the leaders of the free world, but happy to do it as well.
And second,
you're going to admit you fucked up to Bill. You didn't read that properly and didn't plan for the critical hit. We should have a mill tank on this team right now, and we all fucking know it. Admit to Bill that you, Dark Brandon, made a misplay.
Bill, I fucked up trying to catch that mill tank. I was worried about being hit first with the paralysis that I just went for the attack. I went into the encounter with the wrong lead, and the team suffered as a result of it. I am sorry.
Oh yeah, it's no problem, Brandon. Just be more prepared next time.
Are we finished here, Barack?
While you have a very deep connection with Biden, don't forget that we do as well. We all have our reasons for playing this run, and they are all valid and legitimate. You're a member of this channel now, Dark Brandon, and it's time you started acting like it. If you go back on your word, I will transform and take you out without hesitation. Now finish up this fucking gym and get me to episode 9. You still are quite powerful since you were able to banish Bill to the Shadow Realm, speak with me, and still smack around the first of the gym trainers. You got this.
I don't know what I just witnessed, and for some reason I've never been more hyped up for playing this game at the same time.
Barack, thank you so much. I thought it was all over for me. I don't even know what to say.
You're a friend, Bill. And that's what friends do. They turn into beings of untold power to save their friends from other friends who put them in a realm of shadows.
I mean, I guess that's probably somewhere in the definition of friend in the dictionary. But still, thank you so much, man.
No thanks are needed. And are we cool? Dark Brandon? You know that wouldn't have happened unless it absolutely needed to.
Yeah, we're cool. Maybe I did have a stick up my ass and needed to actually just enjoy the time having full control I have desired for so long. Maybe playing this game with you guys can be fun and not just a rescue mission.
That's all I wanted to hear. How about you kick off our donations over this past week, Brandon?
I know we've actually used some of it to get food from this Wawa place you keep talking about, so sure, I can definitely do that. Our first donation this week came from our episode 4 through 6 movie, and it was from Game Pun Play, who says even with Stalin screwing his favorite creators that we still produce awesome content. Huh, getting praise is kinda nice, I guess. Well, thank you, Game Pun Play, for the $10 and the kind words. Of course, the series is only better with me in it, so look forward to more.
Our next donation comes from Disturbed Broski. He loves this series and is super impressed with the additions of Brandon and myself, while Donnie and Joey are recovering. We're doing all we can to continue to put out a quality product for you. And note taken on the Cyndaquil. We hope to catch one since it's your favorite. Thank you so much for the $5 and amazing words.
Breaking news, if anybody will believe it. We got a donation from King Onyx. He also donated through Ko-Fi, and for anybody who wishes to donate, we ask that you please consider donating through there as well. Since the channel doesn't get a percentage taken like with YouTube, your donation will be posted by the editor in the comments of the most recent video. So everyone will still see your generosity. Anyway, you're absolutely right, buddy. Bill straight up cooked last episode, after the Psycho incident, of course. And yeah, we're disappointed with the egg hatch, but hopefully our second egg turns out to be a winner. I think all of us are disappointed in Barack as well, but hopefully one day he'll stop being such a degenerate and learn how to gamble properly. Staying on the gambling topic. The roulette wheel is definitely a thrill, and in just a few minutes, we'll see how Brandon handles the menace known as Whitney. Thank you so much again, buddy, for all you do for this channel, and another $15.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Keeping this train rolling. Our next donation comes from Isaac Paws, 9,287. I read your reply asking for the certain pronunciation, buddy. We got you. It looks like somebody liked the Zubat hatch. But unfortunately, I don't think Flamethrower would have done much against this rock-type gym. Thank you again for the $5, my man.
And finally, our leading donator over the past week was none other than DarkFox129. He, of course, gets his comment pinned and thanks us for the great content. He is also right that you pulled a GP moment when you fumbled the bag at the game corner last week. Haha! And also, I get some more well-deserved props for not introducing you to multiple walls for your lack of faith in me. Yeah, it was tough to watch, but we move on. Thank you so much for the 20 bones and enjoy the Pinfox.
Seeing it took sending Bill to the Shadow Realm to turn into Ultra Instinct, Obama, I probably wouldn't have been able to transform until you already made me shake hands and/or faces with all of those walls. It was a rough episode, and I guess the donations were all about ragging on me. But hey, that's fine, it's whatever.
Please finish up this Cowbotops Brandon. It definitely is a long-lost relative of Slasher, and I can just see the revenge he is seeking in his eyes. Do something!
Calm down, you Texan crybaby. One more Mega Drain will send it to meet Slasher in its own version of the Rip Box. Only one more Pokemon to knock out, and then I can begin my absolute smackdown of Whitney.
What's the game plan for Whitney Brandon? Who is your lead going to be? I think you should start it off with Snoop since it knows Earthquake.
Decisions like that just show why I was chosen to play in Episode 8 and take on this gym, William. The obvious decision is to lead off with Mystery. We have more type coverage, and then when we win, we can decide who takes on her second Pokemon. In all reality, Snoop probably could do just fine, but we can definitely speedrun this easier if we lead off with Mystery. Just trust the process and learn, young Padawan.
I have to agree with Brandon on this one, Bill. Starting with your ace can help you set the tone easier, and if there are no issues, we'll be on to her last Pokemon in no time. Don't forget that Mystery has both Mega Drain and Jump Kick, which can deal with Rock-type Pokemon, so no matter what the secondary type is, we'll be set for a super effective strike.
I'm so nervous. She's been the immovable object in the road to so many trainers, but we believe in you, Brandon. Take her down.
This music makes me feel as strong as I would be if I were merged with Joe. I mean, her name is Pansy, so this is going to be a walk in the park. Watch and learn, boys. We lead off with Mega Drain and take it down in 3 turns. Whitney ain't shit.
It's still wild that the only Miltank we saw this episode was in the wild. Gotta love the randomizer. As long as you avoid the confusions with that dizzy punch attack, that 3-turn estimate should hold firm.
Don't even worry about it, Bill. My vision is clear and there is no confusion in sight. We're on our way to her final Pokemon and our 3rd badge. I hope you got your pencils out, gentlemen, because this masterclass on Pokemon only comes once a month in this series.
Can confirm your visions are as clear as you seeing what card is next at the casino. Great start, Brandon. Wrap this up. You're making a trainer that kids feared look like a weak bug catcher.
How many more times are you guys going to reference the damn game corner? We're still going to get Starmie right after this battle, so it's not like I cost us anything other than pocket change. And it looks like her second Pokemon is only a Kabuto. She saved her worst for last. Wrap this one up, Brandon.
Sorry to do this to you, baby Slasher, but it's just business. I'll do it a favor by not allowing it to perish at the hooves of Queen Mystery and allow Snoop to wrap this one up. A single Earthquake will be all it requires.
Oh, hell no, not the cursed move Kinesis. That shit just screams delaying the inevitable.
Looks like it will just be delaying the inevitable. Oh well, like I said, we just need to land one Earthquake and this battle is over. Accuracy-lowering moves are such low-tier garbage, it's the equivalent of any given card in Joey Wheeler's deck.
Whoever had Ultra Instinct, Obama, and Joey Wheeler stray on their bingo card today is straight up throwing a party. And there's that fucking Earthquake finally. It only took 4 tries. And that's all she wrote, boys. Just like you said, it only took 1. And we now have our 3rd badge. Way to go, Brandon. You've been kicking some ass this episode, and that's the perfect cap on it.
Don't say we have that 3rd badge just yet, Bill. You know that Pansy over here is a bigger crybaby than a newborn baby, so we have to walk out of the gym and come back to grab it. But I appreciate the kind words, Bill. We both have kicked ass over the last 2 episodes, and it only feels right to cap it off by adding Starmie to the team before we sign off today. You're going to have the big 3 for episode 9, Obama. Don't mess it up.
It's going to be pretty hard to mess that up if I'm being honest with you, Brandon. We really should be proud of the team we have built so far, and to have half of an endgame team, after only 8 episodes is truly spectacular. I promise not to fumble the bag if you guys can do the same.
I can definitely promise to keep them all alive, partner. And while we have a second, I would just like to drop a quick channel announcement for everyone. The donations you send to us every episode do not just go into the editor's pocket or into a Wawa cash register, but they do go right back into this channel. A few days ago, our editor took the $200 in donations from the previous week and used them to buy this brand new heat press. It will be used to make shirts and hoodies for you all to purchase. It also has the ability to make hats, so we will experiment with that as well. The editor is currently toying with a few designs, and we will have an update on the store soon. Thank you, everyone, for making this possible. You truly are the best community we could ever ask for.
Some of the designs we are currently toying with is something that says, "Believe in Blackhawk," one about Dark Brandon being better than Sukuna, and at least something else Pokemon Yellow related. Our editor is making all the designs himself and can't use actual Pokemon, so bear with us until we have some designs we are truly proud of.
A shirt about me being better than Fraud Kuna? I'll take 7 each in a different color, so I have one for each day of the week. Fuck yeah, man. And speaking of being hyped, how about us getting Crunch from Whitney just a second ago? Unfortunately, we can't teach it to anyone right now that would really benefit from it, so I'm just going to keep it in our bag until we can really put it on someone who would dominate with it.
Good call there. It wouldn't make any sense putting it on compatible, so saving it is never a bad option. But moving on to our last order of business today, it's finally time to bring Me 2 back home and where it belongs. It's been 8 long episodes without our purple powerhouse, and this reunion is going to be so sweet. I don't even want to play any slots. I just want Starmie.
Wow, that's how you really know you're serious about something if you don't even want to gamble. That's amazing to hear, Obama. But we're going to sign off right after we get Starmie, so I'll get my goodbye in now. Thank you for stopping by, everyone. We appreciate all the continued support, especially to all of you who entered the profile picture contest.
Don't forget to answer this week's comment question regarding the PC, and if you haven't already, please join the Pokeforce. One Discord in the link below to be connected with us, and all of the best in AI Presidents Pokemon content. We'll see you next week, everyone.
Come to Papa Starmie. I've been waiting all episode for this. It's time to turn you into another ruthless, unaliving machine that will this time not only take Kanto, but also Johto by storm.
It's truly beautiful. Thank you for joining us today, everyone. It's my turn next week again as we head to Ikrutik City. We can't wait to see you there. Oh, and Brandon, no hard feelings about this episode. I hope we can use our powers for only taking down this game from here on out.
You did what you had to do, Barack. If it meant me having a development arc in 5 minutes or less, then I don't blame you. We're going all the way, and this moveset only makes it better. Drill Peck, a healing move, Iron Tail, and a busted attack stat at level 5. See you next week, everyone. Dark Brandon signing off.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to a very special playthrough of Pokemon Crystal. Today I have with me my 3 good friends, George Bush, Bill Clinton, and Dark Brandon. What's up, boys?
Good evening, boyos.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's your boy, Billy McBlowy.
Okay then.
I'm very sorry, gentlemen, but I believe I drifted into an alternate universe this morning, and am not with my actual presidents. If you'll just excuse me.
April Fool's, Dark Brandon. You're in the right universe. We were just messing with you, buddy.
How dare you attempt to make a fool out of me? I'll send you into a dark void followed by eating any dreams you... No, wait, that's right. It's not that serious. Sorry, still adjusting.
Damn! Even nicer version of Dark Brandon is still terrifying, but you have to admit, Brandon, it was pretty funny.
I suppose it wasn't that bad. In the end, I'm just happy not to be in Sussy Universe 6. Because if I remember correct, that's where Fraud Kuna is, and I'm not trying to get blood all over that Biden's Oval Office. I would guess that cleaning staff is pretty overworked as well.
Yeah, that's the correct universe, and real fast, everybody, if you don't know who we're talking about, it's our boy game producer 6, who created the Amazing Presidents Play Pokemon Sapphire series and is now working on the Infinite Fusion Saga as well. He's about to hit 10,000 subs, so we just wanted to shout out that Irish furry. Throw him a sub if you haven't already and help him reach the point we hope to reach one day as well.
Now that we've got the April Fool's joke and wholesomeness out of the way, welcome everybody to episode 9 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. It's going to be an important episode today as I fight the rest of the trainers on Route 3537 and in the National Park in an attempt to level up our team so Bush can take on Morty and attempt to win our 4th badge next episode. In addition, we might be able to buff up the team even further, as I will have 3 encounter battles, and who knows, maybe even the egg will hatch too. Get yourself a snack, a drink, or hell, even both, because it's going to be a fun one today, everyone.
It will be fun as long as you can keep everybody on this team alive, Barack. I hope you use the lessons I taught you last episode when it comes to keeping the entire team alive, and that we can start a new streak of no new additions to the RIP box. Our community can only take so much.
Worry not, Brandon. I had a small lapse of judgment in my last session, and it will not carry over to this episode. I'm cool, calm, and collected, and focused on getting to Ekrutik City, as well as 3 new teammates. Seeing we already have our big 3 of Mystery Carrara and now me too. We can really set the stage for something special if all my encounters go the right way. The first one will be the static encounter, which will be level 20 already. And the next 2 won't be too far behind either. This is potentially a huge team-building moment for us.
Seeing how this seed works, we'll probably encounter a Sudowoodo, but not at the tree. Just watch.
You're probably right, Bill. I mean, we got a Slowpoke in the Slowpoke well and encountered the Miltank before we battled Whitney. Either that, or we run into Morty's Jengar. It's insane how the Pokemon we're supposed to see have always just ended up there anyway. I gotta hand that to you, Obama. This seed is pretty cool in that regard.
To be honest with you, at first I really wasn't the biggest fan of it because I wanted to play a randomizer to see something different. But upon thinking about it more, it is really nice to see the callbacks to what made these games so special today. And that's why we play these old school games here. To show the younger generation that didn't start with these games that they are pretty damn cool despite the graphics. Everyone should play the classics. It's a rite of passage.
That's something we can agree on. Call me whatever you want, but all the kids today talking about Terra this and Mega Evolutions that. It's all a gimmick and an attempt to spice up a series that just needs the proper care put into each game. The early games didn't need a regional gimmick because they were perfect as is.
How about we make this our comment question of the day, everyone? And please try to answer without any bias. What Pokemon games did you like best? Give us your favorite generation of games and why. Was it the Pokemon, the story, or as Dark Brandon said, the gimmick of the region? Let us know in the comments below and our editor will try his best to respond to every single one of you.
My favorite was Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Seeing if Team Aqua and Magma were going to succeed in their goals. Using the legendaries really had me on the edge of my seat. Sure, it didn't work out for them in the end, but that was some peak storytelling that Emerald put a nice bow on.
Not a bad choice, but that series needed Emerald to bring it all together. Now you want to talk a finished product storyline-wise, you need to look no further than right here in the story of Gold, Silver, and Crystal. It had everything from the only 2 regions at the time to Giovanni's son rebelling against Team Rocket. 16 badges, the Elite Four, and the greatest trainer of all time. Game Freak really outdid themselves here.
I'm gonna go red, blue, yellow myself. The iconic gym leaders, and then it all came together by turning the remake into the anime. Nobody who grew up in the 90s could resist.
Ain't no way you 3 left Gen 4 on the table. Great storyline with Team Galactic, awesome map, and the opportunity to catch legendaries from other games. Oh, and come on! The Distortion world was so fucking cool and the first 3D moment in the franchise, but you all did pick fantastic games and avoided the dumpster fire, also known as Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. The games from the 90s and 2000s literally ran better than games from 2023.
It's a complete display of the video game industry's switch from wanting quality to instead just wanting to throw anything out there every year to just make a buck. Oh man, this didn't happen when I was in office. It all went downhill in your presidency, Barack.
I'd love to talk shit about video games in your presidency, but that's pretty much impossible since Pokemon, the Nintendo 64, and the PlayStation 1 all came out. But don't blame me for the decline of the video game industry, Bill. That was out of my control. And to be honest, the decline took off in Donald's term, but that's a topic for another day. Anyway, please let us know your favorite series of Pokemon games, and we promise we won't bite. That is unless you choose Scarlet and Violet.
Barack, are you feeling all right? Sounds like you got a frog in your throat, buddy.
It's the strangest thing. All of a sudden, I just feel sick. Not sure why, but the show must go on, right? I can't just leave in the middle of recording and quit when the going gets tough, right?
Have you been spending too much time around our editor? I heard he had got COVID recently, and if you're spreading it in the Oval Office, I'll make you regret it. I can't afford to get sick right now because Monica and I have a hot date tonight at Buffalo Wild Wings.
You're still seeing Monica? I thought that ended a long time ago. What about Hillary Bro?
The divorce papers are all but signed. I can't be married to someone who actually lost a presidential election. She ruined the perfect record of the family. There's no worry of Monica ever running for president, so the Clinton name will be back to 2. And also Hillary hates B-dubs. She's always saying, "Oh, Bill, do you really need that 9th tall Miller Lite? Oh, the wings are too spicy." And of course, the one I hate the most. Bill, can you stop watching the game and pay attention to me? Talk about nagging, am I right? Why are you guys doing the thing we usually do to Obama when he asks for validation? Don't go silent on me, men. I have a right to unholy amounts of cheap beer and hot wings while watching a sporting event of 2 teams I don't even care about.
Should I have left him in the Shadow Realm last episode? Starting to think I shouldn't have given in to your demands so easily, Barack.
Honestly, it's not sounding like the worst idea right now.
Oh, please. So you're telling me none of you guys have never drank to the point at a Buffalo Wild Wings, where you got up on the table and ripped your shirt off because your team lost a game? I literally did that 3 times this past season for my Razorbacks.
I mean, I can't lie. I've done it once or twice for the Rangers.
You're really not helping Bush. But I will at least end this with saying I do agree with you on Buffalo Wild Wings being a true American institution, and if Hillary doesn't like it, then that is grounds for divorce in my book. Just maybe make sure you call an Uber in the future.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, Barack, when are you gonna let me too spread its wings? Our boy is ready to fly and become the almighty destroyer of the land again. You're holding him back.
You can't just rush these things, Bill. One small mistake or miscalculation, and we could lose the future hardest hitter we got. I'm not going to risk battling a Pokemon 5 levels higher despite us having Drill Peck, which might scramble those eggs in one shot. Just give the Switch leveling some time, and eventually me too will be at the top of the team where he belongs. Have some faith in the process.
Dilkson sounding Obama is right, Bill. If that breakfast platter over there has thunder, then you can wave bye-bye to Starmie. Did you forget that we're playing a randomizer and literally anything could happen? You better not run me two out there in a bad spot, or I'll send you right back to the Shadow Realm, and I don't think Obama would try to stop me this time.
Honestly, if anybody lets me too faint, then they should get a first-class ticket to the Shadow Realm, where the stewards are ready to kick your ass at any time.
I've got Spirit Airlines on speed dial in case that happens.
That might have actually been the funniest thing you've ever said, Bush, and I needed that laugh today, so thank you.
What's wrong, Brandon? Why did you need a laugh?
Oh, you know, just the usual. Concerned about Joseph and hoping he'll pull out of this coma. I know it's assured he wakes up if we complete this challenge, but still, he has proven to be a friend over the centuries.
Cough, cough. And also you miss having access to your full powers?
Bite me, Barack. You know I miss not being at full strength, too. You're going to get a nice battle when Joseph returns, you hear me?
Hopefully you have a day planner or something, because your schedule is filling up. Brandon, first you have to battle Sukuna sometime, and then you have to battle Ultra Instinct Obama at some time. How are you going to have time for all of this? Especially when you reunite with Joe and can't have all of the time in the day again?
Oh, for once you're actually right. William, I might need to hire a secretary, or get someone in your Discord to keep track of my schedule. Can you make a channel in there for applications? Qualifications must not be afraid of the darkness, and willing to take a trip to the Shadow Realm here and there to check on things for me would be the biggest ones. And I suppose we can just use some of the channel donations to pay for it.
We are absolutely not getting someone from our amazing community Discord to be your secretary, Dark Brandon. Those work hazards have to violate one or several hundred work safety guidelines and probably leaning towards the 700. Also, you aren't using our donation money to fund that either. That goes back into the channel and you know it.
Well, obviously it goes back into the channel, Barack. I mean, I am a member of the channel and I need to have my day planned out. Maybe I can get that Vox guy to do it. Or even Pokemon Presidents. Those are two of the candidates highest on my list.
You're going to be reunited with Joe when all of this happens, so he's going to be one of the players again when you need your days planned out. Sorry, Brandon, but I'm going to have to side with Barack on this one and say you can't use donation money to hire a secretary.
Okay, guys, I know this looks bad, but hear me out. Let's just say that the file corrupted. Yeah, that's perfect. That way Donald can't break out old Betsy on us. I'm gonna get the sledgehammer now and just destroy the computer. This idea is perfect.
Excuse me, but what is this us word you keep using? The proper word is you. Donald is going to break out old Betsy on you. How could you let compatible faint against a wild freaking Pokemon you couldn't even catch Barack? This easily leapfrog slasher for the second worst fainting so far.
Barack, when Donald finds out what you did, can I get that basketball you have signed by the 1996 Bulls team? I've wanted it ever since I saw it the first time I went over your house back in 2009. I think it would look great on my mantle.
Donald is never going to find out, so you're never getting that or my PSA 10 Neo Genesis Lugia. If any of you ever tell him what actually happened, I will make my final actions, taking you to the Shadow Realm with me. Is that clear?
Oh, Barack, I'm actually disappointed in you. I really had believed you were going to start a new streak of not letting any Pokemon faint. And here you are letting Donald's pride and joy be the next contestant in the gulag. Oh well, I guess it's time for us to open up betting on if you or George allow the most Pokemon to faint in this run. He does have to take on Morty next episode, so who knows, it could climb drastically there.
My question is, why did you even go into the tall grass right there, Barack? All you were trying to do was go back to Goldenrod and get the squirt bottle so you can get your static encounter there. You didn't have to fight anything, man.
To be honest with you, Bill, I have no idea why I did that. It was incredibly stupid, and because of that, we're down another party member. However, let's look at the bright side. We have 3 encounters this episode, and the first one right now. Let's start it off with a good one.
We're replacing compatible with a rat. Way to go, Barack. You've really made up for your mistake right here.
Actually, hold on, Dark Brandon. This one might not be so bad. You see, Rattata evolves at level 20, so we just need to level it up once and it gets better. Obama might actually be cooking here. You got this, bro.
Earthquake got it into red, so let's speedrun this encounter.
Nice job, Barack. Like Bush said, we just need to level it up once before it becomes something potentially really good. So that's the best comeback we could have asked for. What are you thinking for the name?
Well, I could always name it after the Pokemon that it should have been, but I think I'll just go with Tree. Instead, welcome to the Team Tree. I'm sure you'll live a long and happy life here. I can't wait to see what you become.
I hope it becomes the Miltank that Dark Brandon cost us last episode. I need another chance at that beautiful Pokemon. It's my compatible.
Yeah, if this thing becomes a Miltank, I truly hope that it faints before it levels up. I don't think the world is ready for Bill Clinton owning a Miltank. But anyway, let's check out Tree stats despite them all changing very shortly.
I'll be damned. I'm sorry about that, Barack, but it looks like you actually just caught a pretty damn good Pokemon. It's going to have an awesome stab move with Tri-Attack. It can paralyze its opponents and has really good coverage with a high critical hit move and the strongest bug-type move. Very good job. We can only hope it becomes a Snorlax so it has great base stats.
Bro, what the actual fuck is this seed? Are we actually encountering the Pokemon we were supposed to catch just seconds later? Barack, you have to tell us if you edited this seed to have a higher chance of normal encounters. This is the third time now. There's just no way.
George, there wasn't even an option on the randomizer to do that. You saw me put it on screen back in episode 1. This is just another crazy coincidence, and I have no idea how it keeps happening. I guess we're going to catch a tree after all. This encounter is a little tricky. However, since I think Earthquake would one-shot it. If I can get it into yellow, I'll just start chucking great balls at it. And if we can land the Fire Blast, that little bit of damage will do all it needs to do at this point.
Either this Sudowoodo wants to be on our team and is helping you with lowering its health, or it's an absolute idiot. Regardless, it's another team member, so I won't question it. You could have done a lot worse here.
Broke out without a shake? Yeah, it's an idiot. Doesn't exactly want to be with us, I guess. Catch it quickly, Barack. It's going to knock itself out any second now.
Hopefully we don't need to wait around for that to happen, and second time's the charm.
Second time's the charm indeed. Nice going there, Barack. Two very well-played encounters, and arguably our team is stronger now compared to when we had compatible. What are you thinking for a name?
Well, I named the Rattata after the tree, so let's name the tree after Rattata. Totally nobody watching this series will think we've gone insane with our names, right? It's a good thing we don't have to worry about that, since we're all members of the two-term club and never have to worry about winning another election again.
Yeah, that's a good thing because I'm not sure any of us could actually win another election based on our first 8. Life after you win that second term is just so easy because you know you can do whatever you want from there on out and nobody can say anything about it to you.
Speak for yourself, Bill. I'm pretty sure I could go another 2 terms right now without issue. I was a fantastic president who was loved by the public.
If you could run again, would you still be a Democrat, or would you form the drone party?
As enticing as that sounds, I would probably still be a Democrat just so I don't get votes stolen from me. But I'm going to keep that idea in my back pocket.
Don't worry about that, Barack. I would run as your vice president and ensure that everybody votes for us, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink.
Ain't no way you just self-reported yourself in 4K. Rule number 1 of being in the Oval Office, Dark Brandon. There's always somebody listening, recording you or both. Right now it is both since we're recording this for YouTube.
Yeah, whatever. Now, Barack, I know you just read what Pokemon is being sent out. We've already had 1 casualty this episode. You have to dial in and make sure it doesn't become 2.
Yeah, unfortunately did. And the last thing I wanted to see this majestic beast do was raise both. It's attack and defense. This could be bad boys. If it has a strong move, we might be on our way out.
Oh shit, now it's 2 stages. Barack, you gotta change. Carrara can barely even touch it now. We need some special attacking magic. This is getting actually terrifying.
I might be risking it all right here to switch into an attack. Please survive mystery.
Okay, we dodged a bullet right there. Fire Blast isn't even boosted, and it wouldn't do much against mystery. So I think this is the move to definitely stay in. We just have to keep chipping away.
I'm starting to think it only knows Fire Blast and Curse. The odds it hasn't used a 3rd move yet is very low. We might be dodging a bullet, everyone. Keep going, Barack. Take it down before I get proven wrong.
I initially went with the psychic attack because I wanted to lower its special defense. But I think getting a little bit of extra damage from Fire Spin is the way to go. It resists all of our best attacks, so this is just what I have to do.
I think we might have caught a break, boys. It only knows Curse and Fire Blast. It must be a relative of Whitney's Blastoise that only knew Splash. What a waste of amazing potential.
Don't punch a gift horse in the mouth, Bill. Just a few more attacks, and this run can continue. I'm not going to lie. I was really nervous for a while. I thought this run was over.
If it is sandbagging, of course, it could just breathe on us with a tackle attack and take out our entire team in 1 shot. We really need some sort of a counter to flying or psychic types in case we ever run into another one of these in the future. You know a level 41 would have some more moves.
I mean, we did have a certain Pokemon that did know Thunderbolt. But I think I said my piece about that last episode and won't open up those wounds again. But it's fine. I'm sure we'll get a good electric type move either by leveling up or if we find another Pokemon that uses those type moves. The opportunities are endless and I have full faith in what we have going here.
I appreciate that, Barack. It's in the past now, and we're on to bigger and better things. I know it's probably not the time to say it, but we definitely can upgrade on compatible. It was a special attacker that didn't know any special attacking moves. How long were we going to wait as we climbed through the levels? I'd rather have compatible available for usage, of course, but after a few more captures, it might have found itself on the bench.
Now that it looks like we're in the clear with this battle, how about we get to the donations that are definitely not going to Dark Brandon so that he can hire a secretary?
Oh, screw you, Bill. Why must you deprive me of someone who can help me with my busy schedule? Anyway, I'll kick off the donations, and our first one last episode came from Isaac Paws, 9,287. Our resident Zubat Stan wants us to put our newly hatched bat onto the team going forward. And if it faints, he'll donate us $20 more while roasting us in the process. Thank you for the donation, Isaac, but we are going to have to turn down this request. It just comes down to a lot of time leveling it up, and the team is very close to being full anyway. We do thank you for the support, and who knows, maybe there is a time we will use Zubat if a bunch of team members bite the dust. Have a great rest of your day, my friend.
Our next donation comes from the legendary King Onyx. Yeah, last episode was definitely wild, and we all couldn't be happier. The randomizer nerfed the terror of Johto as well. Get fucked, Whitney. In your response to the comment question, I think this is the best response we got, where the background you choose is the biome where the Pokemon are. That's such a cool theory. And finally, he only wants to see you get over your gambling addiction, Barack, while also wishing the editor a quick recovery from COVID. Thank you for the well wishes and the donation, Onyx. I can confirm the editor is feeling better, and he's just about back to 100%. Thank you again.
Oh yeah, that theory on the PC is definitely what I'm going to use going forward. That's such a cool theory. And finally, our leading donator from last episode comes from Gaming Police 589. He throws us a whopping 70 Canadian dollars and thanks us for everything. You're the man, Gaming Police. Enjoy your pin, and we're so glad to have amazing people like you in our community. Thank you so much.
And that is the final trainer to defeat on our way to Recruiting City. I'll get the apricots from these trees over here, heal up the team, and then catch our final encounter of this episode, so Bush has everything he needs to take down Morty and get our 4th badge.
All things considered, we really haven't had a bad episode. I know we lost compatible, but you're right, Bush. It didn't have a special attack, and it's not like we were going to wait 10 more episodes for it to get one. If Donald were here, however, I know we would be having a different conversation, but cooler heads are prevailing right now. We very well might get a great evolution out of Tree, and Sudowoodo is a good addition as well. And don't forget, you still have one more encounter, and the egg will be hatching soon. Everything is looking up, gentlemen. I'm actually optimistic despite the fact I only get to play once a month. You guys better not fuck this all up.
I really do appreciate that, Brandon. You leave a very high bar to match, and some might view it as intimidating. But I view it as a challenge, and I know if we all play at our best, there's nothing that can stop us. I'll put Tree at the top of the party to deal with our encounter, and I think it'd be a good idea to lead off the rival battle. Right after 2, maybe level up from that, if the matchups work for us.
I'm just going to throw it out there that our encounter is definitely going to be one of the legendary dogs. We always encounter something immediately nearby, and that would mean it has to be one of them, right? Bring on Ante.
Maybe it will be Suicune, since Yucine is looking for it himself. It's gonna be that or either Morty's Gengar. Come on, Obama, time to cook.
I'm definitely feeling like a major encounter is brewing. Let's see what we get.
It's the Grim Reaper. Run!
Holy fucking shit, man. Why can we never escape this incarnation of Satan? I just needed to pause the emulator for a second. Jesus Christ.
Obama, don't even fight this thing. Just run away and keep the team we have alive. I won't say a word if you don't add me a 3rd Pokemon this episode. It's fine, bro.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Obama, stop being such a pussy and just catch the damn thing. It's literally just a Poliwrath. You're all treating it like a Mewtwo or an actual legendary. Let's go already.
Easy for you to say, Dark Brandon. You're not the one face-to-face with that demon. Barry, we're here for you, buddy. Don't worry.
Or you could just take the easy way out and forfeit the challenge, you fucking peasants.
Who the hell just said that?
That would be me, you inferior America. You could use 3 pathetic presidents and an entity desperate for a permanent home. Why don't you just pack it in and give up?
Joseph Stalin? How is this even possible? You've been dead for 70 years.
That may be true. But thanks to one of your good friends, I have another chance at life. Go on, George. Why don't you tell him how it's possible?
What the hell is this zombie talking about? How could you be responsible for reanimating one of the worst people this world has ever known? He's got to be lying, right?
Unfortunately, Bill, there is truth to what he is saying.
It's another clone made in the lab, isn't it, Bush?
Yeah, it is. And it's one that I made personally. I recreated Stalin to try and understand the method to his madness to potentially provide useful intelligence to the government in regards to Russian relations. Unfortunately,
dumbass over here gave me too much freedom, and I was able to escape. And ever since I escaped, I have been on a mission to bring down this capitalism here you call our country. I began with your 2 elderly friends, and now I know the 3rd time you encountered a polyrath will be the last. Now, Mr. Obama, end this round and show the world the leaders of America are inferior trash.
Wait a minute. How did you know Polyrath is our sworn and mortal enemy?
And did you just say you began with our 2 elderly friends? What the fuck did you do to Joseph and Donald? Answer me before I rip that mustache off you.
Oh, you mean that this was a pencil accident? I am sorry, boys, but my finger slipped while traveling over Los Santos. Just harmless mistake. Nothing of value was lost that day.
You fucking monster! It was you who did that to them. I swear to God, I'll kill you.
You really think you can match the strength of this strong body, then go right ahead, big bang. But I would prefer you fall at the hands of Polyrath. You see, gentlemen, I've been keeping tabs on your little video. After I saw it take down your starter, I hacked my way into the seat and placed the one you ran from in the wild earlier, as well as this one right here. Having your run end at the hands of this type boy would be the ultimate joy to me. So please, resume the emulator, and let's get this.
There's only room for one Joseph in this Oval Office, and it ain't you, Stalin.
Donald, Joe, you're alive. I'm so fucking happy to see you, but how? How is this possible?
You can thank me for that, Mr. President. Through the power of science, all things are possible.
Can somebody fill me in? I have no idea who that guy with the half-invisible hair is.
Bill, that's Dr. Rick Sanchez, only the smartest man in the universe and my colleague over at the research facility. I asked him if he could look into creating a medicine that would bring back Joey and Donnie, and it worked. Thank you so much, Rick.
First off, it's not invisible, jackass. It's this camouflage serum I've been working on, but you might want to hold off on that thank you, George, because this medicine is only a stopgap. It's not the full solution. However, I do know what is, and you might not like it.
Guys, I feel weak. I don't know what's happening.
You just need my life force, Joseph. Give me one moment and I'll reunite with you.
Yeah, you see, that's where this gets more complicated. Dark Brandon, Joe isn't the only one who is about to feel very weak. Donald will as well. The full solution I was mentioning earlier involves you making a massive sacrifice. As you all know, Joe is normally only able to live with the life force of Dark Brandon combined with his own. But due to the damage of the accident, Donald is also going to need the same support. Dark Brandon, what I'm saying is that to keep both of these men alive, you will need to permanently split your life force so that Donald and Joe will be able to survive. I wish there was another way, but time is not on our side and you have to make a choice right now. The medicine won't last.
There's no choice to make. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I only allowed Joseph to live. Over the years, maybe I have developed a soft spot for you, Biden, and the pain you would have knowing one of your best friends is gone because of me. That's not something I'm prepared to let you have.
But Brandon, if you permanently split your life force, then you'll be a shell of your former self. You won't be you anymore.
No fucking kidding, William. That's obvious. But there are some things more important than strength and power. I can see that now. Maybe some of my long-term plans won't be able to come to fruition. but making you mortals, nay, my friends happy, I would say job well done.
Listen, I hate to be that guy, but it's now or never, Dark Brandon. These guys are about to pass over to the next life.
Barack, George, William, I don't know what's next for me, but I do know what's next for you. Completing this fucking Randomizer Nuzlocke. Catch this fucking polyrath and let it lead you to the top of Mount Silver. I believe in you.
Thank you, Dark Brandon. Maybe one day we'll see you again.
You can count on it, Ultra Instinct bitch boy. All right then, darkness within become two. Inhibit those who need it most.
God fucking damn it, Brandon, you should have gone on without me.
He was a great man, Joe. He gave up his chance to be the most powerful being in the universe just to keep us alive. We cannot throw away this gift he gave us.
I can barely feel his power inside me, but I know he's in there somewhere. Thank you, Brandon. I won't let you down.
I'm so sorry, everyone. This was all my fault. If I didn't screw up in that research lab and let Stalin get free, none of this ever would have happened. And because of it, Dark Brandon isn't in this room right now. I'm just so sorry.
You had no idea what the power of those clones were. George, you can't blame yourself. Just be happy that Joe and Donald are in this room right now.
Bill is right, George. You had no idea what you were dealing with in that lab, and you only did it to help your country. Nobody can ever hold anything against you.
Speaking of helping your country, I do have a request of you, George. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done in the research facility. I know you have your obligations here, but I ask that you please come back with me and ensure operations can go as smoothly as possible back there.
Rick, with all due respect, I can't go back there. I just feel like if I do, I'm going to screw up again, and I can't bear to imagine what would happen if that happened again.
I'll go.
Bill, what the hell are you talking about? Why would you go down there? What do you even know about the project?
To be honest with you, basically nothing, George. But at the same time, I feel like if I take your place at the lab doing good, then I can truly make up for what happened back in Moscow. It's something I would do for not just you, George, but for all of you.
Maybe he could help out Bush. He can be trusted with national security, and if you aren't in the proper headspace, then you wouldn't do me much good down there. But, Bill, just know this isn't a weekend stay. This is going to be a long commitment. You won't be able to return here for a while.
I understand. And if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. I can kill two birds with one stone by serving my country once again, and also helping out my friends. Sounds like a no-brainer to me.
Bill, I don't know what to say, other than I know all of us couldn't be happier you came back into our lives. You swooped in when we needed you most, when both Donald and Joe were attacked, and now you're doing Bush the biggest solid possible. You are a true friend. Bill Clinton.
I had no idea what to think when we walked in here and saw you at the Oval Office desk, Bill. I obviously have to watch back the most recent episodes to see exactly what happened. But it seems like you've done some really good things here.
I was ready to fire old Betsy for a second time, but I'm glad I held back. I'm sure we'll talk soon. Bill and I'm very interested to hear everything from the guys when we get a chance. But it looks to me like we have some work to do. So make some room and let's play some Pokemon fucking Crystal.
We got a long trip ahead of us, Bill. We should be heading out. Have fun, gentlemen, and I'm glad I could be of service to you.
It's been real, gentlemen. I'm going to miss you, but I'll see you soon. Be good.
He's gone, but he's off to do some great things. I just know he's going to really help this country.
He absolutely is, George, but this just feels right when we're no longer living under the reign of Stalin and we can trust in Rick. And just like Donald said, let's play some Pokemon fucking Crystal. Actually, guys, I might have forgotten where I paused the emulator. Maybe we shouldn't play some Pokemon fucking Crystal after all.
Barack Obama, you listen to me right now. I didn't shoot Joseph Stalin just to watch you be a little bitch against that fucking tadpole. Resume the emulator right now and catch the damn thing that eliminated our starter.
You're right. Okay then, here we go.
Barack, don't you think we should switch out Tree?
Well, it looks like Dark Brandon made his sacrifice in vain as Poliwrath is ready to finish the job it started. Oh wait, holy shit, you guys caught a Mewtwo? We are so barrack.
Joe, you idiot, does that sprite look like a Mewtwo? They clearly caught another Starmie and gave it the same name it had in yellow. I know you're smarter than that, bro.
Yes, Donald, we brought Starmie back as a prize from the game corner. We got blessed with that RNG. I'm going to bring Starmie in here to defend against the fighting attacks and give us a good chance to catch it.
It has Hydro Pump as well? This thing is a cheat code in the early game, seeing it has both the strongest water-type stab move and a fighting-type stab move as well. Don't forget ground coverage with Bonemerang. We really need to catch this thing. Please be Clutch Me too.
I didn't forget that Starmie has a busted defense stat. No matter what Poliwrath throws at it, we should be all right. And let's fucking go. We got the paralysis. One more Iron Tail and then I'll catch it.
As long as you actually click Iron Tail and not glare again, you pulled a Donald by fat fingering that one, Barry.
Listen here, you fat, shaming piece of shit. While I was in the coma, I actually lost a few pounds, so I feel slimmer and younger than ever. I could even run a marathon, I bet.
You know, normally I would be telling you two to shut the fuck up in a moment as tense and crucial to the run as this, but God damn it, I missed you guys so much. Just knowing you're okay makes me feel like I could do anything. And you know what I want to do most right now? Catch this damn Poliwrath. Great ball, go! Let's fucking go, boys. The bad man isn't just gone. He's on our fucking team. Hell yeah, men.
You did it, Obama. You really clutched up, and now Poliwrath is fighting on our side. What are you thinking for the name?
Since we lost our starter too soon at the hands of this powerhouse, I think I'm going to have our starter live through our new teammate. I'll name it Paulie Tussie to honor our fallen brother. Also, George, since that was supposed to end last episode, I'll kick control over to you to kick Tucker's ass.
Sounds good, Obama. I am just going to run back to the Pokemon Center so we can add Paulie Tussie to the team and sadly put Tree in the rip box. It's a shame he didn't get a chance to evolve, but I'll take what we got out of that encounter any day of the week.
It's Blackhawk, it's Blackhawk. Catch it, George. Catch it right now. I believe in Blackhawk.
Joe, I know you haven't played this game in a while, but you know we can't actually catch this Pidgeot, right? It's not the first Pokemon we saw here.
Oh shit,
it is
brace
a shame,
for impact,
though.
Arcanine. Holy fuck, that was way too close. Also, you guys caught an Arcanine as well? I'm straight up impressed, you two. I may not have been here, but this team is absolutely stacked. Alongside Compatible, this team is unstoppable. You know, speaking of that, I don't remember seeing Compatible's name when we were looking at the team earlier. Where is Compatible?
Oh, Donald, I'm so sorry, but it was Dark Brandon. Dark Brandon let him faint. I didn't have the heart to tell you, but it was definitely him and he made a massive misplay. None of us could believe it. I was ready to kick him off the team myself. It's true. Right, George?
Yeah, it was Dark Brandon. We're so sorry, Donald, but there's nothing we can do about it now, seeing he's gone. We're just going to have to rebuild, and maybe we'll find another one at some time throughout this run.
Did somebody say Build Back Better?
Nobody used your cringy fucking campaign slogan, Sleepy Joe. That motherfucking fake Dark King. No wonder he ran off to help me. He knows it's the first step on a long path to making it up to me. I ought to break out old Betsy on myself and give him what he deserves.
Donald, stop talking like a crazy person. What's done is done, and you're not going to old Betsy yourself. Now let's just focus on the rest of the game. George has a very important battle against Tucker coming up that we can't afford to not be fully focused for.
You fucking owe me, Obama. Anyway, to change the subject, let's take a look at Paulie Tussie's stats and moves. We know about Hydro Pump, Bonemerang, and Jump Kick. But wow, he also knows Slash as well. We straight up could not ask for a better moveset. I can see now why he's been hell to deal with.
As long as he doesn't get hit with a psychic or electric type attack, he's going to destroy everything in his path. Every other stat is super high. You really caught a good one here, Obama. Way better than that overhyped water fox.
What the fuck did you just say about compatible, you geriatric fossil? Take back what you said right now, or you'll wish that old Betsy is the only thing that you have to fight off today.
Oh, silly orange man, you do realize I'm reunited with Dark Brandon, right? You couldn't possibly hurt me even if I tied both hands behind my back.
Yeah, Joe, you're right. You are reunited with Dark Brandon, but it just seems like you've forgotten something.
So am I, motherfucker.
What the fuck? You're not Dark Brandon. He would never challenge me. What are you supposed to be?
You gotta be fucking kidding me. The half that split off into you took on its own persona? There's two of them now? Oh, for fuck's sake. What do you call yourself?
You can call me Dark Maga. When Brandon divided his power, he made sure that his conscience stayed with Biden, allowing me to create my own story. And let me tell you something, Joe. There's going to be a few changes around here. From now on, it's us who will be running the show. What do you think of that, old man?
Oh, that's a good one, Dark Loser, but... Nah, Wait a minute, what the fuck? Brandon, where are you? I need you, buddy.
Ha ha ha. It appears the strain of splitting his power has left him a little too weak to show himself. Well, since he's gone, let me reintroduce you to myself. I am Dark Maga, the true king of darkness, and alongside Donald, we're going to run this show. So if you'll excuse me, I'll let George take care of Tucker. Adios, loser. Oh, and one more thing. Keep Compatible's name out your goddamn mouth.
Yeah, this can't be happening. Brandon, you aren't going to take that, are you? Answer me, Brandon, answer me.
Joe, I don't know what to tell you, but Brandon really did put a massive strain on himself by making that sacrifice for you. It's probably going to take some time for him to return to being as strong as he can be going forward. You can't rush this.
I really hope so, Obama. I just hope he's okay is all at this point.
Now don't you worry about that for a second, Joe. Dark Brandon is a pillar of strength, and sometimes even the strongest need to rest. It's because of him you're alive right now, and I'm sure when you need him most, he'll be there for you.
You're right. I mean, you're absolutely right, George. How could I be so foolish? Dark Brandon and I have a bond that can never be broken, and I can hold down the fort until he comes back to us. I just know he'll make a full recovery. I just know it. Now kick Tucker's ass, Bush. You've had a great start.
I got you, buddy. And for the love of God, another slasher? Why must this ghost keep visiting me? I'm sorry, former teammate. I didn't mean to let it happen. Please drift peacefully into the afterlife.
I mean, if you let me die in a completely avoidable situation, I would haunt you as much as possible as well. Just be happy we have Mystery to be your guardian and hopefully rest. It's spirit for good.
Oh, would you look who's back? Now, Donald, you better not abuse your new powers. You have to promise to only use Dark Maga for good and not to torment Biden. Brandon was always respectful to you. For the most part, that is.
Oh, take a chill pill, Obama. I promise I won't abuse my new powers, but if anybody ever slanders Compatible again, just remember there's a new sheriff in town. We shall always honor his memory. And if anything, I think we should hang a memorial in the Oval Office. That's my first task in January.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. Seeing you're taking another fat L in November, you won't get to design the Oval Office going forward. But I will let you start the donations for this video so you have something to do.
Don't push your luck, Sleepy Joe. But since it looks like George has this battle in the bag, I'll definitely kick the donations off. Can't wait to have another Wawa pizza with one of them. Our first donation comes from Gaming Police 589, who sends us 35 Canadian people money. He also hopes the editor is feeling better and that his favorite generation is a tie between 2, 4, and 5. Did our editor get attacked by Stalin as well? What happened to him?
Jesus Christ, Clinton is gone, but the jinxing knows no end. So much for having it in hand since I need to switch from Mystery. But to answer your question, Donald, our editor, just got COVID and he's over it now, Thanks again. Gaming Police. He actually had the pin last week. Donald, he's a real one. Another real one is our boy King Onyx, who throws us another 15 bones. Yes, Stalin came back, but thanks to Donald, I don't think we have to worry about him again. He also agreed with Bill that Gen 3 had the best games, and finally he paid his respects to Compatible. You're not the only one that's heartbroken, and we thank you again for your undying support.
Oh shit, it's time to meet the legendaries for the first time. One of the most iconic parts of this game. It never gets old. We can pause donations for a second just to watch.
I had no idea they were going to use the cries of the Pokemon. They got randomized, as that's so cool. I would be lying if I said I knew what they all were off the top of my head, but hopefully we run into them at some time, since they're all level 40.
Yeah, you couldn't have said that any better, Joe. It would be so sick if we ran into one. Also, speaking of running into Pokemon, I think I'll get the encounters to the east and west of town, and then call it a day, since we had a lot happen today. That would leave Morty in the 4th gym to you, Joe. Are you up to it?
Holy shit, it's Baby Blackhawk. These encounters have just been amazing today. Well, you better believe your captain is up to it, Bush. I can't wait to get right back into the swing of it next episode and show you all that a short break isn't going to throw me off my game.
Hell yeah, Biden. That's what we want to hear. Can't wait to see you playing again next week. Anyway, back to the donations. Next off, we have Sasha, the king who is on Team Generation. 5 games, and is absolutely right that if Scarlet and Violet had a little more love and care, it would have been great. Also, for anyone who has the same concerns as Sasha with Ko-Fi, just send us a direct message on that platform with the message you want, and our editor will post it on the video as you've seen before. Thank you for the donation, Sasha.
It looks like this next donation did exactly that, and it came from Page of Profile. It's for 25 bucks, and Profile would love to see us do a vanilla playthrough of Emerald. Thank you so much for the donation, but we would never step on Dilkson's toes. Generation 3 is definitely next, though.
Our final and highest donation of the week comes once again from Neo Venom Strike, who ties his record for the highest donation in channel history. Throwing us a Benny. You say that the community appreciates us, and we couldn't appreciate our amazing community more. Thank you so much for this huge dono.
Time to change gears and catch this bear, George. Don't fuck this one up. And you fucked this one up. Nice job, Towers. Using a high critical hit move with an overpowered Pokemon was definitely the way to go. Way to fumble the bag, buddy.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. It wasn't my best decision, and I apologize for that, but oh, hey, wait a minute, boys. Our egg is hatching. Legendary incoming. I'm calling it now.
Holy shit, you called it Bush. It's the legendary baby elephant. How did you see that coming? You must be a psychic type.
This episode can't end soon enough. I'm naming this thing Why No Legend, getting my last encounter, slamming this laptop shut, and then throwing back a few beers. What am I doing right now, man?
First off, if you slam my laptop shut, I'll smack you upside the head like I did to all of my political opponents. But I'll let you just use words to get the rage out, because if you're getting smack talked by Joe, then I totally get it.
All right, calm down. I'm sorry, Obama. I wouldn't do that. Let me just get this last encounter, then we'll call it a day. Ha! I knew it. It's a legendary. Now all I have to do is lean forward and... Let me just get this last encounter, then we'll call it a day. Ha! I knew it. It's a legendary. Now all I have to do is lean forward and...
Ain't no fucking way you're using Slash again, after what happened with that bear that's now dead on Route 38.
Oh, relax, Donald. You're comparing a weak little cub to a legendary bird of thunder. There was no chance that one slash attack would take down Thor over here. But I will say I am afraid to attack it any further because I assume any attack from the Reaper might knock it out. So I am going to try and catch it right here and now.
It might be a smart idea to bring in me too and get a glare off on it. Remember, you can still paralyze an electric-type Pokemon in this game.
Nah, fuck that noise. Great Ball, go.
Maybe you should just listen to Barack here, George. Also, if it has an electric attack, say goodnight to Poliwrath.
To quote the greatest president ever from just a moment ago, now fuck that noise, Great Ball, go.
George, quit the bullshit and bring in Starmie so you can paralyze the damn thing. You didn't bring anywhere near enough great balls to sit here and launch them all day.
George, don't you fucking dare hit Great Ball again. Its attack went up with that last Metal Claw, and with 15 health left, you need to switch. No matter what, bring in Starmie and don't fumble this bag.
Fine. I'll give in to the haters, I suppose. But I'm telling you that I probably would have caught it with my next great ball. You just gotta trust the process.
Donald has a better chance of the judge telling him not guilty in the near future than us catching Zapdos without inflicting it with a status ailment. You're not the one who has been in a coma of late, George, so I expect better of you.
Maybe you thought I was going to miss that stray. But you better believe I heard that Sleepy Joe. Don't even think there's a chance I get a guilty ruling. I've done nothing wrong and am just exploiting the loopholes that billionaires have exploited for years.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people who are innocent don't mention exploiting loopholes. Maybe you should speak with your lawyers before you speak inside any courtroom. Just looking out for a friend is all.
I really have to thank you guys for your advice on paralyzing this Zapdos before trying to catch it. The ball has shook a total of 0 times since I used glare on it, but you guys definitely knew what you were talking about. Yep, we definitely would have caught it by now if we didn't paralyze it. We just angered the God of Thunder, and now we're going to pay the ultimate price. We're almost out of great balls and are screwed.
Hear me out, George. Maybe you just need to use a regular Pokeball. I've heard rumors that the interior of a great ball is pretty unappealing to Pokemon, but the Pokeball is much nicer seeing they didn't waste resources on the ability to catch it.
Obama. I know he's been out of commission for a while, but now that he's back, you can't forget your responsibility to give him his dementia pills. If he is both insulting my court case and also spouting nonsense about the interior of a Pokeball compared to a great ball, I'm going to lose it on him.
Well, I guess we get to test your baseless theory, Joe. I don't think there's any way we catch this Zapdos now that we only have Pokeballs, but hey, doesn't hurt to try, I guess.
This one won't catch it. It doesn't look very well made, and the quality control guy should be fired. But I took a look at the next Pokeball in the bag, and I think any Pokemon who wouldn't want to live in there is insane.
Joe, you're the one that's sounding insane. I'm going to get your dementia pills and I'll be right back.
All right, Joe, let's see how nice this Pokeball really is.
Who's demented now, assholes? Respect your elders, and what I have to tell you, it was straight up first grade knowledge that the capture was confirmed.
George, can we just agree on that Joe hacked this game just like he hacked the 2020 election? And there's no other possible solution that would lead to a capture on the exact Pokeball he said it would be?
The election definitely wasn't rigged. But I will definitely hop on the bandwagon of Joe hacked this ROM. There ain't no way that just happened. He doesn't even have the powers of Dark Brandon right now. There's just no way.
Or you two could just admit that I'm the GOAT of Pokemon and I know absolutely everything about this universe.
Joe, do you even remember what Pokemon we nicknamed Mewtwo?
Well, duh, Donald. Everyone knows that our trusty Mewtwo is what we nicknamed Mewtwo. Did you even watch when we were playing Pokemon Yellow, or was that a cardboard cutout of you on the other side of the desk?
You know what, Donald, maybe you were right about 2020. The more I think about it. But taking a look at our newest team member, it has some really good stats, of course, but the moves leave a lot to be desired. Thor is pretty situational until we get some better moves. But all right, Joe, it is your turn to play now. Are you ready to hop back up onto the saddle, partner?
Yes, I am, generic Texas man, and how are you doing, everyone out there in YouTube land? I know you've been waiting for my return for a super long time, and that time has finally arrived. Welcome to episode 11 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. You guys probably already did it, but I'm going to do the bug catching contest because I want to do it, defeat Morty and get us our 4th badge. As per expected, I won't be losing any Pokemon because I'm a god and will only set up Donald for success next episode. How are you doing, guys?
Dumbass, you've been talking to us for over 5 minutes in this recording already. Don't you remember we did a cliffhanger to end episode 10?
Silly Donald, Ecruteak City doesn't have any cliffs, so we weren't hanging off any of them. Rock climb wasn't even introduced until Generation 4. I hope Obama gets back with your pills soon, buddy, because you've been wrong about pretty much everything today.
George, I'm gonna hit him. I'm this close to doing it. So get out of the way if you don't want to catch one of these hands in the crossfire.
Just hold up, Donald. Now, Joe. A cliffhanger is when we delay a very awaited moment until next episode to peak interest. It doesn't have anything to do with actually climbing any cliffs. But we actually never did the bug catching contest, so it would be cool to see what first prize was randomized to.
Maybe it will be a master ball and we can just spam this contest going forward. I'm going to catch the best Beedrill the world has ever seen.
Just wondering, Bush, which of our team members came out of the national park? Was it Arcanine?
Actually, we didn't catch our encounter in the national park. It was Dark Brandon's turn and he got unlucky with a critical hit and we lost the Miltank we could have caught.
Hold up! Hold up! You're telling me that piece of shit not only slaughtered Compatible, but he also prevented us from getting my Dami, Mommy Milker Queen Miltank, which is the only Pokemon on the same tier level as Compatible. God fucking damn it, I hate him so much. Foka! I love you, Miltank.
The fuck is this zesty shit I just walked into? I wish I was still looking for pills right now, because apparently we figured out Donald and Bill have more in common than we thought. Also, can someone explain to me why we're in the national park? Biden is literally going backwards and none of you did anything about it? George, I expect you to be a leader in here in my absence. What the fuck, bro?
He's actually just doing the bug catching contest. We never got a chance to do earlier because it wasn't the right day of the week. There could be a really good item for first place. So there's no reason not to try this before the gym.
All right, I suppose that's not a bad idea. Just hurry up so we're not here all day. Oh, look, that's perfect. A Houndoom will definitely win a contest made for catching bugs.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Obama, those idiots will be catching metapods and I'll be catching literal demon fire hounds. Get played, idiots.
Just be careful, Joe. We aren't losing Starmie over you trying to get a Pokemon we can't use or an item that might end up being a berry for all we know. Don't fuck up our entire run because you want to ruin the day of a few bug catchers.
Don't worry, when your captain is playing Donnie, I caught the demon dog and now I'm going to make the bug catchers trying to beat me look like even bigger peasants than they already are. I'll just skip to the results now. I swear if we lose with a goddamn Houndoom, this would be so rigged.
I'd welcome you to the club.
Hell yeah, guys, we won.
Well, obviously we won, George. Did you really think the second place, Venonat, actually had a chance of beating us? It wasn't even a top percentage Venonat for Pete's sake. And of course, we didn't get something amazing and we only got a Sunstone. Maybe it will be useful one day, though, who knows?
Thank you, everybody. I know I'm just so amazing, and all of you aspire to reach my levels of greatness. I'm going to name this Good Girl Champion because she beat the shit out of all those pathetic bugs. It's a shame we can never use her, but it's still a fantastic trophy of my achievement.
You know what? He deserves to be hit now, Donald. I'll just slide my chair out of the way.
Glad you see things my way. Get over here, Biden, you jackass.
All right, that's enough. I assume some other shit went down while I was getting his pills, but I'm not going to have one of you put the other back in a coma right after getting you back. God damn it, guys, calm down.
He's been talking all that good shit this entire episode, and I just had to show him that's not going to fly is all. We're cool, Obama. I'll pretend like you didn't try to stab his eyes out in Mount Moon. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's fine, Obama. If anything, it was like a gentle breeze grazing up against my face, but since I can see Donald is getting triggered, I'll calm it down. Just had to make up for missed time is all.
I'm going to change the subject before Dark Maga comes out to play. We didn't ask a comment question last episode with everything that was going on. So do you guys have any idea for one today?
Well, seeing that I was right about my interior of the Pokeball theory, how about today's question is if you lived inside of a Pokeball, which one would you want it to be? I'd say the Dusk Ball, so it would be nice and dark for me to take some great long naps in there.
Ain't no way, bro. Just said, if you had to be captive, where would you rather be captive? But if that is the question we're going with, I would say the luxury ball any day of the week. It's probably like being in the penthouse at Trump Tower. I bet it has a golden toilet and everything in there.
That is absolutely not how we are phrasing this question. We will phrase it as what Pokeball do you think has the nicest interior in it? I bet the luxury ball would be gaudy as fuck, and the Cherish ball is probably the best seeing. It's for all the VIP event Pokemon.
Now you guys got it all wrong. The interior of the Beast Ball would definitely be the best. Do you see how cool that thing looks on the outside? Can only be the best inside as well. But everyone, please let us know what you would pick in the comments below.
Seeing that Baby Blackhawk is out, it must mean this is either the flying or the normal type gym. Hopefully it's the normal type gym, so that Polly Tussy can absolutely cook Morty and all the Biden lookalikes in here.
Oh, give me a break, Donald. Lady Jacqueline looked like she was about to turn to dust. I don't look anywhere near that age.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. You looked like you turned to dust over 1,000 years ago, so Lady Jacqueline is way younger than you. I'm sorry for slandering her appearance.
All right, Donald, I'm going to give you that one since Joe was getting on you earlier, but please allow him to focus on this gym. Polly Tussy might have a god-tier attack stat, but its health and special defense put it in danger at all times. Joe needs to be focused on the opposition.
Fine, I can get behind that. I already went to one funeral this week, so I really don't want to go to another. That shit's just depressing, man.
Oh, Donald, I had no idea one of your loved ones passed away this week. I'm so sorry for your loss. Who passed away?
Oh, excuse me, George. I'm sorry. I completely forgot you all probably held a separate funeral for Compatible the week before since I wasn't awake yet. I just wanted to make sure I celebrated his life and honored his memory.
Wait, you actually held a real funeral for a Pokemon in our run? With the coffin and the ceremony and everything?
Wait, you didn't?
No, Donald, we didn't do that.
You heartless motherfucking sons of bitches. How dare you? Oh my God. It's the Dommy Mommy. It's my Queen Miltank. Hello, beautiful. What brings you to a place like this? Wait, oh my God, no. You can't leave me. Come back, Miltank. God fucking damn it, Joe. Why must you destroy everything in my life that I love? Fuck.
Well, what the fuck was I supposed to let it do? Sweep through our entire team and end this run. Give me a break, man. It had to be done. You act like I let Compatible faint as well.
You're right. You didn't do that. I'm sorry, Joe. You're right. You had to take down that wife material. Also, we do know it is the normal type gym now. So both Polly, Tussie, and Thor should be able to smack Morty around like it's nothing.
Normally, any normal type attack wouldn't affect a Pokemon at this gym, but today it's the type they focus on. Only in Randomizer land, am I right?
Seeing it's going to take Joe, most likely 4 episodes to figure out this floor, how about we get into our donations from this past week. Today we lead off with KCub1996, who donates us $5 and said his favorite games were Pokemon Black and White 2. He also wanted to ask Dark Brandon what it would take for Jordan Love and the Packers to win the Super Bowl in the next 3 years. Obviously, Brandon isn't around to answer that right now, so does anybody want to take a stab at that one?
Seeing him the closest option to Dark Brandon, I'll take that one, Obama. The Packers are absolutely bringing the Lombardi Trophy back to Titletown this year. With the additions and free agency, it's time to win now. Also, the editor being a Packers fan totally does not influence this. Thank you again for the donation, K-Cub, and our next donation comes from Isaac Paws, 9287. He wants us to rename the Zubat we apparently have Redeemer because it's his favorite Pokemon of all time. He also says he used 2 Crobats to defeat Red at the top of Mount Silver. When did we get a Zubat?
God damn, my heart stopped there for a second to Obama. I thought we were about to lose our new legendary in the same episode we caught it. But to answer your question, the Zubat hatched from the first egg that we got. It does know flamethrower. So if we ever wanted to level it up, it could be good.
I just remembered. You guys caught Thor while I was getting Joe's pills. How many great balls did you have left when you caught it?
Go on, guys. You can tell Obama that the answer is 0 and that I actually knew what I was talking about when it comes to a Pokemon wanting to be inside a Pokeball it feels more comfortable in, and that the Great Ball is literally a prison compared to a regular Pokeball second try Obama.
Even the blind fentanyl addict finds the white powder sometimes, I suppose. Anyway, let's move on to our next donation. And oh, it looks like Isaac had a second donation in this video. He says that it was, Obama, what am I reading? Please tell me that he's lying right now.
Just tell him the truth, Obama. I'm sure he won't be too mad. This has gone on long enough.
You're right. Donald, the truth is that Isaac is actually Tucker in disguise. He made an account just to infiltrate our videos and influence your thinking. There's no way I would have ever killed Compatible. You know that, don't you?
You've got to be fucking kidding me, Barack. We both know there's no possible way that Donald...
I knew that Tucker was capable of trying to screw with us, but I didn't think he would ever infiltrate our donations and try to accuse you of killing Compatible. I can't believe this. Obama, I am so sorry that I even considered you would let this tragedy happen.
Fuck it. I give up. Obama, if only you were this good at the game corner. I swear I'll never play Among Us with both of you at the same time because we would be absolutely screwed. You know what? No, I'm not going to get mad. I'm just going to take a breath and read the next donation. Okay then, our next donation comes from an amazing creator in Presidential Gaming Drive. He throws us $5 and says that Dark Brandon has to come back and wipe Dark Maga off the series. I don't know, Drive. He's way under the bus that Obama shoved him under, but thanks for the donation, man.
Common Obama dub, what can I tell you, Bush? Anyway, moving on, our next donation comes from Tristan Hicks, 5,372, who says, Oh God, Tucker made an alt account apparently in case we didn't believe him the first time. I absolutely did not let Compatible faint, and I will not take this slander anymore.
He made an alt account? Obama, are you sure he would do that? I mean, I don't think he would go that far.
Oh my God, Donald, I just realized. I've never seen Compatible's final resting place that you set up for him. Would you like to go together and pay our respects together after this episode?
Oh, well, that would be lovely, my good friend. Thank you so much for offering. We can head out right after we finish recording. In fact, we can even get dinner after. My treat for you coming out to see Compatible.
Well, that settles it. Barrick would never have let Compatible faint if he's willing to visit his grave. Anyway, since I'm blazing past these trainers and we only have one left, let's move on to our next donation, and it comes from a name I could never forget, and that's King Onyx. Onyx donated us $15 and paid respect to Dark Brandon's sacrifice while hoping that Dark Maga will be a team player. He also wishes best of luck to Bill in the facility. And finally, we hope you were thoroughly entertained with my knowledge of catching Pokemon when it came to Zapdos.
Joe, did he say something about Compatible?
Donald, the comment is already off the screen, and I'm busy battling. I have no idea, bro. Probably not.
Yeah, you're probably right. Anyway, on to our next donation. It comes from Disturbed Broski. He sends us $5 and is glad to see Biden and I back. We're happy to be back, and you know we're going to kick some ass. Thanks for the support.
There is literally no way. But our final and largest donation of the week comes from Matt, GH 6781. He congratulates us on making it 10 episodes and wishes us the best for the future and beyond. Thank you so much, Matt. You're an absolute king.
Just give it up, George. I'm in the absolute clear.
You know what, Donald? Why don't you just watch episode 9 and watch what happened to Compatible?
And see the moment where Compatible left us from this spiritual plane? How dare you make me experience that up close, George? I thought you cared about my feelings. That is unreal coming from you, and I will not have any more of this today. Joe, please excuse George and kick Morty's ass.
Oh man, oh geez, that's all we're going to be hearing Morty say in just a few minutes. It's time to cap off this episode with a bang. When we sign off today, we'll be halfway to the Elite, 4 1/4 of the way to the 16 badges we need to access Mount Silver.
That's the right attitude, Joe. We've thrown you right into the fire. So remind us why you were our captain in yellow. Take him down.
You fucking know it, Obama. Let's kick the slaughter of this Larry wannabe off.
Man's just leading off with a weak little hoot hoot. Don't make us laugh, slash it to bits, Polly Tussy.
Way ahead of you, Bush. I don't even need to look, because this is the easiest one-hit knockout of the run so far. 1 down and 3 to go.
Let's not get too cocky, Joe. He could throw a level 25 Snorlax out at us that could one-hit a lot of our team. Battle with your head.
How about I battle with my feet instead and kick this puffball into oblivion? What's next, Writer Daniel? This is too easy for me.
Loving this confidence from you, Joe. Keep mowing down this bum. One-shot his entire weak-ass team. Polly Tussy is a fucking beast.
Call me messy because my kicks strike fear into everyone in my path. Sit the fuck down, Furt, and let's see who he saved for last.
Holy shit. This is a demolition for the ages. Morty doesn't even have time to launch a single attack. He needs to throw the damn towel before his last Pokemon gets sent to the infirmary.
Well, he apparently hates his Pokemon since he wants to see Polytussy send them all to meet our friends in the Rip Box. 4 attacks, 4 knockouts. Hope you enjoyed the fucking masterclass. You call it a coma and I call it a power nap. Give me my badge and let's get the hell out of here, men.
I have to pay you respect where it's deserved, Biden. There's clearly no rust on your battling skills, and you've set an incredibly high bar for me next episode. I've come to expect it, but again, just a fantastic job today, Joe. And that one-sided merciless beatdown is going to mark the end of episode 11. We would like to thank everybody who stopped by to see the return of Biden and myself to the series, and you better make sure you're here for the premiere next week as it's my turn to play. Let's get a move on Obama. There's going to be a ton of traffic on the way to the cemetery if we wait around here too long. Let's go.
On the way to where? Oh yeah, that's right. On my way, Donald. See you next week, everyone.
Ha! Serves you right. Common Obama L. Have a great week, everyone. Don't forget to join the Discord in the description below and answer our weekly comment question. We'll see you next Thursday.
It's so great to be back. Thanks again for being here, everyone. Enjoy a week without the hanging cliffs. We'll see you next week.
I was skeptical at first, but I have to thank you, Obama, for paying to move Compatible's gravestone to the top of the hill. It's much nicer and seems way more peaceful. It's what Compatible deserves.
You're not wrong, Donald. It truly is. But Donnie, there is something I need to tell you.
It's okay, Obama. I already know you were playing when Compatible fainted.
Wait, what? I mean, how did you know?
I knew it would be painful, but on the way over here, I watched episode 9 like George said. I'm just glad that recording glitch happened, so I didn't see the exact moment when my beautiful boy left us.
I'm so sorry, Donald. I would have told you earlier it was just that.
You don't have to explain yourself, man. Listen, I get it when it comes to the embarrassment and also the threat of old Betsy in the corner. I wouldn't be so eager to say my favorite team member fainted either. I'm just glad you told me is all.
I'm still incredibly sorry. I promise if we catch another one, I'll make sure it only destroys everything in its path. I'll make it up to you, Donald. I truly will.
I know you will, buddy, but let's get a move on. I promised you dinner and only the best to celebrate honesty and new beginnings.
Sounds like a plan, Donald. I'm just glad to have you back.
What's up, motherfuckers? It's the moment you've all been waiting for. It's the return of the one and only Donald Trump. And today we're making our way to the top of the lighthouse, beating up a ton of trainers on the way, and getting an encounter on Route 39 as well. What's up, gentlemen?
I'm doing good, Donnie. Just sitting back and ready to watch you try and one-up my God tier play last episode. Not that it's possible, but I'm sure you'll give it the old Trump University try.
Just to provide some context for everybody that saw we had Surf in our inventory a moment ago. We took down the kimono girls off camera, seeing they were incredibly easy, and gameplay was pretty boring if we're being honest. We taught Surf to Mystery, seeing she's the special attacking queen.
Just when I thought she couldn't get any stronger, our Rapidash now knows Psychic, Surf, and Mega Drain. If we could get Thunderbolt on her too, then this challenge is as good as completed.
You ain't wrong about that one, George, but the gods have already blessed us, so I ain't pushing our luck there. By the way, how many trainers do I have to battle this episode?
I believe it's 9 on the way to the lighthouse and then 9 inside the lighthouse or something like that.
Almost 20 fucking trainers? Jesus Christ, we're going to be here all day. What is this gauntlet nonsense you've set me up for right off the bat?
Would you like to use your montage lifeline, Mr. Trump?
Why, yes, I would, Regis. Olive Vine City, here we come.
Wait a second. What am I listening to right now?
I pushed Trump in this direction because an amazing member of our community made this fucking banger. Just sit back and enjoy.
Where spirits soar and the whispers of horror will explore. With the Zapdos grace guiding our fight, we'll reach for the stars in the darkest night. In this crystal montage, we'll seize the day. With every step we take, we'll find our way. From Goldenrod City to the Ice Bastion, we'll face the challenges with strength and will.
Holy shit, it's Mommy Milker Farm. I'm in heaven.
The ruins of Earth will unfold. With you now secrets, ancient stories told from Bell Engineers to Team Rocket's blind.
Joe, I gotta give you credit. That was a fantastic idea. That beat was fucking awesome for this game.
Give me credit later, Obama. Looks like we're about to have a rival battle.
Nah, Joe, there's no rival battle right here. Tucker's just going to talk some mad shit, despite the fact that he's never beaten us, or even come close to beating us for that matter. He's still in that edgelord phase before he finally realizes that his thinking is flawed. Before we head to the lighthouse, there is some housekeeping to take care of in this city. I'm going to grab the hidden machine for strength, which they just have some guy hand you in the cafe randomly, and also get the good rod. It's the best rod we can obtain until we get to Kanto.
The first time I played these games, I spent what seemed like an eternity trying to find strength. I was trying my best not to use my strategy guide, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't need it to find it. This was not a great way to do it.
Do you plan on teaching strength to somebody right now, Donald, or are you going to hold off until we need it? I don't think it would be a bad idea to put it on Carrara so it has more options for decent physical attacks other than extreme speed.
Well, if any member of our team were to get it, you're absolutely right about it being Kirara. But I think I'm going to hold off for right now and see if he gets a good move by leveling up. My opinion could definitely change as this episode rolls on, but I'll play it safe for now.
I think that's the smart thing to do, Donald. It's not like we need that move right now, even though it has 80 power. It's good right now, but who knows if it would be good later, especially on a Pokemon we want to keep for the long run.
I mean, who knows? Strength might be a move we teach to the encounter that Trump is about to run into. It's just way too early for a hidden machine on a main team member, and I'm glad we're all thinking the same way. Are you also going to use the good rod in the water here, Donnie?
If I can get a good encounter on Route 39, I'll try to fish up another great encounter in town as well. If I don't get something good, I'll let Obama take the extra encounter next episode, because after all he did get Polytussie the last time he played and might cook again.
Is there something you're not telling us about Obama and yourself? It's so blatantly obvious. He let your precious compatible faint, and you've only been so nice to him. No old Betsy or nothing.
George, I know that Obama let compatible faint. He came up to me like a man after the most recent episode and told me the truth. I didn't have old Betsy on me when he admitted it, so he got away with just a swift gut punch. I do respect his honesty, however, and we are good going forward.
A Swift? Oh yeah, it was so fast, I don't even remember you doing it. That's how quick it was. But yeah, George, that chapter is closed. And now we're only looking forward to the future. And the future is this Knocked Owl. Hopefully it has great stats and some other great moves.
You actually admitted it to Donald? Wow. I never thought you would actually do that. It was still a dick move to throw Dark Brandon under the bus, but as long as Donald's okay with everything, then I guess we're good to continue. This owl looks like it has a pretty good special defensive stat.
That's why I'm not fucking around right here and just putting it to sleep. As soon as it gets into yellow, I'm launching that great ball.
Well, this Fire Blast should definitely do that. Nightshade isn't the worst move in terms of reliability, and Mimic can always help in a pinch, so that's a decent start. Hopefully, the other two moves are winners that we haven't seen yet.
Here's hoping that, and also that a fucking great ball actually works.
Not bad at all, Donald. Couldn't have done that better myself. Also, I'm glad to know great balls aren't broken. What are you thinking for a name?
I remember there was a time on TV where it seemed every commercial break had a Tootsie Pop commercial where that damn owl always ate the lollipop for no reason. I'm going to name it Tootsie because when I think of owls, that's literally all I ever think of. Let's head back to town now so we can check its stats and see if it deserves a spot on the Dream Team. For the love of God, please let it know an electric type attack.
I just have this sinking feeling that the seed is going to curse us for saying, hey, we gave you Thunderbolt from the get-go, and since you screwed it up, you'll never see it again. I really hope I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have an electric type attack, but it has Crunch and Clamp for the two moves we didn't see. Not horrible, but the problem is it's a physical attacker, so those moves won't do anything for us. That's a waste of good moves, and this owl is pretty unusable, sadly. It was a good try, though.
Stupid fucking physical special type split in Generation 2. Those are two goddamn physical attacks starting in Gen 4. I'm so happy they fixed that because moments like these are just infuriating in the earlier games. But I'm a man of my word. So the Olive Vine City encounter is yours, Obama.
I appreciate the opportunity, and hopefully I can bring in another Reaper for the Dream Team. Also, I think that would be a good comment question of the day, seeing I know some people have different opinions. For the question, Today, simply tell us, do you like the changes made to the physical special split after Generation 4 to accurately reflect the context of the move, or do you like it better in the early generations where the type is all that determined if an attack was physical or special?
I'm sure the Gen 4 change will probably get more votes, but I can't deny. Sometimes it was nice just saying, hey, it's a water type attack, it's special. Oh, it's a ground type attack, it's normal. I guess I go back and forth sometimes, but I don't know. I just don't think it was all bad this way.
I agree with you, Bush. It was so much easier this way, and you didn't need to think about the actual move to know what it was. And then there are moves like Earthquake, which are physical but clearly aren't at all. I say change it back.
Of course, Sleepy Joe wants a situation where he has to think as little as possible. If you were a true Pokemon master like myself, you would never struggle with such a simple facet of the game. Get on my level, bro.
You're going to need a new nickname for me in this election, Donnie. Or should I say Sleepy Donnie? You're the one that fell asleep during jury selection in your trial this past week. I told you getting up there in age wasn't easy, and I think you're starting to learn that now.
Oh my God, don't even tell me you're going to ride with the story from that clearly liberal sketch artist. Do you really think I would fall asleep during jury selection? How could I sleep if I wanted to profile people I thought were liberals to get removed from jury selection? Think for yourself, Joe.
I don't know, Donald. I think they got your good side, but man, you're literally grasping at straws if you think the sketch artist is biased against you. They would get fired in a second if they couldn't prove that this happened. Maybe next time drink a Monster Energy drink so you don't doze off.
That sketch artist clearly had it out for me. Do you see how terribly I was drawn compared to this officer who looks like he never skipped a day at the gym in his life? He was right next to me. I saw him, and trust me, I think I looked way better than he did.
With all due respect, Donald, you're a 77-year-old man. It's not a diss to say that a much younger man who is also an officer of the law is in better shape than you. Maybe he didn't look as good as he was drawn, but still it couldn't have been that far off.
I demand to see where that sketch artist got her license or degree or whatever they get to get that job. I guarantee it came out of a cereal box because I am a slim and slender, 6'3", 215 pounds. I'm a lean, mean, soon-to-be two-time presidential machine. I thought we lived in a day and age where your friends are supposed to empower you and build you up. Thanks for having my back, gents. It's fine. Everyone is a hater, and it's just me and the spirit of compatible to guide me on my journey. I don't need any of you.
Oh, Donald, don't give us that nonsense. You know we've got your back and we're your best friends in the world. We just ain't gonna lie that if you were in a police lineup with the Pillsbury Doughboys' orange brother, we wouldn't be able to say who was who.
Thanks, Biden. I have no idea what I would do without you in my life. I mean, who am I kidding? I know I would be just wrapping up my second term in office and about to hand off the White House to either DeSantis or my son.
Just a quick reminder, I am so grateful for you. Biden for that reason alone. If you could run it back one more time for Team Democrat, that would be pretty clutch, and also give us 16 of the last 20 years in office.
Sorry, Obama, but we're painting the White House red this November. It's the greatest redemption arc you've ever seen, and I'm easily picking up over 300 electoral votes. I'm a freight train that will only stop once I arrive at the Oval Office.
But Donald, we're literally all sitting in the Oval Office right now. What are you talking about? Obama, please go get my dementia pills. I have a few extras I can share with Trump.
Joe, I can't even with you?
So, I think this is as good a time as ever to change the subject before Donald gets a 404 error and before we get too deep into politics as well. Let's move on to donations from the previous episode because we got a good deal of them this past week.
That's got to be top 10 best George Bush ideas of all time easily. I'm just going to jump right into the first donation, and it came from your doom, 4,293, who says, oh my God, Is this going to be another episode where all the donations are trying to expose me?
Yeah, I might have combed through the donations before this video. And even though you came clean to Donald, you're still getting another episode of our community not happy with you throwing Dark Brandon under the bus for your misplay. How's that for a common Obama dub, buddy?
I take back everything I said about top 10 George Bush ideas, more like top 3 and not second or third George Bush betrayal moments.
Cope and see the berry. Our next donation came from Owen Smith, 7,553, who says, avenge Dark. Brandon and Donald deserves the truth. He definitely deserved the truth, and I couldn't be happier he got it. Thank you again, Owen.
Please tell me it's time to sign off for this episode. We gotta be nearing the 30-minute mark, right?
Oh, silly Obama, are you getting a little sleepy as well? When I started speaking just now, we were only at the 16-minute, 27-second, and 0.05 of a second mark of the video. We still have plenty more great action to come. But since you're dozing off, let me take the next donation, and it came from Grundy Chan. Grundy just wanted to remind everyone that Obama killed compatible. We had an excellent catch with Zapdos, and that my power nap fixed all my balance issues since I didn't miss a step. Hey, thanks a lot, man.
I wish I was compatible right now and that I was in the rip box. Also, how did you know where we're at with the video to the exact decimal point? Are you taking those pills again that turned you into Drip Biden? I thought I burned all of those.
Consider it part 2 of your punishment for letting the goat faint, Obama. You're still getting off pretty easy compared to what I could do to you. But anyway, let's get into our next donation, and it comes from Isaac Paws, 9,287. He officially has beaten the Tucker allegations, and trust me, my friend, I knew the entire time. I just wanted to see if he would admit it for himself, which he did. It was change we can believe in for his character. Wink, wink. You are right, though, about Democrats wanting to fact check, but not here. And finally, he says you're next. What a burger is on him, George. And welcome back to Sleepy Joe. Thank you again for everything, Isaac. I never doubted you for a second.
Oh, so we're using each other's campaign slogans against each other now? Trust me, Donald. I'll pay a visit to Alvin Bragg to make sure they lock you up and then build a big and beautiful wall around that jail cell. Believe me, I know the best ways of stopping everyone in my path. Do you remember Edward Snowden? He crossed me and now he'll never touch grass in the United States ever again. Obama, don't play no games.
Okay. Maybe we have been piling it on a little thick because of your recent actions, but we're all just having fun right now, Obama. Let's take a nice deep breath and get back to the game that I am currently thrashing with no remorse for AI
Oh my God, shut
life.
up and look, Donald. It's Drone. It's our beautiful war machine that took our team in Pokemon Yellow all the way to the top. I've missed you so dearly, my precious Drone. I swear as soon as we find you in this game, you'll be a staple of this team again.
Well then, I guess that solved all of our problems. Sorry we have to take it out right here, Obama. It's not something we want to do. But you know the run kind of ends. If we do throw against it, we'll catch another drone. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I know. It's just great to see my beautiful drone again. It's been so long. Oh man, that was a nice surprise. Anyway, what were we talking about again? Oh yeah, that's right. We were doing donations. Silly me. Our next donation comes from Logan Levsk. And thank you, Logan, for donating through Ko-fi so that we don't get hit with a fee from YouTube. He donates us $5, and you're absolutely right, Logan. Biden destroyed Morty with zero remorse. He then has a completely reckless idea about Donald upgrading old Betsy into big Betsy that fires. What did he say? 577 Tyrannosaur round? I don't think we need that, but thank you so much for the donation, Logan.
Now, hold up. Logan's cooking. That's a fantastic idea, and I'll have to look into that for sure. Our next donation comes from Gaming Police 589, who said that it was actually Joe who killed Compatible. I would have believed you if we both weren't in the coma at the time. But I still appreciate your Canadian people money and your support for the channel.
So wait, now I'm the one getting thrown under the bus? Damn, I guess nobody is safe from this crossfire. I'll just hop into the next donation, which is from Presidential Gaming Drive. And you fucking know it, buddy. Presidential catch rates, give a ×5 multiplier, and I can't lose out on that.
Ayo, Joe, you know that was supposed to be a White House secret. Now everyone is going to run for president to get those higher rates. Maybe it's not a secret in Presidential Gaming Drive's universe, but now everyone is going to be coming after the Oval Office. Thank you again for the donation, though. And last, but definitely not least, because it is our highest donation from the past week. It comes from the one and only King Onyx, who donates us $15 and starts off by appreciating that you are a man of culture. Donald, for your opinions on both Compatible and Miltank. He also wants this donation to go towards the memorial for Compatible and also says shame on you. Obama for lying about Compatible, I couldn't agree more. For the comment question. He couldn't decide between the Master, Cherish, or Luxury Ball. And finally, Joe reminded us why he's the Pokemon Master, after his straight-up beatdown of Morty. Thank you again, Onyx, for being our highest donator of the week, and thank you again to all 8 of you amazing community members who donated this past week. I can't remember a time we ever had 8 donations in a week, so that means an awful lot to us.
No matter if they're ragging on me or whatever you might want to say, we couldn't be more grateful for every single one of you that donate, hang out for the premieres, comment, or just come by to watch. You're the best community on YouTube, and we can't wait to keep growing together.
Look, I'm all for being nice to the community, but I'm like 15 battles deep into this episode, and it's just way too much wholesomeness for me right now. Can we please just let our editor be thanking people around this point of the video in the live chat premiere or something?
Oh, come on, Trump. A little bit of compassion wouldn't kill you. Remember, the jury has been selected. So you've got to look super nice to them over the next couple of weeks. Let's see that smile. Show me those pearly whites.
No.
Well, I tried. Is it too early to have my second presidential oath administered to me right here? I can make some space on the other side of the room for some cameras and whatnot since Trump is a goner.
Keep dreaming, Joe. I've got as good a chance of losing in court as any of these trainers have of even knocking a single Pokemon off our roster. After taking down this Steelix, I'll have 16 trainers defeated in this episode and only 2 more to go. Your play may have been top-notch last episode, but I doubt you have the stamina to roll through this many trainers in a row. I hope I get to take down that gauntlet between the entrance to Kanto and Victory Road, because the person we should trust to take them all down is clearly myself.
I'd be lying if I said I have been the best trainer in this run so far. I know there's still plenty of time for me to turn it around, but I was hoping for a much better showing to start off Crystal. I had some great momentum at the end of Yellow, but I've let Pokemon faint left and right in this game.
Don't get yourself too down over it. Barry, you and me both have been pretty bad to start this run by our own standards. We've got the next 2 episodes, and there are 2 major gym battles we have to get through. If there's any time for us to show we can hold our own, it's these upcoming weeks.
I watched all of the episodes I missed after Obama came clean about Compatible, and I'll be honest, the play hasn't been optimal by any stretch of the imagination, but at the same time, other than Compatible, of course you didn't let any of our heaviest hitters faint. Mystery and Snoop are still alive. You caught me too, Kirara, Polly, Tussie, and Thor. We straight up have a team where it's going to be very hard to put anybody in the PC at this point.
Donald and I don't usually see eye to eye, but get ready for some bipartisanship right here. So what if you let a rat faint? So what if you let the slowpoke named after me faint? I'm not actually upset about that one. But the fact is you haven't made any game-changing mistakes. We live to fight. Early game is just about staying alive and having a foundation to build upon. We don't just have a foundation, men. We have an Empire State Building. We have the team to go all the way, and if you 2 kick it into high gear, starting now, your play early on doesn't matter. Keep those heads high, men.
If I had to place a bet on somebody I thought would absolutely motivate me and make me want to fast forward to next Thursday so that I can play right now, it would not have been Joe Biden. But holy shit, Joe, you've got me wanting to run through a brick wall right now. Oh shit, hold up, this looks bad.
Relax, Obama. The only reason it looks as bad as it does is because of bullshit para-hacks. Kirara should have had politically correct Jinx taken out 3 turns ago. I will take a turn to heal up though, since the rest of the team isn't in the best position to switch in and take an electric type attack.
It's a good thing you guys got all those lemonades when we were in Goldenrod City. The health recovery they provide for the cost is just unbeatable. But talking about good plays and Donald mentioning that gauntlet before Victory Road has got me thinking. How about instead of whoever's turn it is when we get to that gauntlet before Victory Road, we let the community decide who deserves to play that episode based on overall performance, recent performance, or whatever they think is most important going in. Call it an election for our channel.
Joe, what company makes your teleprompters? Because I'm literally going to buy as much stock as I humanly can. That might be... No, is definitely the best idea you've ever had. I'm actually proud of you right now.
That actually is a fantastic idea, Biden. It gives me time to get my shit together so that I can convince the community to give me a chance in arguably the hardest episode of the series, minus Fighting Red. You just keep finding ways to motivate me.
You're gonna wish you didn't cook a 5-star dish like that, Joe. You might be leading the polls right now, but don't give an underdog a chance to fight back. You've channeled that fire inside me as well, and I can't wait to win this election.
Well, I hope to see your absolute best and that you give me a run for my money, men. Not that you can ever surpass my greatness as the certified Pokemon GOAT, but the better you play, the easier it will be for me to lead this team to greatness. But with that, I think we're going to call it a wrap for this episode. Donald, I have to give you credit where credit is due. An absolutely fantastic performance from you today, and you've set Obama up well for potentially a 2-gym battle episode next week. Way to go, man.
Appreciate it, Biden. I think I absolutely followed up your performance as best as possible. It's up to you to keep the momentum flowing, Obama.
You better believe it's happening, Donald. If we have time for both gyms next week, it should be an absolute banger of an episode. See you all next week.
And of course, as always, don't forget to join the Discord in the description below to be connected with all of the best presidents' AI communities and answer our comment question. We'll see you next week.
Hello and happy Thursday to all of you amazing people. Welcome to episode 13 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. It's my turn to play today, and you better believe I'm going to show you why 13 is a lucky number. How are you doing today, everyone?
To answer your question, not so fucking good, Obama. I've got a bone to pick with Sleepy Joe over here for his comments about me during the correspondence dinner on Saturday night. You've got some fucking nerve to take my nickname and turn it back on me to the liberal media. Now, I let you get away with the Sleepy Don quip during episode 12 last week, but I thought that was just a one-time thing. And then you have the gall to not only bring it up again, and then call my last few days stormy weather. Mark my words, I'm going to make you cry when I unleash my attack. Adds, you geriatric fossil.
I'm just playing the game, and you know that better than anyone, Trump. Now quit your crying and let Obama focus on this encounter. Well, hey, would you look at that? Your anger literally spawned a Mankey. Obama, please name it Angry Don. I'll kick Kamala out of the White House yesterday and make you my vice president if you do it.
You are this fucking close to being eliminated by Dark Maga Joseph. The only reason I haven't handed control over to him yet is that we finally found another Pokemon that has Thunderbolt. Do my eyes deceive me, or is this actually real life? Don't fuck this up, Barry.
It's also level 25 as well, so it can join our team right away. One more earthquake should put it in catching range.
Exactly my plan. This will get Mankey into yellow and, oh fuck, it knows that move too?
I gotta hand it to you, Barry. That's gotta be a record or close to it for the fastest loss we've ever had in an episode. It's almost as if you were competing with Game Producer 6 for trying to lose someone faster than he lost Sir Skit in Sapphire. Not as fast, but almost world record pace.
I'm just going to say it, but can we call this a win overall? I know we lost Snoop, who has been with us since episode 1 and was our longest remaining team member, but hear me out. We got Thunderbolt back and we get a quicker evolution compared to coughing only 3 levels until it evolves.
I take back my offer for you to be vice president. How are you going to say it's a win-losing Earthquake, a Pokemon I caught in a literal day 1? Everyone's looking for the thrill, but what's real is family. Snoop was family, and now he's gone.
You both make good points, to be fair. We won't know for sure until we check Zeke's stats. But based on the moves we saw, I'm leaning with Obama right now. We got Thunderbolt back and didn't lose a ground-type attack either. Also, that quicker evolution is pretty huge for us, just don't pull a tree.
I'm also leaning with Obama, mostly because of the attack on Titan reference for a name. Zeke was a certified Chad, and the way Obama slaughters our team, left and right, his euthanasia plan fits in perfectly. This is a win in my eyes.
I couldn't be more disappointed in you jerks. You're all ready to throw away Snoop for some flashy Thunderbolt move. Snoop has been with us through all the good times and bad. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves.
Nah, we're good. We needed Thunderbolt. Welcome to the Team Zeke.
God damn, that is a fantastic moveset. A rock, electric, ground and fire type move. The speed and special defense are absolutely dog water. But if we can get a nice re-roll on the evolution, we're going to be in a fantastic place. I'll do everything in my power not to have another tree incident.
I thought I told that fucking staffer to unplug this phone when I'm doing the most important thing in my life, which is playing Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke with the boys. Someone's getting fired today.
Joe, how many times do we have to tell you that you aren't allowed to unplug the red phone because it literally could mean life and death? You're the president. You have to answer it whenever it rings.
I don't care who the fuck picks it up, but somebody better do it because it's loud and annoying. I'm trying to catch a damn encounter here.
It's a baby Pokemon that's 4 levels lower than your legendary electric bird. Somehow, I think you'll manage Obama, but since I'll be answering it again in a few short months, I should probably make sure my form is perfect when answering it again. Ahem, hello, this is President Trump. Who is calling?
President, more like peasant soon-to-be president wife looking, put Mac Lowy on the phone. I ain't got nothing to say to your withered orange slimmy.
Trump, why are you sitting there looking like you just saw that they took the Big Mac off the McDonald's menu? Who's on the phone?
Joe. I don't know if the words I heard were English or of this universe in general. I just have no idea what is on the other end of this phone. Please tell me it's broken.
Oh, did my iron head? 'Cause you to flinch. Don't worry, I can always give you a round 2 after you make your emergency exit. Just put the phone on speaker so I can speak to the rest of the room.
Whatever this thing is wants to be on speaker, so I'm just going to do that and wash my ears out with bleach. I'll be right back.
All right, who the fuck is on this phone right now? Identify yourself or you'll have Secret Service at your front door in 20 seconds.
Joey! You know I get those baby doll eyes and want to run away when you raise your voice at me. Don't worry, my friend who uploads at noon Eastern Standard Time. I come in peace.
Joe, we told you to stop giving the red phone number away to your Discord friends. I'm sorry, Mr. Strange Irishman. We're in the middle of our Pokemon Crystal playthrough and I just caught a Pokemon. We're a little busy right now, so I'm afraid you'll have to call back later.
Oh, what's up? Barack, my brother from another Pewter City gym leader. That's the reason I'm actually taking time out of my incredibly busy day to call you right now. I felt a disturbance, and it can only be that you let not just your day one, but also one of my day ones faint as well. Care to explain to me how your play has gotten more sloppy than Toppy from Uvox on a sweaty Saturday?
Yeah. Now I see why Donald went to go wash his ears out with bleach. I might have to go join him. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but are you Game Producer 6?
Guilty as charged. Now I can't stay here for an entire episode because your broke-ass character kind of an editor don't got those fat pockets to pay my appearance feel like my cute sussy boy in training who makes the Clover series but I just needed to say my piece about not just letting Snoop faint, but also saying that Mangly Gangly Monkey is better than Snoop. Care to explain yourself?
First off, it is an absolute honor to have you in our series Game Producer 6. But when you look at the movesets and the evolution levels, it definitely is an upgrade to the team. Zeke is going to be a force on this team.
Who the fuck let Towers off his leash and let him address me as an equal? He got his one episode in the Infinite Fusion series, and the Houndooms came out for blood, wanting you to U-turn back to irrelevance. Second, how fucking dare you disrespect both the greatest Randomizer Nuzlocke series ever made, but also the champion Blunt Blazer himself. If you don't apologize right now, I'll use my potato powers to curse your team this episode and make it so Snoop gets some friends in the Ripbot.
Please, Mr. Gay Producer Dix, or whatever you call yourself, don't take some of our team members away. I would never disrespect Snoop. I caught him personally and never would have traded him for a Mankey.
Don't worry, Joey McLoey, my dementia-riddled balls chanter. After this episode, I'll be glad to light up a blunt and listen to your #1 hit song, Dick Shop, on repeat until my phone pulls a POTUS. I know you never would have supported this gameplay. My anger comes at Fraudbama, Towers, and your pet sumo wrestler. Now you've seen a small demonstration of my power with Thor nearly fainting and Mystery right here as well. So I think you'll want to put a higher priority on that apology than a protect before your run falls apart.
All right, I'm back. And despite the horrible burning in my ears, seriously, I think I need to see a doctor, and putting bleach into your body might not be the best solution to all of life's problems, despite my web research. But that's an issue for about 20 minutes from now. You listen to me, Game Producer 6. We're the presidents of the United States of America. We aren't afraid of some Cinderace cosplaying furry. This team is better with Zeke than with that gas-spewing ball. How about you get off my phone before I give Obama 5 minutes of drone time?
Like they say at Burger King, have it your way, Donnie, if you want to play rough. Don't worry, I'm about to lay a curse on you, thanks to the all-powerful Lord Sukuna. He has blessed me with the ability to ruin your gameplay worse than Wallace ever could. By the power of the true Dark King, allow me not only eat your dreams, but send you into a dark void of nightmares. This Perish song will knock off any chance of your success. This hex will incinerate any chance of you reaching Mount Silver. Presidents of the Broadway CJ97 universe, consider yourselves cursed by my freaking bars.
Ha! Is that all you got? Everyone here knows that Fraud Kuna ain't shit. Get the fuck off the red phone and focus on not letting Pokemon faint in your own games, later loser. See, what did I tell you? Carrara didn't faint. We're in great shape. Don't be thrown off by his bullshit, Obama. You upgraded the team this episode, and you aren't going to let anybody else faint. Get us to Cianwood City, and if you get there quick enough, you can battle Chuck too.
Did you not hear that lightning bolt when he finished spouting out that curse? He definitely did something to us, and I'm on full alert right now.
It could have been a soundboard for all we know. You can't afford to focus on the unknown Obama. You need to focus on the trainers ahead of you. The levels start to jump now, and the only thing that will cause you to lose a Pokemon is you not focused on what's directly in front of you.
They are absolutely right, Obama. Don't for a second listen to that bum who has a face-painting fetish or that sussy Irish boy. You are in complete control right now. The only thing that can hurt your play is yourself. Don't fear the unknown and just win the battles in front of you.
I'm sorry for thinking anything other than that, guys. You're right. I mean, who knows if that was even the real Game Producer 6. It might have been AI generated for all we know. The way Biden gives out the Oval Office phone number. I'm sure he gets pranked all the time.
Glad you're finally seeing things clearly, Barack. I mean, you're battling a fucking Kakuna right now. What's the absolute worst that can happen?
It could use Blizzard and kill Thor?
Yeah, like that Kakuna actually knows Blizzard.
All right, you fucking wizard. Who gave you the script? And why does Thor keep almost fainting? First in the last episode, and now twice today? Can we go one episode without a fucking ice-type attack against our legendary, please?
Joe, how the fuck did you know that Cocoon knew Blizzard? Have you teamed up with that Irish furry? as your former president. I demand to know right now. I need to know what happens next.
Oh my God, just when I thought we had you in the right headspace, I was just guessing Barack. I had no idea it had Blizzard. I would never team up with Fraud Kuna's Shuppet and self-destruct this run like some berserk imposter. He's not the only one who can spit some freaking bars. I'm just using false swipe every episode. Just beat this fucking trainer and leave me alone.
I swear you better not be a Trader Joe. This guy has a Charizard, so I should probably lean forward for this one. Thor should be able to take him, though.
In what realm can Thor take this? Both attacks aren't very effective. Switch out right now.
I'm fine. What are the odds this Charizard has an ice?
Are you fucking kidding me? But Rack, that wasn't Snoop. That wasn't Tree. That was our fucking legendary. We finally actually caught a goddamn legendary. And you let it faint before it could even complete its first episode. Put the fucking Game Boy down and go sit in timeout, you fucking asshole.
Lord Sukuna, I'm sorry for ever doubting you. Please don't take any more of our team members. I promise to hold a funeral for Snoop and put his headstone right next to Compatible. I swear.
George, shut up. It wasn't Sukuna. I made a fucking misplay, and I will own that. Donald, you're right. I'm sorry I fucked up, and I promise I won't let anyone else faint this episode. I had way too much confidence in our legendary, and now we don't have one anymore. I'm sorry, guys. For real.
No! Your apology means as much to me as our new Cleffa. Spoiler alert, that's nothing. Give me the fucking Game Boy and let me finish this now. Dumpster fire of an episode. We're literally going to lose all of our subscribers. I can see it now. Editor goes starving after losing all ad revenue.
Now hold on, Donald. I want to wring Obama's neck just as much as you do right now. But we need to let him figure out his gameplay. He is going to have to play again no matter what, and if he isn't playing his best going forward in these tougher episodes, we'll be cooked. Let him recover.
Wait, I'm sorry, you want to do what to my neck?
As much as I want to hold Obama down while you wrestle that Game Boy out of his hands, I have to side with Joe on this one, Donald. He has to figure out his gameplay, and if he doesn't, who knows if we even make it out of the rocket hideout. We can't just kick him off the team.
Well, in that case, I'm taking all bets on the next Pokemon. Obama lets faint this episode. I'll give 4-to-1 odds on Mystery, or maybe even 3-to-1 odds on Polytussie. He is a glass cannon after all. Come one, come all to the Obama Destruction Circus, where runs die in the blink of a legend.
Gee, thanks, Donald. I don't know what I would do without your unwavering trust and support. I think there's only one trainer left before we get to see in Wood City, and then I have 2 wild Pokemon encounters on Route 41 in the city itself. I'll rebound. Just have some goddamn faith.
$50 says you let another Pokemon faint in this battle right here.
Oh, you are so fucking on. Easiest $50 I'll ever make. Just going to switch to Zeke right here and take out this Magnemite with a Bone Rush. That should take down the first Pokemon pretty easily.
Those are the reads we're looking for. I guess all we needed for you to get your head in the game was to bet money against Donald. You got this, Obama. I believe in you, buddy.
You want in on this action as well, Sleepy Joe? I'll take your $50 as well by the end of this battle if you feel like being that charitable.
Oh, you are so fucking on. Looks like Wawa is on Donnie tonight. I can't wait to get a pizza and empty out the ice cream section of their freezer. You should get in on this action too, George.
Well, we do have a 4x fire attack against this next Pokemon, so I don't see why not. Donnie, would I be able to get into this bet as well?
Of course you can, George. Everyone is welcome to join in this bet. And oh my goodness, would you look at that?
Don't you two look at me like that. How the fuck was I supposed to know that a Bug Steel type would break out Aeroblast and Critical hit one shot Zeke? This was completely unpredictable.
Now hiring for a new fourth team member to replace Fraud Bomber. Preferred qualifications would be to have been a United States president, but we'll take anybody with a pulse. Seriously, we'll be happy to teach a new applicant who hasn't even ever played Pokemon before.
Seeing we're going to get into our next game, pretty soon I think I'm going to enjoy Pokemon Ruby. Are we going to do a randomized Nuzlocke of that as well? Or should we play vanilla if Obama is still here for that?
You guys do realize I'm sitting right next to you, right?
Unfortunately, I do. Thanks again for costing me $50, asshole.
Make yourself useful and read some donations. Seeing it's the only cash I'm going to make this episode.
All right, I can do that. Sorry again, guys. Our first donation comes from Isaac Paws 9287. He says, I'm off the hook once we rename Zubat to Redeemer. We will when we go back, man, don't worry about that. He also gives us what type each of us would be. What do you guys think about the types he gave you?
Oh my fucking God! I would have used the Brickstone on you if Mystery had fainted right there and turned you into the ghost type. But ain't no way man made the Steel Beams reference with me. Not in the mood. Right now with this horseshit gameplay we all have to watch.
Not only am I $150 richer, but I also got to hear that George Bush voice crack. Oh man, this episode just gets better and better. Minus the fact Obama has drone strike 3 of our party members. But yeah, jokes aside, the fire type works for me since the rich type doesn't exist.
Nice recovery calling me strong, but ain't no way I'm the normal type. I'm the ice type, since that's what fills my veins. I'm cold-blooded, baby. Thanks for the donation, Isaac, and we'll get to the next one, which comes from fellow creator Presidential Gaming Drive. He donates us 5 British people money, which I still refuse to learn what currency it is. And oh shit, hold up one second. Is Obama actually cooking? It's a Houndoom we can actually keep. I remember it has some ice moves, so we can finally put those to good use on our team if he can actually catch it.
For the love of God, Barack, please do something right this episode. I was so upset when I saw the moveset of the one we caught in the national park. It might not be Thor, but it's still a fine party member. Dial in Little Bro.
Ain't no way I just got Little Bro'd by towers. Your gameplay has been just as bad as mine, if not worse. So let me just settle everything down and add our newest party member. Me Too did its job. And now it's time for the Great Ball to become Houndoom's new home. Just kidding. The light was in my eyes and I had just stubbed my toe on the Oval Office desk, so I couldn't have possibly got the capture right there. I really meant it's time for this Great Ball to become Houndoom's new home.
I wonder what your excuse would have been that time if you didn't catch it. Would it have been that you just remembered you left the oven on? Oh no, wait. It would have been that you realized you forgot to give Michael a strong, firm handshake before you left the house this morning. Oh, don't glare at me like that. You know I'm just fucking around. Seriously, though, that is a solid capture right there. And you've given me some hope that you might catch your final encounter this episode and somehow might actually end up net positive on Pokemon in this unlucky 13th episode.
I'm absolutely going to capture my last encounter. Donald, don't you worry about that. But Joe, you were in the middle of a donation, so why don't you get back to that?
Oh yeah, that's right. We were on Presidential Gaming Drive's donation. He agrees with the split because some Pokemon were just unusable before that. My opinion, they should have just reworked the Pokemon and not the basis of moves, but either way works for me. Thanks again for the donation, champ.
Our next donation comes from Grundy Chan. He throws us another $10 and gives you some well-deserved props for your play last week. Donald, he also loved the custom music, supported the move change, and also wanted to know how Bill's doing. I just spoke with him yesterday, and he's doing great. Thanks for another donation, buddy.
Holy fucking shit! Obama, you can literally make up for everything right here. Catch this fucking Suicune, replace the legendary you lost, and this episode is such a huge fucking win.
I'm cool. Just gonna use one drill peck and then we should be able to catch
Obama,
it.
stop. Donald one-shot a Suicune with drill peck last episode.
So hear me out.
God damn it, you suck, Obama.
You worthless motherfucker! I didn't wake up from a coma just to watch you do everything in your power to sabotage this playthrough and series. Fuck you! Fuck this! I'm leaving! Finish the episode without me and Obama. Learn how to fucking play this game before your next episode. How the fuck?
Donald, please,
No, you want a fucking comment question of the day. Here's one for you. Name anybody who is a better Pokemon trainer than Obama, no matter what you type in. You got the correct answer. You are not allowed to take on the gym. George, you get both gyms next episode. Goodbye.
You guys still believe in me, right?
Even though you cost me $50 and that thick boy from the intro, I'm going to do you a solid, Obama. Don't say I never did anything for you. I'm going to first go calm Donald down, and then I'm going to forget to take my dementia pills so I forget this ever happened. Just be better next time. George, I trust you can make sure he saves the game and turns it off without losing another team member. Have a great week, everyone. I have a raging orange to calm down.
I guess. Let's just check out Cerberus's stats. I did like that name at least.
Hopefully they're at least halfway decent and can help you in the gym battles next week. We know it has Ice Beam, so that's at least a major win right there.
Health looks good. Moves could use a little more variety. But they're the strongest Ice-type moves, so can't complain. And overall, it's our new strongest special attacking Pokemon. The only downside is that it's slower than a sleeping Snorlax. Those defensive stats will need to keep it alive for sure.
Yeah, it needs something other than an Ice-type move. So let me see if it can learn Surf. Oh no, it can't. Of course not. Why would anything go right for me this episode? I'm sorry, George. I guess 13 really was an unlucky number after all. I'm going to grab the medicine before we sign off. Can you please read our highest donation?
Sure thing, man. It came from the one and only King Onyx. He donates $15 and talks about Donald being forgiving. Yeah, maybe not anymore. And also says the split was needed. Thank you for donating through Ko-fi. And thank you personally for your weekly donation, Onyx. That is going to wrap things up for us this week, though. Have a great week, everyone, and please, just put this one behind you, Obama.
Yeah, I'll do that. Sorry again, everyone. Be here as George gets our 5th and 6th badges next week, and if you haven't already joined the Discord in the description below. We'll see you next Thursday.
How you doing, everyone? Welcome to episode 14 of Presidents. Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. We didn't take on any gyms last episode, so we aren't wasting any time this week. I'm heading straight into Chuck's dojo so I can dispatch of him and Jasmine before we get to Mahogany Town. Are you gentlemen ready for an episode without drama and only masterful gameplay?
As long as Fraud Bomba isn't playing, I'm happy. But I beg of you to keep your word, George. We're only going into this gym with 5 Pokemon as it is, and if something goes wrong, it could go downhill quickly. Why aren't you using 6 Pokemon for this gym?
To be completely honest with you, there is a major level jump for these next 2 badges, and I didn't feel like level grinding someone that would be replaced. The second we get an encounter that could be slotted right in. It shouldn't matter though, because the 5 we have will be more than enough.
I think you definitely should have done a little level grinding off screen though. George, don't forget that Chuck has a level 30 Pokemon and Jasmine has a level 35 of her own. We could actually be screwed if either of them have a legendary.
Joe, why do you suddenly sound like you did in Pokemon Yellow again?
Because your gameplay was so bad last episode and I needed to get back to the good old days. Now quit breaking the 4th wall.
So you guys aren't going to let me walk free from episode 13, I see. You know what, that's fine. When I have the greatest redemption arc that Drake could only dream of right now, I'll say, do you guys remember all the shit you talked when I was at my rock bottom? I'll have my day, don't you fret.
I think there's actually a better chance that Drake somehow comes back from 50 feet under against Kendrick instead of you becoming a reliable team member. But if you really want to see rock bottom, how about we go into our donations from last episode before we battle Chuck? This should be fun. In fact, I think I'll lead them off in this episode. And our first donation comes from Presidential Gaming Drive, who despite in his wrestling series has me in last place somehow, is still a fine creator. He says none of this British people money goes into his pocket and that our Obama is an absolute liability unlike his. Don't worry, buddy. I have already taken this money to the bank and deposited it into my own checking account. Barry will never see it ever again. Thanks again, Drive.
First off, it's the ghost-type gym we've got right now. And second, who gave you the password for this channel so that you can collect the donation revenue? I thought our editor had control of it and that he doled out the funds equally.
I told him when I win the election this year that I would make him the governor of New Jersey if he gave me the password to the YouTube channel. These extra funds are going towards the attorney fees that I may or may not pay, depending on the results of my trials.
Biden, please promise the editor something better than the governor of New Jersey if you win the election. Donald can't be allowed to take all the funds going forward. Also, I'm going to teach Carrara strength since somebody needs to know it to proceed. It probably won't become an issue later on.
I see no possible way that becomes foreshadowing later in this series, so that works for me. Also, I have no issue promising him the spot of President of the United States if I win the election. I'm sure Kamala won't mind too much. She keeps saying this isn't what she signed up for every 5 minutes.
You probably should spend more time making executive decisions in this office instead of playing Pokemon and Minecraft. But that's just my opinion. Anyway, let's get back on track and go to the next donation. It comes from Logan Levesque via Ko-fi. Thank you for donating to us there so we get no fees. He thinks, oh man, I did know this was coming. That I might be fraudulent and either Bill or one of my family members should replace me. But I think that might be a little too drastic. I'm telling you, I'm going to turn it around and I'll be a pillar of this team going forward. Just give it time.
That's definitely not what he said. And maybe, if you spent a little more time of your presidency playing Pokemon, then maybe we would have a Suicune, Snoop, compatible Zeke, and Thor on the team as well. But now that I'm done smoking on that Fraud Bomber pack, I can move on to the next donation. It comes from MMA Lover 150, who donates us $5, reminds us how he threw our Lord and Savior, Dark Brandon, under the bus and points out the obvious that he is becoming a liability for this team. I wish I could say my former running mate wasn't, but maybe he'll turn it around. Thank you very much for the donation, and George, just something to remember going forward. If you see another Ghastly, stick to physical type moves, because it knows Mirror Coat, and that could flip the script in a heartbeat.
Good look, Biden. That's a really nice catch. And if we had Mystery in there, who didn't one shot, that's the end of our new longest tenured team member. Our fourth donation comes from the Commissar General. He pays respects to our fallen brothers and can't wait for the day Donald finally screws up. As someone playing this run, I can't agree with you because the last thing I want to see is any more of our party members to faint. But thank you again for the $15, and we definitely have more games to play after this. Generation 3 will be after Crystal.
Bro is going to be waiting a longer time than the Toronto Maple Leafs. Stanley Cup drought to see me. Have a bad episode. Sorry for the stray Leafs fans. But you know we're going to throw at least one sports reference in each episode. Cough Obama actually said the Leafs were going to win in our video. Man just can't stop losing. Anyway, our next donation comes from Zyler Ramsey, 7,748. He goes full white knight mode for Obama, saying he should be let off the hook since it was 4 instances of straight nonsense. While I respectfully disagree because sometimes you just got to have that sixth sense, when playing this game, call me Bennett Foddy because I don't plan on getting over it anytime soon. Thank you very much for the donation, though, and we definitely will see you later tonight for community night.
Well, it's good to know I at least have one person on my side still. When I hit this epic comeback, I won't forget your loyalty, Xyler. You're a real one, my man. But okay, George, it's gym time. What's the strategy for Chuck? The fighting type turned ghost type gym leader does have the level advantage.
I'm going to go with Polly Tussy to lead off since we'll have the super effective move against any dual poison type, while also making sure we can't get hit with a mirror coat in case there's a Ghastly in our way. We have a slight level disadvantage, so I think this is the best game plan I can have. Now I ain't scared, old man. Time for you to hand us our 5th badge. Let's do this.
I think Polly Tussy can take care of anything Chuck throws at us. We don't have a super effective attack in this first matchup, but since it knows Flamethrower, it's got nothing against us. Wrap this one up quickly in case it has some more moves we haven't seen George.
I'm hopefully not overthinking this, but I'm going to switch to Mystery just in case it knows something we don't know. Its health is still a lot lower than I'd like, and Flamethrower won't hurt Mystery either.
Oh shit, this thing's special defense is legit, and Bite apparently can hurt a good deal. George, for the love of all that's holy, please do not replicate Fraudbomber's play. I won't say switch back to take a free attack, but I don't know if I can take another episode of throwing.
I'm starting to think I absolutely overthought the situation when I switched. Seeing Bite wouldn't have been effective against Polly Tussy. But I'm just going to stay calm and stay the course. One quick heal and hopefully no more critical hits against. Psychic should lower that special defense soon.
Bite would be super effective against me too. And both of you are absolutely right about Polly Tussy's health being too low to switch into an attack. Unfortunately, this is the situation you switched into and you have to roll with it now. Chip away until it's knocked out.
Oh man, I really want to try and knock it out right here, but that just screams misplay. I'm just going to heal, which is probably the right thing to do. If I didn't make it faint, right there, everyone is going to turn on me faster than Dutch turning on Arthur.
You definitely ain't wrong there, George. Next week's donations would have been, how could you let our best girl faint? Or why are you letting all of our favorite team members faint on a weekly basis? You might have had to heal twice to get through this round, but at the end of the day, it's fine. And as you saw right there, you made the right call on healing. Since it wouldn't have been knocked out, we definitely didn't get the best luck when it came to getting our secondary effect to kick in. But we're on to Chuck's last Pokemon now.
Slow and steady wins the race, buddy. It doesn't matter if it takes 1 turn or 10 turns. As long as the opponent's Pokemon faints and ours doesn't, you have nothing to apologize for. It looks like that Ghastly is his level 30 Pokemon, though, so I think you should switch back to the original lead.
Yeah, way ahead of you right there, Joe. This is the obvious switch. 1 Bone Meringue might be enough to wrap this one up, so let's see if this gets us a Storm badge.
Not quite, but since it was a physical attack, that Mirror Coat is useless. 1 more attack wraps this one up. Great job, George. Way to bring home badge number 5. And now it's time for you to go get the 6th. Proud of you, man. Great start to the episode.
Thank you very much, Obama. It feels good to be playing well again, and I know you'll get back to this level of play as well. But you're absolutely right about having to get the 6th badge now. So this celebration will have to be cut short. This next gym sees another level jump and no warm-up trainers.
Oh shit, you're absolutely right, George. I forgot that there are no gym trainers before Jasmine. That means we have no idea what type the gym leader will have until we're actually battling her. That's super fucking dangerous, especially if she has a tough type to deal with. What's the plan?
I'd say lead off with the Reaper. Can't go wrong with some good hard hitting. Polly Tussy won us that last battle, and I say let it ride with Jasmine. Also, thanks for remembering to talk to Chuck's wife and getting Fly. The game just got so much more enjoyable.
Well, someone's fired up. Did Jill let you have a little too much sugar before we started recording today? But going back to the topic, I say me too, incredibly reliable, and its attack stat should carry us through the level difference. Don't forget, she has 2 level 30s and a 35.
Mind your own fucking business, Obama. I'm the goddamn president, and I can have as many Skittles as I want whenever I want, but the answer is definitely Polly Tussy. If you want to win, you choose him. End of story. Hold up a second, did Sweet Coon just dance around us and then dip? Oh shit, he must have saw Obama and been like, oh hell no, I ain't taking another drill peck, I'm out of here.
Since you're on a massive sugar high, I'll let you get away with that one. But you got the battle with Eugene now, George. So you have an extra minute to think about our lead for Jasmine.
You actually got a feel for using when you consider everything. Man has been on the track of Sweet Coon for years, and then out of nowhere, some random kid pops up and runs into it left and right. At what point do you realize you might need a change of pace with your career goals?
You say career, but let's be honest. How many actual careers can you have in the Pokemon games? Your options are the Pokemon League, a nurse, Pokemart employee. You work at one of the mega corporations in each region, a local business, or you live off money matches with other trainers. I mean, the only schools are the ones where you learn how to play Pokemon. Where are all these nurses and business executives getting their degrees? I'm convincing myself that they pull random hobos out of the alleys and say, hey, go create a master ball or go perform surgery. It's crazy, I tell you.
I never thought of that actually. Maybe there's just yet another undiscovered region in the Pokemon universe where they have an actual university and get job placement in a random region. I mean, I hope it's that, or I'm going to start second guessing every time we go to a Pokemon Center.
If there's one position we know has never existed in the Pokemon universe, it would easily be Navigator. I really want somebody at Game Freak one of these generations to explain how there is this region of people in Pokemon that somehow are always never discovered. It makes absolutely no sense.
Well, I think we stumbled on the perfect comment question for this episode. In fact, let's make it a two-parter this week. Tell us how you believe that everyone gets qualified for their job position, and if you had to pick a job in the Pokemon universe, what would it be? Let us know in the comments.
As a businessman, I have to congratulate you for finally putting a dub to your name, Obama. Maybe you actually will beat the fraud allegations one of these days. If I had to pick a career, it would easily be head of the game corner. My experience would only help me thrive in that environment.
You ain't wrong there, Donald. I'm sure after Trump Casino went bankrupt, you know what not to do this time. I would want to create a career of a traveling ice cream man. Every time a trainer gets to a city in a game, my truck would be parked somewhere with flavors unique to each part of the map. Also, sorry everyone, but we taught Cerberus fly off camera after a long deliberation.
Going bankrupt is much better than getting arrested by Officer Jenny for trying to appeal to youngsters and lasses in every city around the map. Sleepy Joe, my game corner, would make millions more than your broken down shitbox of an ice cream truck.
You forgot to mention that career earlier, Donald, and that's the line of work I would want to be in. Not just an officer, but the commissioner of all police in the region. Commissioner Bush just has a nice ring to it, don't you think, Obama?
Can someone explain to me where Jasmine just went? There's no staircase back there, so I assume she just jumped out the window. But that is a pretty cool career idea, Bush. And you as well, Biden. I think I'll amend the question to say you can create a career that makes sense for the games as well. For myself, I would want to be the captain of a luxury cruise ship like the SS Anne in the games to see the world from a different angle. But enough of that. It's gym time. George, what did you decide on for the strategy?
After really thinking about it, I've decided to lead off with mystery, with the absolute unknown of what type Jasmine uses, and the first Pokemon we see being level 30. I'm going to give us the best odds of a super effective attack with 4 potential outs. I trust our girl to lead this off right.
Just going to say I was right about leading off with me too, since Drill Peck would have been a 4x move and probably one-shot her version of Shrooms. But you do still have 4 times with Fire Spin, so it's still decent in that regard. Give her hell, George.
Holy shit! Apparently, Shrooms would have grown up to be a special defensive fucking tank. I know Fire Spin isn't the strongest move, but it did only that much damage with 4 times effectiveness. Even though I feel like knowing Fraudbama's foresight, it will have counter he might have been right.
Speed advantage, and it has supersonic. George, you got to wrap this one up quickly, buddy, because this could become an absolute hell for us. Good thing that first one missed at least.
I just wish Psychic would have done a little more damage. Donald, you weren't wrong about this thing being a special defensive tank. It's incredibly high, so Mystery just has to chip away. It's half grass type, so it might have a grass type move. I don't want to switch in Me Too for that reason.
2 more psychic attacks should get it done. Don't make that switch like you did earlier in the episode and just stay the course. I just know she'll power through and get a hit off right here.
That's my fucking girl. Way to show off your 300 IQ and power through that confusion. 1 more attack and that mushroom bug is out of here.
You better believe Mystery's our ride or die. Get that attack off.
Well, that was a letdown, but would you look at that, Obama? My future sight is stronger than ever, and you might have walked us right into a trap with Me Too, since it had counter. Way to make the right call. George, I always believed in you, my fellow Republican.
We got the knockout with virtually no damage. So I'm not even going to be upset you were right about that one. And seeing her next Pokemon, this is clearly the bug-type gym. She's got the strongest bug of them all right now. So be careful, George. Wait, what? You're going to leave in Mystery right now? George, what the fuck are you thinking? She's confused.
Take a breath, Obama. George is cooking and Jasmine is throwing right now. She changed the weather, so Fire Spin will go back to 4 times effective and not lowered by Rain Dance. Just trust the process. It's not like we have any other super effective attacks against Caesar anyway.
Yeah, I'm actually panicking a little bit right here. Sky Attack is coming and we can't land a hit. Please tank this Mystery. All right, what level did you learn Future Sight, George? Because I thought Mystery was headed for the glue factory, right there, with that absolutely reckless play. How in the world did Sky Attack do just about as much damage as the Sandstorm? Even 8 levels higher, that attack stat is horrible.
As I said back in episode 6, Mama didn't raise no bitch, but I will say I haven't perfected that move yet because holy shit, why can Fire Spin not hit this damn thing? First turn fine, we were confused. But that's now 3 fucking misses in a row. Come on, Mystery, burn the damn bug.
Mystery better learn Flamethrower somewhere along the line because this damage is absolutely pitiful. Yes, I understand the level difference, but doing maybe only a quarter of its health? God damn it, that's just super low. At least the Caesar has no moves. We have to worry about apparently.
It looks like we only need to land 2 more of these at least with the slow additional damage we're getting at the end of each turn. Maybe. I should have leveled up the team a little after all. As long as Sky Attack doesn't crit, we are in good shape. And it doesn't look like it did. But oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Is the accuracy of this move 70 or 7? This is absolute horseshit. No pun intended.
Sorry, George, but I only got about 18 hours of sleep yesterday. So I think I'm going to take a nap, seeing I think you'll eventually win this. But Mystery is actually blind right now and dragging this out way too much.
Normally I'd try to fight you on something like that, but you aren't wrong. That's 4 misses and would have been the knockout blow for sure. I have to heal up right now, but Mystery, please just end this fucking battle. I'm begging you.
It's fine, George. Take a breath because 1 more attack takes Caesar down. It took longer than we wanted, but it's finally going to happen.
Yeah, you are right about that at least. It's also going to give us some pretty sweet...
Please tell me that Bugcatcher bitch didn't just use a hyper potion, forcing us to literally do this all over again from the start. There's just no way she did that.
I'm sorry, Donald, but that sandstorm didn't get into your eyes. She used a hyper potion, and now we have to wipe out its health bar again from the start. Everyone hates on Whitney, but I'm switching my hate to Jasmine for delaying the inevitable with the weakest hitting Caesar in history.
Screw it. Biden had the right idea for once, and sleeping through this battle is exactly what I'm going to do. Where's the air mattress you said you kept in here? Wake me up once we have our 6th badge.
Oh, hell yeah, cuddling with the homies. This is the best sleepover ever. I'll get the Skittles.
I swear if you try to spoon, I'm gonna punch you in the mouth and turn you to dust, old man.
So, yeah, I'm just going to keep focusing on this battle and try to win it as quickly as possible so we can get to Mahogany Town before the election. We are so fucking close. And I doubt Jasmine has another hyper potion.
I know we could have just knocked it out right there, but I'm not going to lie. I like the idea to heal up and then let Fire Spin take it out at the end of the turn anyway. Oh, never mind. Sorry I pulled a Clinton right there, George.
Jasmine didn't have another hyper potion, so it's not a big deal. I'm just happy that we have finally dispatched with her ace and that we are on to her final Pokemon. I'm just praying it's not another Caesar and we can use more than fire-type moves. Oh, fuck yes, it's just a Scyther. I'm going to give Cerberus her debut in this series and fuck it up with Ice Beam. It feels good to finally have a strong ice attack on this team.
As long as Scyther doesn't bust out a random Surf, we'll be in good shape. It took an eternity. But George, you deserve a lot of credit. You kept our team alive and picked up 2 badges. We needed an effort like this after my admitted poor play last episode, and you got us back on track. Thank you, man.
You never have to thank me for that, Barry. We're a team. We might shit-talk each other or rag on our play sometimes, but at the end of the day, we're the best friends we've ever had or will have, and we'll always have each other's backs. And just like that, we have our 6th badge. Good night, Jasmine.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, wake up idiots. George beat Jasmine. We're moving on.
Oh, money, I love you so much. I'll divorce Melania, and we'll run away to Switzerland, and I'll put you in the greatest bank account ever.
Oh, chocolate, chocolate chip, I swear, baby, it's you who is my one true love. Cookies and cream means nothing to me.
Donald, Joseph, wake the fuck up.
5 more minutes,
stop
Mommy.
Fucking yelling. Wait, what the fuck did you just say, Biden? And get your fucking arm off me. I said no spooning.
Oh, fine. You're no fun. Also, George, I take it you beat Jasmine. Did we lose any Pokemon?
No, sir, I did not. And in fact, we actually have an encounter before we get to Mahogany Town. So we might not only pick up 2 badges this episode, but also be net positive as well.
George, you have absolutely earned the W in your name so far this episode. How about wrapping it up with one of our best encounters yet? Your last one was Thor, so keep cooking and get us another great addition.
How about adding a dragon to our team that evolves in 4 levels? How does that sound to you, Donald?
George, I'm heavily considering buying the Texas Rangers and gifting them to you for your service to this run. Catch it, please.
Well, now that it used Harden, that will only make catching it even easier. Now there's no chance that a high damage roll with extreme speed knocks it out, and I'll be able to try to catch it next turn. Also, it has an ice type attack as well, so life is just so fucking good.
Stay with it, buddy. Next one catches it for sure.
You were right last time, so I'll trust you this time. Great ball, go.
Hell fucking yeah, Bush. Let's go. We have a dragon now. Couldn't ask for a better 6th party member. What are you thinking for the name?
Jackie Chan Adventures is one of my favorite shows, so I'll name Dratini after the dragon Shendu.
No complaints there. Maybe we'll even get to summon the Shadow Khan since we have Shendu on our side now.
Checking out its moves will be one of the last things we do this episode. So before we sign off, we have a few more donations, and I'll get into the next one from the one and only King Onyx. He wants to know why you're fumbling the bag so hard in this run, Obama, and he would be happy to replace you.
Thank you as always for the donation, Onyx, but the rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm only going to become an absolute pillar on this team. As the game gets harder, you'll see. All right, without further ado, George, how about we check out Shendu's stats?
It would be my absolute pleasure. Looks like it has a ton of health with 70. We already knew about Harden and Ice Punch, but it also has Aeroblast too. Holy shit, that's awesome. The attack stat is non-existent, but we might get a nice re-roll on the evolution. I think this is an absolute win.
No lies detected. It's a win for damn sure. But moving back to the donations, we have your Doom 4, who says he actually saw a worse battle than that entire episode. I find that very hard to believe, but thanks for the $5, man.
The next donation comes from Ram 420'em. He sends us $10, and you ain't wrong about if I caught Suicune, things would have been all right. But did you really have to mention Michelle like that? Sorry. I mean, she is a beautiful woman, but I'll let you slide since you donated via Ko-fi.
Oh man, bro got caught slacking even on his episode off. But moving on, our next and most wholesome donation from this past episode comes from Cashulator 5317. He's loving the series so far, and we hope you and your new kitty enjoyed this episode as well.
And finally, we have another $100 donation from Neo Venom Strike. We cannot begin to tell you how much we appreciate our largest donator in the history of this channel. This donation was in honor of us hitting 100 live viewers, which happened for the second straight time in episode 13. These videos take a lot of time and effort to make, so to see how many people take time out of their days to see them make it all worth it.
Couldn't have said it better myself, but that is going to conclude episode 14. It's Sleepy Joe's turn next week, so hopefully he can continue his miracle streak of actually being competent at Pokemon games somehow. We will see you then.
Ain't no miracle, just pure fucking skill. George, once again, a standing ovation for you, good sir, as this episode might have been your finest work yet. Job well done.
That means a lot coming from you, Joe. Thank you very much, and thank you again to all of our donators and everyone for stopping by. Don't forget to answer our comment question and join the PokeForce 1 Discord in the description below. We'll see you next Thursday.
Take care, everyone.
What's up, Crystal Gang? It's your boy and soon-to-be two-term President Joe Biden. It feels like an eternity since the last time I got to play, but it's time for me to make my triumphant return by catching the shiny Pokemon in the Lake of Rage and start the Rocket Hideout. How are you gents doing?
Sounds like somebody has been eating too many Rage candy bars. First off, it's literally only been a month since the last time you played Biden. And second, when are you going to give up the fantasy that you're going to win this election? You didn't even win the first time, god damn it.
Sorry to interrupt this pathetic debate, but Biden way to find a wild Trump right at the beginning of this episode. I remember these things hit pretty hard going back to when it used Ice Punch on Thor, so be careful.
Hey, somebody remembered my Snorlax nickname in yellow. Thanks for the callback, Bush. Also, props to Cerberus making our lives super easy with this encounter. You should have no problem catching this one Biden.
Don't forget that it took a long time when you tried to catch a Snorlax in Yellow Obama. It only has a 25 catch rate, so while I hope I catch it soon, don't expect it to happen instantly.
Sounds like a bunch of excuses, Sleepy Joe. I bet a real Pokemon master could catch it on the next attempt. No problem at all. But then again, it is you trying to catch this and not me.
I'm sorry. What was that, Donald? I had my noise-canceling headphones in. Would you like to repeat the comment you just made?
Nice catch, Joe. What do you plan on naming it?
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. And don't worry, I'll spare you from naming this Snorlax the same as Obama did in yellow. It hits pretty hard, if I remember, and you'll never let it on the team if it's a name dissing you. So I'm going to name it, the next fattest president after you, which was Taft.
It's a good name, but fuck you for that last comment. We know it has Ice Punch from previous encounters, but it looks like it also has Synthesis, which would be huge in a run like this. Stats are pretty good across the board, minus attack, of course, but we could easily have Taft join the team.
Maybe Taft could be the first name off the bench, because we already have an ice attacker with Cerberus, and her special attack stat is absolutely disgusting. I just don't think we need two ice-type attackers at the same time is all.
I'm not so sure about that, Obama. Don't forget Taft is only level 18. So when he gets to the level of everybody else, it might be a very different story. That balance is amazing for a level 18. So I say we give him a shot now and level him up a little bit before the rocket hideout.
You both raise a good argument, so I think I'll see if Taft can learn any special attacking moves that we have right now. The two I want to see are Surf and Crunch, since we don't have a dark type attack, and Surf, of course, is just always an amazing move in this game.
Looks like a hard no on Surf and a no on Crunch as well. Since it's limited to just Ice Punch, I say we leave Cerberus in the team right now, and maybe there's somewhere along the line we bring Taft into the team if the composition of the party changes. It's a great Pokemon to have in the end.
That's what I thought was best as well, Donald. It's a shame. If it could have learned those moves, I would have personally level grinded Taft before the hideout myself. But with that encounter out of the way, it's time to head to the Lake of Rage. Donald and I discussed how we would handle this and next episode off-screen. I would be responsible for the 3 encounters in the first portion of the hideout, and then Donald would finish up the hideout next episode. Are you guys good with that?
Oh, hell yeah. That works for me. That means I would get to Battle Price. I'm totally ready for my redemption arc to begin by getting our 7th badge. Just keep the team intact and we'll have no issues for my episode.
Joe, I think we might have overlooked one major part of this plan. Maybe we should reconsider how we do this or switch the order to give Bush episode 17.
Oh, fuck no. You're not going to change this plan or the turn order. I told you guys I'm going to have a redemption arc, and I will become a trusted member of this team again. Yeah, I had some bad episodes, but going forward, you can only expect some change we can believe in.
I mean, he is right after all. We can't just toss him aside like he's a piece of mail when our bag is full. We're not dropping him from the team, and maybe a big gym battle win will be all he needs to bring him back to peak form. I say we let him take down Price.
I can't disagree with him. Donald, this might be his last major battle before his Elite Four matchup, and we have to get him on track. Worst case scenario, and he loses a few Pokemon. We have time to recover and get a strong 6 stack ready for the Indigo Plateau.
Fair enough. All right, Obama, this is your one and only pep talk. You've looked at our team throughout this run like it was a wedding in Yemen. Enough of the bullshit. Turn your gameplay around and lose the fraud allegations once and for all. Get your ass in gear and show us why you won 2 terms.
I promise you guys, I will not let you down. I'll walk into that ice gym and walk out with it burning to the ground. That 7th badge is as good as ours. If you thought I had a strong comeback in yellow, you haven't seen nothing yet. When you think of a clutch performer, you will think of me.
I believe in you, buddy. I just know you'll turn it around. Rest assured that Donald and I will keep the team intact for you over these next 2 episodes. You'll have the full arsenal at your disposal, and Price won't stand a chance against our world-class striker.
Thanks, Joe. I really do appreciate it. I'm sorry for all the destruction and heartbreak I have caused in this run. I really am. those demons will be the guiding light for me to not let it happen again. That last episode was a disgrace, and I have lost sleep every night since.
Is there any reason we just willingly gave those goons 1,000 Poké Dollars instead of saying no and kicking their ass in a battle? That money could have gone to 1 2/3 Great Balls that we would have wasted somewhere else.
Knowing our catching luck, you ain't wrong. But am I to believe all these losers up here also just dished out $1,000 to Team Rocket? I find that very hard to believe. Joe, you need to march back into that building and demand our money back. Ask for the manager if you need to.
Does anybody have a spare Karen wig I can borrow while I ask for the manager? Also, look everybody, it's Isaac's Redeemer. It's been summoned here to remind us to change the nickname of our baby Zubat.
And as Redeemer gets ice punched into oblivion by a dragon snake with no hands, we definitely will rename the Zubat as soon as we get to the next part. We haven't recorded yet. Promise you, buddy. But speaking of donation, requests, how about we get into the donos from last episode?
I mean, as long as we don't have to talk to that crazy person anymore. Who thinks he used a Nidoking right there, then sure. Our first donator from last episode was Legendary Gamer, who donated to us twice. He knows I got that dog in me and that Obama will definitely get better as the run goes on.
Sorry about the second trip to the Ripbox Psycho, but thank you very much, Legendary, for the kind words and the 2 donations. Our next donation came from K Cub 1996, who mentioned that the schools in Scarlet and Violet actually did have some basic education, so I guess you are right about that. Cub also responded to our comment question and said that he would want to be a champion, then took a shot at those purple frauds in Minnesota. As you all know, I'm a Bears fan, and our editor is a Packers fan, so nobody disagrees with you there. Thanks for the donation, my man.
Going to take a short break from donations, as it's time for our last 2 encounters of this episode. We are going to treat the shiny Pokemon as a static encounter, meaning we can catch another Pokemon in the lake. If you don't agree, you can find that Karen wig I didn't find earlier and complain.
Well said, Joe. If only you wore the pants when it came to giving money away to Team Rocket, but I don't think anybody is going to complain seeing what this encounter is. I mean, we'll catch it, but it ain't gonna be on the team anytime soon, if at all. 405 base stats ain't gonna cut it.
It's a shame because this moveset doesn't look bad at all. It has Zap Cannon and Toxic, which can turn the tides of any battle, but yeah, it's just not top 6 material. Please just don't let Shendu faint trying to catch this is all I ask, Joe.
Excuse me, but is this the first time you've ever watched me play this game? Not only is Shendu not going to faint, but watch this. I'll catch this thing with my eyes closed. Guys, did we catch it? My eyes are still closed and all I can see is darkness.
Joe, just open your eyes.
Whoa, that's much better. Thank you, Obama. Anyway, for a name, I'm going to go with Jokey because that's the sound that Misty's Togepi always made in the anime.
How in the fuck do you always go from an elite Pokemon trainer to something like forgetting to open your eyes? Those pills are just too fucking powerful, and I say you can't use them for any debates we have leading up to the election.
Tell you what, buddy, I'll stop taking my pills if you don't use any orange spray tan until the election and release all of your tax returns. I think that's a pretty fair trade-off. But for now, be happy I just took my pills because it's time to catch a level 30 shiny. I need all the luck right now.
Oh man, fuck this ROM for doing us dirty. I mean seriously. A single evolution Pokemon with weak base stats? I was thinking we would get a Tyranitar or something really cool, but nah. Just a Sneasel. Oh well, I'm going to continue playing Depression Simulator in the corner for now.
I really wish I could defend my seed on this one, but sadly, I cannot. If only the order of the encounters this episode was reversed, and we were getting a shiny Snorlax right now. Something like that, or a Caesar would have absolutely made my day. But it does have some type coverage at least.
Might have decent defense if it stood up to a drill peck from me too, but I'll just catch it now and we'll see what its stats are back at the Pokemon Center.
Gotta give you props for catching all 3 of your encounters this episode. Nice job there, Joe. What are you going to name it?
Pretty sure I packed like 20 Radiant Sneaslers out of Lost Origins, so I'm going to name it Radiant. I hope its stats are somewhat redeemable because I want to have our shiny on the team, not just because it's the highest level we have, but because it is shiny as well.
If it can learn Crunch and has a good special attack stat, then we may have very well found a perfect situational matchup Pokemon. Don't forget to talk to the cape-wearing bitch before we head back to Mahogany Town.
Hopefully Bro isn't going to be too upset about taking 2 losses in as many games, but it's officially hideout time, aka annoying sensors and way too many Team Rocket members to count. Are you ready to go, Biden?
Ready is my middle name. Call me the Exterminator because I have some annoying pests to get rid of. Once Donald and I are done, this town will be free of all Team Rocket members or your money back.
Your middle name is Robinette, but regardless, you ain't wrong, Biden. When all this is said and done, maybe we should open up an extermination company. We can start with the reviews of everyone in this town.
Thanks for including Obama and I in your little business venture, but that's fine. I didn't need a bankruptcy on my record anyway. Moment of truth for Radiant right here. Prayers up for a solid roll.
Oh God, here we go again with the I owned the Texas Rangers nonsense. You put in a $500,000 stake. Let's not pretend you owned the damn team outright.
Saw my initial investment multiplied by about 30 in 1998 when the team sold, but yeah, I know absolutely nothing about business. Anyway, as far as the stats go, they really aren't bad. If it can learn Crunch, I say, add Radiant to the team.
As much as I wouldn't want to send Cerberus to the PC, that would be the logical option based on its dog water speed stat and the fact we wouldn't need 2 dark types in the party. But then again, it all rides on the condition of Radiant being able to learn Crunch. If it can't, it's PC bound.
Personally, I hope that it does learn Crunch because that means today we didn't just add a new highest level member to the team, but at the same time we now know for sure who our top 2 options for the team are if someone were to faint being Taft and Cerberus.
Holy shit, it's a miracle. A move that actually makes sense for a Pokemon can be taught to that Pokemon. Teach it to Radiant, and we have our newest party member. Also, we all didn't notice this earlier, but it knows Moonlight, which is another solid move to have in the back pocket.
Yeah, it's a good move, but Radiant's worst stat is health. That would heal, what, like 25 at a time? It's essentially worthless seeing an attack that turn could potentially do more damage than that. Again, this is a situational Pokemon. If it's not the perfect scenario, we gotta switch.
Just going to check out a few more moves, but in the meantime, let's get back on the donation train before we head over to the hideout. Our next donation came from Ram420M, and thank you very much for donating via Ko-fi so we get all of your donation. He just wants you to know, no hard feelings for his comment last episode, Obama. And if you ever get into a tough spot again, to just break out your Ultra Instinct form to smack around everyone in your way. Thank you again for another donation, Ram.
You're all good, buddy. Don't worry about it. I know it's all in good fun. But moving on, our next donation came from user LBungo5TCV, who, well, hopefully you just started watching the episode right now in regards to Cerberus. But thank you so much for the compliment, donation, and GP6 slander.
I don't think I'll ever get tired of the Pokemon champion ordering his Dragonite to use Hyper Beam on a civilian. That shit goes so hard. But it also makes me mad that I can't just have Polly-Tussie use Jump Kick on any bystander I choose. It would make this game so much better.
While I think you personally shouldn't have the ability to physically abuse trainers in a Pokemon game, that actually gives me an idea for today's comment question. Tell us below if you made a Pokemon fan game. What gimmick would you most want to put in the game? I've seen your answers to comment questions, so I know you all are super creative, so let's have fun with this one. Do you want to do what Donald wants to do? Do you want the ability to pull a GTA and rob the Pokemart? Any mod you would want in the game, let us know.
I'm sure there's no way this will absolutely backfire and blow up in our faces,
I want to get
right?
hired as the daycare man and then have an interactive game to help the Pokemon breed. You losers are just mad that you didn't think of it first. You don't have to admit it. It's fine.
You know what? Maybe you didn't have the worst idea, Donald, but regardless, let your voice be heard in the comments below, no matter how tame or wild your idea for a mod would be. Also, let's get back to the donations. And our next one came from our good friend, Presidential Gaming Drive. He throws us 5 more British people money and absolutely identifies what the W stands for in my name. Someone had to save us, and it definitely was me. Thank you again for shouting out our new record for 109 live viewers during the episode 14 premiere. We in turn are also so hyped that your wrestling series has been popping off, and goddamn, I am an amazing general manager, is all I have to say after that most recent episode.
You've heard of frying your food, but Shendu is trying to make frozen birds the new big thing in Johto. Bro is just freezing everything in his path. Hopefully that's an indication of how well things in the hideout are going to go. But staying on donations. Our next 2 came from MMA Lover 150, but I have a bone to pick with him. In what realm have I been a liability? What Pokemon have fainted under my watch? I'm the best damn player on this team, and I demand to be viewed as such. Put some respect on my name.
Okay, Donnie, let's count to 10. Really fast, and take a breath. Let's not lash out at the donators, and remember, it's all in good fun. You haven't been a liability, and you're a great trainer. Stay composed, and let's keep it clean.
For real? You expect me to take being spoken to like that lying down? Are you mad, Obama? But you know what? Fine, let me try and count to 10. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
5, 6, 7, 8. Snapping your neck is going to be great. Listen here, MMA Lover. We appreciate your donations, but when you come at Donald, and I just know it ain't gonna be free real estate, and you'll have to answer to me. We ain't no liabilities, and we won't take that talk without clapping back. I'll let Donald get back into control, but just know the next time you come for us, don't expect to get off so easy. By the way, you might not have Dark Brandon anymore, Joseph, but you are still battling very well this episode. Don't fuck it up at the end.
I'll pin that comment for later Dark Maga because Brandon is far from gone. He may not have the strength to come forward quite yet, but he is still the powerful force he once was, and I know one day he will be back.
Oh, you sweet, naive fool. You may not have the power to sense it, but just know whatever is left of my worse half is solely responsible for keeping you alive. He doesn't have even close to the strength to resurface. It's a shame, but I wish you all the best of luck. Until the next time.
You bastard! He will be back! You can fucking count on it!
Joe, I'm sorry about that dude. I didn't know he would bring up the whole Dark Brandon thing. I know how important he is to you and to me as well, so I'll communicate with Dark Maga and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Fuck, man. Why did any of this have to happen? Why did we have to get attacked in Los Santos? Why did you get an alter ego watching over me and I didn't? I didn't ask for any of this. I just want Dark Brandon back. I just want my friend back. This isn't fair. I'd give it all up just for him.
You're right, Joe. It isn't fair. Dark Brandon not only sacrificed his true power to keep you alive, but Donald too. He's a great being, and we all miss him very much.
It's a shit hand. You were dealt, and I'm so sorry that you have to go through this. But just know you aren't going through it alone. You have us alongside you. Let us share your pain, and let us be the shoulder to not only cry on, but to guide you through these times.
Dark Brandon will come back. I don't know when, but he's a part of you, and he sees what this is doing to you. He has his own playthrough that he's working on right now, but when he completes it, he will be back. We believe in Brandon. Fuck what Dark Maga said. We'll always be here for you, Joe.
Do you really mean that, Donald?
My word is as true as this drill peck that will one-shot this onion fairy. We might talk our shit, but some things come first, and our friendship is one of them. Now quit this sad shit and let's finish this episode right.
Thanks, guys. I really did need that. And you're right, Donald. It's time for me to wrap up another solid episode and get you to the second half of the Hideout, just as Dark Brandon would want to see.
You know we'll always be here for you, Joe. And after you knock out one of the weakest Pokemon to ever exist, that's the last trainer to disable those annoying alarms. Nice job. You did great today. Before we sign off, though, we have a few more donations to get through.
You're absolutely right. Obama, and I'll get to the next one, from King Onyx. He throws props to George while also saying he would want to be a Pokemon breeder. Guess he'll share my idea for the mod as well. Thank you again for your weekly donation, Onyx.
Cassandra Valentine comes at us next with a $20 donation and can't wait for our next game in Generation 3 to see her favorite Pokemon Gardevoir. Trust me, I can't wait to see her as well, and your idea of being a ranger sounds awesome. Finally, she wants us to know she believes in you, Obama.
I promise I'll reward your belief, and thank you so much for the donation. And finally, our last donation was a bit of a mystery because it came from Rosalita and Sherry Darlin. They didn't leave a comment, and we don't know who they are, but they tied the channel record with a $100 donation. We can't thank you enough for that, Benjamin. But that is going to conclude episode 15. Donald is going to take the stage to wrap up the Hideout before the next episode, so I can take on the gym in episode 17. We will see you next week, everybody.
As always, please do answer our comment question, and if you haven't already joined the Discord, what the heck are you waiting for? Link to join is in the description of this video.
Make sure to have yourselves a fantastic week.
And we can't wait to see you next Thursday. Same time, same place from all of us. We'll see you then. Hello, and congratulations to everybody watching right now. By clicking on this video, you don't get to just see expert Pokemon Crystal play, but you get to see it done by Donald Long John Trump, the greatest Pokemon trainer in the history of life. You truly are a lucky person.
Please tell me you still aren't calling yourself that. It was supposed to be a one-time thing when we played Pokemon Yellow. And then it was supposed to never be referenced again. Our female viewership didn't even improve by you doing that which was the intended goal.
First off, it's time for Entei to be handed some fraud allegations, seeing Carrara just one shot at Arcanine is the real, legendary fire dog. And second, you are very wrong, my skill issue inflicted friend. As you can see, our female viewership is about 50% higher than when I appealed to that audience.
Damn, from a whole 2 female viewers to 3 female viewers. What a jump from 1% to 1.5%. But my question is, what and who is the 0.1% user specified viewers?
Oh, that would be me. I identify as a dog on YouTube, since I got that dog in me, and I'm the true Pokemon master, unlike this false god that Trump portrays himself to be. Also, I have to have secured the dog vote by doing that as well, so you might as well just forfeit the election now, Orange Man.
Dogs can't vote in the election, you demented fossil. But by all means, please allocate your entire advertising budget to dogs. Promise chew toys for everyone that votes for you, or just go full Vermin Supreme and promise a pony to everyone who votes for you. I fully support you doing that, Joe.
Don't be hating on my boy Vermin. He's got a really strong platform of harnessing energy via zombies and hamster wheels while also making mandatory toothbrushing laws. It may eliminate the entire melee competitive scene since none of them practice proper hygiene, but he's got some really good ideas.
George, the guy wears a fucking boot on his head. His campaign promises are to go back in time to kill baby Hitler and baby COVID. He doesn't deserve to run for president. He should be put in a mental institution so society can be protected from his lunacy.
Whoa, I'm sorry, Donald. Are those not great campaign promises? Or do you think that those things wouldn't be good for America? The boot has unlocked the full potential of his brain, and I'm with George on this one. I'm voting for Vermin. Ponies, no dictators, and proper hygiene for all.
Well, shit, Donald. Looks like Vermin has the votes of former presidents, and I've got the votes of dogs and dead people. Looks like your real fight is with Robert Kennedy for third place in this election. But don't worry, I'll still invite you over for video games after the election.
Joe, what did you just say? Your other voter base was after dogs. Please speak louder into the microphone so I can get that audio file into the hands of every Fox News employee in the past, present, and future as well.
Oh, I said donators. Obviously, everyone that donates to this channel is in my voter base. So yeah, let's just jump straight into those donations as you continue to use strength and drill peck on all the unsuspecting Team Rocket members. And our first donation comes from the Homeboy Presidential Gaming Drive. He issues you a challenge to prove your ability as a trainer, Obama. He wants you to use Radiant in the gym battle against Price, since he thinks Sneasel is dog water in Generation 2. He also thinks that Dark Maga deserves a reality check. He recognizes Dark Brandon as the true master of the dark, and that he would bury Dark Maga's ego more than Tobias did to Ash in Generation 4.
I'll be honest. Generation 4 was a Pokemon League where I genuinely felt bad for Ash. Bro finally defeats his toughest rival in the anime the round before, a battle which is easily a top 5 battle in the history of the anime. His reward? 2 legendaries in an impossible to win battle. This was the first series where it felt like it all came together for Ash, and everything he learned should have resulted in a league championship. Instead, they just said, hey, you're getting plot armor against you for no reason now, which was complete bullshit. I'm still mad they did that. But getting back to the other half of that donation, I will absolutely use Radiant in the gym battle, unless of course it's weak to the type of the gym. Not just gonna run him out there against fire or steel types, and of course thank you very much for your weekly donation, Presidential Gaming Drive.
Nice job getting the first password and also taking down your second legendary dog in one shot. Donald, you've been absolutely crushing Team Rocket to this point. Keep it up, man.
I'm not going to pretend I'm doing the Lord's work right here, since we're clearly over-leveled to these opposing Pokemon. Again, a situation of the level scaling of this game being completely nonsense. We go from fighting level 30s to the high teens and low 20s. I guess the game expected us to go to the 7th gym's town before the 5th gym's town with no instruction to do so. I don't get it honestly, but Obama, you did just give me an idea for what our comment question should be this week. Below in the comments or in the live chat, if you're one of the kings or queens watching the premiere, let us know what your favorite battle in the anime was. It doesn't have to be a full battle or one Ash was even in. Whichever battle you thought was the best for whatever reason, let us know.
I'd personally go with Ash against Gary in the Silver Conference because it put to bed the first rivalry in Ash's career as a trainer, and the way Ash defeated Gary's first Pokemon with a massive disadvantage was downright brilliant. Showed all of his growth since becoming a trainer. But going back to donations, our next one came from Lazy Panda 6569. Instead of bashing Brandon, he's bashing you this week. Obama, by saying if you even lose one member in the 7th gym, you should be disqualified from leading the team and not get a portion of the donations. What do you say to that?
That's it. I've had enough of the fucking slander. Use this. Use that. Enough of this. You know what? How about this? Tell you what, everyone? If I lose 2 Pokemon next episode, I'll call it quits and take Bill's spot in the cloning lab. He can replace me. Will that make all of you happy?
Hold up, Barack. Take a breath for a minute, man. No need to do anything drastic right now. Sure, the comments haven't been kind to you, but we all believe in your abilities, and you don't need to make a magnitude 10 guaranteed to us.
Nah. Fuck that noise, I'm all for this guarantee. You know what they say? Diamonds are made out of pressure. If Obama deserves to be here, he needs to play much better. Let's see if he can actually follow through on his promise.
This grunt literally just said yuck, yuck, yuck and is making more sense than you right now, Donald. Do we really want all that pressure on Obama when he's going up against the 7th gym? Number one, I'm not losing my buddy, and number two, do you really want to see all of our heavy hitters get vanquished right before we battle Claire and the Rockets and Goldenrod? This is not the stress we need to be putting on Barack right now.
I appreciate the support, little bro, but don't forget that you were my vice president, and not the other way around. I'm a big boy and I can take care of myself. Let me walk this walk and just know I'm going to talk this talk. Donald might have been convicted of 34 felonies, but he's right that diamonds are made out of pressure. I'm not only going to win our 7th badge, but when I walk out of Price's gym, it's going to be with our entire team intact. End of story.
I thought we agreed to not bring up that bullshit court case. We all know it was a rigged trial, and I will just appeal it all the way to my boy Clarence Thomas until it gets thrown out. You Democrats may have thought this was going to help you, but this verdict only helps me and riles my base up more in the long run. I will take this office back, don't you worry.
Yeah, I don't know about all of that, but Donald, what are you doing? Don't you remember there are 2 passwords? You have to find the second one before you can unlock that security door. I know you've been going through a lot recently, but you got to check that baggage at the door.
God damn it, man. Haters left and right, there's nothing I can do right now. Just be happy I'm destroying everything in my path and making this hideout my bitch. I'll just throw it back to the donation so you all can get off my back for a minute. Our next donation came from user Mitchell44. He said we made the best heartfelt speech he's ever heard, and that we are the best. And then he says Donald is the best character on the show, so at least somebody has some sense and is on my side. Thank you, Mitchell. We really appreciate it, and I hope you are enjoying me walking through this hideout like it's nothing.
Oh yeah, man. An absolute performance to remember smacking around these Pokemon almost 10 levels lower than you. However do you handle this task? Be grateful your episode came during one of the parts of the game where they completely botched the levels and you could be in less danger. It really makes you think the guy in charge of game testing went on an extended vacation after the 6th badge because the levels are all over the place for no reason. These Pokemon should be in the mid-20s after battling a gym leader with a level 35. Once we return to Goldenrod to battle the same opponents, then the challenge actually becomes real again.
All I hear are excuses to mitigate my magnificent gameplay. You just wish your battling abilities were even close to the level of mine, Robinette.
I have no interest in resetting my skill tree, so that's going to be a hard pass, Donnie. Just know if you lose anybody in this episode, I'm going to make that around 90% of my talking points during our first debate.
All right, enough bickering, you two. Save it for the 27th. Donald, just keep mowing them down. All that matters is you hand over the team to me intact. Staying on the topic of donations, we did get a bunch of them in between this episode. And last, so let's move on to Brent Ree, who said something both of you can agree with. He said you had a great episode last time, Joe, and has been right to this point about Trump knocking it out of the park so far. Thanks for the donation, buddy.
The levels are actually about to jump because your last 2 battles in this episode are against an executive in the team battle with Lance. Don't forget you also have your static encounter as well. The last thing we need right now is any level of complacency. If you end up dropping a team member before we wrap this episode up, then maybe MMA Lover 150 will take back what he said about you being Alpha Donald and you not being a liability. He does think you'll shake your liability tag next episode, though, Barack.
Well, I either shake the tag or according to the terms of my guarantee, I get sent to the Gulag, aka the Clone Lab. But don't fret, gentlemen, I have no intentions of losing even a single Pokemon and melting that Jim Price calls home. Oh, and would you look at what we have here? It's bitch-ass Tucker. Is he ready for his next beatdown?
Nah, we don't fight him here. Bush was right about the amount of battles we have left this episode. As you can see, he just got his shit rocked by Lance because he probably ran up to him thinking he was a member of Team Rocket and all of his Pokemon are in a Hyper Beam-induced coma. Next time we face him, we'll be at the underground rocket base in Goldenrod, I believe, so he has plenty of time to heal up for yet another beatdown at our merciless hands.
Even though that fucking cave dweller didn't battle us, he still felt the need to attempt to flex while physically striking us yet again. Why couldn't they program the ability to just smack his bitch ass back? Nobody deserves it more than Tucker.
Things Biden isn't actually wrong about for 1200 Alex. Could you just imagine after he shoves us right there that Polytussie just releases itself from its Pokeball, chases down Tucker, smacks him around a little, then drags him back here for his trainer to finish the job. This episode would immediately spike to 10 million views if that happened.
I would pay billions to watch any one of our Pokemon smack the shit out of Tucker. That would be so fucking cool. We have to wait a little longer to throw out our comment question next week because this one would have been so much better. Now, personally, I would have Taft used Body Slam on him, but that's just me.
I don't often say this, but Trump, that's a fantastic idea. Donald, go use Body Slam on Tucker right now. If you ever did that, it would have to be added to the list of one-hit knockout moves.
Oh, eat my ass, Barack. Trust me, if you throw next episode, I'll make sure your guarantee is made possible by building the greatest wall ever built between you and the White House, you fat-shaming piece of shit. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to have to lean forward here because our opponent is about to send out Godzilla. While I could just try and knock it out with Iron Tail, I'm going to let Mystery get in on the fun and try to knock it out with Surf. How's that for walking through this episode, Sleepy Joe? Not so easy now, is it, buddy?
Oh shit. One potentially tough battle against a Pokemon 4 levels lower than you. What an episode, man. You're really going to need some rest after this one. And would you look at that, it knows magnitude. Way to send Mystery to the glue factory, you moron.
Oh, Joseph, you poor broken calculator. Any Pokemon master could have seen that this pseudo-legendary who normally has a busted attack stat would have a garbage attack stat in this randomizer, and a super effective magnitude attack would have little effect on our darling Mystery. While Surf didn't do as much damage as I had hoped, I can use a Mega Drain to recover a little and still finish this fight with no issue. That's just an expert game plan. Might as well call me Carlo Ancelotti because all I do is win, baby. The fans are probably getting tired of the winning.
Today's sports reference has been brought to you by the 5 people watching this who actually knew that name. Thank goodness that attack stat was as low as it was, because Donnie almost had a top 5 worst misplay of the series so far by bringing in Mystery. You know that everybody watching right now had a heart attack the second they saw that first magnitude.
Them and me both. Holy shit, Donald, what was your logic in bringing in a fire type against a ground type? Yeah, the movesets are random, but we've already seen what assuming what moves a Pokemon has can do to this team.
There is a negative 5% chance that you, of all people, are worried about somebody else's play. George was talking about top 5 potential misplays when you have 4 or 5 of them alone. I guess you're just going to ignore compatible fainting in a battle it didn't need to be in, Thor fainting in a battle it should have been switched out in, not catching the Suicune right after you had a chance of redemption, and many fucking more. Would you like me to go on, Barack? Or do you wish to keep talking to me about misplays? Trust me, I'm just getting started. You ain't him, so let's not pretend you are him. Know your role and shut your mouth.
Geez, Donald, take a breath. It's not that serious, man.
Not that serious? Biden, this is without a doubt the most important thing going on in any of our lives right now. My re-election bid and court cases are a distant second and third behind completing this run. I dare you to say anything in your life more important than this run right now.
I mean, yeah, you're right. If I was told that we complete this run if I drop out of the presidential race at this very moment, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
That's how I know I can trust you in this run, Biden. Because I would do the very same. It's up to us to carry this team. This might be the only time I ever say this, but when it comes to Pokemon, you are actually competent, Joe. Stay strong with me, brother. Together we will win this.
You do realize I'm here too and can hear everything you're saying right. I do not need to be carried in the slightest, and I'm a trusted member of this team as well.
Our starter, Slasher, and a Pokemon 1 level away from evolving have fainted at your hands, George, so right about now, I would just be happy you haven't been our worst player and keep your mouth shut. You did catch the Reaper, find our first legendary and get us 2 badges last episode, so if you keep your recent form up, then maybe we can talk about inviting you to the Trustworthy Trainers Club.
The Trustworthy Trainers Club. What in the hell is that?
It was a secret until Fat Ass over here opened his big orange mouth. But since it's out in the open, a few episodes ago, Donald and I created the Trustworthy Trainers Club. It's an elite group of trainers that can be relied on to get the job done without causing a cardiac event whenever they get on the sticks. As of right now, our members are Donald, Dark, Brandon, and myself, and we meet once a week for a steak dinner and smoke cigars to discuss the newest strategies in competitive play and events in the Pokemon world as well. We even have special embroidered suits and rip packs every now and then as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry I let that slip, Brother Joseph. I just was thinking about the upcoming presentation I have on Infinite Fusion random battles during our next meeting, and it just slipped out of my mouth. If anything, maybe it will give them some additional motivation to play better. because apparently completing this challenge isn't enough for them.
And if that doesn't motivate them, we can always go with Plan C of kidnapping their loved ones, and either releasing one at a time if they go an episode without somebody fainting, or sending one of them to the rip bin if they let a Pokemon faint.
So much for Plan C, asshole. They would know it's us now. Who's got the big mouth now, you dementia patient?
Oh, damn it, you're right. I had such high hopes for Plan C, you could have called me Imagine Dragons. But nice move switching to the Reaper here, Donald. Its special defense made our beautiful girl Mystery look like a scrub. But apparently that's only because its regular defense is trashed here.
Do you seriously think we're going to just ignore that you planned on kidnapping our loved ones over Pokemon? You have a better chance of surviving
yeah,
a
Joe,
horned
I
drill
thought
that
it was a
connected
good
to getting
idea
out of
to
this one.
experiment, so we have a plan against a Pokemon we're probably going to see a few times down the road with forced evolutions at level 40. From what we've gathered, it has a terrible attack and defense stat, but a busted health and special defense stat. It's ground and fighting types against this monster all day.
Barack is absolutely right on this one. You're not just going to ignore us when we talk about how you plan
I've
to
got to
kidnap
hand
Laura.
it to you, Donald.
You've gone too far this
Knocking
time.
out 2 Tyrannitars is a solid accomplishment. Now you get to pick one of the 3 Pokemon for your encounter this episode. Which one do you plan on taking?
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to keep talking over both of us, George.
I'm not
sure
going
what
to
we can do right
overthink
here.
it, buddy.
It's fine.
I'm just going
I'm
to
sure there will
choose
be a
the first
Deus Ex
one and hope
Machina
for
any
the
second
best.
now.
Oh, sorry about that, boys. I just got to check my phone really fast. I bet it's just some more scam messages telling me I can drop 34 felony convictions if I wire some more money to. Oh, hell no, wait. Joe, your crackhead son, just got convicted on all 3 counts of felony gun possession. Guess you're not going to be able to use the felon card in the debates because I'll just bring up you being Father of the Year.
Like fucking clockwork. Told you, Barack.
It was a rigged trial. My beautiful baby boy has never done an illegal thing in his life. He's not the gun-owning crack addict that the corrupt media paints him to be.
Put down my fucking script and hold this huge L. Biden. Perfect timing with Father's Day in 3 days as well.
While I couldn't be happier, your best buddy Ark came to a calamitous collapse focus up Donald. If you get a solid encounter right here, we might have a new party member. It's going to be in the lower 20s, but if it's good enough, we can level it up.
The epitome of average. I mean, it's not bad having 500 base stats and could even have a stab surf psychic build. But we already have a water psychic type on the team and we're set on special attackers. It won't be a bad catch to have in reserve, but watch the other 2 options both be legendaries.
My future sight has told me the other options are going to be a single evolution garbage Pokemon and something we can't evolve without trading. Lance knew the better Pokemon were going to be on the right side and kicked us over to the bitch-ass left side. The right side is always better both in politics and in the Rocket Hideout. I guarantee he's going to add another Dragonite to his team with his encounters.
Donald, you know the rules. No making political comments like that. You will either be punished by not being able to get a Big Mac at our McDonald's Friday lunch, or you will have to get no toppings on your wall of pizza today. I'll let you choose.
Are you fucking kidding me, Barack? I thought you had abandoned your CIA torture techniques. What do you expect me to get at McDonald's? A fucking Filet-O-Fish? And no toppings on a pizza? Might as well just dump a bag of shredded cheese and sauce down my throat.
You aren't getting a morsel of sympathy from me after Plan C. Don't even think for a second I forgot about that. You're lucky you're even allowed to come to McDonald's or get a slice of pizza at all.
Donald, don't get me wrong, I love playing this game with you guys, but can you catch this damn duck already? I have a speech to write disowning my now convicted criminal of a son so I can save face and win. Wait, what the fuck are you doing? Why did you run away? Donald, explain yourself.
I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. Ever since Barack imposed the biggest crime on food since appointing his husband to ruin school lunches, I have just been seeing a mix of red and tears, thinking about the toppings and Big Mac I won't be able to eat. I did not intend to hit run, and it was a complete accident. I'm still going to go back into the encounter though, since it was obviously unintentional. I'm sure the viewers won't mind.
And I'm sure that fucking Furry from Ireland is sitting in the premiere right now typing out how fraudulent this catch is. He's probably also saying if we ever use this gold duck, that the run is absolutely illegitimate and we lost, just like he did in his Pokemon Sapphire run.
You're overthinking it, Barack. He's probably not even here. I bet he's just trying to infinitely fuse his Pokemon to look as close to a Lilligan as possible so he can smash it. But I do have to agree, it does seem kind of fraudulent to catch this Pokemon. It's not our first encounter technically, and I don't think we should ever use it.
Fine, you haters will never use it, but I'm still saying I was net positive by catching this thing. I'll name it Battery, because it was powering Team Rocket's contraption to force those useless fish to evolve in the Lake of Rage. I'm going to see what the other two Pokemon I didn't get to catch were. George, can you kick off the rest of our donations, please?
I can definitely do that, Donald. Next up we had, yeah, you're right, 8,661, who answered our comment question from last episode by saying he would add a feature where trainers you battle could become your rivals. You're definitely right, it could be a nice feature to see trainers you liked or disliked become rivals. Thanks for that input and the 5 bones, buddy.
Prediction number 1 of a useless single evolution Pokemon is correct, and also our next donation comes from Fistfire Aaron via Ko-Fi. He loves your confidence, trustworthy trainer, Brother Biden, and also asks how the randomization works. The base stat number always remains the same, and it's the distribution that gets randomized. If you or anyone else has any questions on the randomization rules, turn on episode 1 really fast, because Obama put us all to sleep reading the rules, and I don't remember half of them anyway, so I could use a refresher. Thanks again for donating via Ko-Fi, so we get all of your donation and YouTube doesn't get any of it.
Oh, give me a break, Donald. I read them in a very detailed and professional manner so that nobody could ever have a question on how this run works. Just like I'm going to read this donation from Antimatter013, who loves the content and hopes Parrot fixes itself. Thank you for your love, and I'm not quite sure what you mean about this parrot. I don't think we have any bird Pokemon that resemble a parrot, but thank you anyway for the $10.
I think he's referring to Thor reviving himself. Unfortunately, buddy, he's dead forever, but maybe we'll catch another. Our next donation came from Tyler J., who sent us $5 and triple loves the series. Hope this episode was worth the wait, my friend. And finally, I would obviously be the best Pokemon Stadium 2 battler, because with Donald's misplay with Gold Duck, I have finally separated myself to be the best Generation 2 player as of right now.
Just because I fumbled a Pokemon we weren't going to use anyway doesn't put you in the lead, my retirement homebound friend. But what I did do this episode was walk through this hideout with no issue and accurately predict the other two Pokemon I would encounter. It would have been cool to evolve the modern-day Slasher, but that's just not possible. Our final and largest donation from this episode came from Legenda1 Rygamer, who got his $14 Canadian donation pinned and said his mod would be to add more Pokeballs to the game. Also, he wants us to name a Pokemon after the true god at some time throughout the series. If the opportunity presents itself, we definitely will, buddy.
Sorry that you had to see the future Paradox version of your prehistoric companion meet an end right here, Joe. Are you going to be all right?
In what way did that green bug look anything like Slasher? For starters, it wasn't brown like my pants, but it was green like any food that Donald or our editor refuses to eat. Also, it had wings. If Slasher could fly, it would have been a legendary, since it would have been virtually unstoppable.
Alrighty then, since it's clear that Biden has gone far too long without any of his dementia pills or a nap, I think it's just about time we wrap up this episode. Donald, fantastic job keeping everybody on the team alive through the hideout, and as I guaranteed earlier, my spot on the team is on the line next week.
There isn't going to be a single person that forgot your guarantee, Obama. I don't know if it's a journey of self-reflection channeling Ultra Instinct Obama or something else, but I want to see you here. I'll hold you to your word that if you let two Pokemon fate, you're out of here, but let's see what you got next week. We'll see you there, everyone.
We truly do apologize for the break between videos. Please rest assured it's only because our editor only wants to put out content he deems as quality and won't just put out a video to say he did a weekly upload. He values each and every one of you, and thanks you all for waiting for this upload. As always, don't forget to join the Discord in the description below, which should hit 500 members this week, and answer our comment question. We'll see you for the showdown with Price next week.
Wait a minute, who the fuck are you people? Get out of my house. Barack, it's your episode, so don't you remember that you need to do the intro? I live off a steady stream of dementia pills, and even I remember that.
Mans is probably shitting his pants because he knows this is his last episode if he doesn't learn how to play the game again. Don't forget that he made the guarantee that if he loses 2 more Pokemon this episode, he'll take Bill's spot in the cloning lab and Clinton would rejoin the team.
The last thing he or anybody on this team needs right now is unnecessary pressure that could lead to a misplay. We all know that he was just frustrated with some of the comments and he didn't actually mean that. None of us should even remotely believe it. Just do your thing, Obama, and get us our 7th badge. And look, you even get to see your precious drone as the first Pokemon this episode. That's how you know things are going to be great for you today.
Oh, I meant what I said. This episode is dedicated to all the haters out there in the comments. This episode is dedicated to anyone who ever said I was a fraud in the Discord. This episode is going to be my best one yet. And while I apologize to my sweet drone, this is just one stepping stone on the way to glory. We know already this is the fire-type gym, and the hardest part today will be getting to Price with this damn ice puzzle.
It's a shame that life in Saudi Arabia became too hard for Cristiano Ronaldo, that he had to become a skiing nurse who works part-time as a gym trainer for some extra cash. He should have just come to America to play in MLS with Messi and make the big bucks.
I'm actually upset he's not playing in Miami with Messi right now because I would have used that for every one of my campaign ads in Florida. I could have marketed that I brought the 2 best players of this generation to the United States. Florida would have turned 70% blue in a heartbeat.
Don't mention Miami right now. Our editor is going to get. Oh, never mind, too late. He's been reminded that the Rangers choked against the Panthers again. He was just starting to get over it too.
We're getting really good at getting our sports reference of the episode out of the way pretty early. Sorry about that, editor, but going back to what you said earlier, you're right, Joe, I need to still do the intro for this episode. Hello everybody, welcome to episode 17 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. It's your boy Barack today, ready to dismiss the fraud allegations for good. Not only are we going to defeat Price today, but we're going to march right into the Goldenrod radio tower and get the basement key so George can get rid of Team Rocket once and for all. How are you boys doing today?
Doing mighty fine, my good buddy. I'm ready to sit back and watch this masterclass you've been cooking up. I just know you're going to walk through this fire gym, and then by the end of next episode, we'll show Donald and Joe who the best rocket exterminators are in Johto.
You 2 junior trainers showing us up? Don't make me laugh, George. We both know that you're minor leaguers compared to Joe and I. You don't need to make the flashy plays. You just need to not completely screw up everything we do. As for this gym, you should have it in the bag, Obama. You can either run surf with Mystery or Bone Meringue with Poliwrath. Don't overthink things and just take care of business.
While I won't get the chance to use our new shiny Pokemon since it would melt in no time at all in this gym, I'm very happy overall with getting the fire type. You're right that I have plenty of options here, Donald. As long as there's not nonsense around every corner, like my last episode, I should have no issue making my guarantee a reality.
That's what we like to hear, buddy. I can't lie, I was really worried when I saw how nervous you were when you walked in this room with those sweaty palms. But right now you look like a pillar of confidence. And I just know the allegations are going to go right in the void chest.
I see you're referencing one of the mods in our Minecraft server, Biden. It's so much better than just throwing everything in lava or a cactus like a barbarian. But for those of you who aren't aware, we host a Bedrock Minecraft server in the PokeForce 1 Discord. If you would like to join, the link to the Discord is in the description of this video, where it always is, and then you can scroll over to the Minecraft Bedrock section to get the join code. Everyone is welcome.
Unless you're a griefing piece of shit, that is. We've had to roll back that damn server with backups a handful of times because people turn into Obama when he sees Yemen. It's a no griefing server with a zero tolerance policy, so don't be that person who ruins everyone's good time. But hang on a second there, Joe. Did you say Obama had sweaty palms? I swear I smelled some bad BO, but is that where it's coming from? Barack, did you clean your damn hands before you started using the Game Boy?
Hey, that's not me. I don't have sweaty palms. It's probably some week old ice cream that Biden left in his desk or something.
How dare you, Barack? I would never leave ice cream in my possession not eaten. That is an absolute assault on my character, and I refuse to take that lying down. Yeah, Donald, he's been so nervous about this episode, he's been sweating all day. And I don't remember seeing him wash his hands at all before using the Game Boy.
Oh, so you'll let him call you sleepy, geriatric, demented, and the list goes on? But now you're on his side? You're more of a traitor than Micah Bell.
Wait, Micah was a traitor? What the fuck, Barack? I was only in Chapter 4. Thanks for spoiling that game for me, you asshole. What are you going to say next? Arthur dies? John ends up becoming a decent father? Bill never becomes a smart and reliable member of the gang? Yeah, like those things will ever happen, I'm just getting upset. All of those things end up happening, don't they?
I mean, did you think he was really going to live seeing this game was a prequel, and he's not in the next game? Also, if you had any hope for Bill Williamson, you would have a better chance of Donald shedding 50 pounds before the election. Please don't tell me you were waiting to play that game until you finished playing Red Dead 2?
Magical bird of fire, I pray to you, please take down 2 of our team members in this battle. We need to get Bill back in this building yesterday. Get this motherfucker out of here. My entire weekend plans of playing this game from Friday night through Sunday night are ruined, I tell you.
Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? This Game Boy is covered in sweat. Jesus Christ, Barack. Do you know how hard these things are to find in good condition? It's 2024, not 2000. I swear if this thing shows any signs of slowing down, I'll go get old Betsy and Joe slash her arm.
Okay. First off, the original Red Dead game came out in 2010, and the sequel came out in 2018. It's been 14 years and 6 years, respectively. The no spoilers period is over. As for you, Donald, I'm sorry that I'm a little nervous. Do you really think I want to go live in a lab somewhere in the desert with Rick Sanchez handling clones? You could just guarantee Michelle finding a way to get a clone of Paul? I don't want to fucking leave. I'll clean the Game Boy later.
Holy shit. I thought that was the end for Mewtwo. Seeing how bad its regular attack stat was on Hyper Beam, I thought his special attack would be busted. Okay, we're changing the subject before he actually does lose 2 Pokemon in this battle. Holy shit, please don't be a fucking crit. Oh my God, that was way too fucking close. New rule. Unless we catch one, no more prayers to day 1. We're moving on to donations, and there is to be no more discussion about amazing Rockstar games or sweat. George, please read the first donation.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'll just move on to donations. Barack, for real, no more goddamn spoilers. I'm sure there's still a lot more great content in the middle of the game. Our first donation came from St. James, sent .866. It's a $5 donation welcoming us back and that he can't wait for the character development. Well, we hope you've enjoyed the development of Barack as a sweaty man and spoiler of God-tier games. Thank you again, James.
Oh my God, fine, I'll go wash my hands and reapply my deodorant. There's no pleasing you guys sometimes. Biden, just play for me until I get back.
Quality gameplay, and the next donation coming right up. It came from one of our regulars, Legendary Gamer. He expects Barack to have a huge episode, and he also answered our community question from last week. He thinks that Ash versus Gary and Pikachu versus Electivire was the best battle. Thank you again for another donation, buddy.
I was reading over the comments, and a lot of people mentioned Pikachu against Electivire. It was a great battle, to say the least, between the original rivals. And talk about an overpowered Pokemon in the anime. Whenever you see one of those two-tailed beasts, you know shit is about to go down. Anyway, our next donation came from the greatest ring promoter in wrestling history. Our boy Presidential Gaming Drive not only throws us some British people money, but also lays a smackdown on game producer Six's candy ass. His favorite battle was the lead-off to the Generation 5 anime. And yet, talk about a level down. Pikachu went from taking down a legendary dragon to losing to a Pokemon and trainer in its first battle. That's some real quality consistency. Thanks again, though, you amazing creator.
Let's keep this donation train going with YaYouRight.8661. It's a $5 donation and has an incredibly base take by choosing May versus Dawn for the Wallace Cup Championship. Arguably 2 of the top 3, when it comes to best companions, Ash had the entire series duking it out in the final. That battle was simply incredible, as most coordinator battles were in the anime. It wasn't just about the strongest moves, but making them look absolutely badass. The gimmick with points and the clock also added a dynamic twist as well.
If they're 2 of your top 3, that means you're leaving out Misty or Brock, which is a massive hell no in any actual fan's book. Who do you have in your rankings?
Well, I think we can all agree Brock was the best companion by a long shot when you combine his usefulness, help to Ash, and overall time in the anime. I have Misty down at number 6 in my rankings, to be honest.
You have the Queen where? Get the fuck out of here. What are you doing with your life, man? It's Brock first, Misty second, Serena third, May 4th, and Dawn in 5th. Anyone with half a brain. Sorry, I mean, even Joe knows that's the proper order.
What the hell did I do to catch that stray? But the actual real order is Bonnie in 1st, Max in 2nd, Dawn in 3rd, May in 4th, and Serena is in 5th. That's common knowledge, gentlemen.
Well, for starters, you definitely have half a brain confirmed watching you slide around this puzzle like a penguin separated from its family. But hold on a second. Bonnie, Max, Dawn, Joe. Did you just rank them based on the youngest being the best?
Obviously. When it comes to kids, the younger the better. You never want them too old.
That's the end of this discussion. Folks, our comment question this week is regarding Ash's companions. We want your top 5 and your least favorite companion. And if you choose anyone other than Tracy for the worst, you're just wrong, end of story. That's something even we all agree on.
Was that Tracy slander I heard? I'm back and we're all for it.
Unfortunately, we're going to cut the conversation short because it took a turn only possible with Biden at the wheel. But with you back, this puzzle can be solved now. Are you ready to get our 7th badge, Barack? This is your put up or shut up time. Don't blow it.
I've had a lot of time to think about this and I know what must be done. I've been a detriment to this team ever since the second time I played, but this streak ends today. I'm going to have a clean episode and send Price into retirement. It's time to channel the form I had at the end of Yellow, and I'm going to do it all by myself without my Ultra Super Saiyan powers. The comeback arc starts now.
Incoming banger. Turn up those fucking speakers.
I walk the path of struggle, my spirit worn and torn. Lost some battles in this game, felt the weight of scorn. But through the darkest nights, I've seen the morning light. I'm rising up again, ready for the fight. Gonna catch 'em all, gonna stand tall. Believing in myself, I won't let my team fall. Through the highs and lows, where the challenge grows. Redemption's in my hands and everyone knows. Bush, Biden, Trump by my side, we all take our turns. In the game of life and Pokemon, there's so much to learn. I let my friends get hurt, but I won't let them down. I'll train harder, grow stronger, take back that crown. Gonna catch 'em all, gonna stand tall. Believing in myself, I won't let my team fall. Through the highs and lows, where the challenge grows. Redemption's in my hands and everyone knows. In this crystal world where destinies unfold, I'm the champion of hope. Our stories
Barack is fucking back.
told. With courage in my heart and wisdom as my guide, I'll reclaim the glory with my friends by my side.
There you fucking go, Obama. Welcome back, baby.
If I knew all it took was some amazing music while you played, I would have done that a long time ago. But way to take down this gym with no problem, my man. It's good to have you right again.
Are we really going to pretend that beating a gym where the ace was a stage 1 starter is a big accomplishment? I mean, anybody could have...
Fuck up, Donald.
Where I come from, it's very rude and nasty to yell mean things at other people. Not nice at all.
Hey, way to go, Sherlock. You noticed we were in a gym with one of the easier types and the gym leader didn't get good Pokemon. Nobody fucking cares. It's all about getting Obama's mental in the right place. I can only imagine the amount of pressure he's been under with the viewers and the 3 of us in this room for losing our team members. While it didn't have to be a technical masterclass, it was still a major stepping stone for our boy and one that he needed.
While Donald isn't wrong about what he said, thank you, Joe. Yeah, this battle meant a lot to me, and I was really hoping to get out of this gym with a badge and no Pokemon for the Ripbox. I know the challenges ahead are going to be far greater, but it just feels like the monkey has been ripped off my back. For the first time in weeks, I actually have confidence again, and now nothing is going to stand in my way. I'm very aware that the Rockets and Goldenrod will probably be harder than that gym, and I am so ready for it.
Well, if that's the case, then I apologize for belittling that win. Getting you right is more important than anything. Joe and George, you two are right. It doesn't matter if it was 3 Pidgeys or 3 legendaries. A win is a win, a badge is a badge, and we keep moving forward. We're 1 badge away from being able to challenge the Elite Four and reach the second half of the game. Good work so far today, Sweaty Man, and remember, job not done. You still got a radio tower full of rockets to deal with.
Except for the part about my perspiration, thank you, Donald. God, I really hope that doesn't become a thing people start calling me. But then again, it's better than being called a fraud. And trust me, I know there's a lot of battles awaiting me in here. And I know my guarantee still carries over to this tower as well. I said the entire episode, and not just the gym.
I don't think anyone here has any more doubts in you, Obama. Wrap this episode up strong and hand the sticks over to George next episode in a great spot. I saw you put Shendu at the lead since he's a little underleveled. The upside is he evolves in only 3 levels so good looks getting him as much experience as possible.
I should be able to evolve it next episode. Because there were only 4 dragon types in Crystal, it means it will either evolve into a Kingdra Dragonite or Dragonair that evolves again at level 40. That would be so sick if we had a Dragonite at this time next week. Prayers up to Lord Drake, boys.
The fuck you mean, Lord Drake? We stand Kendrick in this channel? Might as well change that W in your name to an L?
I meant Drake from the Orange Islands, you dipshit. He's the one that had the Dragonite that literally almost pulled off a reverse sweep against Ash's team all on its own. Bro was literally the epitome of a kid playing this game. He just leveled up one Pokemon and the rest were trash. Team Rocket may have fucked over Ash at the Indigo Plateau, but if they didn't add to Dragonite's fatigue, he really might have squandered that 4-1 lead. Train your entire team, man.
Yeah, I guess that makes more sense. I swear though, if Shendu evolves into a Dragonite, would we really want to use anyone else? I bet we could just walk through the entire game with our omnipotent king.
Well, first off, multiscale wasn't a thing in Generation 2, so an Ice-type attack could still send him to the Shadow Realm in a heartbeat. But there's no way we could throw the rest of the team, which we and the viewers have become so attached with, to the side for a single Pokemon. That's how we do things on this channel. A full team ready to fight at any given time.
Did anyone else just see that? When I revealed the password for today, it's help. What an idiot. Barack, go back there and say it to her so we can get some points. Oh man, this episode just gets better and better.
Pretty sure that was just sarcasm, Joe. But while you were gone, we actually saw that the prizes she had were nothing to be excited about. Was really hoping she would have some broken items like a Master Ball. But hey, in the end, Goldenrod City was really good to us by Whitney being a pushover and the Game Corner giving us Me Too.
Holy shit, you're right, George. How could I forget? Guys, we're in Goldenrod, so let's go back to the Game Corner after we get rid of Team Rocket. It's a sign that we need to go back there since we were brought here by pure chance and absolutely nothing else pertaining to something we need to do to proceed in the game. It's gambling time, baby.
No, 1,000 times no, and an absolutely fucking not on top just for kicks. You had your gambling time this series already, and if memory is correct, you absolutely lost all of our money that day. We literally needed to beat Whitney just to be able to afford enough coins to buy Me Too. You're an absolute bum at flip card. I'm just gonna say it. You're a lucky machine merchant. That's the only reason you got drone in yellow.
What did you just call me, Towers? Come on, stand on your business and repeat that last part.
You heard me, Hussein. I said you're a lucky machine merchant. You have a massive skill issue at the Game Corner, and I know it would be better if I played at the roulette tables when we get to Ruby. There are some pretty valuable moves there, so I'll clean house and show you what a real gambler looks like.
Donald, pass the popcorn. This is getting good.
While I would love to see this cat fight go on, I'm gonna have to put a stop to this now. If Barack gets tilted, we run the risk of a big mistake happening and losing a team member. We'll settle this in Generation 3. When we get to Mobile City, it will be George who plays at the Game Corner, and we'll see if he can truly back up his talk. Even though you know I'm the one who ran casinos and probably would be the best choice to play, but that's just thinking rationally.
Cough bankrupted casinos.
You little shit. No wait. I said I'm gonna remain cool, and there's only one way to shut everyone up for a minute and change the topic.
Montage?
You know it's sweaty. Play the music.
Put on that banger from earlier. I mean, this is good too, but that other song was amazing.
Saving it for the credits. Can't put it back to back, my man. The real ones will stay until the end.
We're two straight trainers just named Dancer Jonathan.
Everything about this randomization seed is perfect, and I will accept zero slander.
We're almost there, boys. Just a few more to go.
We'll save your director lady, only slightly too old for me.
God damn it, Joe. And we're on to the 5th floor. Let's wrap this up, boys.
Nothing like a good montage to clear the air. Well done, Obama. You've carved up every trainer you've seen like a Thanksgiving turkey. You've absolutely killed it today, but there's still one last obstacle to overcome. Bring it on home.
That's the plan, and thank you, George. If I remember right, I believe this is a full battle, so not expecting this to be easy. We should be dealing with a team just about the same level as ours, so I'm going to really need to dial in. This is going to be way harder than Price.
What are you guys talking about? The director's not in any danger. He's literally right there. Oh wait, sorry, my bad. He's playing dress up as the director. Oh well, that would have made life a lot easier for us.
Did you not just hear us literally 5 seconds ago talking about this battle? Did you forget all of that, or were you just thinking about ice cream?
If I'm being honest, everything after the Industrial Revolution is kind of a blur to me. Do you guys think I might have some medical condition that pertains to memory loss? That can't be, though.
Of course not, Joe. We would never think you have dementia. What a crazy theory. Whenever I think of Joe Biden, I think of the sharpest mentals out there, a brilliant leader who everyone turns to in times of turmoil.
Wow, Donald, do you really mean that?
Obviously not, you senile dinosaur. Take your goddamn pills. If EA Sports released a yearly shitty video game for dementia, they would call this year's game Biden 25. like they named the football games after John Madden.
And that will do it for this not shiny version of Radiant. 1 down and 5 to go.
I just realized the trainer's name is Dancer Joe. Can you imagine if Biden was a dancer?
What do you mean, George? I'm a fantastic dancer. There's a reason they call it the Cotton Eye Joe. Sing it along with me. Where did you come from?
I'm
Where
going to
did
have
you go?
to cut that short. Sorry, Biden, but I've seen videos get demonetized for a lot less. I mean, hell, we had to re-upload the episode 1 through 10 movie because of what Harry Truman called Japanese people with one single word edited out. Also, you'll probably break your hip if you tried to do the Cotton Eye Joe at your advanced age. But I will thank you guys for giving me the strategy for beating Tyranitar. I know it's a tank when it comes to HP and special defense, but against physical attacks, it's useless.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Watching your child grow up from being an absolute liability to using his brain and playing the game properly, I think I'm going to cry. I'm so proud of you, little Barack.
Don't you ever call me your fucking child ever again?
All the rebellious teenage years. I remember when my kids were that age and yelled at me like that. The things you truly miss when they're all grown up and living their own lives. I guess him going through puberty also explains all the sweating and body odor.
Joe, I need to use the drones. Give them to me right now. I need to direct 1 to Florida and 1 to Texas this instant.
Look at you trying to be a big boy and trying to fly a drone. I think you're a little young for that. But tell you what, we got a few more donations to go. So if you read them off, maybe I'll let you sit on my lap while I fly the drones around to teach you the ropes.
You were literally my vice president, you zesty freak. If it wasn't for me, you would be just wasting away in fucking Delaware. But fine, you're right. We do need to read off the rest of the donations. The next one came from Drip 6529. He said episode 16 was a W video like George. He believed that I would turn things around, and I hope I proved that I can today. He also says that Trump is the best and Joe is awesome too. Thanks for the love, my man.
We've got a trio of donations from Ko-fi up next. Thank you again to everyone who donates through there so we get your full donation and YouTube can't take a cut. Longtime viewer Ram 420M is up next, and thank you for recognizing my talent, sir. He also agrees with Joe on the Ash versus Gary battle and gave you one hell of a pep talk, Obama. It clearly worked. Thank you for your donation, Ram.
Might be my favorite donation yet because it's from someone who actually got our sports reference last episode. It's for $5 from Guzman El Bueno. He's glad we're back and his favorite battle was at the beginning of the first Pokemon movie. You're absolutely right on how chill and just awesome that fight was on the big screen. Congrats again on your boys winning yet another Champions League, and with the roster you got probably the next few as well.
And last but certainly not least, it's our leading donator from last episode. King Onyx, he throws us 30 bones and never apologized for missing a week, buddy. We're grateful for all you do for this channel. He picks the Ash versus Surge battle for his answer to the comment question and knows that you need to have a strong bond with your team to be a champion. It's not as black and white to have the strongest Pokemon. You need to understand them, know how to use them, and thrive with them. Thank you, Onyx, and all who donated this episode. Now, how about we wrap this episode up in style, Barack? Put a cap on this masterpiece.
That is absolutely the plan, Joe. This rocket definitely has some good Pokemon, but they can't handle what we've got cooking. Poliwrath should be able to one-shot this no problem, and then we're on to his final Pokemon.
That last donation might have hid the fact that you brought in Shendu for a little extra experience this fight. A little risky, but when you're rolling, you trust your gut. That's going to be some sick gains, and also will put him to level 29 for sure. I will admit, though, it's a shame that Tyranitar got the short end of the stick in this randomization. To see it go down in one hit by an equal level Pokemon just doesn't seem right. Holy shit, did that just say Fire Blast? Our dragon, which has a much better special attacking stat now, knows an Ice and Fire type attack. We need to do literally everything to keep this guy alive and allow it to thrive. Nobody screw this up.
Seeing we have killed off basically every Pokemon just seconds before evolving like Tree, Zeke and Snoop odds are at Fate's next episode. I'm begging you to buck the trend, George. If you let Shendu faint next episode, I swear I'm going to break down the wall and allow all the immigrants to flood into Texas. You have one fucking job. Don't blow it.
You never even got the wall built, so that's an emptier threat than your bank account after lawyer fees Donald. But don't worry, Shendu isn't going to faint and will become a fixture of this team for episodes to come. If we can keep it alive, it will most definitely be on our final team, no questions asked, with this busted moveset.
I know she's confused, and leaving her in probably isn't the smartest move, but I just want to see Fire Blast once from our point of view. It's such an awesome move, and who knows, maybe it will hit hard.
Oh, hell yeah. Even as a baby Shendu can smack that higher level around like it's nothing. Go for the kill, Barack.
I fully intend to joke. Shendu, burn it to a crisp. Fire Blast now. Or maybe not. And we just switched to make sure disaster doesn't strike at the end of this episode.
The old Barack would have made a misplay and just said fuck it right there. Thank you for not screwing that up. Maybe there is hope it gets to level 30 after all. Me too can finish the job off with a drill peck, no problem.
And drill peck it I shall to put this battle to bed in a clean 6-0 sweep, and put this episode to bed with the fraud allegations long gone. I know it's been rough for me lately, but I want to take a minute to thank everyone who had my back knowing I would return to peak form. That is going to do it for today, but don't you dare think about missing next week when George takes over and finishes off Team Rocket once and for all. Thanks for being here, everyone.
Do not miss it indeed. Great job once again, Obama, and for the first time we've gone entirely through the rotation without losing a Pokemon. How's that for progress? Don't forget to answer the comment question, and we'll see you amazing people next week.
The PokeForce 1 Discord just hit over 500 members, and if you haven't joined yet, you really are missing out. The link to join is in the description below, and we can't wait for you to be there with us.
Play that banger again.
Happy Thursday, everybody out there on YouTube. Welcome to episode 18 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Today we not only make it 5 consecutive episodes without a death on the team, but we also finally rid the world of Team Rocket once and for all. We've got one more episode in Goldenrod City. And as always, we've got the presidential gang along for the ride. How are you gentlemen doing today?
I'll be doing a hell of a lot better if you guys reconsider your position on letting me gamble this episode. Come on, guys. This is the last time this run will probably be in Goldenrod City, unless we want to rename a party member. I know I can make a killing at the flip card table, and make us richer than ever.
Listen, Obama, I'm glad you shed the liability tag last week, but when are you going to drop the gambling addict tag as well? First of all, we already told you no gambling this episode. Second of all, we have about 100,000 Poke Dollars right now. Our days of Poke poverty are over. Our winnings could afford us a penthouse in this city, and we have no need for gambling. There's nothing we would even want with the coins.
That reminds me. During the debate tonight, I have to talk about my plan for combating gambling addiction in former United States presidents. I'll even top it off with my new tagline of what would compatible do. Oh man, my teleprompter is too good. This election is practically in the bag. You shouldn't even bother showing up tonight, Donald.
While I'm sure the debate tonight will be absolutely priceless and provide a million memes for the general public. Can you guys not start it early? Not sure if you've noticed, but I'm currently in the middle of fighting Tucker. This fight is going to set the tone for the entire episode. It will have our toughest battle of the run yet at the end. I'm trying to start strong and finish stronger, and you guys are just distracting me.
George, you're battling Tucker. It's not a tough battle. Also, Biden, did I just hear you say you were going to use my darling compatible as a slogan? If I even hear you mutter that angel's name in your own propaganda, I'll throw my lectern right at your teleprompter, so you'll have no idea what to say all night.
Stop fighting for a second, guys, and look at the screen. We've got Radiant out there for the first time. Tucker must be pissed beyond belief we got a shiny Pokemon, and he didn't. Let this be the first of many amazing battles with Radiant.
Did Radiant always have only 52 health points? It just seems so ungodly low for a level 30. In comparison, Poliwrath looks like a tank.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Joe. This is the definition of a glass cannon Pokemon. The good thing is it has some speed and we got the best stab type move we possibly could get on it. As long as we're smart with the way we use Radiant, we should have no problems. And showing I'm a man of my word, I plan on playing to the advantages right here. I'll keep him in for another super effective double kick. 2 attacks should take it down no problem.
2. More like 20. It's a special attacker, not a physical attacker.
Any chance we can tally that up to it fainting from a critical hit, and not just because it was a super effective attack needing only to do 40 damage on a Pokemon with no defense?
Not going to lie, Bush, if it weren't for wasting Crunch and you talking all that good shit about playing it smart, I really wouldn't have cared about this. Radiant's only value was it being a shiny, and that's the only reason we justify putting it on the team over Cerberus or Taft. But since you acted like such a professor, I'm going to remind you that you just ended our streak of 4 straight episodes without a team member fainting. Nice job, idiot.
Looks like it had multiple attacks that could have ended Radiant's life. I bet double kick would have caused it to faint as well. Pretty bad read, George, but arguably since the team gets stronger from replacing it, I can't be upset. We got shafted on our shiny? It sucks, but that's just how it goes. Maybe we'll encounter another in this run. The odds are only 1 in 8,192 after all.
Oh, is that all? That's basically 50-50. 2 of our next 3 will probably be shiny. But I'm with you guys, and I am willing to give Bush the pass on this one. The only thing I wish we did differently was not waste Crunch on it. That move could have been really helpful later in the run, seeing it's the best dark type attack in the game. As long as you don't let anybody else faint in this episode, we consider it a win. Now let's shift our attention to our baby dragon. She's still only 1 level away from evolving, and losing her would be an actual tragedy. You have officially been pardoned, George. Pick up the play.
I really appreciate that, guys. I guess we're all a bit nicer since things have been going so well over the past couple of episodes. I'll bring in Shindu right now since Ice Punch is super effective. I can actually 2-shot it this time, and we should get some nice experience. We're so freaking close to the finish line that I can't even hold in my excitement anymore. What do you guys think we're going to get? I'm just going to go for the gold and say we have a Dragonite in a few minutes.
I couldn't sleep last Thursday night thinking about this. After many hours of internal debates and calculations on the good old bedroom whiteboard, I've decided that it's going to be a Dragonair first and then a Dragonite at level 40. I don't think we even have a chance at a Kingdra, seeing you need to trade to get one, so that narrows it down to one or the other. There's no chance the game gives us a Dragonite this early. We have to prove we earn one.
Is that why you called me twice in the middle of the night that day? I swore it was just a bad dream, but when I woke, holy shit, heart attack, massive coronary, get the defibrillator. I think this is the end for Long John Trump.
Yay, that means I win the election by default. 4 more years, bitches.
And just the thought of that, along with Shendu waking up and punching Tucker's bitch bird to the curb, has caused me to have a full recovery. Thank God that battle is finally over. Wait a minute, that was the first battle this episode? Oh boy, it's going to be a long day, isn't it?
I'm glad you're healthy again by your personal standards, Donald. I guess I don't need to finish filling out this get well soon card. But yes, to answer your earlier question, that is why I called you at 2:30 and 4 in the morning. I wanted to have one of my fellow trustworthy trainers review my hypothesis and point out any errors I might have made.
Did the get well soon card have any money in it? Perhaps enough money to cover millions in lawyer fees?
What? Of course not. It was just meant to
Yeah,
be a nice
that's fine. You don't need to fill it out. I don't care about it then. But hold up 1 second. Did you just call yourself a trustworthy trainer? Oh, buddy boy. Do you seriously think one good episode and beating a gym leader with a terrible team gets you into the Trustworthy Trainer Club? Obama that takes time to get into. You need to truly earn your membership into that elite club. Consider yourself lucky you're still on the team right now. And maybe if you string together a few good episodes in a row, we can revisit that discussion later.
Barack and the Trustworthy Trainers Club. That was a good laugh, and I needed that. But I do think he has a point with Shendu's evolution. There's no possible way the game awards us with a Dragonite at level 30. It's way too early even in a randomizer. I think we'll have one at level 40, but even a Dragonair for 10 levels isn't going to be a bad thing in the slightest.
I'm with Donald on this one. First off, you got me playing, so that means good luck when it comes to things like encounters and hopefully evolutions. Second, have we even seen a Dragonair at any time during this run? Believe it or not, I think all things considered, we are actually more likely to have a Dragonite in a few battles' time. Channel your inner Ted Lasso and point to the sign.
I will admit I did leave player luck and recent luck out of my equation because they were uncontrollable variables, and that is why I made so many phone calls that night. A strong theory indeed. This could potentially change everything, and I might even have to rewrite all of my formulas. I just want to get this right so that I can add to my resume of trustworthy notoriety.
Bro, I sincerely wish you never even heard about the club now, even more for the reason of secrecy. This shit is messing with your head, and it's all you can think about. I even had a few of my staffers tell me you were trying to call yourself trustworthy more than Dennis Reynolds talks highly about himself in Always Sunny. You gotta just stop thinking about it and play your damn game. If the time is ever right, you'll get the call. Can we please drop it?
Rare Biden W. Tell you what, Obama, if you can go 3 more episodes in a row without losing a team member, we will have an actual discussion about it. But in that time period, you can't mention the club or call me after midnight unless we're having a gaming session and we need to communicate in some way, or you want to make a White Castle run. Can we agree on that?
I suppose that's fair enough. 3 more episodes in a row. That should be easy. I fully agree to the terms of this verbal contract, and I look forward to speaking about this more in the future.
I'm sure you do, buddy. Does that same offer remain open for me? I believe that I'm also a great fit for the club, because if you
Please
combine
help
my
me,
luck
8 pounds,
with my
6 ounce newborn baby Jesus. Sure, fine, why not? Anybody with 3 episodes in a row of not being a complete fuck up can join the club. In fact, why don't we do a mailer? Why don't we set up a booth at a job fair? Let's open it to everyone. Why did you have to reveal it, Donald? You brought this on us, and it's all your damn fault.
Again, I'm sorry, Joe, it was a mistake. A basically unheard of one from me, but a mistake nonetheless. Tell you what, I know you always enjoy doing donations, so why don't you take it away and lead it off with our first channel member?
Oh, Daddy, sorry. I mean, Donald, you always know how to treat me right. You know exactly what I want.
Zesty bitch.
And right now, I want to shout out Bradley for being our first ever channel member. He pledged us $20 a month, and we're glad we provide a great source of background content for you. This is something we really didn't promote, but going forward, we will promote all of our channel members every episode.
Biden's deep, dark desires aside, if you would like to become a channel member, you can do so on our Ko-fi page linked in the description. We don't have any specific membership tiers, so you can pledge any amount you wish if that is something you want to do. And just like you're seeing right now, we will highlight and shout out each member at the end of each episode. Thank you again for kicking this off, Bradley. You're the man.
It was because of Bradley that we didn't even have to worry for a second about facing a Poliwrath. Mystery made no mistake and took it down in one shot. That trainer definitely had 2 decent Pokemon, but our counters are second to none. But getting into the rest of the donations this episode, let's head on over to Legendary Gamer, who sends us 14 more Canadian dollars. Thank you for the recognition, Legendary, and he answered our comment question by listing Brock, Dawn, Misty, May, and Iris as his top 5, with Go finishing in last place. Thank you again for the funds.
Can't say I agree with Iris in the top 5. I have her in my bottom 5 because I think she was entitled and annoying. But the top 4 in last place I respect. Much better top 5 list than George or Biden gave last week. Our next donation came from Ram420M via Ko-fi. Thank you for donating through there so we don't get hit with fees. He gives you props for a nice episode, Barack, and then gets it completely wrong by saying I make a mistake from time to time. I am the epitome of perfection, Ram, and I won't be losing a single Pokemon in this run. You did, however, redeem yourself by saying Brock was the best and Iris was the worst, though. Thanks for the $5.
With the Sandslash coming up next, I think Shendu can get all the experience it needs to hit level 30. 1 or 2 ice punches at the most should be all it takes to knock it out.
I don't know if my little old Biden heart could take it fainting now, so please don't mess this up, George. In an attempt to distract myself, we turn our attention to Presidential Gaming Drive and his 5 British people money donation. He verifies that Obama beats the fraud allegations, and that can't be denied, seeing the ice type, better known as the best type gym leader, was defeated, according to you, Vox. You're so right about that, man. Both Vox and the Irish boy both talk about the ice type being the absolute strongest and best type in the game nonstop. We just got lucky by Price being the fire type in this randomizer. Thanks again for the donation, my man.
George, we got level 30. Switch her out right fucking now before disaster strikes.
Oh please, what is a puny little psychic attack from a steel type going to do? No worries, we kill right here.
You better have a good fucking cardiologist on speed dial with your play today.
You need to learn how to trust me, Donald. Down goes Steelix, and now let's watch the evolution everybody on this channel has been waiting for since the day we caught Shendu.
No fucking way.
Clutch mode activated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I take back anything negative I may or may not have said this episode about you, George. You fucking did it. We actually have a Dragonite. There's nothing that can stop us now. Those special stats are absolutely busted. I know the defense and speed are at all-time lows, but with the boost to health, I think full health we can tank any ice-type attack we had previously feared. George motherfucking W is in the house.
I appreciate it, guys. I really thought my luck was fucked when I knocked out that Ursaring and had an egg hatch we'll never use, but ever since then my luck stat has been triple S. I'm going to see if we can abuse that special stat by teaching it another high damage move. We can't learn Surf Butt. Oh man, how about Hydro Pump? We now have Fire Blast, Hydro Pump, and Ice Punch for our special attacks, with Aero Blast as a physical attack for coverage. This is all-time cooking, boys. Take notes.
I'm going to get the Pokemon Ruby save file set up right now. I think it's safe to assume with this Dragonite combined with the rest of our team, we're going to beat this game. All the viewers consider this challenge done too, right? All right, we're in agreement. I'll find a good download for Ruby.
Now hold on a second, Joe. Don't get me wrong. With Dragonite, me too. Polyrath, Mystery, and Arcanine, we've formed nothing short of the fantastic 4+1. LeBron has called me 10 times in the last minute trying to join this super team to get another ring. But we haven't beaten this game yet. I mean, that lineup is absolutely beyond busted. And it doesn't have a legendary, and I think we should coast to victory if we don't play the game blindfolded, but we still have to beat the game. 9 badges, 4 Elite Four members, Lance and Red to go. Job not done.
I think you're overthinking this one, Barack. You said it yourself. The biggest super team chaser of all time can't stop reaching out to you. It's as good as over. Now, I know you wish that Shendu would have evolved on your turn and you want to be playing when the reason for our victory is assured. But just be happy it happened, and let's start selling the championship merchandise.
I found a good website to download Ruby Joe. And give me a break, Obama, this sealed the deal. What's going to happen? This little Venomoth is going to take us down? Yeah, like that could ever happen. You make me laugh, Barack. What's it gonna use, tackle or some other... Job not done. Job not done, I repeat. Job not done. Burn every Venomoth in a 5-region radius. This is not a drill. Job not done. Heart completely stopped. I think I'm actually going to unalive this episode. Why can't we go 2 minutes without near disaster today? George, why must you do this to me? Why didn't you just use Fire Blast? Please, just no more close calls. I'm begging you, man.
Is there any chance I can blame Biden for this, since the name of the trainer we're facing is Dancer Joe? He saw Dragonite and said, I'm going to do the Cotton Eye Joe all over our own team. Am I the only one who saw that? That definitely happened.
Don't you fucking dare try to pin this on me, George. You're the one who got cocky and said, oh, I'll just use a non-super effective attack, nearly get us taken out with Mirror Coat, and then rolled the dice hoping it wouldn't have Ice Beam or something else that could take out the last 30 or so health. You literally almost lost Dragonite during its first battle. I should have you deported from this country immediately. Secret Service, get over here right now. There's a traitor in the Oval Office.
Hold on, boys, false alarm. There's no traitor in the Oval Office. But this is what I was trying to tell you guys. Now hear me out. Because sometimes it's nice to hear someone being criticized when it isn't me. But this just proves that this run isn't won yet. We've still got a really long way to go and absolutely anything can happen. So let's just dial in. Never forget that last battle. Because it's a sign we're not invincible and always play to the best of our abilities. We will win this run because of our play. Not just because of the Pokemon we have.
Every time I forget why you won 2 terms, it's because you know how to rally the troops with a speech. This truly is a strange timeline we live in, where you went from the liability to the sense of reason in an episode and a half. But you're right, Barack, we may have jumped the gun right there. It's a good thing we realized it before it's too late.
Obama is just the reminder to always max out your charisma stat whenever you can while ignoring all of your other stats. Sorry about that, guys. I'll be more careful going forward. No more heart attacks today, I promise.
It's not just my charisma, guys. I had some damn good policies as well. Anybody remember Obamacare? That was all the talk back in the day.
You already served your 2 terms, bud. It's fine to admit it was all the charisma and minor league opponents. I think Hillary is the only person who could have lost to McCain or Mitt.
What the fuck, Joe? You were literally my vice president. Why aren't you talking about me getting the stimulus pass, Wall Street reform, or taking down Osama bin Laden? I did so much for this country. Come on, tell them.
What are you talking about, Barack? Onion Fairy never fainted in Sus Producer Sex's run. In fact, I think it delivered the final blow with a frenzy plant. Why would you have wanted him to faint? That's just wrong, bro. Take a lap.
That's a low blow, Barry. Osama and Dog were my 2 favorite team members in that run, and you just said you wanted Green Jesus dead. For shame, man.
Excuse me. That's not what I said. What I said was that I was the president.
Obama, we're all very happy that you proved you can play this game without being a complete liability, but comments like that are just disgusting about another creator. I think you need to apologize for wishing death to Osama and sit the next couple plays out. Now, go do a lap around the White House, and when you come back, we and the viewers all expect a much better version of you. Is that understood?
This has got to be a joke, right? All 3 of you are in on this? There's no way that you actually think I'm talking about the video game version.
Now go outside, take a lap, and come back a better person. Go right now.
This is insane. You guys are ridiculous. Fine, whatever. I'll be back in a few minutes. Fucking morons.
I gotta hand it to you, Bush. That was some great parenting right there. I know he's in his rebellious stage right now, but you have to lay down the law sometimes. He'll love us for it when he's grown up. But to make comments like that is just disgraceful. At least we can change the subject, since we just made Shendu even more overpowered by teaching him a stab move in Dragon Breath. At least there's that.
You don't think we were too hard on him, right? I hope he doesn't start putting out passive-aggressive tweets and Facebook messages about how terrible we are. I don't think I've ever been criticized in the public eye before. I don't know how I would even handle that.
Tough love is important sometimes, Joe. If you're just nice all the time to your kids, they turn into gun-toting crack addict criminals. You would know something about that, unlike myself. I fathered the most beautiful woman in the world and the 48th president starting in 2028. The two best kids a father could ever ask for. Oh, and don't forget Barron. He might be the 50th president. He's as tall as he is great.
What about Eric and Tiffany? You straight up ignored 40% of your children.
I don't think too hard about them. You see, George, it's very important to have a large amount of kids so that you have a bunch of chances to raise a few of them properly. You can't hit a home run every time you step to the plate. Sometimes you make mistakes and have to resign that child to organ donor. But hitting 600 is still really damn good. Do you remember the time Ted Williams, Ty Cobb, or Pete Rose hit 600? Neither do I. I think I should actually be named the new Major League Baseball hitting champion with this recent discovery and get a plaque in the Hall of Fame.
Did you think anything you just said through? Better yet, post-statement, is there anything you wish to revise? That was the most incoherent rambling I've ever heard, and I shared a cave with a bunch of Kabatops, so that's saying something.
Oh shit, Aurora Beam. It's test time for Shendu. Never mind. She's the greatest Pokemon I've ever seen, and I think we should start making merchandise now. But to answer your earlier question, Joe, if there's something I've learned from politics, it's just keep saying everything that comes to your mind. You may think it sounds crazy, but then one of your supporters agrees, posts it on social media, and suddenly it's a rally cry.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I can think of plenty of times I was basically sleepwalking when oh shit, Ice Beam, this can't be the end for Shendu. Donald, I need the number for your cardiologist. Every 12 seconds, there's a damn close call. I mean, if it weren't for our sky-high special defense, it would be over right now for Shendu. Over, I tell you. Why does everyone have to know a fucking ice type attack? Damn you, Ice, for being the best type in Pokemon.
Hear me out, men. After we take care of this radio tower, we perform a heist on the Goldenrod department store. We take every single Carbos they have in there and make that Shendu's breakfast, lunch, and dinner until that effort value hits 252. I feel like we're going to get a lot of those scares since we don't outspeed anything, but this episode has just been insanity. Please tell me we only have like one battle to go.
I've run the Pacific Standard heist in GTA 5 about 1,000 times, so I'll take the lead on this heist. I'm totally in agreement to do this, though, because 21 speed at level 31 is just not going to cut it. Joe can move faster than that for Pete's sake.
Don't talk down on my speed. I got that jolly nature. If you don't use Dragon Dance or Agility, just know I'm going to one-shot you.
Is that all? I have both the adamant and hasty nature, so I'll smack you sideways before you even have a chance to blink.
No fair. You can't have two natures, you fucking hacker. This is a rigged battle and I won't stand for it.
If this is the discussion we're going to hear tonight, then this debate is going to be an instant classic. But I like that for our comment question of the week. Everyone let us know if each of us could have their own nature in Pokemon, what would it be? Are we fast but have weak defense? Are we physical tanks that can't handle the elements? Or are we just neutral? I'm interested to see how all of you view us.
Well, I would definitely be the timid type, seeing I'm lightning quick. I might not be a brawler, but my mind allows me to break my opponents down from a psychological standpoint.
Oh, would you look what the cat dragged in? Did you have a nice walk and realize the error in your ways? We won't have any more slander of Osama, young man, and I hope you understand that now.
While I don't know why you all keep referencing me as a child over the last 2 episodes, my walk reminded me that I am actually the adult of the group when it comes to maturity. I'm not going to fall for your nonsense and just brush that off going forward. Now I saw you're on the top floor bush and only have 2 battles left. How is the team looking?
Better than being called sweaty though, right? Nobody has fainted since you left, but I can't lie about us feeling the effect of Dragonite being slower than molasses. Being paralyzed doesn't even feel like a detriment because we always attack second anyway. But we have been running through these rockets with Shendu nonetheless and still couldn't be happier to have her.
That's good to hear. Oh hey, did you guys finish donations while I was gone? We don't have much time left to wrap those up.
Oh, thanks for reminding us, Barack. We didn't. Let's get right back into those, and our next donation came from Gaming Police 589. Police throws us some Canadian people money, says we had a W episode and wants Obama to say it's bombing time. In regards to every list we saw in the comments, our editor thought yours was the most base, so thank you for the donation and the quality opinion, my friend.
That was literally my top 5 and that bottom 2. Oh, this might not be good.
This is just a bad dream, right? This is just a nightmare brought on from the ice cream coma I ate myself into after a massive debate win, right? That didn't actually just happen. We didn't just lose our Dragonite in the first episode after getting it. Okay, funny joke, wake up now, Joe. Where are the cameras?
Joe, that actually just happened. I think I'm actually speechless. For the first time in my life, I'm struggling to form a sentence. We had a Dragonite, an unstoppable killing machine, and in about 20 minutes we lost it. Georgia, I think I hate you. No, I know I hate you. You are my new least favorite person. This is compatible levels of bad, and it might even be worse because I'm here for it. No, I'm sorry nothing could be that bad, but Georgia, I think you need to go head first out that window like 10 seconds ago.
What was I supposed to do there? How could I have predicted the Rhydon new blizzard? This was completely out of my control and there's nothing I could have done about it. This was just the bad luck of the randomizer.
I don't know. Maybe you could have switched out the Pokemon at about 60% health and paralyzed against a fully evolved Pokemon at a higher level. Just an idea. And don't talk to us about bad luck, George. You're supposed to be the lucky one of the group. If you're not going to get lucky, then why are you even here? I think you're the one who should be replaced with Bill. You let our Shiny and our Dragonite faint in a span of about 20 minutes. You make my drone strikes look like a water balloon fight.
Coming from the guy that was about to be replaced last week himself, talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Fuck you, Barack. You don't have the right to talk to me like that. And neither do any of you. All episode we watched Shindu get hit by ice-type attacks, and this one was just the straw that broke the camel's back. At the end of the day, it had no speed and would have been under threat for the entire run. It was a flawed Pokemon doomed to fail. That's right, Shindu wasn't the god we thought she was. And if you can't realize that, then you have no idea how to play Pokemon.
Yeah, we don't know how to play Pokemon? You said it, George. Can you imagine if you let 2 more team members faint in this episode alone than Donald and I combined the entire series? That would be a wild scenario. Oh wait, that did happen. You're a fucking fraud, and when you're in my Oval Office, you show me some damn respect towers.
Yeah, like I'm gonna respect a walking corpse riddled with dementia. Just let me take care of this final battle, and then we can go our separate ways for the week.
Nah, you can leave now. If you're going to speak to me like that in my home, you're not welcome here. Put down the Game Boy and see yourself out.
You can't be serious. You're going to be that soft? I'm literally in the process of taking down a Mewtwo. I can't deal with this bullshit right now, Joe.
George, I don't believe I stuttered. Either you're going to apologize to me and to Obama for the way you spoke to him after your misplay, or you're leaving. End of story.
Or what? What are you going to do? Call Dark Brandon? Oh wait, you can't, because he's gone forever.
George, that was way over the line. You gotta go?
Yeah, that was really messed up, George. At first I thought Joe was overreacting, but I'm with him in Trump now. You gotta take your leave. We'll talk about this at a later time, but you just took this way too far.
Whatever. I don't have time for this.
You all right, Joe? You want to finish off this battle?
No, I'm good. I think I'm going to leave too. I'll see you guys next week. I don't care who finishes this battle or if we even survive it. See you at the debate tonight, Trump.
Joe, if you want to reschedule the debate, I'm totally fine with that given the circumstances. We don't have to do this tonight.
I don't think he heard you, bro. It's just us now. You go ahead and wrap this battle up, seeing I just played last episode.
Me too. And the actual Mewtwo in the same battle, and he didn't even stay for that. Oh man, Barack, I'm really worried about Joey. He would never want to be away from something like that.
Yeah, but Dark Brandon means more to him than any Pokemon in the world. I know this is all over the tensions from losing Dragonite, but this went downhill faster than ever before. Can you even remember a time Biden and Bush fought? I don't think they ever have.
Now that you say it, I think you're right. Also, I'm sorry, but my head is really not in this battle. Part of me just wants to pause the emulation because I really am just worried about Joey. Can we please just finish donations so I can try and focus a little?
We absolutely have to finish this battle for the viewers, but yeah, we can finish donations for sure. The next one came from somebody 200. It's a $5 donation and has a compliment for me, along with hope you have a bad episode for once, Donald. Thanks for the kind words and donation, buddy.
Kind words, my ass. But moving on, we've got MMA Lover 150 next on the docket. It's a $2 donation where he gives you props for a good episode and doesn't see any reason why you can't string a good set of episodes together. You definitely got a lot of scrutiny, but you've earned all these kind words for sure, Barack. Thanks again for the donation.
It really is nice to hear compliments for once. And speaking of compliments, last but not least, our highest donator of the episode was Lazy Panda 6569. He keeps his word of donating us 25 bucks for kicking Price to the curb without dropping a Pokemon. Thank you again for the donation, my friend, and enjoy your pin this episode. And would you look at that, Donald? This episode comes full circle as we wrap it up with Osama the Onion Fairy. Talk about one hell of a team we just went up against with a Mewtwo, Starmie, and now Onion Fairy as well. Definitely our hardest battle in the run yet.
Looks like it will hit hard with Thunder as well, but hopefully Cerberus can finish it off on its turn with. Oh god damn it, give me a fucking break. A neutral effective attack one-shots a fully evolved Pokemon with a critical hit. Fuck man. I'm sorry, Barack. That ends my perfect fucking streak. I guess Biden's the only one undefeated now.
You know what? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Donald. I didn't see Cerberus faint right there. At the end of this episode, we just deposited her since she didn't play this entire episode anyway. You're good, fam. I got you after all we've gone through today. I think you should just heal up me too, and then drill peck Osama harder than SEAL Team 6 did.
You're a great friend, Barack. Thanks, bro. I really appreciate it. I think I'll actually just try and knock it out with Carrara so it can get some good experience. Actually, you know what? Just kidding. That growl attack is going to draw things out, so let me just heal up Starmie. And hopefully I don't switch into that deadly thunder attack, because that would be a real catastrophe.
No problem, buddy. I got you. I don't think there's any way we could tell Joe we lost me too after the events of this episode. So no matter what you do, please keep it alive. This needs to be your clutchest moment of the series right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. It's a good thing that Bush stocked up on all those lemonades when we got to the department store earlier. They're really coming in handy right now. Might as well use them in battle while we can, since we decided to not use any items in battle for our next run.
Looks like he dodged the bullet on the switch in on Thunder. But are we faster? Oh, thank God, yes we are. This should finish up the battle. It absolutely does. Way to close out this episode and relief Donald. That was not an easy battle, and overall it was controlled pretty well. We have officially put Team Rocket into retirement, and we can continue on the road to our 8th badge.
That was way too close. It's wild how our mentality can go from it's over to we have some serious work to do, seeing there are going to be much tougher battles than that. I appreciate the support, though, Barack, and I couldn't have done it without you. But with the radio tower liberated, that is going to wrap things up for episode 18, everybody. I'm not sure what happens between now and episode 19 when it comes to Biden and Bush, but hopefully it's resolved peacefully. The last thing we need is stress when the game starts to really kick into gear. Thank you for coming by today, everyone. And if you haven't already, of course, please do join the brand new revamped AI Force 1 Discord. Our editor put out a video a few days ago advertising the change from PokeForce 1, as we include more amazing creators that make more than just Pokemon content. We're already over 600 members and we're growing more by the minute. We'll see you next week.
Don't forget to answer our comment question, and for the first time, thank you to our channel member Bradley. Maybe you'll have some friends on this list for me to announce next week. Have a great week, everyone. Blackthorn City awaits. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to episode 19 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. I know normally whoever is playing is supposed to do the intro, but after that debate last week, I feel like I should do this to prevent even more harm to the American people. If you haven't watched episode 18 yet, there are spoilers ahead, so I'll give you 5 seconds to stop this video and go watch that episode before you proceed. Okay, great. Now that you're caught up, we can proceed. You can't pull a George and get mad at me for talking about previous events. And speaking of George, that's what we need to talk about. After his comments towards the end of episode 18, I had to sit down and spoke with him. He wanted everyone to know that he apologizes for his comments and he let the anger of letting Shendu faint get the best of him. Because of those comments, he has decided to take 1 episode off this series and give Joe some space. Personally, I think it was a smart idea, and I respect the fact he feels bad about his actions. With that out of the way, we can proceed to the rest of the episode. How are you fellows doing today?
I respect that decision as well, and I'll be man enough to forgive him. I can't deny what he said really got to me, though. I was crying in the broom closet with my good friends Captain Morgan and Johnny Walker until Kamala told me I had to fly to Atlanta for the debate. I'll never do another debate in that state again. I had to watch a replay of it, and I thought it was AI generated with how many pauses I took.
I'm not sure if you heard me as you ran out of the Oval Office last week, but I did give you the opportunity to postpone the debate. but I was wondering why you smelled like a brewery on that stage and needed help getting down that step to the moderators after it was over. I have to give you credit, though, to do as well as you did with the blood alcohol content, with what I assume was 5 times the legal limit, seeing you're 100 pounds soaking wet. You actually strung together 2 or 3 complete sentences. It was pretty impressive.
Oh shit, you really gave me that opportunity? I would have taken that in a heartbeat and just cried all night with my stuffed animals, Mr. Fluffers and Tippidus.
Tippidus. What kind of a name is that for a stuffed animal?
Tippidus Dick. Oh man, I got you, Obama. You see, America, I'm not some old man on the cusp of death. I can speak fluently, elegantly, and stun all over these hoes in my path. Ignore that debate performance, because this is the real me and definitely not an AI-generated version of me.
Your Presidential Medal of Freedom is hereby revoked. I did that as a make-a-wish type gesture to your senile ass. You just played Angry Birds on my couch while I was doing work for 8 years.
Not sure you can call him senile after he just got you with a Tippidus Obama. You're just gonna have to hold the L with this one.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I will just be quiet right now and not tell Joe about what my plan for this episode was. It was going to be a great surprise as well.
A surprise? For me? Oh boy, Obama, tell me. Is it an ice cream party? Did you get me an ice cream party to cheer me up? Please just tell me.
You know I was going to not tell you and call everything off after that joke, but I can't just deny those withered, decrepit eyes. Oh, all right, Joe, my surprise is that I planned for us today to have a make-up debate during the episode, since last week's events prevented you from being your best. I even hired a moderator to do the debate for us, and Donald agreed to everything in advance.
I would have preferred the ice cream, but that's not a bad idea either. You mean I'm going to get the chance to show America that I'm not some old man that needs to be medicated to even have the appearance of a man on his deathbed? This is great. I'm going to run that election win back for sure.
Oh, that's sweet. Joe thinks he actually has a chance. But yes, Joe, given the circumstances, I've agreed for us to have a debate, and to ensure this channel doesn't get taken down over politics, we're going to make all the topics related to Pokemon. The only thing is, I didn't realize you had hired a moderator, Obama. I thought you were going to moderate the debate yourself. Who did you hire?
Well, keep in mind that you're broke from lawyer fees. I already spent my allowance from Michelle this month on Weiss Schwartz trading cards, and Jill hasn't let Biden touch money since my second term. So we didn't exactly have the highest budget here. He's actually waiting outside right now. You can come on in.
The chair was so comfortable outside, I wish you didn't call me in right here. I haven't even had a chair since before I went to Mount Moon.
No, absolutely not. Obama, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Out of all the people in the world, this is who you choose. I take back my agreement to do this debate. This is not happening.
Oh, come on, Donald. It's your old buddy Tucker. We've had such good times together. Don't you remember all those times I propped you up on my show? And that time we walked through Mount Moon together. Those were the days, am I right?
Oh shit, it's the waiter from the boat. He finally brought my eggs here. I knew they were on their way. 1 second, Mr. Waiterman, I just need to catch this encounter.
Well, it's not much, but at the same time, it's something, and we need to restock the team a little after last week. Just catch this, and we can move on, Joe.
Somehow this is your fucking fault, Tucker. Joe hasn't made a single mistake during this entire run, and now he just let one of his encounters this episode faint. I bet he was just thinking about eggs and was rushing. Get the fuck out of here, Tucker.
Speaking of those eggs, I'll take them right now, please. You can put them right on top of those buttons. I don't know what they do anyway.
Joe, you dementia patient, I don't have any eggs. And before you say it, I'm not a waiter, or a janitor, or a cave dweller, and unfortunately not a junior Safari Zone ranger anymore. I'm a journalist who's trying to rebuild his shattered career on Twitter, or X, or whatever the hell it's called now. And today, I'm the moderator for your debate.
Yeah, this bozo's definitely not getting a tip. Barack, there seriously isn't anyone else who can moderate this debate.
So the other candidates that had any interest in doing this were Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Hillary Clinton, and Mike Pence. If you guys want me to call any of those three, and just let me know when I can.
Tucker. I know this isn't something you're used to hearing and haven't heard in a long time, but you got the job. Even a lapdog to Putin like you that kept us prisoners in Moscow is better than any of those three.
Thank you so much, Donald. I know you won't regret it. It's only right also because I was in episode 19 of your last series as well. Maybe we can make this a regular occurrence.
Wait, you were? Well, how about that? He's right. Guys, can you believe episode 19 was the final episode of Yellow? It's incredible to think today would have been the last day of this game in the last series, and now we're not even halfway done with Crystal.
I didn't even think we were going to make it to this episode, seeing how Bush was playing last week. It's a miracle we even made it out of the radio tower. But I've been itching to get this debate started. Take it away, Mr. Cave Dweller.
Joe, for the last time, I am not a cave dweller, and when this debate begins, I will mute your microphone if you even mention that again. But hello, everybody, and welcome to the review of the first debate for the 2024 presidential election. I am your moderator, Tucker Carlson, and today, on YouTube, we will ask the questions that all of you undecided voters are anxious to hear. Without further ado, I will introduce our candidates for today. First off, he's the current and 46th President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.
I'm the man. I beat Orange Guy once and I'm going to do it again. Build back better, baby.
You built one hell of a nuclear bomb that you dropped on our economy, that's for sure.
Donald, please wait until I introduce you before you speak. Ahem, where was I? And introducing next, his challenger, the 45th and former President of the United States of America, Donald John Trump.
You know him, you love him, you can't live without him. Make compatible great again. 4 more amazing years.
I'm sure this won't be an absolute shit show that gets us taken down from YouTube. Maybe episode 19 will actually be our last episode for Crystal 2 after this.
I ask the audience to please hold all of their comments until the end. Now, before we begin, I would like to tell the viewers and remind our candidates of the rules. Each candidate will be given an opportunity to answer each question on an alternating basis. The candidate who doesn't begin will get the final word on each subject matter. When it is not your turn, your microphone will be muted and nothing you say will be heard. President Biden won the coin toss I just did on my phone, and we'll get this started. Gentlemen, I wish you the best of luck today.
Wow, Joe rigged the coin toss as well. All right, I can see how this...
I'm glad to see the mute button is working as intended. Anyway, let us begin, and our first question goes to President Biden. The topic is, the pokey economy. What the hell is that, Barack?
Do you want to get paid? Just read the damn script.
Yeah, I really need money. Anyway, getting back to the topic of the pokey economy. Mr. President, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of Pokeballs that cost $1,000 then now costs more than $1,200, and typical potion prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
You have to take a look at what I was left when I became president. What Mr. Trump left me, we had an economy that was in free fall. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of healing items. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new full restores. We're going to make sure we cap prices so trainers don't have to carry 99 lemonades. And we're going to make that available to everybody, to all trainers. So we're working to bring down the prices at your local Pokemart. And that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. Former President Trump, your response.
We had the greatest economy in the history of our region. We had never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other regions were copying us. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that Pokey Russ mess. He created new competitive rules. That was a disaster for our region. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job. And inflation's killing our region. It is absolutely killing us.
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks it was great. He had the greatest economy in the world. He rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in Cantonian history, $2 trillion. He raised the deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who has lost more jobs than he had when he began.
In lieu of a response to his nonsense, I'd just like you all to see how he handles this puzzle. Pokey economy is going to slide downwards even more than he's going to slide around in this cave until the end of time.
Oh yeah? Watch this. 1 + 3 is 6, carry the 12, and then spin around, stop, pull the pie out of the oven, and bing, bang, boom, we're out of here.
Joe, you literally couldn't navigate the simple puzzle in Price's Gym. How the hell did you just navigate a puzzle that made kids quit the game in less than 60 seconds? Also, what was that math you just thought you did?
Elementary, my dear Obama. Now watch me catch this false god as our encounter in this cave. Wait, what the fuck? It fled? It can't do that. That's cheating. I get another encounter.
I actually don't know the rules on this off the top of my head. I'm going to say no, since it was technically the first Pokemon we ran into. We don't need a third of the nation of Ireland yelling at us like when we caught Battery in the rocket hideout.
Obama makes a good point. You didn't do anything wrong, Joe, just some bad luck that time.
Excuse me. But I think we're all forgetting about the debate. Let's get back on track here. And the next question goes to you, former President Trump. The topic is Pokemon eggs. This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Plateau overturned Ditto v. Daycare Man. This morning, the Plateau ruled on yet another Pokemon egg case, temporarily allowing deletion of eggs to continue in Lavender Town despite their restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Ditto v. Daycare Man. As president, would you block the deletion of eggs?
If you look at this whole question that you're asking, a complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Ditto v. Daycare Man. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many steps and how many of this getting into other things. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a Pokemon when it's making sounds. It's about to hatch. 10 steps before it hatches, and even after it hatches, if you look at the former governor of Vermilion, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the Pokemon aside and we'll determine what we do with the Pokemon, meaning we'll release the Pokemon.
It's been a terrible thing what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Ditto when it was decided. Supported Ditto. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. But here's the deal, there's a lot of young Pokemon who are being sent to daycare centers to produce eggs against their will as their trainer just wants perfect effort values. And they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross town lines.
So that means he can take the life of the Pokemon in the final 100 steps and even after birth, because some towns, Democrat-run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Vermilion put the Pokemon down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the Pokemon in the final cycle and unalive the Pokemon.
He's lying. That is simply not true. We are not for late cycle egg deletion, period. For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years. And it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Plateau. Takes credit for taking it away.
I can't put my finger on it, but this seems so close to the debate you guys had the first time, except you two can speak much more coherently and aren't changing the subject so much.
Yeah, it's definitely just you, Barack. I mean, these questions you're having me ask are in no way related to real-life topics, and not their exact answers with slight changes to accommodate a Pokemon video. But I will say the candidates have shown much more life than last Thursday, and this is definitely heating up.
Getting tired, Sleepy Joe? Maybe you want to call it quits and take your 4th nap of the day.
I took my 4th nap hours ago, bro. Next one today will be my 6th. But I'm just getting warmed up. You made a mistake giving me this second chance, and I'm going to prove to the viewers that I'm the right man to get this second term and not you.
Well, if that's the case, I say we jump right into our rapid fire segment. For this segment, the voters will get to see how the candidates answer donations. You will alternate going back to back with no rebuttals allowed. There were 8 donations in this past episode, so you will each get 4 of them. We'll lead with you again, President Biden. The first donation came from Legendary Gamer, and he responded to the comment question by saying Joe would be brave, Barack would be hearty, Bush gets naughty, and Trump would be adamant. Also, Bush played poorly.
Thank you for this fine answer to the comment question and the donation as well. Legendary. People like you make this channel great. I agree that I would be brave, but Trump would be the naughty one seeing his recent court ruling.
Former President Trump, what do you have to say to MMA Lover 150, who details the, and I quote, massive fucking coping from Bush? He goes on to praise Obama for turning his gameplay around without excuses, and Bush went the personal attack route. It was very pathetic overall.
I was incredibly appalled by George's behavior. Ever since we started hanging out, he had cemented himself as the wholesome one of the group. But the events of last week are something I thought George was never capable of. I am a firm believer in second chances, however. I believe his apology and willingness to distance himself this session prove his good intentions, and I believe he will only come back not just a better friend, but a better trainer as well. Thank you for the donation.
Next up, we have Ram420M6. He said the reckless play was working until George lost Dragonite and Trump lost Hound Doom. For natures, he didn't just mention the nature, but also a reason why as well. But what do you have to say about Ram saying you were lonely since you don't have Dark Brandon and President Biden?
Wait, that's why Cerberus isn't in the party right now. Obama, you told me we deposited her to not feel like we had to level her up with the rest of the team Thanks for your honesty, buddy. But Ram, I could never say I am lonely. I am surrounded by the best friends a man could ask for and an amazing community on YouTube. Dark Brandon might be recovering, but he will be back.
Stupid debate. Everyone look, it's compatible. Biden, we have to catch it. Wait, don't run away, you goddamn mummy. I take back everything I said, and we should get a second chance since the false god fled from the encounter earlier. Find another one? That is an order, Joseph.
Sorry I lied to you about Cerberus Joe. We were going to keep that one a secret since Donnie was just thrown into the episode without warning and emotions were already sky high. But Donald, I know it was compatible, but we made a decision as a group, and we must stick to it. I'm
That's
sorry,
bullshit,
but we can't catch
Barack. Now I know you truly hated compatible. You unalived my pride and joy on purpose, and you're so against getting another one. I will remember this when I'm president again, mark my words. You're getting so thrown over the wall. In fact, I might even mix you in the cement that builds the wall.
Now, Donald, let's not say anything the voters might not approve of. It's your turn to answer the next donation as well. It came from Lazy Panda 6569, who said the most recent episode took a dark turn quick, and these issues need to be resolved immediately. What do you also think about the natures he gave to each of you?
Oh shit, we just got outrage? I know a certain Pokemon that could have been amazing on. But getting back to the topic at hand, this is one of the most base donations I've ever seen. You bet your ass I'm brave and can deal out the heavy hits. Biden is the poster child for not being bright. Obama is mild without the L and George. Despite his actions, is still the most neutral at the end of the day.
Oh, blow me, Trump. And he also called you slow, so that part is definitely based.
I ask again that the audience please holds all questions until the end of the debate. We're halfway through with this rapid fire round, and we're back to President Biden with another donation from Ram, this time via Ko-Fi. He's still trying to get his head straight after that crazy episode last week, but what do you say to him about concerns the team isn't leveled up highly enough?
That's a bunch of malarkey. Back in my day, you could go into the Elite Four with Pokemon 20 levels lower than the champion and still come out unscathed. The calls that our team is too underleveled are not only inaccurate but hurtful to the members of this team. Mystery, Poliwrath, Arcanine, and me too are an unstoppable force, and they will never be defeated.
Sorry to interrupt again, but Joe, he does have a point. This next gym, we're going to be facing trainers with Pokemon in the mid-30s and a gym leader with 3 level 37s and a 40. We probably should have been battling all of these wild Pokemon in the cave for experience instead of running from them.
Mad cause bad, skill issue, get good, learn how to play the game, and you won't have any issues, Obama.
Not sure if Obama will be able to recover after that Gen Z toxic combo, but former President Trump, your next donation comes from, yeah, you're right, who understands why things got heated, but what do you think about his idea for Joe and Bush to handle their squabble in Showdown? I have a username you can use if you need one.
Definitely going to pass on any username you have, Tucker, but my administration would fully support the system of showdown battles to handle all disputes. You name it, domestic disputes, gaming fights, everything you can think of will be handled by showdown battles. Thank you for the donation and great comments. As always, yeah, you're right.
Final donation for each of you. President Biden, you get to deal with presidential gaming drive. He says that George is the newest fraud, and he better not get any of this British people money. Do you agree with his play being more disgraceful than game producer Six's love for Lilligan?
Before I answer that question, I'm just going to let you all know I plan to clear some inventory space and actually catch an encounter this episode. I'll do it on Route 45, and Donald, you can take the one in Blackthorn and the Dragon's Den. Now, I have to say this. We may disagree with game producer Six faded Pokemon against Wallace, but Lilligan is a goddess. Every American should be entitled to a thick dummy mommy like Lilligan. We will always agree on that. But yeah, George ain't getting a cent from last episode. Don't worry about that. Thanks again, buddy.
And finally, former President Trump, you will get the pinned comment from last episode, which was also from Legendary Gamer. He thinks George should drop the W for an L in his name, hopes Dark Brandon comes back, and jokes aside, hopes Bush can rebound. What do you have to say to that?
Thank you again, Legendary, for the $20 in total this past episode. The return of Dark Brandon is something that members of both parties are in agreement on. We yearn for the return of Brandon as he will make this team stronger than it already is. Bush will pull an Obama and turn his play around. You can mark my words on that one.
Gentlemen, and the two ladies watching this video, we will now move into our closing statements of this debate. Both candidates will get a final chance to address the public and attempt to convince them that they are the proper choice this November. Former President Trump, you have the floor.
My fellow Americans, I took 2 Pokemon League exams. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public, he took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one. A real easy one, like go through the first 5 questions on type matchups. He couldn't do it. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood, wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 VGC championships at local card stores. Not even in the younger divisions, 2 regular championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart. And you have to be able to run back and forth to hatch eggs to get perfect effort values. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't go through 2 towns without taking a nap. He challenged me to a battle. He can't even take down 2 of my party members. I feel that I'm in as good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same.
You're going to see he's 6'5" and only 225 pounds or 235 pounds. Well, anyway, that's anyway. Just take a look at what he says he is and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a Pokemon battle with him. I told you before I'm happy to battle if you carry your own Switch. Think you can do it?
Let's not act like children.
You're a child.
And on that incredibly disappointing final segment, that brings us to the conclusion of this debate. I would like to thank both candidates for their time and the audience for actually sitting through this a second time. For everyone here, I'm Tucker Carlson. Have a great 4th of July, and we'll see you next week.
Wait, hold on, the episode isn't over yet, Tucker. We've still got this encounter to go. And when did you think you had the authority to end an episode in the first place? You're not a member of this team.
Give me a break, Obama. You saw the last episode. George is an absolute liability and needs to be replaced. Let's break down the facts. I'm a crowd favorite from Yellow, and we had perfect chemistry this episode. I say you make the decision to cut George and make old Tucker the 4th member of the team.
Sorry, Tucker, but that's going to be a hard pass. While I have to admit you handled your role as moderator very professionally and the debate went off without a hitch, we're not dropping George for you. We're not going to forget that you helped Putin trap us in Russia.
And you can't forget the name of the series is Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal, not Cave Dwellers Play Pokemon Crystal. So you can't even be considered on those grounds.
For the last time, Joe, I am not a cave dweller. That was only a figment of your imagination in the simulation. I have not now, nor have I ever lived in a cave. I won't stand for this injustice any longer.
Tucker, if I give you the $5 I promised you for this episode, and tell you we might consider you to appear in future episodes, will you leave without us having to call Secret Service?
Future considerations? Oh, hell yeah. My negotiation skills are second to none. I'm going to take this $5 straight to Taco Bell now that I can finally afford one of their $5 boxes. See you later, guys.
So, is anyone going to tell him that box is like $7 now? Thanks again for that, Biden, for screwing up the best deal in fast food.
It's not my fault. Taco Bell is a Mexican food store, so they work off Mexico's finances. Go over there and complain to them yourself.
Joe, the headquarters for Taco Bell is in California. Just because it's Mexican-style food doesn't mean they're pulling the strings.
Yeah, sure, Barack. What are you going to tell me next? Italy doesn't control the prices of all pizza, and China doesn't control the prices for all Kung Pao chicken. April Fool's Day was 3 months ago, buddy. I'm not falling for it.
It's incredible how your mental aura continues to reach new lows every day, Biden. Now just do us a favor and catch this fucking ladybug so we can sign off for the day. I was distracted by Tucker originally, but this encounter has lasted over 3 minutes already. Speed it the hell up, man.
What more do you want me to do? It keeps using recover, and I just tried to catch it with an ultra ball while paralyzed. It's got to be the stars messing with my encounters right now. Did you know that Mercury's in lemonade and the moon is in microwave? Never before has someone been cursed by astrology this badly before.
Aren't you going to call him stupid or demented for that comment, Donald?
Did he say anything incorrect? It sounded exactly the same as the crazy people on Facebook who talk about the stars.
I'm sure we definitely didn't just offend any of our viewers. Nice job, guys. But Donald's right, Joe. I don't know if you need to channel that nonsense about the interior of a Pokeball again, because the Ultra Balls you just spent half of our bank account on aren't working, but please catch this before we hit the 30-minute mark of this video.
There it goes using recover again. What a bitch. We would never use that move, and especially not have it on arguably our best Pokemon in each of these last 2 runs. But truth be told, this bug might actually be useful for us. Not only must it have good defense, seeing it tanked a super effective drill peck from me too, but the acid armor belly drum recover combo could prove broken if we get a good move on it. I think about a switch in to a physical attacker, make it so it can't touch us, max out the attack, heal up and sweep. This might be our new secret weapon.
Hypothetically, yes, that strategy could prove absolutely broken on a good Pokemon. But Joe, you're forgetting that the Mutant Ladybug only has 390 base stats. Odds are both of its attacks are in the gutter, and it's slower than molasses. Now that same moveset on a Suicune, and you're in business.
Fair enough, but after doing my calculations, I've discovered the problem is that Mystery wasn't our active Pokemon when trying to get this captured. Now that it's in the yellow and paralyzed, this is a guaranteed catch when combined with Mystery. Just watch.
Why am I even surprised that logic worked? But with that finally out of the way, that is going to do it for this very eventful episode 19. Hopefully you enjoyed this debate more than the last one, and of course we wish all of you a very happy 4th of July. Make sure to message a British person like Presidential Gaming Drive and laugh at him because he's working today and his country blew a 13-0 colony lead. Don't be the idiot that blows your hand off with a firecracker today, and most importantly, have fun.
I named it Eternity, seeing how long it took to catch, and we'll check out its stats right now. But while we do that, let's take a moment to shout out our channel members. And if you want to join them, the link to our Ko-fi, where you can do it, is in the description of this video. Thank you to our newest member, Hector, with a $5 monthly pledge. And of course, thank you to our first and highest monthly pledging member, Bradley. We'll see you next week as Donald tries to earn our 8th badge.
Tries? Nah, fam, it's going to happen guaranteed. You act like a YouTuber ever fumbled the bag on the 8th gym of a Nuzlocke. Don't forget to join the Discord as we approach 700 members, and we'll see you next week.
Hey, how about we sing happy birthday to America since it's 4th of July? Happy birthday
Not
to
a
you.
fucking chance
Happy
we're going to
birthday
sing.
you. Happy
Cut to
birthday,
black.
dear America.
Hey, wait a minute. Was there another debate I wasn't invited to? Why didn't anybody tell me? I have some great opinions on the.
Ladies and gentlemen of YouTube, despite all odds, we have somehow made it to episode 20 of President's Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Your reward? Having your favorite Pokemon master walk into Claire's gym and smack yet another Nepo baby gym leader around like it's nothing. We also have our boy George back after his self-imposed 1-episode suspension. How was the week off Bush?
It's good to be back, Donald. I also like how you hopped right into your first encounter this episode. It's such a happy-looking seal as well. Let's get this quick capture and then head into the gym.
So much for it being such a happy seal. Now it's floating around unconsciously in the waters of Blackthorn City. Nice start to the episode, Donald. I'm sure that's definitely not a sign of things to come today.
Oh, eat my ass, Biden. I used a not very effective attack from our physical attacker. If it couldn't live through that, then it's absolutely worthless and I want it nowhere near Donnie's destroyers. Now with that disappointment out of the way, I'm interested to see what type this gym ends up being. Hopefully something our team can smack around with ease.
I have to agree with Donald on this one, Joe. Not only would it have taken time to level up, but if it couldn't survive that attack, it would have been cooked in a minute. Just another example of the level scaling in this game making absolutely no sense. Why are the Pokemon in the waters of this town in the teens?
Did somebody say there were teens in the waters of this town? Guys, I think I've reached the summit of my Pokemon journey. You guys go on without me, and I'll be a lifeguard to all the teenagers of Blackthorn City. It's been real.
That is absolutely 100% not what I said, Joe. I swear if this activity continues, I'm going to call Chris Hansen.
Chris Hansen? Who's that? Is he somebody those jerks in Congress want to put on the ticket instead of me? I bet he's just some goody two-shoes from Delaware. I hate that state. Literally nothing good has ever come from there.
I couldn't agree more with you, Joe. Maybe you are actually starting to get smarter. Those rumors of dementia have been greatly exaggerated.
Joe, are you seriously trying to tell me you of all people have no idea who Chris Hansen is? Think hard about it, man. Have you ever walked into a room and there was some guy waiting who asked you to take a seat?
Guy asking me to take a seat? Oh yeah, there was this one time where... Wait, oh no, guys, please, you can't call him, please, I'm begging you. I swear on Polyrath I'll be bitter, I promise.
Yeah, I figured that would jog your long-lost memory, Joe. But going back a few weeks ago, I'm really sorry about everything I said. I was having such a bad episode, and then when I lost Shendu, the filter that holds back all of my intrusive thoughts was just removed. I didn't mean what I said, and I know Dark Brandon will be back. I hope we can still be friends and you can forgive me.
I'm sorry too, buddy, because I said some really mean things as well. I don't think that you're a fraud, and I shouldn't have tried to force you to apologize. It's a tough time in all of our lives with debate prep and the stress of this run. You had some really difficult battles and were unlucky with everybody knowing an ice-type attack. We can absolutely move past this, and let's not even bring it up again.
I really do appreciate that, partner. Water under the bridge it is. Now, Donald, it looks like this is the Dark-type gym. Normally, it would be pretty imposing with the Pokemon we have to go up against, but Poliwrath should be able to jump kick them into oblivion. As long as you play your cards right, we should be able to not only get out of here with no issues, but also collect some solid experience. We're going to need all we can get before we take on the Elite Four.
I'm praying every trainer just has a bunch of Tyrannitars so I can rack up that experience. But aside from experience, there is something I'm really worried about going forward. You see, we have 4 incredibly reliable team members, but it's kind of been that way for a while. Ever since we added Shendu, our encounters have been pretty underwhelming, whether it be because of level or the actual Pokemon. We're running out of time, and we need 2 more members to complement our current team.
I never even thought about that, but you're right. We got so many amazing encounters early on that we got spoiled and I guess assumed they would keep coming. In reality, those last 2 spots could be filled with legendaries, but my admitted misplays earlier have held us back from that. Not to mention we also lost our starter with what looked like was going to be a solid moveset as well. By my calculations, we should have 1 more encounter today, and I want to say 6 more before we reach the Indigo Plateau. We're going to need to hit on about 1/3 of our encounters, or we're going to have to fill in some spots with what we already have.
TLDR, give me the non-nerd version Obama. Explain it to me like I'm Joey.
Catch a good Pokemon in the Dragon's Den, then we only need to worry about catching 1 Pokemon in the next 2 episodes if nobody else faints.
Now then, was that so hard? You don't need to show your work like it's high school math class, but it's the Dragon's Den. Obviously, I'm going to catch something amazing in there. With a name like that, what do you think I'm going to catch? A baby Pokemon?
You've been foreshadowing an awful lot lately, so I'm not concerned about that comment in the slightest. But let's play devil's advocate and pretend we're going to have to pull out 2 party members to join the team. Who would you pick?
Taft would probably be the #1 draft pick, seeing we've seen how hard it can hit with its Ice Punch attack. Leads me to believe it has a really nice special, and who knows what other moves we would be able to get. For the second, I'm not so sure though. We've burnt up a lot of our quality reserves. Call us the Houston Astros because we have literally no farm system.
Could you have picked a franchise that isn't known for being a bunch of cheaters? Way to get some new allegations thrown on this run, Biden. Quick, throw out every garbage can in sight.
Hold on for a second there, Obama. The Houston Astros are a fine franchise. When they came to DC to celebrate their first championship, they were incredibly polite. I actually still exchange Christmas cards every year with Jose Altuve. I even got an email from the team saying how much they missed me last year when they came to visit the White House. I can't wait to see them again each of the next 4 years.
Well, of course, they liked you more. I didn't even want them to come over since they cheated against the Phillies. There's no way they could have beat them any other way. I had these dreams of meeting Bryce Harper, and those cheaters crushed them.
Sounds like a massive skill issue and overdosage of copium to me, Biden. Do me a favor, can you cry into this bottle so I can have your tears on the Oval Office desk during my 2nd term? Talk about the trophy to end all trophies.
You want to make a bet, big boy? If you by some miracle actually beat me in this election, I'll give you your trophy. But if I win, you got to give me a trophy of your own. And I want your wig for all to see front and center on my desk. What do you say, Donnie?
It's not a wig, you blind bastard. This is my totally real and legitimate hair. Anyone who says otherwise just likes spreading fake news, and when I get elected, they're going straight over the Great Wall of Trump. Maybe I'll even do it with a catapult. I'll set up some bleachers, sell tickets to millionaire Republicans, and put it on pay-per-view as well. I'll have the national debt paid off in an afternoon.
Donald, we've all seen the videos of your wig blowing all over the place. You're our friend, and we don't care if you wear a wig. You don't have to lie about it.
Note to self, add Bush to the consideration list to be in the Catapult Show main event.
What did you just say?
What? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about the strategy for the gym battle with Claire. She is going to have the first level 40 Pokemon we've seen after all. Even these gym trainers are over-leveled compared to us, and we can't make any mistakes.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said, but I think you'll be fine. My real worry would be if we ran into an electric-type gym leader. We really need to get a ground-type Pokemon at some point, seeing half our team could fall against an electric-type user. Do we even have any in reserve right now?
We do have that Phampy we hatched from an egg a long time ago. It evolves at level 25, so that might be our best option to go alongside Taft if we don't mind having a real power leveling montage.
That's definitely an idea to keep in our back pocket, Obama. Of course, we could get screwed with a few evolutions, but we could get something like a Steelix as well. I hope it doesn't come to that and we can just catch one instead of leveling up, but if there's ever a time to have a backup plan, it's now, and not if disaster strikes.
Speaking of not planning until the last minute, we are guilty of it, unfortunately. Remember how we were supposed to decide which of us would do the trainer gauntlet before Victory Road? Well, if I get this badge this episode with no casualties, the journey begins next week. I nominate myself, seeing I'm clearly the best trainer we've got here, and I'll get through it no problem with my talent and mental fortitude.
Let's play a quick game. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. Can you tell me which thing is not like the other? Before I finish, just kidding, it's me, because I'm the only trainer who hasn't let a team member faint at this point. I've displayed world-class form since we left New Bark Town, and I think it should be me.
You might not like what I'm about to say, George, but with all the trainers there are, it might amount to being multiple episodes in the series. As much as I want to be the one who carries the team through the Kanto Welcome Committee, they've let a total of 1 Pokemon faint the entire series, and we've each had single episodes of letting more than that fall alone. I think they should each take one of the next 2 episodes, and then we'll split up the Elite Four by trainer, like we did last time.
I'd be lying if I said your logic was wrong right there. And it would give them the episode that they missed while they were recovering as well. All right, men, what do you think? We'll let Trump lead off the gauntlet next week, and Biden can take us straight to the door of the Elite Four. What do you guys think?
Sounds like a plan to me. Donald can have a double-header episode next week, and I can face the toughest trainers we've seen yet. I appreciate you guys being so cool about this. What do you think, Trump?
I can't argue with that logic either. Obama's right about it probably being enough trainers to last 2 episodes, so we should go with the top 2 trainers being us. That also negates any argument we might have as well. I'm glad that we came to a decision so quickly, because I randomly just got this splitting headache.
Need me to get you some aspirin, Donald? I can run over to Joe's medicine chest real quick and be back in about a half hour after I go through the 1,000,000 bottles of mislabeled medication he has in there.
I only mix up the pills because I don't think I need the 69 dosages they say I need to take throughout the day. I've searched my conditions on Google before, so I'm pretty much an expert on medicine.
Oh, Barack, you're such a caring friend. But don't worry, Donald doesn't have a headache. He just has a better half he hasn't let out to play in far too long.
Dark Maga, what are you doing here? I thought we already told you that we won't stand for an entity of pure evil taking over our friend anymore.
I always knew listening wasn't your strong suit, but rest assured, little cowpoke, I'm not here to bring the end of humanity today. I'm only here to have some fun and kick the shit out of this pathetic gym leader. Since he hasn't let me out in so long, I think taking the 8th gym from him is a fair compromise, don't you think?
I have 2 conditions for you, Dark Maga. If you can accept them, we won't protest you being here right now. If you don't accept them, we'll have Obama go Ultra Instinct and knock your form out.
That's so adorable that you think a mere mortal could defeat me. But I really don't feel like having to listen to Donald yell at me again when I'm trying to sleep about my behavior, so I'll humor this bullshit. What are your conditions, Sleepy Joe?
First off, and most importantly, there will be absolutely no Dark Brandon slander this time. You understand me?
Oh no, I might wet my pants, I'm so scared of you, Joe Biden. But sure, no need to make you go running to Jill about it. What's your second condition?
My second condition is, if you're truly so great, I assume you come with a banger theme song like the rest of us. Play it now or step aside and let a real trainer take over.
I'm not sure what you consider a banger, Joseph, but let me show you what a #1 hit truly sounds like.
Guess who's back? Back again, making things great again. Ready for a brawl? Dark Maga does no wrong. Yeah. Unstoppable force, they can't ignore. We're gonna make Kanto soar. Dark Maga's reign, we're winning the game. No one can stop this red wave, MAGA. By my side, avenging what's right, it's a compatible ride. Avenge, taking names, breaking chains, no one can hide. Conquering all from the ground to Johto's starless skies. My resolve will never die, standing firm against the night. With this team we rise and fight. forge ahead. I scale the indigo plateau, no regret. No rival can beat me, my spirit's blaze. From Johto's peaks to Kanto shore. I left and laughed in error. Defeated, now reborn. Rising through the storm. I was searching, feel the might. Dark matter, see your guiding light. Unstoppable force, they can't ignore. We're gonna make Kanto soar. Dark Maga's reign, we're winning the game. No one can stop this red wave, MAGA. MAGA, winning the game. We're making Kanto soar. Can't stop. MAGA, make Kanto soar.
Was that enough of a banger for you, Joey?
All right, I gotta admit that was pretty fucking good. And your battle was managed with incredible ease as well. I'm not sure about you not teaching Sword's dance to Polyrath, but overall this was a battle we were worrying about, and you made her look like a junior trainer.
All three of those moves were just too valuable for type coverage. And just like a junior trainer, she's being a sore loser and refusing to give me my prize. I should have swung her around by that cape and seismic tossed her into the lava surrounding her platform.
All right, Dark Maga, control your bloodlust and just go into the dragon's den so we can get the badge. Also, how long do you plan on staying around for?
I'm going to get the encounter in there and then I'll throw it back. You're going to need my skill to catch it. Also, I'll show you what you could have had if I played this entire episode. Behold.
There was a Raikou in these waters. Are you kidding me? All Donald found was a fucking seal. That could have been our fifth member right there.
You're more than welcome to tell my worse half that I should be the one who plays next episode instead of him. Your team could have been completed this episode. Now, don't fret. I don't sense any legendaries in the den, but I do think you're going to like what I find. Consider it a granted wish, if you will.
Is it going to be a Starmie? I always wanted one to complement our Mewtwo.
Words cannot comprehend how time has eroded the walnut of a brain you once had into the empty space that occupies your skull now. You already have a Starmie on this team, you fool. I'm going to catch a Pokemon you actually need. Just shut up for a moment and watch.
Talk is cheap, Dark Maga. I bet you used up all your luck on that Raikou we couldn't even catch. Watch this be something completely pathetic like a Huthu.
I should take away this gift for that comment. But you know what? Seeing the look on your face when I back up my power will be even more rewarding. Darkness, I call upon you to bring forth what this team needs most. Darkness, put down the fucking coffee and give me this encounter already.
Here come the excuses before we even see what Pokemon it is. Just admit you're a fraud and get...
Arnold, it's Arnold. Our yellow day one and the ground type we said we needed. All hail Dark Maga. The darkness has provided us a gift for the ages. I will close my eyes now and embrace the darkness.
Joe, you're just using that as a way to take a nap. You can't fool us. But holy shit, Dark Maga isn't just all talk. In terms of ground types, Arnold ranks third in base stats, but is number one in our heart after Pokemon Yellow. Maybe this guy isn't so bad after all.
Don't mistake my flexing for kindness day 254. If I wanted to, I really could have manifested the Huthoot that Obama said I would get. Consider this an apology for making Joseph cry, and this will also get me some brownie points with Donald so he will leave me alone. If you're also wondering why we have 2 Pokemon under level 10 on the party right now, I had to bring somebody on who knew Whirlpool, and then I took another one of the expendable members of this team to fight my glorious encounter. One of them will probably faint in this battle, seeing the catch rate isn't great, but I don't think anybody cares if I lose Shrooms or Ozzy.
I don't even remember what you said anymore. Just catch it, please, Dark Maga. I need some Arnold in my life right now.
Get one of your staffers to find your Ritalin and stop tugging on my suit, you decrepit weakling. I'll catch it, don't you worry, but give me some goddamn space. I was hoping I could get lucky with a quick catch, but it doesn't look like the game has that in its plans. I'll try to do some chip damage before catching it again.
This might take a few minutes, so I think it's the perfect time to read off donations from last episode. Today
Being
we lead
nice
off
and
with-
wholesome to people? Nah, I don't fuck around in the shadowy place. You can have Captain Big Mac back. I'm out of here.
That is so strange. Out of nowhere, my headache just cleared. Oh my God, it's Arnold, and I hear wild Pokemon music. Ultra Ball go.
Welcome back, Donnie. And yes, you are right, this is our encounter in the Dragon's Den. Dark Maga took over and kicked Claire to the curb. He also blessed us with this encounter, so while I know you're just getting your bearings, please don't fuck this up.
He took the Claire battle? That piece of shit, I'm going to lecture the hell out of him later. I was looking forward to that. But I guess he did lead us to our new 5th team member, so maybe I'll give him a pass. It's just going to be tough catching this since it's such a low level and anything could one-tap it.
You're just thinking about it too much right now, Donald. Just calm down and catch the dang thing. Dark Maga left you with 2 lower level Pokemon to hit it, as you can see. And he also paralyzed it as well. You'll be fine. Let's try doing donations again to take our mind off things. Our first one came from Legendary Gamer. He throws us 7 Canadian people money, and thank you for the banger after banger comment. We hope you've enjoyed George being back, and I'm sorry, but we aren't catching that Vaporeon in the ice path. Thank you again for the donation, though.
Awesome to know I have fans out there like you, Legendary. I missed being here last week, but it was a necessary absence. We've got Omega Specs next, and he throws us $10. I wish I could have seen it in person, but yeah, that debate was awesome. Thank you so much for the donation and the kind words.
Another debate I kicked Sleepy Joe's ass in, if I may add. And speaking of Biden losing, we head over to Ko-fi for our next donation from Ram420M. Thank you again for donating through there so we don't get hit with the fees. He acknowledges your solid gameplay last week, but calls you out for your comment about beating Pokemon 20 levels lower than your own in the Elite Four. Care to respond, Joe?
Speaking of me losing, you literally said that as you let shrooms faint. Pot calling the kettle black, am I right? But Ram, you aren't the first person that has brought this up. To everyone that mentioned it, did you not watch us playing Pokemon Yellow? We smacked around Putin's Pokemon in the 60s with ours in the 40s. That's what I was referencing. But shifting back to donations, we go back to our highest donation from the last episode. It was Legendary Gamer with his second one of the week. He really wanted to get that pin back, and he did just that with his 14 Canadian people money donation, and he wants us to name a Pokemon Bidoof. Tell you what, buddy, we'll definitely do that for you. Thank you again for all the Canadian people money today.
And thank you, Pokemon Master Donald, for bringing back our unstoppable, unaliving machine from Yellow. Oh, I don't know what feels better, being able to throw all the exclamation points on or knowing that Joe can't say he caught Arnold this time. It was all me motherfuckers.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Donald. You caught Arnold, and he's going to be on the team for sure. But that reminds me, you're playing next episode, and I would think he's going to have to be in the mid-30s by next week. Now, I normally know you hate power leveling with a passion, but I hope you have fun doing it so you can use him next episode.
God damn it, Dark Maga, you fucking asshole. You knew this was going to happen. I should have seen it coming a mile away. That's it, everyone. Eternity and Taft are full-time team members at their current levels. It was nice seeing Arnold, but you know he shouldn't be a star in both series, right?
And that's how you know Dark Maga is pure evil. This is the man who said he would never waste his time power leveling, and he's too good for it. Maybe he's not such a bad guy after all for giving us this satisfaction.
We all know that's absolutely not happening, Donald, so get yourself some McDonald's and enjoy grinding levels in the ice path. It's something we've all had to do at some point, and we can keep you company if you prefer.
You know what? It's fine. No big deal. I'll just hand the Game Boy over to Eric for a few hours, and I'm sure he'll take care of it for me. He always begs me to play this game with him, and now I have an excuse to do so.
If you even think of taking this joy away from me, I'll throw a 0 onto the end of your conviction total.
You little bitch, you wouldn't dare.
Hey, Kamala, can you get Alvin Bragg on the phone? I need to ask him for a favor. Also, since I'm immune as president, can you get SEAL Team 6 on the other line? I have 6 specific targets for them in a, let's say, Supreme Court room.
Okay, fine, Joe, you made your point. I'll do the damn power leveling myself. Now, don't lay a finger on Clarence Thomas's beautiful soul and let me answer these stupid questions so Gen 2 version of Kate, wearing bitch, gives me the badge finally. Yes, Pokemon are my friends. I'm not Sleepy Joe, so I don't rely on cheating. Personally, I'll crush anyone in my path, but I bet he wants me to say this before saying, oh, I understand. I think this one is the final question. Let me just say what he wants to hear one more time and we're done with this. You happy, old man? You get what you want. Now give me what I want and hand over that fucking badge.
Oh, I understand.
Don't you fucking start with that now, George. I've had a long goddamn day. First I got possessed. Then I got threatened by the most inept president in the history of this country, and I don't need this nonsense.
Oh, I understand.
Barack, I swear on all that's holy.
Oh, I understand.
Fuck this. I'm out of here. Do the fucking outro without me. I did everything that needs to be done, so let me drown in some McDonald's Sprite, and I'll see you jerks next week.
It truly never gets old pushing Donnie's buttons. But he is right, everybody. That wraps up everything we had to get done today. I'll just grab the Dragon Fang before signing off. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by, and you better not miss next week as we begin the gauntlet to the Indigo Plateau. We'll see you same time, same place.
Huge shout out to our channel members Bradley and Hector over on Ko-fi. If you would like to be featured at the end of every episode while also supporting the channel, you can do so via the link in the description of this video. The real test starts next week, and we'll need all of you here again to support us. We'll see you then.
As always, don't forget to join the Discord, and oh shit, we forgot to ask a comment question this week. How about you all tell us who you hope our 6th team member would be for the Elite Four? You can say someone we already have or someone you hope we catch. 8 badges down. 8 badges to go. We'll see you next week.
Hello everybody and welcome to episode 1 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal. This season on the channel we're doing a randomized Nuzlocke so all of the Pokemon we encounter can be different than they normally are. It's a whole new world
Joe,
we
what
live
the
in.
fuck are you talking about? This isn't episode 1. This is episode 21. I'm telling you to fire that damn yes man you have as a White House doctor because your dementia finds a brand new evolution every episode.
Donald, what are you talking about? How could it be episode 21 if we're in New Bark Town? I'm starting to think you're the one with memory decline. If we were as far along as you said we would be in Blackthorn City by now. But holy shit, forget that. Can you believe how great this randomizer is? Instead of a Pokédex, we got a Master Ball. I can't wait to see what the starters are.
I really hate Take Your Kid to Work Day. Obama put a leash on him or some duct tape over his mouth. If I have to go through these trainers while listening to his nonsense, I'm going to blow a fucking gasket.
If anybody's going to talk about Bring Your Child to Work Day, you're the last person who should be doing that. But Joe, if you don't get your head on straight this instant, I'm putting the lot back on the freezer until next week's episode.
Please, Dad, don't take my ice cream away from me. I wish I went to work with Mom today instead. She's so much nicer than you.
Take Your Child to Work Day was in fucking April. It's been hotter than the surface of the sun over the past month, so you can't even pretend it's been that time of the year. Also, for the last time, I am not your father, Joseph. You were my vice president, and now you are my friend. Nothing more.
Barack is the father of the year over here. I can't believe he just disowned his son in front of 15 people on YouTube. I'm so sorry, Joe, but I guess you have to go to the orphanage for all 1,000-year-old zombies now. It was nice having you around for the time that we did.
I swear on all that's holy, I'll finish the job, and I won't miss like that stupid kid.
And that seems like the perfect time to jump in and do an actual intro for this episode. Hello everybody and welcome to episode 21 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. Today we have Donald taking on the first half of the trainer gauntlet on the way to Victory Road. He'll also be getting 3 encounters, so some big chances to fill the vacancy of our 6th party member. However, today we already have our 6th party member being my amazing Egg Hatch from way back in Ekrutake City. Of course, we all knew that it would end up being the perfect hidden machine slave, being able to learn Cut, Waterfall, Whirlpool, and Fly.
Oh yeah, you had so much faith in Phanpy back then. In fact, I remember you naming it Why No Legend, which translates to Savior of the franchise and my favorite Pokemon. Totally not, goddammit. Why didn't I get a team member that I actually wanted, right, George?
That was just a test for you. I knew exactly what its true potential was. And seeing it took until episode 21 to use it, you failed, unfortunately. Such a shame. But I'll tell you what, I'll let you off the hook if you catch this Golem. It's not the greatest, but a final evolution with 485 base stats isn't the worst party member if we don't get anything else. Does anyone have a name idea for it when we catch it?
Balls, 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 balls.
Oh my God, is this finally the end for Joe? I think he's having a stroke. Oh well, you had a good run, Joe. We'll all miss you. Anyway, in more important news, I should have this thing caught any second now, so hopefully it has good stats.
I wasn't having a stroke fat ass, and to be honest, I'm not sure what possessed me there, but I just felt a mighty need to repeat balls on repeat. Can you please name it that, Donald?
At the risk of that possession growing, if I don't name it balls, I'll do that, but not for any other reason. I really hope my next encounter is something better so we seriously don't have balls on the Hall of Fame team. For anybody who wants an autograph, I will be signing them outside the Oval Office after the filming of this episode. Prices start at $100 per signing, and you can only have something autographed that you purchase separately from my personal store. Good thing I just happened to bring my trailer today that has all my merchandise in there.
That's what you're keeping in that trailer? No wonder nobody has been anywhere near it all day. But all things considered, that's an awesome encounter, Donald, and if it has anything close to decent stats and moves, you just know this is going to be a crowd favorite. Hell of a job, man, just catch it now.
I even have Rudy Giuliani working there for some extra cash since he just got disbarred in New York. Oh shit, I just remembered I forgot to leave a window down for him in there. His hair dye is going to melt all over my priceless merchandise. Fuck!
Don't worry about it, Donald. I'm sure the people will survive without your $60 Bibles and gaudy-ass gold shoes. In fact, those shoes might look better in black anyway.
Quiet. I need silence for this capture.
Oh, sweet, we caught the shiny Pikachu. Can we name it Balls as well?
Since Shendu didn't work, I'm going to try Shenron this time. Editor, can you please insert a jump here so we can skip to the Pokemon Center where we can check their stats? Also, everyone I know why Biden is saying these stupid-ass things. He told me last night he was falling asleep to GP6's Sapphire movie, so he's subconsciously repeating lines from that. For the last time Joe stopped falling asleep to President's videos, the last thing we need is you constantly quoting that content. You need to be a true man of culture and fall asleep to the Hell's Kitchen channel on Samsung TV.
Is there ever a time you don't think about food? Of course you would fall asleep to the Hell's Kitchen channel. But unfortunately, it looks like the randomizer didn't optimize these guys. Their speed stats are both pretty low despite the pretty decent balance everywhere else. Not what I was hoping for, but not the worst as well. We did need some decent reserves, so at least we can say we don't need that anymore. You got one more encounter this episode, Donald, so hopefully you saved the best for last.
You know I have Barack. And as this portly man says, that's one small step for Biden and one giant leap for Trump kind. It took 21 episodes, but we... Wait a second, did we ever even get the map app for our Poke gear? I can't even see that we're in Kanto. God damn it, how is that even possible?
While that is indeed as disappointing as you butchering Neil Armstrong's quote, I do have to say the waterfall animation in this game is just awesome. I'm not sure why we needed to go full Tony Hawk mode and do an 1800 on our way up the waterfall, but it's still so cool.
Couldn't have given the credit to a professional surfer since we're in the water there, George?
In all honesty, I couldn't name a professional surfer if my life was on the line, so no disrespect intended. I'll instead throw my disrespect onto Donald for getting a Pokemon as wide as him instead of something useful for his third encounter. When are you going to encounter a legend like I did Donald?
1 weakness and 450 base stats is far from a bad encounter, George. This might end up being pretty damn good for us. But can one of you catch it for me? I just got the notification that my DoorDash order is here, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got you. I don't even think I need to land another hit on it and can just chuck Ultra Balls at it. Did you get anything for us?
He's gone already, so he can't hear you. Only time he moves quickly is when he's on his way to food. But can you think of any time he ever ordered us any food? Every time we ask, it's always buying extra in this economy this, or I'm up to my ass in debt. Because lawyer fees that. He'll never even get us fries to split.
I never thought about it, but you're absolutely right. He's going to walk back in here with a family-sized meal, and we're going to look like John Goodman's family in that Family Guy scene. That's it. I'm getting revenge on him for this. If he ever wants to use this Chansey that he thinks will be useful, it will come at a price. I got the perfect nickname for this thing. All right, boys, watch this.
Oh my God, that's absolutely perfect, George. Hang it in every museum around the world. If there was a comment question for our favorite nickname so far in this series, I'm sure this would be at the top for sure.
While I'm sure 99% of the answers will be compatible, let's make that the comment question this week, and hopefully I'll be proven wrong. Everybody let us know in the comments below what your favorite nickname from this series has been. Personally, for me, it's got to be this.
I appreciate the kind words, gentlemen. It was a nickname that could only be founded through pure disappointment over the homies not getting you a snack. But it looks like Donald isn't back yet, so I guess I can start this battle for him as well.
The fuck you're going to take Arnold's first controller. Now, you liability-looking yeehaw ass. One fucking matchup and you prove you've learned nothing from your last episode. I swear I'll get Joe enough ice cream and Obama enough drones to convince them to ban you from playing with us. I thought Arnold was gone for sure.
Heart attack avoided, but don't worry, George, no amount of drones would be able to make me vote to ban you. Not only do I have enough stockpile for the next 50 lifetimes, but your friend and friends come first.
How much ice cream are we talking, Donald? I mean, of course, I would never hypothetically agree to this, but I wouldn't be doing my due diligence if I didn't at least entertain this offer of yours. Art of the deal, am I right?
I can see you're learning, Joe. Did you have one of your staffers read you my book as a bedtime story? Regardless, here's my offer to you. Not only will I buy you your own personal ice cream truck, but I'll transfer Rudy from my memorabilia trailer to be a full-time employee at the truck. Since it's cold in there, his hair dye will never run and get in the ice cream, so there's no worry about that.
We're on the 5-yard line right now, Donald, but I have a sinking suspicion that Rudy might poison my ice cream, so I would need a different full-time employee. Tell you what, if you can get that cashier from Wawa to work full-time at the ice cream truck, I think we can make a deal.
Yeah, I'm going to stop this conversation right fucking now. Joe, you aren't taking this deal and George isn't going anywhere. I'm ashamed at you for falling for one of Donald's ploys. But speaking of Wawa, the donations are how we eat there. So let's get into the donations from last week. Our first one came from our boy Legendary Gamer. He throws us 7 more Canadian people money and he answered our comment question by hoping Squirtle would be our 6th member. There is a chance, of course, we find one and it would evolve pretty quickly. Thanks again for another donation, buddy.
Despite this incredible slander and knowledge that a cold treat means more to Biden than my play, I'll somehow muster the strength to do this next donation. Because despite all my rage, I'm just trapped in this cage. Our next donation came from, yeah, you're right, and he sends us $10 through Ko-Fi. Thank you again for donating that way so YouTube doesn't take any fees on your donation and we get the whole thing. He wonders why you turned down Donald's challenge to Golf Joe. You upset his mom by doing this and she's not even a Trump supporter.
When you've got this level of drip and you pull as many shotties as Joey B got, sometimes you're going to leave one of the ladies disappointed. But I didn't turn down his challenge. I got my handicap down to a 6 when I was vice president. Donald just never agreed to walk the course because he needs a cart. I mean, who else would want to golf against somebody who has their handicap down to an 8?
Did he get something else from the Crazy Cap store? Because if Drip Biden is back and Joe is talking like that, we need to get rid of that clothing immediately. Hurry before he calls himself the Rizzler again.
Only Joe could go from talking like some Gen Alpha ho to his dementia-riddled silent generation ass in a single statement. Is your handicap a 6 or an 8, Joe? That's a rhetorical question, by the way, because I know I said you can't hit the ball 50 yards, but I would actually be surprised if you can even lift a sand wedge.
My handicap is the foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything from Crazy Cap on him. I think he just had another one of his episodes, and that assortment of words somehow escaped his pudding substitute of a brain. How about you just read the next donation, Joe? Think you're up to it.
Of course, I'm up to it. I'm the youngest and most energetic person in this room, George. Geez, these geezers just can't keep up with my energy, I tell you. Anyway, our next donation comes from Memel over 150. He donates us $2 and asks why we're playing Ruby in Season 3 instead of Emerald after we played the first 2 remake games already. I'm glad somebody asked this as a donation because it's a question we've been getting a lot, and it's something we want to answer very clearly. You see, if we had to pick our favorite out of the 3, it's Emerald without a doubt. But the President's community isn't a toxic or backstabbing community. We all respect each other and want to see each other grow. Our basketball spinning showdown battling friend already made an amazing Emerald series that is about to come to an end, and gay producer Dick's already made an equally great Sapphire series. We would never step on either of their toes and make a playthrough for a game they already made. Instead, we're not only going to complete the trilogy of Generation 3 games, but we're also going to complete the trilogy of playthroughs as well. We're going to do a vanilla Nuzlocke of Ruby so that you have our playthrough, the vanilla version, and the randomized Nuzlocke version. 3 games, 3 styles, and of course 2 creators and an Irish furry.
I would love to talk shit about your energy, but I have to give you credit for almost speaking 1,400 characters without skipping a beat, Joe. But yeah, we know a lot of people have been asking, and we just want to put that conversation and those rumors to bed once and for all. Anyway, moving on to our final donation, it was an absolute whale of a donation as it ties the all-time channel record being for $100. And again, thank you so much for doing this through Ko-fi so YouTube didn't take almost half of it. Can you believe those jackasses take almost half your donation if you donate through this platform? That's why we don't have our memberships on here, because it's stupid to see half your money going to them. But again, shout out to AC Gonzalez for his incredibly generous $100 donation and for saying this is the best series on YouTube. We here also look forward to the return of Dark Brandon and Clinton as well. Maybe they can even show up and play for Bush next time he's up. Who knows? Thank you again, man.
Is this slander going to stop anytime soon? You know what, maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. Instead of getting angry with you guys, I'll try being nice instead. You know what they say down in Texas, you catch more honeys with steak than vegetables. Donald, we haven't really mentioned it yet, other than when you ticked off Barack earlier, but I just wanted to take a minute to say we're so glad you're here with us today. We couldn't be happier that piece of shit missed his shot, and that you escaped with only the small damage to your ear that he did.
I doubt I've spent a week of my life in that state, but I'm pretty sure that nobody says that saying there or anywhere on this planet Earth, but I do have to agree with him, Donald. If anything, that's a sick new ear piercing you got. Have you picked which rock you're going to put in there?
I appreciate the kind words, gentlemen. And Obama, do you think it would be too over the top to put an 8-carat diamond in there, or would I become that guy? The last thing I want is to become a person who has constant drama and controversy surrounding me.
Oh, Donald, no, you would never be thought of as a controversial figure. Everybody only has the purest of thoughts about your character. But if you ask me, you gotta go big when it comes to a right ear piercing. Show everyone out there that you're happy with who you are.
Why are you putting emphasis on the piercing being on my right ear? Oh wait, never mind, I remember the meaning of that. Never mind, piercing plans have been canceled.
Thanks a lot, Obama. Bro was literally about to come out of the closet in front of the entire RNC, and you just had to remind him what that meant. But to be honest, Donald, we are all very happy that the kid who looked like GP 6'5" years ago is a worse shot than Hank Hill. I actually needed sports to realize this happened. The second I saw Nick Castellanos hit a home run, I went searching the internet for a tragedy, and what do you know, I see what happened at your rally. I swear that man is a witch who needs to be burned at the stake. How does he hit a home run every time a really bad event happens?
And to think nobody would have realized that fact if it wasn't for that Reds announcer being a homophobic jerk-off, as there's a drive into deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run. And so that will make it a 4-0 ball game.
Legendary copy pasta right there, but Donald, are you sure about the switch to Starmie right here? Don't you remember the last time we faced one of these? It knows growth, which is a pure counter to drill peck. If it knows any other moves, we could be in not only massive trouble for this matchup, but if that legendary powers up too much, it could mean the end of the run.
Would you prefer I bring in Arnold, Mystery, or Arcanine, who are all weak to Bubble Beam? We have to act off the known and not the unknown. Also, if it knows a stab psychic move, then we resist that as well. I'm putting all our eggs in the Me Too basket, and this probably isn't the last time one of these situations are going to arise. With the levels as high as they are, any matchup could be our last, and we have to battle with knowledge and passion. Never fear.
And you nailed that decision right there, Donald. With the speed edge now, we'll be able to knock out before that bird's next attack. Hell of a job, man. Keep that fire burning.
That's just what being a trustworthy trainer is all about, my man. Sometimes you just gotta trust your instincts, but you always have to stick by your decision no matter what it is. But never mind on keeping that fire burning, because now we need to extinguish our second legendary bird in this trainer battle. I'll switch to Arcanine and throw non-rock type attack rocks at it until it falls right out of the sky.
I think you should have left Starmie in right there, Donald. It doesn't have a great physical defensive stat if I remember. As I was saying, switching out of Starmie was absolutely the best decision you could have made right there, and well done on making the exact same read I made there, Trump. Anybody with half a brain would have known Fire Chicken was going to use Thunder.
Were you two in another drone strike at the same time that we were? But instead of being knocked unconscious, it took away your future sight abilities? Maybe Donald and I should just split the Elite Four and lance ourselves, because holy shit, that would have been the end of our Mewtwo right there if you were playing.
You know when Dementia Joe is able to call out your bullshit you turn that you really messed up. I was only half joking earlier when I made that suggestion about Bush, but guys, holy fuck. I don't know if you need to have theme songs playing at all times or you need to be playing in alternate forms at all times. I'm begging you, Barack, please use Ultra Instinct when we get to the Elite Four and George learn how to use Nen or something.
Me able to use Nen? Yeah, Donald, you called it. I'm definitely able to channel powers from the Hunter x Hunter universe. Don't be ridiculous. While I'm jealous you all can call on alternate forms, I am definitely just a regular Texan with no other powers.
George, you just did the same eye twitch you do when you're bluffing in poker. You don't actually have Nen abilities, do you?
God fucking damn you guys. You just had to directly ask that question, didn't you, Obama?
What the fuck, George? You had a hidden ability this entire time and you didn't tell us. What the hell's the matter with you, man? Why have you been holding back?
What the others didn't know is that George wasn't hiding his power for selfish reasons. He instead
who
was
the
doing
fuck
it
is
for the
that?
good of the
Show
team.
yourself.
It's
After
the
being
narrator that
challenged
comes
by
with
his
the Nen
vice
ability, just
president
let him
Dick
do his
Cheney
thing.
for the Oval Office
He
and a
also has an
Pokemon
8-bit
Battle,
remix
George
of the song
underwent
from
deep
the
training.
show, so we don't get hit with
Further
copyright.
training of this ability turned George into the greatest Pokemon battler that Washington had ever seen. The name of the ability would go on to be named Deadeye, and George could see the next 10 moves of the
I'm
match
battling
without
the ghost
fail.
of Shendu if anybody
However,
cares.
that power would be deemed rather useless in Generation 4 as the rise of stall tactics took center stage. In search of the ability to be able to see 50 turns in advance, Bush signed a Nen contract that restricted usage of Deadeye to once every 3 months, and if anybody asked him point blank if he had Nen abilities, he would have to confess or the blade in his heart would end his life.
I fell asleep like halfway through that novel. Can someone give me the too long didn't read version?
George could sweep your ass so fast your head would spin if he really wanted to.
I swear, men, I was going to reveal this during my Elite Four battle so that I could tell you the limitations and strength of my ability. If I use it during the Elite Four and during our battle with Red, that should be able to space it out enough and guarantee us victory.
That has to be the most busted ability I've ever heard of. And since you're using Nen, nobody who can't use it themselves like any of us would even know. George, I don't know what to say except I'm sorry. With you on our team, this run is guaranteed completed.
Hold on for a second, Donald. Wouldn't that make things too easy? How about this? We let George use his ability only when it's his turn against his Elite Four member and his certain Pokemon against Lance and Red. He can't use it to assist us. We still have to do our part ourselves.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Biden, what do you think about it? Oh, Jesus Christ, Biden, wake the fuck up.
I'm awake for real this time. Is it my turn yet?
No, you moron. You wouldn't even play until next week anyway. But seeing as you look like you could fall asleep any second now, how about we call this Shendu family reunion our last battle of the episode and you can take over after that?
Yeah, that sounds like a plan to me. I'll give you credit, Donald, you actually played pretty well today. And I thank you very much for keeping the entire team upright for me. I can't wait to get us right to the Indigo Plateau next episode. And just think about it, men. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be 2-time Hall of Famers and 2-time certified Pokemon Masters.
It's very rare indeed, but you hit the nail right on the head with that one Joe. But everyone watching, I hope you all were satisfied by my God tier play today, and hopefully Biden can replicate it next week. Thank you so much for showing up today, and we can't wait to see you next Thursday for episode 22.
That's pretty cool ending the episode going up against the entire vanilla Shendu evolution line. Good thing we unfortunately know its weaknesses. A huge shout out as always to our channel members Bradley and Hector over on Ko-fi. If you would like to join them and be mentioned at the end of every episode like this, you can do so by heading over to our Ko-fi page in the description. We can't wait to see you next week.
I forgot how fucking epic I look when I'm in this form. And for anyone out there thinking, hey George, aren't you using the ability right now? How are you going to use it in 2 weeks' time? Don't worry about that. I haven't actually used Deadeye, I just used my powers to make my appearance visible for all of you. And of course, as always, don't forget to answer our comment question and join the Discord in the description below. We just passed the 700 member mark, and if you haven't joined yet, you're really missing out. See you next week, partners.
You're the best community on YouTube. We appreciate each and every one of you, and holy fucking shit, guys. George is glowing. What the fuck is going on?
Joe, I actually can't even.
Well, my fellow Americans, it's been a long and amazing ride, and I thank you for riding with Biden over these last 4 years, but I've decided to do something that Elon Musk has no idea how to do and pull out. Effective a few days ago, as you all know, I am suspending my bid for a second term so that Kamala can hand Donald his second straight defeat. Seeing I'm no longer president, I'll let Obama take you to the Indigo Plateau. It's been real, guys. Thank you for all your support.
Wait, Joe. Just because you aren't running for president anymore doesn't mean you aren't the president until January. And do you think any of us are presidents anymore other than you? You're still always going to be in our gaming group, no matter who's the president. Who told you that fake news?
Well, Donald told me that backing out of the election means I also forfeit the Oval Office to the most recent president. I mean, that sort of makes sense, and to be honest, I just want to play more Pokemon in College Football 25.
Oh, don't give me that look, Obama. I was just trying to move my stuff in early was all. Fine, Joe, I'll admit it. You're still president, unfortunately, until January, and you're still going to play with us on this channel after that as well. Can you blame a guy for trying, though?
Yes, you most definitely can, Donald. Especially because Joe's playing today and it's our last episode before the Elite Four, if all goes well, so the last thing we needed was to take him off his game. But enough of that, and welcome to all of you in attendance to episode 22 of Presidents Play Pokemon Crystal Randomizer Nuzlocke. It's not going to be the longest episode today, but we'll have the most challenging battles of the entire series, most likely as Joe completes the Trainer Gauntlet and takes us to the gates of Victory Road. How are you all doing today?
I'm doing great, thanks for asking, Barack. And before I forget, guys, we need to issue a huge apology to AC Gonzalez. He was our highest donator from last episode, and while we mentioned his donation, our smooth brain editor didn't get the actual picture of the donation pictured. We made him fix it in the most recent movie at threat of deportation. But we just wanted to show our appreciation, AC, and again apologize for our error.
I told you back in Pokemon Yellow that you needed to fire that guy. Let me do it, because I'm the best at firing people, believe me. Do you guys remember when I had a TV show where I did in every episode?
For the 1000th time, Donald, yes. We all remember you had a television show. It was mid at best, and my greatest moment as president was when I interrupted one of your premieres to go live at the White House. The fact I did that was even better than actually announcing that SEAL Team 6 took out Osama.
I swear on my hair, I will never forgive you for that. You could have gone live at any other time, but no. You said, hold up, let's wait until Donald is captivating the hearts of billions of people around the world. That episode passed the viewership number of the most recent Super Bowl.
Such a fucking cap, but don't blame Obama. It was actually my idea. I was sipping on some lean and told Obama, what if we wait until they were in the boardroom part of your show to reveal it, despite the fact that he was taken out hours earlier?
That's actually diabolical, Joe. I can't believe you openly just admitted that with Donald sitting right next to you.
I should have backed out of the election months ago. It's so awesome to not worry about every word out of your mouth being talked about for a week on the news and being turned into an attack ad.
Joe, I still don't think you're grasping the fact that no matter what you do for the 2024 election, that you still won the 2020 election, and you are the president until a new one gets elected in 2025. The media coverage may not be as fierce on you since you're basically a lame duck president at this point, but you still have to act with the same dignity and respect for this nation as if you were still running for a second term.
TLDR, hit me up when you've got something not boring to say, Obama. I might as well just let Kamala be president right now so I can focus all my efforts on gaming and to absolutely make the people who bought merch that says Trump will be the 47th president look stupid. I already made it suck for all the people who bought the Let's Go Brandon merchandise, and let's see if they can restock on new gear if the economy is really as bad as they say it is.
Oh, I remember when I first realized the end of my presidency was coming up and went through this exact same phase. Enjoy it, Biden, but just know eventually one of your advisors, or in my case, Dick Cheney, is going to bend you over and give you a paddling when you take it too far. Wait, did your vice presidents or cabinets not paddle you with a piece of wood from one of George Washington's cherry trees when you did something stupid?
No, George. No, they did not.
Okay, so that's all well and good with your paddle fetish, but you guys need to realize something. I am Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. I am not only the greatest president of all time, but I'm also the...
I'm sorry, what were you going to say next, Joe? You're the greatest fucking letdown in Pokemon history. You're the greatest choke artist since the 2004 New York Yankees. How about you literally just fuck this run against a floating magnet?
Okay, you got me, Obama. You actually rigged our eyes to think we all just saw Polytussie faint, or instead using Photoshop on the game itself. That was a good one. Now get us back to the actual game, because there's no way I just let the Reaper faint.
Joe, I'm not rigging the game to fool all of our viewers and everyone here. You just fucking made the biggest misplay in the history of this channel. I knew this nonchalant attitude was going to cost us today, and now we're not only down arguably our best party member, but also our odds of beating the Elite Four just took a massive hit. Get your head in the fucking game, Joe, or you really can step aside like you were about to earlier?
You're really starting to take this too far, guys. Why hasn't the game reverted back to what it should be? I haven't let a Pokemon faint all series. I have been our best trainer since when we started making videos together. You can't be serious that Poliwrath is actually gone. Stop messing with me.
Nobody's fucking messing with you, Joe. You just threw harder than Obama in episode 13, and now you're coping more than some simp who realizes he's in the friend zone. Way to go, Biden. There goes our strongest physical attacker against a goddamn Magnemite.
You're not lying? That really did just happen? Poliwrath is gone? Oh my God, I'm a fraud. What am I even doing? What's next? Arnold fainting against this Miley Cyrus wannabe?
Joe, just fucking breathe for a second. Calm down. This run is literally on the brink of disaster right now. You just need to relax and focus.
Drill peck the encounter into oblivion? Is that what I just heard? Oh my God, the room is spinning. East is north, black is white, and the NFL is rigged.
I mean, he was right about the NFL being rigged.
Donald, shut the hell up and call Secret Service. Joe just collapsed. Hang in there, buddy. Help is on the way.
Wait a second, if Joe fainted, how is he still playing the game? Doesn't that seem weird to you guys, or is it just me?
You're right, that is rather strange. It's almost as if there's an entity inside Joe that takes over for him when he's in times of trouble, and right now he's...
And right now, he's back to save the day.
Brandon!
Is there an echo in here? Or is that my ears just adjusting to this world again? Whatever it is, it feels good to be back, but to bring me back there must have been a colossal fuck-up by Joseph. Can somebody fill me in on what's going on?
Well, he's not wrong about the colossal fuck-up part, that's for sure.
Shut up, Donald. But yeah, Brandon, Joe lost our Poliwrath and then went into not just the mental episodes we know him for, but a full-on breakdown. He fainted, and immediately after George noticed that Joe was still playing the game. I guess when he needed you most, you came back.
Well, I suppose that is something that could wake me up from my comatose prematurely. Poliwrath might have had terrible defense, but could one-shot basically everything in its path. I'm incredibly disappointed in Joseph for actually losing something that powerful. I would assume this is our encounter since I was facing it when I open my eyes and I hear the wild Pokemon music, right?
You would be correct about that Dark Brandon. And it looks like we're getting a good one if I'm being honest. It's got 2 awesome special type moves. A recovery move, and then we can worry about replacing Skull Bash later. This is definitely Poliwrath's replacement, no doubt about it.
Insolent little flower peasant. How dare you break out of that Ultra Ball? Let's try this again. Ultra Ball, bring us our newest team member.
Looks like somebody's a little rusty, Brandon. Catch this damn thing and stop wasting our money. That's 2,400 Poké-Dollars down the drain right there.
If this heathen knows what's good for it, it will stop resisting capture. Well, awesome, you little shit. Join our team now, or I'll throw you straight into the volcano on Cinnabar Island later in this series. See, gentlemen, sometimes you just need to instill fear into the target and force them to join forces with us. Now, for the nickname, Biden keeps telling me to name it Miley, but I have no idea why. Any of you know why he wouldn't stop saying it?
It's because Joe loves that song Flowers by Miley Cyrus and he never stops singing it. I swear if he sings it one more time while we're waiting in an elevator, I'll strangle him and watch the life drain out of his eyes while saying things he doesn't understand. No remorse, no regret. Oh God fucking damn it. He even has me quoting it now. Let Biden back out Brandon. I need to give him a throat chop followed up by a dynamic punch.
Okay, Obama, we all know how you feel about that song. I will admit, while Joe absolutely gets on my nerves as well when he sings that song all the time, let's just try to remember that Brandon's back and he might interfere in that 1v1.
Just remember, Obama, even though I'm not at full strength, I could still smack the shit out of you with both arms tied behind my back. So please mind your words. Anyway, to change the subject, I can see I've been out of commission for a while. Can anybody fill me in on some current events?
Current events? Well, let's see. Nothing really that interesting has happened lately. Donald got shot. Our editor started a brand new college football 25 series, where he put his Division III alma mater into a dynasty mode, and Joe dropped out of the election. Just the usual run-of-the-mill week or two.
Hold on a second. What the fuck did you just say about Joseph dropping out of the election? You're talking about the election for treasurer of the Ice Cream Social Club, right? Not the presidential election? Obama, don't fucking make jokes about that.
I'm all right after being shot, if you're wondering. I shrugged off the bullet from that lone wolf beta cuck like an absolute Chad and gave a fist pump
Nobody
to my
cares
supporters.
about your new ear piercing, you land whale. Right now I'm trying to tell if Obama just made a bad joke, or if Joseph needs a little more than a stern talking to.
So he's not kidding Dark Brandon. Last weekend, after numerous calls within his party and tens of millions of dollars of funding withheld, Joe had to make the decision to not pursue the 2024 election anymore. His party really just threw him aside because they lost all faith in him. He endorsed Kamala as the party's candidate. But why are you so upset about this?
The reason I'm so upset about this is because how can I control the free world from his fucking beach house while somebody else is running the country? Sure, I'll never have to worry about a crack supply, but I can't follow through on my plans if I'm not in power. Fucking hell, Joseph. I'm going to kick your ass inside out style.
So if you were running the country these past 4 years, can I submit an expense report to reimburse my bank account for the self-destruction you did to the economy? Normally I wouldn't nitpick about a few $1,000,000, but these lawyers keep calling me about unpaid bills, and I really don't want them to send my bills to a collection agency. That shit stays on your credit report for like 7 years.
Be handling the economy? Yeah, sorry about that, Donald, but I only handled the matters that actually mattered. Things too big for you that your cabinet handles for you while you rant on Truth Social. But I assume since you have lawyer fees that you won your trial, so I will congratulate you on that.
Yeah, I totally beat all those liberal judges in their fake news trial, but let's change the subject. I get tired from all that winning, you know. What's recovery been like, Dark Brandon? Was it a dream that went on for a long time or something different?
Well, how can I describe it? When I originally split my powers, everything faded to black. I had believed the darkness consumed me whole, and that I wouldn't be powerful enough to maintain in this realm anymore. But then when I woke up, it was something that even terrified me. I had none of my senses, but I knew that I was alive. After that, I saw a flash of light, and before I knew it, I was in another universe with all of you, as well as a talking duck and dog. There was also some monkey man or something.
I know you mentioned crack earlier, but I didn't know you were a straight-on addict like Hunter. What the fuck are you talking about, Brandon?
I know it doesn't make any sense, but there was also some people that go by the names of Sora. Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson. Have you guys ever heard of them?
As crazy as it sounds, maybe he was in another universe, Donald. He's never interacted with Ben or Jordan in this universe. But to answer your question, Brandon, Shapiro's some whiny podcaster who everyone thinks is into his sister, and Jordan is an attention whore who acts smarter than he actually is. There's a reason we never interact with them, but maybe they're different in other universes. That's a theory for another day.
Ben didn't seem like the Alabama type, so maybe that personality based off universe theory has some merit, Obama. But yeah, after we finished the mission we had there, everything faded to black again, and then I just woke up here. It was a scary time for sure, but I couldn't be happier to be home and safe. I guess my other question for you, Donald, would be, has the power I bestowed upon you become anything?
Me having powers? Of course not. Your gift was life, and that's all I needed. I'm eternally grateful for all you did, and nothing more needs to be said.
That was a rhetorical question, Donald. I can sense a much higher power level on you than before I left. Come forward, my other half.
Oh, little shadow, I was starting to think you would never come out to play. The kids' table is back in the recesses of Joseph's mind. This is the adults' table.
So, yeah, Dark Brandon, I would like to introduce you to Dark Maga. What brings you to hang out with us today, Dark Maga?
Don't play dumb, George. You know exactly why I'm here. I've waited a long time to face my weaker half in person, and now I finally got the chance. He took a little longer than I was expecting, but nonetheless I can finally show him who the new sheriff in town is.
Oh my God, I think I might actually die from laughter. You being stronger than me. Bro, you know the meme about preparing breakfast for 2 people? You're the slice of bread that was just enough to keep Donald alive. If you even tried to make a move, I'd destroy you faster than a Yemeni village hosting a wedding during Obama's presidency.
Don't see why I had to catch a stray right there, but okay, hope your family reunion is going well.
That's big talk for an entity not at full strength right now. I won't spread your essence to the winds right now, but I just wanted to introduce you to the person who ended your pathetic existence. Farewell for now, little Brandon. We will meet again, and don't you forget it.
Oh, trust me, I'm counting on it.
Jesus Christ. Why do we even have body switching rules if he's not going to follow them? He keeps saying he hates the constant talking tos, but he just brings it on himself.
Yeah, because I'm sure you'll be able to hold your own against him when you can't even hold your own against the treadmill at only 2 miles per hour. But I'm glad the Battle of the Underworld didn't just begin. And to celebrate, let's jump into donations. We had a channel record donation this past week, and I can't wait to get to that one. But leading off, we have our boy President Central. He throws us $10 and says he hopes Dark Brandon got back okay. That's a strange question to ask, but I guess he did.
Oh yeah, President Central. That's the name of the universe they said I was in. So it was his versions of the presidents I was adventuring with. Well, I have to thank you, Mr. Central, for having a group that was fun to be around, and I wish you and all of them the best in their future adventures. Cheers to them finding King Mickey. And with that, let's move on to our next donation from Legendary Gamer. He throws us $7 Canadian and says that compatible was the best nickname. I assume that was your comment question last episode. I'd have to say the best name out of what I've seen is The Return of Arnold, but to each their own. Thank you again for your donation.
Base take by a base man. He is well versed in culture, and I have to agree on that. I do apologize, Arnold, because you are a very close second. Next up, we have Isaac Paws 9287, who throws us $5 and asks if we'll use a Zubat in Ruby, because Crobat can be quite useful. Also, no problem, I'll definitely keep Obama in check, my man. As for Zubat, I mean, if it makes sense in the time, then yeah, we absolutely would. Keep in mind, though, in a Nuzlocke, we can't just force a Pokemon, and that doesn't help us at the time, and there's no guarantee we even catch one. But we wouldn't say no just on name alone. Thanks a lot for donating again, buddy.
I have a different pick for a nickname, but I think I'll keep it secret for now. And last but not least, we have that channel record donation that Obama mentioned earlier. It came from Triple Squirrel, and it was for a whopping $110. First off, thank you so much for doing this through Ko-fi, so we got your entire donation, and you don't know how much it means to us. He says he really appreciates the series, and when a new episode drops, it's treated like a sporting event by sitting down with a whole platter of food and watching. As for his question, as an undecided voter, he wanted to know what the ideal 6 Pokemon team would be for Joe and Trump. That's kind of awkward. He asked that before Joe dropped out, but do you have any idea what Kamala's party would be if she played Dark Brandon?
And believe it or not, I actually do, because I remember her telling Biden what her Gen 2 team would be after Episode 1. She would use Umbreon, Espion Lantern, Meganium, Porygon 2, and Steelix. I like it because it's not going after only household names, and it's mixing some good type coverages along with some solid defensive stats. What about you, Donald?
Looks like we're on the last trainer before Victory Road, so I'll try to make this quick. She's got it all wrong, and she's not using the best team she can possibly get. The correct answer is obviously Tyranitar, Kingdra, Skarmory, Typhlosion, Umbreon, and Crobat. That would wipe her team in no time flat.
You do realize a Pokemon with Surf and Ice Beam could literally wipe half of that team, right, Donald? Those Pokemon are nice, but I think Kamala might actually have you beat there. Maybe we'll have to set up a battle between you in lieu of a debate.
That's the fakest fake news I've ever heard in the history of faking. Tyranitar would one-shot that entire team, end of discussion. I'd be more than happy to not only battle her, but sweep her in 10 turns or less. She's not even close to my league, and Joe endorsed the wrong candidate. Not that there is a candidate who even stands a chance against yours truly, but you get my point.
Hey, Dark Brandon, do you mind landing one of these sky attacks? If you miss one more, then Arnold is definitely in danger of fainting. There's no way we let 2 Pokemon faint this episode, right?
Relax, George, we're fine. I just wanted to make sure this episode went over 20 minutes. This one-shots every single time.
Not exactly sure if we needed the critical hit right there, but overall I have to give you credit, Brandon. Your first action in months, and you took over in a very challenging spot, to say the least. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope we can see you again in the Elite Four next week. But that aside, that is going to wrap things up for us, everybody. We will go through Victory Road and try to become 2-time champions next week. It's an episode you definitely can't miss, and we hope to see you there.
I have some things I need to catch up on, but I'm sure I can make an appearance. Thank you for witnessing my return, mortals, and I hope you enjoyed seeing my top-tier gameplay again.
It's never a bad experience to watch you play Brandon. Thank you again, and we're all relieved you're all right. As always, everyone, don't forget to join the Discord in the description below and for our comment question this week. Let's see how much you all believe in us. Comment how many team members you think we'll lose next week, or if you think we'll be perfect again, just like in yellow. We'll find out next week.
Thanks again for stopping by, everybody, and I technically beat Joe, right? Just because he quit doesn't mean he doesn't take the L, right? Guys?
Crystal Nation, allow me to be the first to welcome you to Victory Road. It's been a long journey with tons of drama, relationship building, and reveals alike, and that has culminated with finally getting back to Kanto and only a few steps away from the Elite Four. It's episode 23 and hopefully not the last one. As you can see, I took some time to level up the team all to 45 before we embark on this episode, since you can't rely on anybody else to do it.
Get off your high horse, Obama. You're the level up bitch and you'll just have to deal with it. But since you didn't want to finish the intro, as you can see, we still only have 5 party members. Barack also leveled up Taft the Snorlax to level 45 in case we can't catch anyone better here in Victory Road. The Pokemon we get here should be in the high 30s, and it's Obama who will lead us off today and try to catch it. Now, would you like to explain the order of playing today, Hussein, or will you start crying again? Scratch that I'm going to be the one who starts crying about the plan we spent the last week devising. Obama, you're not leading off today anymore? We've been gifted a second chance at catching Suicune, and you're not going to blow it for us again?
0% shot of that Agent Orange. Time for me to apply all I've learned and make up for my past mistake. After everything that happened with Thor and the first Suicune, we will be taking a legendary into the Elite Four.
In case you guys forgot, there's 2 other presidents here. Donald, you know we agreed on the plan, and while Obama tries to get this capture done, I'm going to explain it to everyone. Now, we decided to split up the Elite Four members and champion just like we did with Yellow, and we're doing this based on performance in the entire run so far. Obama will take Will, Joe will take Koga, Donald will battle Bruno, and I will wrap things up with Karen.
Can't lie that I'm pissed you guys took me off the anchor spot just because I let Poliwrath faint, but it is what it is. And for those of you wondering why George is getting the 4th Elite Four member when his play was mid as fuck throughout the run, it's because we're going to utilize his Deadeye ability and he can take Karen down with no casualties. Since he can only use the ability in that battle, he'll take out Lance's first Pokemon, Obama will take down his second, I get the next 2, and Donald gets the last 2. It's going to be a great day if we can all do our job. I even made sure to take all of my medications so I can be at my best today.
Don't give me that it is what it is bullshit, Joe. You threw the biggest hissy fit when we decided to give Donald the anchor spot. You started crying, throwing all your framed photos, and even tried to flip the Oval Office desk, which I can't lie was pretty hilarious because you couldn't even lift it off the ground, and then took a nap because you were all tuckered out. But I will give you credit for taking your meds and being the best you can be today.
What I'm pissed about is that I didn't film it. I know I couldn't have used it for an election attack ad, but I'm sure there was still some blackmail to be found. Tell you what though, guys, since this is a legendary and Obama is playing, I bet this is going to turn into a multi-episode special, so let's do donations earlier than usual today. It's not like we're going to have a chance to do them during the Elite Four either.
Oh me, Donald. This thing is Razor Leaf, so I'm not going to risk bringing in me too, just to paralyze. It's clearly a special attacker, so that's just playing with way too much fire at this stage in the game. But speaking of fire, having Flamethrower means this moveset is incredibly busted. I'm kind of upset I wasted that time leveling up Taft. But anyway, let's get to donations like you said, and the first one came from our boy Legendary Gamer. He throws us 7 more Canadian people money and answered our comment question by saying we wouldn't lose any team members today. Thanks for the vote of confidence, my man. He also says we need Bill in Generation 3, and he might have some screen time. We'll just have to see. Thank you again, man.
It has Thunder as well. Great switch in to Arnold Obama that's some sick damage evasion. But combined with Mystery and Miley, we could have a deadly trio of special attackers. Just keep chucking Ultra Balls Barack. We'll get it soon. The next donation came from fellow creator Presidential Gaming Drive, who paid homage to the return of Dark Brandon. He absolutely did return when we needed him most, and he was absolutely pivotal to getting out of Dodge last episode with only 1 Pokemon fainted. Thanks for the British people money, bro.
Oh, come on, man, that's just pure malarkey. I absolutely could have gone the rest of the episode without letting another team member faint. You need to put some respect on my name. But moving on, our next donation came from St. James, sent 866. He throws us $10, and he apparently is going on about Poliwrath for some reason as well, but he did turn that into my favorite song. Hey, Obama, want to sing it with me? I could buy myself flowers.
Not happening. You know, I want to reintroduce you to the back of my hand for even singing that one line, but I have to focus on the Suicune. I've almost got it, I swear. I'm definitely going to catch it before we finish donations, and the next one came from, yeah, you're right, via Ko-fi. Thanks again for donating to us through there so we get all the donation. And he said if Kamala and Donald had a Gen 9 battle, Donald would win, because you know for a fact that Donald would have a Goldengo or an Annihilapi.
My son, you literally just butchered that pronunciation more than Biden trying to describe America in one word. But yeah, you're right. Can you stop fucking screen watching and giving away my teen? If I do challenge her to a battle during the next debate, I don't need her knowing a third of my teen. Are you going to reveal my Terra next or what, bro? But enough lashing out at donators. Let's move on to K-Cub1996, who thinks it's no coincidence that Dark Brandon came back and the Packers resigned Jordan Love at the same time. Our editor, who is one of the Packers owners, has already started trying to shill us out for promotions to pay for that new contract. Also, the ear is fine. I'm built differently, so a bullet from some GP6 cosplayer was only election fuel for your man.
Yeah, you're built differently, all right. Normally people aren't built like a bag of pudding spray tanned to camouflage as the state fruit of Florida. That's even bigger swing state pandering than you bringing on the Ohio millennial James Bowman. I'm sorry, James Hamill, my bad, J.D. Vance is your vice president. The guy changes names more than a rapper desperate to stay relevant.
Whose fucking side are you on Bush? I didn't realize you were a Republican double agent. Get over that I embarrassed your baby brother on stage for the entire world to see. And just for that slander, I'm taking the channel record donation and you can just get fucked. This incredible $150 donation that breaks the all-time channel record came from the man who has also donated more to this channel than anybody combined, and that's Neo Venom Strike. He's an absolute fucking Chad that I regret not naming as my VP to start. He has nothing but love for us, and we have nothing but love for you, Neo. I know I'm the one reading the donation, but everyone here feels exactly the same. But that wraps it up for donations, and what do you know? Obama still hasn't caught Sweet Coon. Who could have predicted that promise wasn't coming true?
Screw you, Donald, I've only had 14 attempts. That's not bad for a legendary. You know what they say? The 15th time's the charm?
Oh yeah, of course. How could I forget that saying? You got it this time for sure. No doubt in my mind.
Everybody knows 25 is my lucky number.
I think we need to give Eternity a new nickname because this deserves it more. It's like you didn't even listen to me explain how catching a legendary works. Use a Pokeball Obama.
Shut up, Joe. Ultra Ball number 26, you got this. Ultra Ball number 35 can't fail.
Apparently it can.
For the love of God, number 40, please be the one.
Sorry, but I don't love you.
45th and final fucking Ultra Ball, I'm begging you.
We're actually not catching this, are we?
Of course we are, George. And to quote you, fuck that noise, great ball go.
Oh good, you finally have to listen to me and use a Pokeball. We got it this time for sure.
Joe, I'm literally doing this just to shut you up. I'm using the Master Ball next.
How the fuck does this keep happening? First with Thorin, now with Suicune? Why does a Pokeball always work better? Fuck it, Joe is now the Ball Whisperer in more ways than one. He may shit his pants every 2 hours, but he's got his doctorate in catching probability.
Seeing it took 45 Ultra Balls, 1 Great Ball, and 1 Pokeball, which adds up to 54,800 Pokedollars, I'm naming this thing Money Pit. I swear if it faints this episode, I'm going to lose it even more than I am right now.
Everybody, I want you to remember the comment that Obama just made when Kamala and I debate the economy. The Democrats have no shame in using nearly 55,000 Pokedollars on a single encounter. This is why the economy I left Joe is now in the absolute shitter. Just go heal up the team for the battle with Tucker so we can finally get to the Elite Four in the Elite Four episode.
Sounds like a plan, Donald. If you remember, the trainer right outside the Victory Road gate mentioned how strong he was, so I'm sure he'll be a destructive force this time around. I have to be at the top of my game to ensure we don't lose any Pokemon heading into the Elite Four.
You're probably overreacting, partner. While he may have had decent early game teams, he's been an absolute pushover every battle since then. Seeing how strong our team is now, I'm sure this will be the easiest one yet.
I hope you're right, and I want to just think about the battle with Will, but no matter what, I can't do that. What do you guys think about the whole Victory Road format in this game? Do you like it better in other games where all the trainers are in the cave, or do you like it better in this game where they did all the trainers on the way there instead?
That rare candy was a pretty clutch find because we can throw it on Money Pit to close the level gap to the rest of the team, but I have to say I prefer when Victory Road is the challenge. Don't get me wrong, I'll never knock a developer for trying something different, because we all hate when devs roll out the same product every single year with a few pixels changed. But getting back to my point, there's a million routes littered with trainers and only one Victory Road. I'm glad they go back to that formula in Generation 3.
Once again, thank you for having your best takes in these videos and not on the debate stage, Joe. If you could ever speak as coherently as that without a teleprompter and cameras in front of you, then Kamala wouldn't be my opponent right now. But enough of that, it's time for Tucker Obama. Take out the trash and let's move on to the Elite Four.
I'm pretty sure it has to do more with the fact that he takes his meds most of the time when he plays this game and understands that his priorities in life are Pokemon Crystal, fentanyl, and running the country a distant third. But you're right, Donald, I'll make quick work of him.
That banger of a rival theme will literally never get old. Thank you all for respecting it and letting it carry the video for a minute. And I told you he would be a pushover Obama. He's leading off with a baby Pokemon, a vastly underleveled one at that. I guess the game said let's screw up the level scaling one more time just for fun.
The level scaling giveth and the level scaling taketh, but that was nice of the game to make Tucker look like a bug catcher compared to us before the real grind begins. Looks like he's got another fighting type up next, so Mystery, you know the drill?
You would think such a self-proclaimed strong trainer who says he can beat us every time we battle would have a little more variety on his team and not have one of the worst types, but hey, go off Queen.
He's been named Tucker for so long that he's taking on the characteristics of Tucker and being the absolutely worst trainer he could possibly be. It's got a lot of health, but no chance of surviving this.
Another primate? There's no chance his entire team is just fighting types, right? There's no chance the randomizer could have fucked him over this badly, right?
Technically, he can't have a full fighting type team because he will always keep his starter, but he could potentially have 5 fighting types, I suppose. But yeah, there's no way that's going to happen. Watch him be setting us up for having 2 Mewtwo's right after this.
Yeah, you're probably right. Legendary incoming right here.
Oh, hey, look, the randomizer gave us a Machoke in Victory Road as our encounter. Pretty lazy from the randomizer, but I guess it isn't the worst encounter at the end of the day.
Oh, Sleepy Joe, it looks like your meds are wearing off. Please go re-up them before your battle against Koga. The last thing we need is you having a repeat of last episode and causing everyone who thought we would lose 3 Pokemon this episode to be right.
Last time I checked, Koga was a gym leader and not an Elite Four member. Maybe it's you who needs to take their meds, Donnie boy.
Joe, please take a few more pills just to be safe, but Koga is an Elite Four member in this game and his daughter Janine took his spot as gym leader. Also, holy shit, Tucker actually did bring 5 fighting types to this battle. Bro had a full-on crisis after we smacked him around in the underground. This was a nice warm-up, though, I can't lie.
Wait, there's seriously a third Nepo baby gym leader in this game? Game Freak got really creative when it came to choosing gym leaders, said no one ever.
The strangest part about it, though, is they could have used Aya, who was introduced in the anime as Koga's younger sister and actually had a battle on screen. Instead, they decided to create a brand new fictional character who will be by far the weakest gym leader we face in Kanto. She has a level 33 on her team, and she's the only gym leader who doesn't have any Pokemon in the 40s.
So basically, the rule of Pokemon is whenever a gym leader introduces themselves as a child of the former gym leader, you know they're going to be an absolute pushover and they should just hand you the badge without a battle.
Yeah, that basically sums it up, but it couldn't have been easier than this battle right here. It's a shame we only get to kick his ass one more time, and he's going to be underleveled in that battle as well. Tucker went from an intimidating figure to an absolute pushover in no time at all. But all that's left for us to do now is grab Money Pit and start the journey that we and all the viewers have been waiting for.
You might as well buy all the Ultra Balls you can again, seeing you use them all to catch Suicune. We should have enough money for like 20 more, and then the Elite Four winnings will be a nice little stimulus to our bank accounts. I've also been working on having some of our most recent payment to Israel embezzled into our balance so money won't be an issue.
Should we even buy more Ultra Balls? It's not like they ever work for us looking at Eternity and Money Pit. It seems like we always get the capture with regular Pokeballs, so I think we should just buy 100 of those. But Joe, how do you think it's even remotely possible to wire real-life money into a Game Boy cartridge from 2000? Even you have to realize that's absolutely impossible.
It's clear you've only played this game with an emulator, George, because any true gamer would know you just have to hook up the Game Boy printer, and then I can shove the money in through the printer, putting it into the game. It's actually first-grade knowledge, bro. Keep up.
Joe, you smooth-brained fossil, it doesn't work like that. What are you going to do with that money anyway once you realize your plan is more of a failure than your administration? Are you going to give it back to where it's supposed to go?
There's absolutely no chance it won't work, so I haven't even considered that possibility, but in the off chance that Game Freak patched the printer method in a recent update, I'll probably just end up keeping that money. It's so much easier than tracking them down and handing them over what was missing. Worst thing that will happen is that a bunch of people will question me, and I just have to mumble and gaze off into the distance. They'll give up and leave soon enough, and then I have money to spend on college football Ultimate Team packs.
Exactly how much have you spent on that game so far, Joe? I saw you spent $200 alone when I walked in on you playing in the Oval Office yesterday.
Let's see, if I carry the 3 and move over that decimal point, then I think it comes to like $42,000 after tax. It's the tax that really kills you at the end of the day, but I haven't spent that much.
You spent over $40,000 on a game mode you can play for free? Holy shit, bro, the odds of pulling any player's worth a damn are like 20%. Stop spending the nation's budget on Ultimate Team.
Wait, I can spend the nation's budget on that? Oh, hell yeah, I have to grab the country's credit card. I'll be right back.
Oh, no, you fucking don't. You leave that credit card right where it is and with a high enough balance so that I can be the one who buys packs in November. But getting back to the game, it looks like Money Pit is a pretty unique Pokemon. It's got stupid high health and speed, pretty good special attack, and no defense to speak of. It shouldn't be like Poliwrath where one hit knocks it out, though, because I doubt a Thunder attack could even take out over 200 health.
Couldn't agree more, Donald. Our Suicune has all the makings of a powerhouse for episodes to come. And let's not forget that the moveset is absolutely busted. We've got Surf, Flamethrower, Thunder, and Razor Leaf. We must keep it alive at all costs. As for my battle with Will, I think I'm going to lead off with Arcanine. One move we've never used on it is Substitute, and in a 5-battle stretch, we're keeping our team alive as the top priority. I want to try and limit as much damage as possible. But enough talk, men. It's time for action. Our second Elite Four journey officially begins now. We all need to be at the top of our game and show all we've learned throughout this series. Do your job and hand the team off to your teammate. We got this. Let's become 2-time champions.
Oh, let's go. His name is Pansy. This is going to be a cakewalk. He has to be flying type, right? No chance we get dragon type, seeing we already faced that gym back in Violet City? Obama, tell me the randomizer does every type before we face a double.
I thought so, but let's not jump to conclusions before we even see his second team member. Right now I'm focused on fake Shendu, and I really thought I could one-shot it. Guess I should have stuck to my strategy and used Substitute so I wouldn't have got paralyzed. I'll just heal up and then finish it off next turn.
I think you should be safe on the heal. We know it has an ice-type attack, so Arcanine will be able to tank any attack it has, I assume. But don't get cocky with the level edge we have right now, Obama, because any one of his Pokemon can change our entire strategy. Set up that Substitute and go to work.
Spike Cannon is probably an even better bet than Ice Punch, knowing Dragonite has a non-existent attack stat. It's wild to see how many of these we've taken down with absolute ease. 1 down and 25 to go until we get our next Hall of Fame induction.
Loving the confidence, Joe. Glad you took those extra meds. It's just going to be a conveyor belt of sacrifices to our perfectly crafted team. And Pansy wants to throw another Dragonite at us? No problem at all. Ain't no way it can break a Substitute. I hope his entire team is Dragonites. We'll take out 5 of those false gods with ease.
I would definitely welcome having to face 5 Dragonites, and the Substitute plan works perfectly right here. Not going to let Will paralyze us again. 2 down and 3 to go this battle. No matter what he's got. He's got nothing on us.
I think we can agree that Will is a Dragon-type user, seeing there's a ton of flying types and we've seen 2 Dragonites. The only other dragon he could have at these levels is a Kingdra, so remember it has Hyper Beam and Shadow Ball at the least.
Bro, honestly, didn't just try to use Glare 2 times in a row on a Substitute, right? Now, I know we aren't nerds like the Obama and Dilkson's universe, so we can't tell you what the AI is thinking in situations like this, but any move would have been better than that. Is Will just throwing in the towel?
No shame in throwing in the towel when you're going up against the GOATs. And I know I was wrong earlier in the playthrough about Faulkner having a Kingdra-type gym, but I'm all but assured this is not the flying type or the dragon type. This is the Dragonite-type Elite Four member.
You were wrong then, and you're wrong now, Joe. I'm telling you there's no such thing as the randomizer just giving a trainer all of the same Pokemon on purpose. We'll probably see a Kingdra in one of the last 2 Pokemon.
Now hold on, Obama, let him cook. We already thought the type couldn't repeat, so maybe the type isn't repeating, because this is in fact the Dragonite-type gym. There's going to be 2 more of these dipshits that use Glare on a Substitute, and then we'll be on to Koga.
Speaking of dipshits, can you tell me why you're using Bubble Beam right here, Barack? We both know that's going to do like 2 damage and not finish off that sliver. Stop trying to be cute and just finish it off. I'm not trying to watch substitute animations for the next 20 minutes.
Well, excuse me for trying to save one of our strength attacks for the rest of this episode, but yeah, I will admit that was a tad ambitious. I'll finish it up next turn for sure. Good thing this spike cannon isn't going to scratch our substitute at least.
I'm not sure which developer sat down and thought, hey, let's us the sound effect of haze from Yellow as the sound every time the substitute switches in and out, but it just sounds so out of place. Can we hack this mod to have the morning sun sound effect instead?
How the fuck can you remember the sound effect for a useless move that never gets used from 1998, but you can't remember what color the socks you're wearing right now are without looking down first?
Sorry, I should have said the first half of Surf's sound effect for casuals such as yourself. And who the hell can remember what color their socks are? You would have to be some crazy morning person if you aren't sleepwalking when you get dressed in the morning.
He actually does have a point there, Donald. Do you remember what color socks you're wearing right now? Because I think mine are white. No, wait, fuck, they're black.
I'm wearing my limited edition Gold Trump 2024 socks. Obviously, they go perfect with my $200 Never Surrender Gold high-top shoes and a $60 Trump Bible, all available at my merchandise trailer right in the parking. Hey, where the fuck did my trailer go? I made sure to park it right behind Biden's Corvette so I wouldn't forget where it is.
Oh, I had that eyesore toad. It wasn't because I needed to leave and you were blocking me. It was just so ugly compared to my vet and all the Secret Service vehicles.
Biden, you idiot. Did you forget that Rudy works in that trailer? He's probably scared and confused because he has no idea where he is.
And nothing of value was lost this day. Moving on to more important matters, Obama, can you please change the sound effect of substitute like we were talking about? Because since you can do things like make Elite Four members have an entire team of Dragonites.
While I will admit it's strange that one trainer had 5 of the same Pokemon, that's not a thing I can do, Joe. I'm also pretty sure you can't do anything with the sound effects, but that's also because I'm clueless when it comes to coding.
Not gonna lie, it's a tad suspicious that you encountered a legendary. Tucker had a team of fighting types, which we can easily counter, and Will had a team of Dragonites that consistently tried to use Glare against a substitute. Did you hack this ROM to make your battles easier this episode, Obama?
Oh yeah, I definitely made it so I would use all 45 of our Ultra Balls to put us in a shitty financial situation and hack this battle to make it so Will would have 5 ghosts of our former teammate. You caught me, George. How about you just recognize my superior battling, which until we get to Lance is officially done. You're welcome for this amazing start, everyone. Biden, it's off to you to battle Koga.
Oh shit, did I take a super long nap? Did we get to Fuchsia City already? Okay guys, this should be an easy gym battle. I'll lead off with our Goat Me Too and beat that poison bitch easy.
May I suggest that we take Joe to a farm upstate where he can live the rest of his 6 days peacefully and with no important decisions to make. I'll take his battle right here as well, since he's taken so many pills that they're counteracting each other now.
While your idea isn't the worst one possible, we're not going to axe Joe in the Elite Four episode. And besides, as long as nothing goes wrong, he's incredibly consistent. We saw it's only if somebody faints, then his play and mental state falls apart. Well worse than normal, you know, but what are the odds he lets a Pokemon faint 2 episodes in a row?
Elite foreshadowing Obama. I'm sure Trump won't mind only having to use 3 Pokemon in his battle against Bruno. Oh well, let this shit show begin, I suppose.
You fuckers need to take a page out of Dutch van der Linde's book and have some goddamn faith. I'm the best trainer here and I had one bad moment. And can we deny any further that Obama rigged this episode to have the ghosts of our fallen comrades as our enemies? Oh well, it's an easy one-hit knockout with Drill Peck. Is Slasher next?
Randomized to select, assign, or arrange in a random way. I don't know, just seems like you needed the exact definition of the word since you don't understand what randomize means. And does that answer your question? Do you remember the time we caught a Murkrow on this run? Me neither. Now just Drill Peck it into oblivion and keep moving Biden.
Don't worry, Joe. I think you're on the right track with this assumption. Ignore the anomaly of this Murkrow. He just had to throw a random Pokemon at us to quell our suspicions. I bet the next Pokemon will be a Cerberus since we're going against the Dark type.
You guys are nicer to me when I lose team members, that's it. No more catching legendaries, destroying our rival, and making mincemeat of an Elite Four member with 5 Dragonites from me. I'll make sure to lose a member against Lance just for fun.
All right, Barack, that's enough of the woe is me act. You know we're just fucking with you. You've done an amazing job to this point, and we know you'll lead off the battle with Lance the right way. See, it's an Umbreon now, and we definitely didn't catch one of those, although it would have been a sick addition. I was low-key hoping this was going to be our shiny from the Lake of Rage.
Instantly would have become my favorite team member if we had got a shiny Umbreon instead of Radiant. And you can see it's got a pretty solid health and defense stat if it can avoid death against a Me Too drill pack. Oh, well, it's fun to dream at least, but this battle is moving along really nicely. Looks like Koga didn't get any better, and it's just as much of a pushover from Pokemon Yellow.
Don't get too cocky, Joe. We haven't seen all 4 moves that this Umbreon has to offer. It might just whip out a random Thunder and completely turn the tide of this battle.
What I'm worried about is wasting moves on this Umbreon right now. If we can't knock it out in 2 shots, it can just keep healing. Not trying to use 6 drill pecks for 1 knockout.
Oh, but when I use Bubble Beam to try and save Arcanine's strength moves, I become public enemy number 1. When did you start caring about this, Donald?
As soon as I realized it could trigger you is when it became important to me, but it doesn't look to be much of a concern since Iron Tail actually did more damage and will knock it out in 2 shots. Nice job so far, Joe. Good instincts to change the move when Drill Peck didn't knock out the first time.
Yeah, I totally switched the move for that reason. And look at that, I'm rewarded with a Tyranitar, which we know gets 1 shot by Iron Tail. Koga should have just stayed a gym leader because the Elite Four business might be too big for him.
I mean, he actually has a pretty dope foundation to his type. Now, if he swapped out that Sneasel for a Houndoom, and the randomizer didn't give trash moves to Umbreon and Tyranitar, then it might have a serious challenge right here.
It must have a health bar similar to our Suicune because it goes down so freaking slow. But oh man, it's just so satisfying to see all of that health get wiped out in 1 shot. Looks like his final Pokemon is another Godzilla wannabe. 1 more Iron Tail and we're on to Bruno. Take it down, Joe.
With pleasure, boys. And speaking of pleasure, let's just take a minute to watch that entire health bar go down with the banger theme in the background.
The art of letting the game speak for itself is sometimes better than anything that we could ever say. Nice job, Joe. We'll see you for Lance's 3rd and 4th Pokemon. Mission accomplished, soldier.
Yeah, you're without a doubt the last person who should ever say the phrase mission accomplished. But with our 2nd Elite Four member down, it's time for the 2nd best battle of this episode after Lance. It's Donnie time, and it's time to show Bruno why he should have retired after the first time we smacked him around. Pass me the Game Boy, Joe. Joe, give me the fucking Game Boy, what are you? Oh my God, he's sleep playing. God damn it, Biden, I'm going to beat you with a Trump steak. Wake the fuck up.
Oh, that's so cute. He's all tuckered out after his battle. But Donald, you know what they say. You can't wake a sleepwalker or player, I guess, in this instance. You just have to let him take this battle, I guess.
Sorry, but I've never let science or decency impact my decision-making at all.
Hey, what the fuck was that for you fat orange bastard?
Well, I guess science is right that a sleepwalker is violent when they're awoken, but that doesn't change the fact you were about to take on my trainer. I'll be taking that Game Boy now, jackass. If you want to sleep, go to the corner and do it over there. But I'll thank you for putting Arnold in the lead because I was going to do that anyway. Looks like Bruno in the randomizer isn't much different than Bruno in the vanilla game because he's using the ground type. Shouldn't be a challenge seeing half our team knows Surf. I guess we should have given me a bigger challenge.
You were never getting Karen seeing I'm going to debut Deadeye for that battle, but don't talk about this being so easy when Doug Trio is going to take off most of Arnold's health bar right here.
Well, you clearly aren't using it in this battle because my future sight clearly told me that we were getting the critical hit right there. I'm going to throw it over to our best girl Mystery for hopefully the rest of this battle and just ride that Surf like I'm over at the Olympics right now.
Is there a reason we didn't heal up the team after fighting Koga? After that battle, half of our team is just sitting over 50% health. I don't think we need to sound off any alarm bells right now, but keep an eye on that later in the battle.
You can blame Sleepyhead over here for that one. Someone with my pedigree would have made sure we went into this battle at full strength. Maybe Biden was just trying to sabotage me and the rest of this team. I wouldn't put that past him after I ended his political career in that last debate.
You mean just like I ended your undefeated record in presidential elections? I only stepped aside so Kamala could kick your ass and we could get a new addition for when we play Ruby.
I mean, if you're that willing to step aside from the team in place of her, that's your call, bro, but don't worry, you'll never have to make that choice. Because we all know there's a 0% shot she's beating me. That stick in the mud vice president she chose the other day ain't gonna help her case out much. She should have chosen a younger person from a swing state like yours truly did to get more votes. But I wouldn't ever expect a Democrat to have common sense.
Oh yeah, how silly of Kamala. She should have chosen a guy who bangs couches, right? Or would that be hitting the nail too hard on the head? Should she have chosen a different furniture piece?
You know that's fake news, Barack. Don't be spreading your misinformation during my most important battle of the series. It's not what I expected, but I'm going to have to bring in Miley now since that stupid snow pig had to hit me with the random kinesis. These Elite Four members really like to mess with you on the stat-lowering or status-inducing moves.
Damn, only that much damage was a critical hit. Hopefully this outrage doesn't hit us too hard.
Holy fucking shit, that hit pretty damn hard. Maybe I underestimated Bruno just a tad, but please tell me I can finish off this Nido Queen right here. Full send Miley.
I can promise the flowers, write my name and say, talk to myself for hours.
Donald, you know my one fucking rule above all? No singing that fucking song. I don't care how strangely amazing you were at it. Just now that we're probably going to have to mute it in the movie and everyone listening to it right now can say they heard something a lot of people never heard. Seriously, how did you get so good at singing?
If American Idol didn't have an age limit, nobody would have ever fucking heard of Kelly Clarkson. It's my true hidden talent in this world. And if you tell anybody about it, I swear I'll have Elon reprogram your drones to attack code word daddy.
How the fuck did you know the code word my drones have to identify me? Who fucking snitched? I mean, me having unregistered and unlicensed government drones that I took back home with me after my second term ended? Donald, don't be silly. A president would never take home anything from the White House they aren't supposed to take. But as far as your hidden talent goes, you kind of just sang on YouTube for all our viewers, so the cat's out of the bag, my friend, you self-reported.
Yeah, I might have pulled a Sleepy Joe IQ move right there, and I'll take the blame on that. But how about we all just drop that and take a look at our incredible new legendary just one-shot Bruno's ace? Oh baby, we might have a true MVP here, boys. With that, let's turn it over to our Nen specialist. I've been waiting a long time to see your ability in action. This better be the best battle I've ever seen in my life.
I got to give you credit for just predicting that knockout before it even happened. If that wasn't a one-shot, I would have given you a lot of shit talk. But you are right about it being time to unveil Deadeye. Stand back, man. Because Deadeye's ready.
Guys, can I get a cool new image like Bush has with the white flames? It's not fair that he's the only one that gets a new image and we don't. I've had the same damn one since episode 1.
When you get Nen abilities, you can get a new picture. Sound fair, Joe? Besides, don't you dare complain about your picture in these videos. Do you know how many presidents in other universes only have the same images that everyone was using back when this genre started? You should be ashamed of yourself. There's probably a Biden, Obama, and Trump begging for an image as cool as ours in a third world country like Ireland.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, can you believe the country? They still use potatoes and Guinness as currency and measure things in units that actually make sense. I don't know how I would go throughout life without using trumps as a measure of weight. But I definitely do have Nen abilities. You see, I even got this glass of water to prove it right here. I'll do that test they do in the show. Oh shit, that's so cool. It went flying and exploded. Pretty sure that means I'm a specialist.
Joe, we all watched you throw that glass of water across the Oval Office. Don't even think for a minute we're going to believe that was proof you have Nen. And also your image that wasn't even a proper PNG didn't have the leaf in it. I'm sorry, Joe, but your Nen hasn't been awoken, and George, I beg you to not let him have any more powers than Dark Brandon. He'll make his special ability 110% dementia or some shit.
Yeah, don't worry about that. I have no plans to give Joe any additional firepower. But I almost forgot that we could use Miley's soft-boiled ability to heal the rest of the team, so we can save potions and only use one once everyone else is healed. It's such a clutch move.
Hold up a second, that's a thing? Holy shit, I never knew that until right now. Thank you for saving us money in an episode where I definitely did not do that, Miley. But enough of that, George, it's time for you to bring us to Lance. Activate your powers and see the next 50 turns in advance. Make Karen go complain to the Pokemon League manager.
Yeah, it's not going to take the entire 50 turns, my friend. Why don't you just sit back and let old W handle this customer service nightmare?
She's the best looking Esteban I've ever seen for damn sure. But what do the first turns look like, George?
Well, for starters, I don't think it's a surprise after Bruno, but surf one shot's no issue here.
How could you know something like this is about to happen? Are you a witch, George? Get your torches, men. One of those bastards escaped Salem. Also unrelated, but why is there a broken glass and water all over the floor?
Joe, these dementia spikes are making me agree with Donald about you being unfit for office. Please just shut up before you say anything that gets you hit for the second time this episode.
Does this mean you also agree with me on topics like immigration, abortion, and gun rights? If so, I have these internet
Don't
forums
push your
that
luck,
I'm
Donald.
sure
I'm just talking about the man who is still staring at that broken glass and wondering what happened a minute ago. But changing the topic, George, the first assumed this is going to be an easy walk with Thunder, right?
That's a big negative, partner. Unfortunately, this Atsu has a fantastic special defense stat, and it would take 2 Thunders to take it down. The next one will hit, but will get paralyzed next turn as well, and we would be unable to attack the following turn. I'm only keeping Money Pit in there to give Karen a false sense of security and thinking she could beat our legendary. But in fact, she's so fucking cooked.
Okay, I'm liking this effect Deadeye has on you. This cockiness is not something I expected out of you, George, but I'm all for destroying the mental state of the AI.
It's a shame because I thought Thunder was going to one-shot her entire flying type team. But it's not a problem when you got a team as stacked as ours.
Oh, welcome back, Joe. Glad to see your random switchbacks to reality can still be relied on. You're right. It's not that big a deal seeing George can switch into a non-effective move and then steal back all of the momentum.
You both are right, and to be honest, I would have preferred a reality where our brand new legendary just smacks around everyone. But if you want some good news, I'll let you know that including this turn, we are only 5 turns away from Lance. Miley's going to make her return after this and one-shot her next 2 Pokemon. Her last member will be her strongest, but still not an issue.
Is there a reason all these Elite Four members insist on having a Glugger on their team? This is Karen's second, so I have even more questions for her. Oh, well, at least we don't need Nen to know that Surf one-shots this little bastard. I can't believe how well this episode is going so far. There's got to be something unexpected right around the corner.
I know you're not out here questioning my powers right now, Donald. I fully intend to keep my 5-turn promise with no possibility of failure. With her third-party member out of the way, we're going to move on to her level 47, and it's someone we just caught, actually. I guess this is a sneak preview of what it would become.
A flying type we just caught? That must mean it's a Charizard, right? Oh well, no matter, because Surf should do just fine against it. I don't remember Shenron having a special defensive stat that jumped out at us.
You would be correct about that, Obama. Normally an intimidating foe for Miley, but not in this randomizer. It's going to waste its 1 turn in this battle using Meditate and Surf. Will take it out 1 shot, no problem, leaving only her final team member.
Well, that's a shame knowing if we level up Shenron, it will fold at the first sight of water, but at the end of the day, all that matters right now is taking down everything in our path. But why will her last party member at a lower level be harder to take down than this?
That's because she isn't the only trainer that brought a legendary to this battle. Karen has been keeping an Articuno in reserve this entire time, but that's still no major concern to us. Through previous experience, we know it's a special defensive tank and has much weaker physical defenses, so Me Too will come in and dispose of it with 2 drill pecks. It's in the bag, boys.
I have to say, George, your ability definitely did not disappoint. Part of me really wanted you to just use your ability on Lance, but I think everyone would have called way too much cheese on that. You came up clutch bush. We're all very proud of you, and we know you'll start off the champion battle the right way.
It means a lot, partner. I know I've had my ups and downs in this series, but to have my biggest battle yet end in this big of a smackdown definitely feels good. I am going to miss these clothes for the next 3 months, but it was all worth it.
It could not have been more worth it. You can power down now, Soldier, and heal up the team. Our biggest and toughest battle yet in Crystal is about to commence. The gates to the second half of the game are so close we can just about reach out and grab it. And no cape-wearing bitch is going to stand in our way. In just a few minutes, Donald will deliver the final blow and we'll be focused on our next 8 badges.
Your motivational speeches will never get old, Barack. Now, as for setting up the team for Lance, I have to ask, does he have a specific type or will all of his Pokemon be random like Tucker?
Well, in the game, he was still a Dragon-type trainer, so I have to assume that his Pokemon will be randomized to a certain type as well. We should just treat this like any of the previous 4 battles, if I had to guess, and lead off with some good type coverage.
I say we just play it safe like we have the entire series and lead off with Old Reliable Mystery. I know we have Suicune and Miley who have just as much type coverage, but I think we should lead off with our highest level combined with our highest speed stat. We can then play off that once we know what we're dealing with.
I'm going to have to disagree with you there, Biden. It's not bad logic in the slightest, but Lance leads off with only a level 44. I say let's lead off with Suicune because it will potentially keep Mystery at full health later in the battle when he throws a level 50 at us. But also it's the best chance to get Money Pit some quick experience.
I was fully on Biden's side, but that's a very strong argument in itself. What are you going to do, George? The lead is totally your call since you start the battle.
You definitely made me think about it, Donald, but I still have to lead with Mystery. The last thing we need is some nonsense right at the start and being on the receiving end of the first punch. We have to start strong, and we need to have all the momentum from turn one. Suicune, I'm sure, will play a part in this battle, but I won't be the one using her.
Fair enough, George. I don't blame you for that decision, especially when we're down to only one lemonade. Can anybody remind me why, instead of buying healing items, Barack bought a bunch of Ultra Balls that are absolutely worthless in this battle?
I'll blame my overconfidence on that, and I apologize, but no time for second guessing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our round 2 against Lance. Let the champion battle begin.
There's room for only one rich boy in this room, and an ain't you cape wearing bitch. Looks like you have an easy lead-off battle, George. Knock out that Sneasel and let's move on.
We know the physical defense is a lot lower than the special, but Surf should still be able to one-shot, right?
I would have to assume so. It's just a level 44 Sneasel, right?
I guess you should have given it a little more credit than that. Definitely have to switch now, seeing we're confused, and Lance would heal if you landed another hit through this confusion.
You know what? I think this is really going to work in our favor. I'm going to switch into me too and hope Sneasel outspeeds us. If we get another swagger landed on us, there's absolutely nothing that won't get one shot by either Drill Peck or Iron Tail. I know it's a tad risky, but we can always recover and the confusion won't last forever.
Hey, George, if there's one Pokemon on our team that we should not be taking risks with, it's me too. It's already a fucking powerhouse and by far our best physical attacker. If you fumble this bag, I swear to God. As I was saying, George, it was an absolutely brilliant strategy that I agreed with since I heard it. If anything, I bet I had an influence on your decision. You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what you said, partner. Off to you, Barack. You're welcome.
Oh, I will fully thank you for this supercharge, me too. Now, I don't remember Umbreon having any huge attacks the last time we faced one this episode, so I'm going to play this as safe as possible and just spam synthesis until our confusion wears off. The last thing we need to do is hit ourselves with a +2 Drill Peck.
Maybe you two have what it takes to become trustworthy trainers after all. You two have set Donald and I up for the easiest sweep ever. Lance absolutely played himself, and next turn you'll dispatch with this Umbreon with ease.
You don't know how long I've waited to hear those words. I saved my best for the biggest battles, and I'm glad I could prove I'm worthy of that title.
Hold on there, hot shot. He said, maybe not that you're actually a trustworthy trainer just yet. Also, let's not jump to conclusions about that Drill Peck, because as you can see, it didn't even one shot. However, you did do a good job with holding back until the confusion passed and you passed the torch off to Biden without an issue. All right, Joe, don't let me down, buddy. Keep this train rolling.
As soon as Barack finishes off this Umbreon next turn, I fully intend to do that. My goal is simple. Get this powered up Mewtwo in your hands, Donald. Since Lance is using the dark type, I have to assume that he's got at least one type. Oh, fuck, he's got another Sneasel. If it uses Swagger again and we hit ourselves, okay, never mind, we're safe, and this is his level 50. It's all over, boys. There's no way we blow this. And we're burned, killing our attack. God damn it, man, the strat is dead. I got a switcher, me too, is cooked.
Hey, Captain Scatterbrain, can you finish a fucking statement without either being wrong or just changing your mind? Also, why the fuck are you just mashing the A button? We could have been screwed if it used Swagger right there, but Joe, all you have to do is use a full heal and then synthesis.
Oh, Donald, you silly fool, you know the run we're doing doesn't allow the use of items in battle. We've literally been doing that since episode 1 of Yellow. Now that Sneasel has fainted, I'll switch to Money Pit to deal with the Tyranitar.
Wait, Joe, stop. That's GP6's Pokemon Sapphire run. That isn't our run. And too late he fucked up the Me Too stat boost. God fucking damn it, Biden. For all the episodes for your dementia to spike, did it really have to be the Elite Four episode?
I mean, at least he knocked out Lance's level 50, and we're halfway to the finish line of this battle. Let's just look at it as he's playing it safe, and we know that Tyranitar won't be able to knock out Money Pit with that high of a health figure.
True, but its health and special defense stat are stupid high. If he uses Surf again, it probably goes into red and Lance uses heals. Over time, I think this is a battle we lose if we're just constantly doing under 50% and he's healing back to full.
Don't worry, guys. Lance's run has the same rules that our run has. He isn't allowed to use healing items. I'll knock it out next turn, no problem.
Joe, why can't you comprehend the fact that neither trainer in this battle has a ban on in-game healing items? You're just going to end up getting Money Pit knocked out. Hold up, Lance didn't use a healing item? Does he actually have rules with how he's handling his team? Am I the one cracked in the head? Am I the one with dementia? What the fuck is happening? He hasn't used one all battle, so this makes absolutely no sense.
Here ya go, Dementia Donnie. You seemed a little confused, so I just kept a money pit to use Surf on the Houndoom. Bring it home, man. Close us out.
I mean, I guess this works. We'll probably two-shot it, and I'm not going to question Lance absolutely throwing this battle. Maybe he just realizes after our first battle from Yellow and seeing how amazing we were at the Lake of Rage and Rocket Hideout that he has absolutely no chance against King Donnie. Now I know he's going to heal right here, but okay, Obama, did you actually rig this battle for us? There is absolutely a 0% shot that Lance wouldn't have healed either of his last two Pokemon. You got some explaining to do, bro.
Donald, unless there's a glitch in Crystal that I've never heard of where Lance doesn't use healing items, I have no idea what to tell you. I know we've seen an Elite Four member use a healing item in this episode, so unless they took his personal stash, then I guess we're in the clear, right? All he has left is a Tyranitar, which we know is an absolute pushover in terms of attack. My presidential brothers, I think it's about to be all over for Lance.
I have to agree with Obama. There's no use questioning something that has absolutely worked in our favor, and we are only 2 surf attacks away from winning this whole thing. My hands are fucking shaking, guys. Is this what it felt like when you guys beat Yellow?
Oh yeah, that's right, you weren't there when we beat Yellow, even though it felt like you were. But George, you're not the only one sitting there shaking and knowing it's almost time to celebrate. We felt the exact same way when we knocked off Putin. It's impossible not to. And since it looks like we don't even need a 3rd surf attack, oh man, I really wanted to be the one to say this all those months ago, but I can say it now. My fellow Americans, the champions of Kanto have defended their crown. The presidents are back on top of the Pokemon world, and this time in Johto. Pop the fucking champagne, man, we did it.
I'm so fucking happy, guys. Despite all the deaths, despite all the drama, we actually won the league while playing a Nuzlocke. This is so cool.
We did it because we're the best team in the goddamn world. Nobody could stop us no matter how hard they tried.
That's right, guys, we did it. We did it. We did it. We did it.
Wait a minute. Holy fuck, we're in another simulation. No!
Nah, I was just messing with you guys. I saw how Yellow ended, and I just had to do it. I had this planned for months now for when we beat Lance. Oh, come on, guys, can't you take a joke?
January 20th, you're getting deported. Count your fucking days. But I can worry about your date with the catapult later. Guys, how about we just sit back, watch the closing moments, the credits, take it all in, and then we'll have one final message for everyone.
Now, that's what I call a bipartisan agreement. I really like how the Pokemon League used creative mode and made the floor out of Gilded Blackstone. Really brings the whole room together.
Wrong fucking game, you demented fossil. But come here, you sleepy son of a bitch, and let's take in the moment. Let the show begin.
Hey, wait a minute, wasn't it supposed to say the end right there? Did the emulator shut off?
Well, how can it say the end when it's not the end? We can celebrate for now, but job not done, Sleepy Joe. What you need to do now is get some rest and get ready to finish off the rest of this game. We've got a date at Mount Silver with Red, and we're going to kick his fucking ass.
Hell yeah, Donald. We've got a lot of work to do, and the real celebration is still to come. For everybody watching, we're going to take a small break to rejuvenate and get back to our peak form as we return to the land where we first became champions, so we can remind them why we're in charge over there.
Thank you everyone who is here right now, have been here since this journey started or joined anywhere along the way. We love in each and every one of you. Crystal will return on Thursday, September 26th, your normal noon time. The editor has a vacation planned, and that's when he'll be getting back. In the meantime, we will be uploading a movie that has every episode up until right now. We can't wait to see you for episode 24 next month. Have an amazing rest of your summer. We'll see you in Kanto.